Chapter 1. The Countdown to Death. Old sir, please wake up. Wu Nai opened his eyes. Before him lay a blinding expanse of white, with 7 or 8 doctors encircling him, their expressions laden with urgency. What has happened? Wu Nai inquired, his voice strained. One of the doctors exhaled in relief. It's all right, he's alive. Everyone can disperse now. The other doctors cast sympathetic glances at Wu Nai before retreating back to their respective departments. Wu Nai was utterly bewildered. Just a moment ago, he had been at home live streaming a video game. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a hospital. A buzzing sensation enveloped him. A torrent of memories surged into his mind. Wu Nai's confusion deepened. He had traversed into the body of a 62-year-old man, sharing the same name, who had lived a frugal life, never marrying nor having children. In his old age, he had unexpectedly benefited from a housing redevelopment, acquiring 4 apartments along with $3 million in savings. Yet, mere months of joy were snatched away when he was diagnosed with terminal liver cancer, with only half a month left to live. The shock of the doctor's diagnosis had seemingly been enough to send him into this new existence. The attending physician returned to his seat, hands clasped in a feigned display of ease as he attempted to console him. Although it's already at an advanced stage, you still have half a month, don't you? Wu Nai replied, Doctor, you truly possess a talent for consolation. He glanced at the diagnosis in his hands. Diabetes, severe hypertension, stage 3 cerebral thrombosis, severe liver cancer, terminal. Wu Nai felt utterly dazed. He had accumulated an overwhelming array of ailments. Whether he could even walk out of the hospital remained uncertain. What was the purpose of his new existence? The attending physician continued to offer words of comfort. If you receive treatment here, we can conservatively estimate an extension of your life by 3 days. To hell with 3 days. His body was riddled with tubes. Was it worth it to extend his life by such a meager span? He would be better off enjoying his $3 million in savings, relishing life for a few days. Despite his current condition, there was little joy to be found in any pursuits. Anything outside was preferable to lying in a hospital awaiting death. Clenching the diagnosis into a crumpled ball, he declared, Doctor, there's nothing more to discuss. I shall take my leave. With that, he rose slowly, only then realizing the discomfort that permeated every fiber of his being. The attending physician, having witnessed many patients in dire straits, could empathize with Wu Nai's emotional turmoil. Would you like me to prescribe some medication? Wu Nai waved him off. At this point, even miraculous remedies could not mend his physical afflictions. Stepping out of the hospital, the sunlight cascaded upon his aged visage. To transition from one's 20s directly into the 60s was indeed a shortcut of 40 years. The route home lingered in his mind. The 4 apartments he had received from the redevelopment were located together. The original owner had rented out 3 for profit, retaining only the smallest for himself. He took a taxi back to the base of the apartment complex. Wu Nai felt utterly drained. Downstairs, 2 elderly men were engrossed in a game of chess, and upon noticing Wu Nai, they greeted him. Old Wu, how did the checkup go? In his memories, the original owner frequently played chess with these 2 men, one named Wang, the other Liu. Wu Nai waved the crumpled diagnosis in his hand. Terminal. Just waiting to die now. Old Wang scoffed, turning to old Liu. Old Wu is surely exaggerating who speaks so loudly when facing cancer. Lao Lu nodded in agreement, saying, Lao Wu, come over to my house this evening for a drink. My son-in-law has brought me a goose. Wu Nai sighed. The original owner had been notoriously frugal throughout his life, with his only passion being alcohol. His liver cancer was likely linked to his drinking habits, along with that unfortunate cerebral thrombosis. Ignoring the 2 old men, he clumsily stepped into the elevator. Ding! As the elevator reached the 9th floor, the doors opened to reveal a flamboyantly dressed woman, heavily made up. She was none other than one of the original owner's tenants, Shaili Li. Upon seeing Wu Nai, Shaili Li immediately recoiled, aware that she was 2 months behind on her rent. Each time the original owner encountered her, he would demand payment. Realizing there was no escaping, Shaili Li brushed her hair behind her ear and stammered, Wu Di, I promise I will pay the rent next month. Wu Nai exited the elevator, brushing past Shaili Li, the strong scent of her perfume wafting toward him. Yet he felt no interest in anything at the moment and waved his hand dismissively, saying, the rent is waived. Shaili Li was left stunned and bewildered, barely noticing the elevator doors closing behind her. Slowly turning around with an incredulous tone, she asked, Wu Yi, are you joking? You really are waiving my rent? Wu Nai scrutinized Shaylee Li, noting her red camisole paired with a black miniskirt and black stockings. A closer look revealed her appealing figure, but her makeup suggested a dubious character. Given his memories of her nocturnal lifestyle, it was all too clear what her profession entailed. As Shaylee Li noticed Wu Nai examining her, she crossed her arms defiantly and remarked, If you're not collecting rent, you must be after something else, right? Wu Nai cleared his throat. He had intentions, but felt powerless. If you fear him seeking something more, then you should hurry and pay your rent. Doubting his benevolence, Shaylee Li scoffed. She had assumed her landlord was merely being kind, only to realize he was employing a different tactic to compel her to pay. Pressing the elevator button again, she called out to Wu Nai's retreating figure, He'll pay you the rent tomorrow, or the day after. Wu Nai pretended not to hear her as he retrieved his keys and opened the door to his apartment, 914. Gazing at the door number, he felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Apartments 911 to 914 were all owned by the original proprietor. Why had he left himself with 914? Was this not a prelude to his demise? As the door swung open, a musty odor assaulted his senses. The over 70 square meter apartment was cluttered with an assortment of collected cardboard, aluminum cans, and empty plastic bottles, mostly remnants of consumed alcohol. What should have been a spacious dwelling had been reduced to a mere 10 square meters of usable space, buried under heaps of refuse. On a wooden bed, salvaged from an unknown origin, lay a thin blanket. This was the original owner's resting place. As for air conditioning, washing machines, or any household appliances, they were conspicuously absent. How truly stingy, Wu Nai couldn't help but lament. In such a scene, no one would imagine he possessed $3 million in savings, along with 4 properties. He retrieved his ID and bank card. Realizing he had merely half a month to live, he had no desire to squander time here. Wouldn't it be delightful to book a presidential suite at a hotel? Just as he was about to leave, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding system successfully initiated host. Wu Nai age, 62 health status, on the brink of death. Countdown to death. 14 days for every time a female tenant is surprised. The reward is a 2-month reversal in age, and the countdown to death extends by 2 months. Note, accumulating rewards for 2 years will trigger a super reward host. Strive to survive. Wu Nai was taken aback. Then, a wave of elation surged within him. Indeed, his journey to this realm was not merely to be confined within a small box. He returned to the room and sat upon the dilapidated wooden bed. With each reward, he could reclaim 2 months of youth. If he continuously garnered rewards, could he not revert to his youthful self, becoming a sprightly young man of 20 once more? What, he wondered, could that super reward possibly entail? Chapter 2. The card swipe memories of the 3 tenants lingered in Wu Nai's mind. Tenant 911 was the elevator's encounter, Shalili. Tenant 912 was a policewoman, while Tenant 913 was a young nurse. Each had signed a 1-year lease with the previous occupant, and only a few months had passed. It seemed that in order to secure his survival, he would need to target these 3 women. How could he astonish the 3 female tenants? Wu Nai found himself deep in contemplation. Surprising someone was a simple task, yet any method could only be employed once. Fortunately, with 3 individuals, the same approach could be utilized thrice. What to do? Perhaps money? Presenting each of them with 100,000 would surely elicit surprise. However, such an expenditure was significant. If his lifespan were extended, yet his wealth diminished, what purpose would his existence serve? Would he once again lead a life of mediocrity? As Wu Nai glanced at the wrinkled diagnosis on the bed, inspiration struck. He had a plan. At this hour, all 3 women were out, and he decided to venture out to satiate his hunger. With newfound hope, his stomach rumbled. He arrived at a restaurant frequented by the previous occupant. The server cast a disinterested glance at Wu Nai, her tone laced with sarcasm. The usual? The previous occupant, known for his frugality, would typically order only a vegetable dish or simply a plate of peanuts, accompanied by the cheapest bulk liquor. This had become his customary practice, often occupying a table for hours and eliciting disdain from the staff. I'll have a bowl of sea cucumber porridge, Wu Nai declared. The server, taken aback, asked, Pardon? What would you like? With a hint of exasperation, Wu Nai replied, Seafood porridge, I know you serve it. Hurry and have the chef prepare it. His current physical state rendered him unable to consume anything more substantial, as his dental health was poor, and porridge was all he could manage. Regardless, the interest accrued in his bank account was sufficient for indulgence. "Sir, the seafood porridge is 98 yuan a serving. Are you sure?" the server inquired. "If you won't prepare it, I shall take my leave," Wu Nai retorted. The server quickly grasped his arm. If the manager learned she had turned away a customer, her wages would surely be docked. "What will you have to drink today, sir?" she asked. "No drinks, not anymore," Wu Nai replied. The server was once again surprised. But as she wasn't one of Wu Nai's tenants, her astonishment would not extend his lifespan. Since it was not mealtime, the restaurant was sparsely populated, allowing him to choose a seat at leisure. He pulled out the previous occupant's outdated mobile phone, which could only make and receive calls. By this time, smartphones had become commonplace among the youth, though evidently not for the penny-pinching former occupant. In his previous life, he had been a streamer of a game called Honor of Kings, and calculating the timeline, that game should have been released not long ago. Given his understanding of the game, wouldn't he easily triumph over the current players? The server arrived with a freshly prepared bowl of sea cucumber porridge placed before him. "Sir, you truly aren't having any liquor today?" She wondered aloud, perplexed, as this gentleman typically indulged in at least a couple of drinks, regardless of whether he ordered food. When I took a spoonful and found it quite palatable, he handed his bank card to the server. "Please, charge it." The server was flabbergasted. "Sir, is it necessary to swipe for 98 yuan? Wu Nai could only sigh in resignation. The original owner had no cash at home. With only a few dozen yuan in his pocket, he ordered, insisting that the restaurant must have a card machine. The waiter reluctantly took the bank card to the front desk for processing. A small bowl of congee was quickly consumed by Wu Nai. Just as he finished the last spoonful of the sea cucumber porridge, a gentle voice called from behind, "Grandpa Wu." Turning around, Wu Nai was pleasantly surprised by the sight of the speaker. With fair skin and a pure visage, she evoked feelings akin to first love. The newcomer was none other than Bai Shui, the nurse residing in room 913. She had come for a meal as well. It was not Wu Nai's intention to take advantage. In the original owner's memories, he held a fondness for Bai Shui, who was sweet and considerate, never causing him any trouble. Thus, he would affectionately refer to her as girl whenever they met. Bai Shui's appearance was indeed demure, perhaps owing to her profession as a nurse, and her speech was gentle. She had arranged to dine with friends. As they spoke, Bai Shui noticed Wu Nai's empty bowl and thought to herself that he remained as frugal as ever, only having a bowl of plain congee. "Grandpa, you should leave. I'll cover your porridge." At that moment, the waiter returned with the bank card, respectfully presenting it to Wu Nai. "The card has been processed, sir." Bai Shui was taken aback. Grandpa Wu actually paid by card? Ding, received surprise from Bai Shui, adding 60 days to lifespan. Had he completed a task? Had he earned a reward? Checking the system's countdown, his lifespan had indeed increased to 74 days. Wu Nai felt a surge of joy. Accumulating 2 years would grant him a super reward, leaving just 22 months. "Thank you, girl." Bai Shui was momentarily perplexed by his sudden gratitude. Seizing the moment, Wu Nai patted the adjacent seat, inviting Bai Shui to sit down. Since her friends had not yet arrived, she naturally took the vacant seat. The waiter stood by, observing the unfolding scene. Wu Nai inquired, "Do you have any other business?" The waiter shook her head. "No, not at all." Wu Nai replied, "Since you have nothing to do, you might as well take a break somewhere cool." He wanted to receive his reward from Bai Shui without the waiter's presence interfering. The waiter thought to herself that this gentleman was behaving unusually today. He usually didn't dare to make a sound in their restaurant. Yet now he was asking her to leave. Reluctantly, she stepped away. Bai Shui covered her mouth with a smile. "What is wrong, Grandpa? You seem in a rather unusual mood today." Wu Nai feigned a sorrowful sigh. "Girl, I need to discuss something serious with you." Bai Shui straightened her posture, listening intently. Wu Nai pulled out the diagnosis from his pocket. "I want to be living much longer." As a nurse, Bai Shui naturally understood the report on the diagnosis. Ding, received surprise from Bai Shui, adding 60 days to lifespan. Wu Nai could hardly suppress his triumphant smile. It worked. Indeed. Showing the diagnosis to the 3 tenants would elicit their astonishment. 120 days equated to 4 months. Surely life would improve. Bai Shui was still reeling from the shock, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. What a truly kind-hearted girl she was, Wu Nai mused. "Rest assured, for your sake, I want to be leaving this world any time soon." Bai Shui unfolded the report. "Old man, given your condition, how can you not fear death?" Wu Nai replied, "Child, I shall take your concern for me as genuine. Bai Shui soon realized her words were inappropriate and hastily gestured an apology. Old man, that was not my intention. Wu Nai waved his hand dismissively. It's all right. At my age, one learns to accept everything. However, I do have one request of you. Bai Shui's mind raced. Could it be that Wu Nai was about to make arrangements for his final affairs? How could she, at merely 22 years of age, bear such a heavy responsibility? I cannot do that, Wu grandfather. Wu Nai was momentarily taken aback. I merely wish for you to keep a secret. Please do not inform Xia Lili and Yu Qian. Is that too much to ask? If the other two tenants were to learn of this news prematurely, when he spoke of it later, their surprise would be lost, thus wasting a splendid opportunity. Oh, so you want me to keep it a secret? Bai Shui sighed in relief. Rest assured, Wu grandfather, I will certainly not disclose anything before you depart. Wu Nai genuinely expressed his gratitude, his tone lightening. Has your friend not yet arrived? I would like to treat you all to a meal. Bai Shui felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of Wu Nai treating them. She had assumed he had only consumed plain rice porridge earlier. Yet, internally, she was giving him a thumbs up, realizing that Wu Nai was indeed a true man, viewing life and death with indifference, joking and laughing while still willing to pay for her meal. Only Wu Nai understood the joy of suddenly gaining 4 months of life, a fortune beyond monetary value. Chapter 3. Eat whatever you wish. Sated and content, he returned to his disheveled room. He was waiting for Officer Yu Qian from apartment 912 to return home. As for Xia Lili, there was no need to wait for her today. Given her profession, returning by tomorrow morning would be considered early. He left the door slightly ajar, so he could hear the elevator open immediately. After all, with his current hearing, closing the door meant he would hear nothing at all. As a police officer, Yu Qian typically did not finish her shift on time. He waited until nearly 7 in the evening, when the elevator doors opened once more. Yu Qian emerged, her weary body dragging along. Wu Nai swiftly opened the door, rubbing his back, which had nearly given out on him. Ah, you. Yu Qian turned, and despite her fatigue, a smile graced her lips. Wu grandfather, you're still awake. Wu Nai glanced at the time in his room, realizing it was indeed only 7 o'clock. Why do you ask if I'm still awake? You just got off work, right? Yu Qian nodded. Is there something you need, Wu grandfather? When I produced the medical report and handed it to Yu Qian, my eyesight is failing. Could you please read what it says? Without suspicion, Yu Qian took the report and began to read it carefully. The more she read, the more alarmed she became. Stage 4 cancer? Severe diabetes? Grade 3 cerebral thrombosis. And there, in the name section, were the 2 characters of Wu Nai. Yu Qian's expression turned grave. Grandfather, you ding. Received Yu Qian's shock, gaining 60 days of life. Wu Nai couldn't help but chuckle. He felt a wave of comfort wash over him. He had just gained an additional 2 months of life. Yet Yu Qian was left bewildered. How could Wu grandfather still be laughing? As a police officer, she had familiarized herself with Wu Nai's family situation prior to renting, knowing he was childless and alone. If the other party were to learn that life was reduced to merely a few days, they would undoubtedly be unable to bear it. As I pondered how to gently convey this news, Wu Nai extended his hand. May I have the diagnosis report? What does it say? Yu Qian hesitated, fiddling with her nose. There's nothing serious, Grandpa Wu. She returned the diagnosis to Wu Nai. Inside, Wu Nai chuckled, recognizing the young girl as kindness. She could not bring herself to reveal the harsh truth. Thank you. Then I shall take my leave. Just as Wu Nai turned to depart, Yu Qian called out from behind. Grandpa Wu. What is it? Yu Qian licked her lips. Take care of your health, Grandpa. Eat whatever you wish. If you're reluctant to buy it, just let me know, and I will get it for you. Wu Nai felt compelled to commend Yu Qian. All right, and you can also seek my assistance whenever you need. Yu Qian watched as Wu Nai retreated to his room, suddenly feeling even more fatigued. She contemplated what she could do for Grandpa Wu before his passing. Upon returning to his room, an overwhelming drowsiness enveloped Wu Nai. Glancing at the clock, which read 7:10, he muttered, Goodness, am I truly going to bed at 7? His body could no longer withstand the strain, and he quickly succumbed to sleep on his rickety bed. When he finally opened his eyes again, it was already 5 in the morning. Wu Nai sighed. Once, he had been the champion of late nights, looking down upon those who rose early. Alas, he had become what he once scorned. Sigh. Yet, it was a relief to awaken. At this hour, Xia Lili should be returning soon, assuming no one had kept her overnight. He cracked the door open slightly, and half an hour later, with a ding, the elevator door slid open. Xia Lili, reeking of alcohol and carrying her bag, emerged from the lift. Wu Nai hurriedly stepped outside. Xia Lili. Shaylee grinned and attempted to evade him upon seeing him. Grandpa Wu, you're up so early. You haven't eaten yet. Have you? Let me go buy you breakfast. Wu Nai was well aware that she was merely seeking an excuse to escape, producing the diagnosis report hidden behind his back. He said, no escaping this time. I'm not asking for rent. Just help me decipher what's written here. Upon seeing the words diagnosis report, Shaylee exclaimed, oh, why do you want me to look at it? This wouldn't be a trick, would it? Nevertheless, she accepted the report from Wu Nai, glancing at the various data. Shaylee scoffed. Old man, is it really necessary to be so harsh over a mere 2 months' rent? She assumed it was a fabricated diagnosis intended to pressure her into paying. When I was taken aback, the situation was unfolding quite differently from his expectations. It's genuine. Shaylee thrust the diagnosis back into Wu Nai's hands. All right, I understand it's true, and I assure you I will pay the rent before you pass. Now, I need to go home and get some sleep. She swayed as she returned to her room. 911. Wu Nai exclaimed, what a misfortune. He should have known better than to trust Shaylee. System, may I change my tenant? He queried within his mind. Beep. The system has already bound 3 tenants and cannot be changed. If the tenant voluntarily vacates, the host will lose 1 source of reward. Damn it. Wu Nai stood in the corridor, expressing his frustration with an expletive. Gazing at the door of room 911, he was determined to obtain a reward from Shaylee. After all, it was merely a matter of working at a bar. He intended to summon her tonight. At that moment, the door of room 913 swung open, and Bai Shui emerged. Oh, Mr. Wu, what were you saying about ordering something for tonight? Wu Nai replied, just ordering a chicken. Bai Shui responded with a look of contentment. Well, it's fine to eat whatever you desire. Wu Nai was taken aback. What was going on? Why was everyone so concerned about what he wanted to eat? It made him suspect that he might not be around much longer. Bai Shui pressed the elevator button, saying, take care of your health. I must head to work now. Wu Nai waved her off and returned to his own home. Upon entering his chaotic dwelling, he realized that now he was not facing imminent death. It was time to live life well. With nothing to do during the day, he decided to hire a cleaning service to tidy up thoroughly. After all, living in a clean space was much more comfortable. He found a small advertisement for a cleaning service on the wall of the corridor. Sometimes, these little ads proved quite convenient, just as long as they weren't plastered on people's doors. After making a phone call, the cleaners arrived within half an hour, 2 women in their 40s. Wu Nai met them at the elevator, 500 yuan for a complete cleanup of the house, correct? One of the women nodded with a smile. Rest assured, sir, we are professionals. Wu Nai inquired, you can also help dispose of the garbage, right? The woman replied with a grin, of course, sir, we are professionals. Satisfied, Wu Nai gestured for them to follow him. As the door swung open, the 2 women were taken aback by the mountains of clutter within. Sir, if I were to give you 500 yuan, could you possibly enlighten me on how all this rubbish came to be here? Wu Nai, with his hands clasped behind his back, was well aware. This mess had taken the original occupant months to accumulate, as it was painstakingly transported from the trash bins downstairs. Let us get started. You can keep any money made from selling the junk. The women's expressions brightened slightly at this. Sir, this job will take us all day. You should find a place to rest while I call for more help. With nothing of value to steal at home, Wu Nai felt at ease to leave, heading straight to the largest mobile phone market in the city. It had been several days since he last played King of Glory, and he was feeling a bit restless. Chapter 4. Seeking the Grandmaster's guidance. Good sir, what kind of mobile phone are you interested in purchasing? We have special phones designed for the elderly, which not only feature loud sounds, but also an emergency call button, the young saleswoman eagerly introduced. Wu Nai examined the display models at the counter. Compared to 10 years later, the current phones seemed rather simplistic in his eyes. Even the most expensive model, in his opinion, lacked sufficient performance. The saleswoman leaned in to ask, Sir, are you buying a phone for your grandson? Our smartphones are exceptionally advanced, though they are somewhat pricey. Wu Nai sighed. Which one is the best? The salesperson's eyes lit up. It appeared this gentleman was willing to spend generously on his grandson. She carefully retrieved a particular model from the counter. Sir, this is the one. Priced at 888 yuan. It offers outstanding performance, and your grandson will surely adore it. Wu Nai was at a loss for words, and even engaged in tongue twisters with the salesperson. He had no children, let alone grandchildren. I can manage it myself, he declared. The salesperson paused. Sir, do you really know how to use it? Perhaps we should consider an older model? Although the old device lacked aesthetic appeal, it boasted durability and long battery life. The new model, while brimming with features, was rather cumbersome to operate. Are you jesting with me? Wunai inquired. The salesperson quickly dismissed the notion, concerned that Wunai might struggle with the smartphone and later would claim her devices were subpar. Wunai found the question of whether he could use a smartphone akin to asking if he could eat, feeling somewhat foolish in his response. Upon unlocking the screen, he immediately spotted the already downloaded game, Honor of Kings. He decided then and there, this is the one. He produced his bank card and handed it to the salesperson. Please process the payment. I want this. The salesperson, encountering an elderly customer who placed an order so decisively, was taken aback. Typically, older customers would deliberate for hours over a phone costing a mere $100. All right, sir, please hold on, the salesperson said, proceeding to process the card. Wunai tapped the game icon, and a long-forgotten sound effect filled the air. He inhaled deeply. It's all back. At that moment, two young individuals selecting phones nearby heard the game's notification sound and exchanged knowing glances upon seeing an elderly man holding the phone. Perhaps it's for his grandchildren. One mused. But how could someone of his age possibly play a newly released game like Honor of Kings? The two, being avid gamers themselves, aimed to form their own team for future professional competitions. Their visit to purchase a phone was primarily to hone their gaming skills. As they conversed, the phone emitted triumphant sounds. Triple kill, quadra kill, pentakill. They turned in astonishment towards Wunai, who set his phone down to stretch his hands. This body was truly unfit. Even a brief gaming session caused cramps. Fortunately, he had managed to eliminate the last opponent. As Wunai picked up his phone once more, the two youths gradually approached. When they observed his wrinkled hands deftly controlling the character, their astonishment deepened. This cannot be real. One of them remained speechless, captivated by Wunai's skillful maneuvers. Within mere seconds, their perception of gaming was revolutionized by his prowess. They watched intently as Wunai completed the match, while the salesperson returned with the bank card, choosing to remain silent and not interrupt. Wunai stowed his phone away and remarked nonchalantly, "Not bad, it will suffice." At that moment, he noticed the two young men standing behind him, their expressions a mix of awe and disbelief. Wunai felt a surge of caution. Do you need something? He feared they might attempt to snatch his newly acquired phone. In this day and age, an $8,000 device was no trivial matter. One of the youths spoke up. Sir, we wish to learn from you. Wunai was taken aback. Learn from me? What, to play games? The two young men nodded vigorously. Sir, your skills are remarkably smooth. Please, teach us. Wunai put away his bank card and phone, speaking earnestly. Young people, focus on your studies and refrain from excessive phone use. Can playing on your phone help you get into university? After finishing his words, he bid farewell to the salesperson and departed from the mall. However, two young men persistently followed closely behind him. Sir, please teach us. We are already university students, attending Fanghai University. Wunai paused to glance at them. Fanghai University was the finest institution in the province, admission being exceedingly challenging. Wunai responded. That makes it even less likely that I would teach you. Why not? The two young men asked, feeling quite helpless. Wunai would never admit that he was most irritated by individuals who excelled in both academics and gaming. Why should that be the case? Others struggle with their studies while gaming, yet you both manage to come first in every examination. There's no reason. I simply do not wish to teach you. With that, he resumed his walk toward home. The two young men, however, were unwilling to give up and continued to trail him. A police car pulled up along the roadside. Yu Qian stepped out and asked, Mr. Wu, what brings you here? You should be resting at home, considering your health. Wunai pointed at the two persistent followers behind him. You arrived just in time. Please help me send these two away. The young men felt a twinge of fear upon seeing Yu Qian in uniform. Yu Qian was puzzled as to why they were following Mr. Wu. What is going on? She inquired. The young men replied honestly, we wish to take this esteemed elder as our teacher. Yu Qian was taken aback. Mr. Wu had only a few days left to live, and they wanted to learn from him? Was he some sort of intangible cultural heritage successor? Curiously, she asked, what do you wish to learn? To play games. They answered straightforwardly. Yu Qian was momentarily stunned. How could Mr. Wu, of all people, be associated with gaming? Really? Fearing she would not believe them, the young men insisted. We are telling the truth. Yu Qian frowned. Regardless of the truth of your claims, your actions constitute harassment towards Mr. Wu. Depart immediately, or I will have to take you in for questioning. Despite being of similar age, her authoritative tone exerted considerable pressure on the young men. They quickly replied, all right, we will leave right away. After exchanging words, they reluctantly turned back, glancing over their shoulders as they departed. As they watched the young men walk away, Yuqian said, Mr. Wu, please get in the car. I will take you home. It was his first time riding in a police car, and he found the experience surprisingly pleasant. Inside the vehicle, with only Yuqian and himself, Wu Nai inquired, do you know which karaoke venue Shaili Li is at? Yuqian was aware of the situation regarding Shaili Li's 2 months' worth of unpaid rent. She thought to herself, Mr. Wu is quite bold. Even with his limited time left, he intends to confront her about the rent. You should return home first. I will help you collect the rent from her tonight, and I will ensure you get it back, she assured him, wanting to ease his worries. Wu Nai replied, no, I wish to support her work. Yuqian nearly collided with the guardrail upon hearing this. Once she steadied the car, she asked, Mr. Wu, do you know what Shaili Li does at the bar? Wu Nai replied, isn't it just singing with people, chatting, drinking, and letting them take advantage? Yuqian felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Uncle Wu, you seem quite knowledgeable. I wonder if you have been pondering this matter for some time. Wu Nai nearly forgot the other party's identity as a police officer and cleared his throat. How could that be? I merely learned about it from television. Just tell me the name, will you? Yuqian replied earnestly, recently, the city has been cracking down on illegal activities. You must be cautious, uncle, and ensure your reputation remains untarnished. Chapter 5. Consumption upon returning to the community in a police car. Yuqian ultimately disclosed the name of the bar where Sha Lily worked. Leaning out of the car window, she called out, Uncle Wu, take care of your health. Don't let excitement lead to any mishaps. Wu Nai waved goodbye. As he reached the entrance of the building, a large truck was busy loading garbage, while 2 movers engaged in casual conversation. Can you believe all this was taken from a single household? Who would have thought such a small space could hold so much junk? Wu Nai quietly passed by the 2 men, taking the elevator directly to the upper floor. He found that most of the garbage had already been cleared away, significantly opening up the space. 2 hired cleaners were diligently scrubbing the floors. Welcome back, old man. Do you have any idea how much effort it took to clear all that clutter? Wu Nai replied, those items could easily fetch a couple of thousand yuan. That should suffice as compensation for you. The 2 women chuckled, surprised that the old man understood the market so well. Wu Nai inspected each room, finding them relatively tidy, though remnants of garbage remained that were impossible to eliminate, such as mildew stains and scuff marks on the walls, which would require professional renovation to repaint. Noticing the dilapidated wooden bed, Wu Nai said, please help me dispose of that bed as well. The building had an elevator, making the removal of items uncomplicated. One woman inquired, old man, if you get rid of the bed, where will you sleep? Wu Nai pulled out his newly purchased smartphone and casually searched for a furniture company that offered home delivery. Now that he had money, what could he not acquire? A few clicks later, he successfully placed the order. All right, the new bed will be delivered shortly. The 2 women looked at Wu Nai with astonishment. The smartphone still seemed a novel concept to them. They had not anticipated that this elderly gentleman could navigate his device so adeptly. One remarked, my son is also quite skilled with his phone. Do you shop online, old man? Asked another. Indeed, replied Wu Nai. My son does too. Can you video chat, Grandpa? I can, Wu Nai answered. So can my son. She exclaimed. I understand you wish to showcase your son's talents, but must you involve me in your boasting? Laughter erupted from the other woman, unable to contain herself. Her friend, known for her penchant for bragging about her child, had finally met her match. Approximately an hour later, the delivery workers brought the 1-meter-8 bed to the 9th floor, complete with a mattress and a brand new 4-piece bedding set, all of which Wu Nai had purchased in one go. The room was nearly organized, and the 2 women assisted in positioning the items. Wu Nai took out his wallet and handed over 500 yuan, which the 2 women accepted with wide smiles. He kindly remarked, Sir, do take a rest. If there's any work, let us handle it. Wu Nai responded, is it complimentary? He chuckled, haha, I can offer you a 99 discount. Wu Nai laughed. Such a significant discount, I will certainly seek you out next time. Once everyone had departed, Wu Nai reclined on his comfortable new bed, feeling utterly content. In the afternoon, he contacted the mobile company to install the fastest internet connection for his home. After the installation was complete, Wu Nai heard the sound of high heels clicking outside. It seemed that Shaili Li was off to work. Hee, I wonder if she will be surprised when she sees me. Intentionally waiting an additional half hour, Wu Nai then made his way to the bar where Shaili Li worked. Upon entering a taxi, the driver inquired, where to, sir? Wu Nai adjusted his attire and replied, Red Romance Bar. The driver exchanged a knowing glance. Ah, you're going for a good time, are you? Wu Nai cleared his throat lightly. I'm here to meet someone. The driver started the car, saying, I understand, I get it. I prefer to have the same therapist for my foot massages too. But let me advise you, it's best to keep it business with the girls inside. Don't get emotionally involved. It only leads to financial loss. Wu Nai replied. Tell me more about your stories with the foot massage girls. The driver smirked. Such matters are best summarized rather than detailed. How could I share them with others? The taxi pulled up at the entrance of Red Romance Bar, and after paying, Wu Nai alighted. Observing the lavish facade of the bar, he clicked his tongue in admiration, wondering if Shaylee Li would rank highly within. As he stepped into the lobby, a young server approached him. Hello, sir. This is a bar. The senior activity center is next door. Indeed, the adjacent establishment was a senior activity center, and it was not uncommon for elderly patrons to mistakenly wander into the bar. A scenario the staff had grown accustomed to. When I surveyed the bar's environment and reassured, I haven't made a mistake. I'm here to indulge. The young server paused, a bit taken aback. Wu Nai produced a 100 yuan bill and handed it over. A tip. Please find me a quiet private room. The cash was withdrawn specifically for this occasion from the bank after purchasing his new phone, as using a card everywhere proved to be quite inconvenient. The server thought to himself, wow, this gentleman knows how to enjoy himself. His demeanor shifted to one of respect as he accepted the bill, beaming, please follow me, sir. I have just the right place. Leading him to a room at the far end of the corridor, the server announced, this is it, sir. Though the room is small, it is private and soundproof, allowing you to enjoy your time without disturbance. Wu Nai inspected the room and found it satisfactory. The server eagerly suggested, shall I fetch some ladies for you to choose from? Wu Nai settled onto the plush couch in the room, crossing his legs. No need to bring too many. Is there someone named Shaylee Li in your establishment? The server hesitated, repeating the name, Shaylee Li? We don't have anyone by that name. This revelation took Wu Nai by surprise. The information provided by Yu Qian could not be wrong. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Who would use their real name in this line of work? The crucial detail was that he didn't even know what Shaylee Li's stage name was. The waiter whispered, Sir, shall I bring a few young ladies for your perusal? I assure you, they are all youthful, beautiful, and delightful company. Wu Nai found himself in a predicament. If he truly laid eyes on another, wouldn't he be reduced to mere consumer status? In a moment of reverie, Wu Nai recalled that Shaylee Li had a beauty mark at the corner of her eye and inquired, I visited last time. And there was a girl with a beauty mark at the corner of her eye. Do you know her name? The waiter, without hesitation, responded, it must be Shalina. As she is the only one here with such a mark. Shaylee Li Shalina? How amusingly clever of that little girl to name herself so. Wu Nai affirmed. That's her. Please summon her and bring me a fruit platter. The waiter asked, does the esteemed elder not wish for any beverages? How could this frail life endure such strains? Alcohol was secondary. The primary concern was the company. I understand. Allow me to fetch her immediately. With that, the waiter hurriedly left the private room. Chapter 6. My brother is Shunlu. Upon hearing her name being called, Shaylee Li initially felt a surge of excitement. However, upon discovering that it was an elderly gentleman, she wondered if he might be yet another eccentric. She had encountered older patrons before, whose requests were so bizarre that even she, with her peculiarities, found them unsettling, particularly those who expected 1,000 yuan's worth of service for a mere 100. Even inquiring if they could use their health insurance card. The waiter reassured her, fear not. This gentleman is particularly generous. He is clearly a regular. Shaylee Li grabbed her small backpack. Very well, let me go meet him. She followed the waiter to the innermost private room, where he subtly gestured. Shaylee Li cast a glance at the gentleman before lightly knocking on the door. Greetings, esteemed guest. I have arrived. She slowly pushed open the door. Wu Nai, savoring the fruit platter within, raised his gaze to meet Shaylee Li's eyes. Ding. Receiving surprise from Shaylee Li, an increase of 60 days to lifespan noted. Wu Nai felt a sense of comfort. Finally, he had garnered a reward from Shaylee Li. Shaylee Li was puzzled. How could it be him? Wu Nai set down the watermelon rind. What's wrong? Is it unacceptable for me to indulge? Is this truly a place you can frequent? Shaylee Li had witnessed Wu Nai scavenging before. She had seen him scrimp and save. Growing impatient, she urged, you must leave quickly. Do you have any idea how much it costs to partake here? Enough to rummage through trash bins for half a year. The waiter outside was bewildered, unable to comprehend why a customer was being ushered out, nor what was meant by rummaging through trash bins. He had appeared rather affluent, when tipping moments ago. Shaylily explained, "This is my landlord. He is just here for amusement." Wunai, having come all this way and earned a system reward, was reluctant to depart. He produced 500 yuan and placed it on the table, declaring, "Today, I intend to indulge. If you refuse to attend to me, I shall file a complaint." Shaylily rushed to his side, whispering, "I still owe you 2 months of rent. I will pay you back when we return. You must leave quickly." Wunai, however, turned to the waiter by the door. "Can I file a complaint against her for attempting to evict me?" The waiter scratched his head, utterly perplexed by the situation unfolding before him. "According to the regulations, you are entitled to file a complaint against her, and our boss will deduct her salary." Upon hearing about the salary deduction, Shaylily felt a pang of fear, glaring at Wunai but refraining from mentioning his departure again. The waiter bowed slightly, saying, "Enjoy yourself, sir," and gently closed the door. Once assured of the waiter's departure, Shaylily, with a fierce demeanor, inquired, "How do you wish to proceed?" Wunai responded, "What attitude is that? Do you believe I won't report you?" Shaylily retorted, "Oh, come on." She had never anticipated being put at a loss by a man over 60. Switching to a gentler tone, she asked, "Very well, dear sir, what would you like to do?" Wunai leaned back and requested, "Feed me some fruit." Gritting her teeth, Shaylily placed a grape into Wunai's mouth. As he chewed, he commented, "Not bad." Shaylily then remarked, "Do you have any idea how much it costs to visit us?" "It's equivalent to my monthly rent." Wunai spat out the grape skin and replied, "Isn't that just perfect? Since you are unwilling to pay the rent, I might as well use that money for my indulgence." Shaylily was momentarily bewildered, finally responding, "But wait, I haven't given you my rent. You're spending your own money, aren't you?" Quick to react, Wunai chuckled, "If this compels you to pay your rent, doesn't that solve the issue?" Shaylily gritted her teeth in frustration. Wunai continued, "Stop grinding your teeth and sing a song for me." "Sing? No way." Ultimately succumbing to the threat of a complaint, Shaylily vowed internally that she would never pay the rent and would ensure Wunai paid dearly. A visit to the karaoke bar would cost at least 2,000. She doubted Wunai would dare return. "What would you like to hear?" As a service staff member at a karaoke bar, singing and dancing were fundamental skills. Wunai suggested, "How about we workers have strength?" Shaylily grumbled, "I don't know how to sing that." Wunai countered, "Then how about the red flower of Shandan?" If she had a knife at that moment, she would undoubtedly not hesitate to eliminate Wunai. "No," she said. Wunai teased, "You can't sing this nor that. What can you do? Should I file a complaint against you?" At that moment, the door to the private room was thrust open, startling Wunai, who thought it might be the police come to raid. Instead, 3 burly thugs stood outside. Among them was a man resembling a tough brother, adorned with embroidered tattoos, who arrogantly declared, "I want to see who dares to snatch my Shalina." Upon seeing the newcomers, Shaylily quickly rose. "Shunlu, why didn't you call? I could have come to greet you at the door." Her demeanor shifted from disdainful to welcoming. The man named Shunlu glanced at Wunai on the sofa. The dim lighting obscured his features, but he could ascertain there was only one person present. "Is he taking advantage of my absence to entertain you?" Despite her disdain for Wunai, Shaylily couldn't bear the thought of him being harmed. She quickly linked her arm with Shunlu's and cooed, "Not at all. He is my relative. Come to visit me." Shunlu retorted, "Turn on the lights. I want to see what this relative of yours looks like." The lights in the room were switched on by one of his subordinates. Wunai regarded the man with a face full of bulk and found him somewhat familiar. Shunlu, noticing Wunai's familiarity, hesitated momentarily before asking, "Are you Lord One?" Wu Nakin found the man before him oddly familiar, as a fragment of memory surfaced. Before the original owner relocated, a man, pursued and wounded, had fled to his home. The original owner had hidden him and tended to his wounds, sheltering him for 2 days. Upon closer inspection, he realized this was the very man, Shunlu. Shunlu's demeanor was warm yet respectful. "It's me, sir. Your old house has been relocated. I searched for you several times, but couldn't find you." Ding, received surprise from Shaylily, gaining 60 additional days of life. Wu Nakin felt a surge of delight. He had come, he had arrived. Another 60 days added to his lifespan. This few $100s was well spent. Shaylily was astonished that Wu Nakin knew Shunlu, a local notorious figure whom even the bar owner dared not provoke. Moreover, Shunlu appeared to hold Wu Nakin in high regard. Wu Nakin was equally surprised to encounter someone he had once saved. Fate had deemed that the man was destined for good fortune after his brush with death. Since Shunlu wished to offer her service, he would take her along. Shunlu sat beside Wu Nakin. "How could that be, sir? She is your relative, hence, she is mine as well. Would I dare to mistreat my own kin?" Xiaolili, bewildered, wondered how she had become Xuanliu's relative. Did this mean no one would dare to bully her in the nightlife? With this thought, she hurriedly positioned herself beside the two men. Brother Shunlu, Uncle Wu. With Xuanliu's arrival, Xiaolili no longer called Wu Nakin old man, but referred to him as Uncle Wu. Wu Nakin turned to Xiaolili. How can you call him brother? He is my comrade. You should address him as uncle. Haven't you heard my brother call Shunlu? Shunlu and the others had not seen that particular television drama, but Xiaolili had watched it during her leisure time. She shot a resentful glance at Wu Nakin, who was now teasing her. Shunlu excitedly nodded. Indeed. What Wu Gu says is correct. From now on, I am your uncle, Shalina. Xiaolili felt a pang of despair. Being called a sister was lovely, but now she had been demoted in status. Nevertheless, being under Xuanliu's protection made it all inconsequential. Chapter 7. Hospitalization, as Wu Nakin had no desire to drink. The three of them sat in the room, munching on sunflower seeds and chatting. Suddenly, Shunlu turned to his younger brother and said, Go find a few girls to entertain Wu Gu. Wu Nakin quickly waved his hands. No need, no need. A relative should not be treated as an outsider. Xiaolili glared at Wu Nakin in indignation, realizing that he had suddenly become frugal. Nevertheless, the two younger brothers followed Xuanliu's orders and swiftly exited to find some girls. Shunlu patted Wu Nakin's thigh. Today, Wu Gu will listen to me. Let my niece rest for the day. Before long, the two younger brothers returned, leading four vibrant and youthful girls into the private room. The girls, clad in revealing attire and beaming smiles, immediately flocked to Shunlu. Brother Shunlu finally remembers us. Shunlu directed two of the girls. Go to my Wu Ji's side. If you don't make him happy today, you shall know the consequences. As Wu Nakin beheld the girls' exceedingly short skirts and their fair thighs, he suddenly felt a heaviness in his chest, struggling to breathe. Then, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Crap! What happened to Wu Gu? Shunlu exclaimed in alarm. Shaili hurriedly checked Wu Nai's condition, placing her hand beneath his nose for a brief moment. He was still breathing. It seemed he had merely fainted from excitement. What on earth are you so excited about? Hurry and take him to the hospital, she exclaimed. Time passed, and Wu Nai eventually regained consciousness. He reflected on his frail body, likening it to a dilapidated bicycle that falters at critical moments. He slowly opened his eyes to find Shaili and Bai Shui standing by his side. They had brought him to the hospital where Bai Shui worked. Wu Di, you have finally awakened, Bai Shui said with concern. Shaili felt a sense of relief, but maintained an expression of disdain, thinking to herself how foolish it was for him to seek thrills in such a state. Upon hearing Shaili's jibe at Wu Di, Bai Shui immediately defended him. Given his condition, could you refrain from saying such things? Shaili thought to herself, you have no idea how that old man behaves in a bar. Fine. The sun is up. I'm going home to sleep. You can take care of the old man, she declared before leaving. Afterward, Bai Shui inquired with genuine concern. Is there anywhere else you feel unwell, Di? Wu Nai replied, I simply feel discontent. Last night, two long-legged beauties had nearly sat beside him, only for him to lose consciousness. How could he accept such a defeat? Discontent? Bai Shui did not grasp the meaning. With the two rewards from last night, he had gained a total of 300 days of life, effectively rejuvenating his body by 10 months. He had just over a year remaining before his ultimate reward. Wu Nai's fighting spirit ignited. Indeed, he must continue to stir things up and astonish the three women to keep reaping rewards. Looking at Bai Shui, who wore an expression of concern, he asked, Di is hungry. Could you fetch me something to eat? Bai Shui promptly nodded. What would you like, Di? In the ward, apart from Wu Nai, there were two other elderly patients, both observing his exchange with Bai Shui. Wu Nai requested, I want to eat pork knuckle. Bai Shui responded with a peculiar expression. Do you truly wish to have pork knuckle this early in the morning? The system remained silent, indicating that such a simple request did not elicit any astonishment from her, nor would it yield any rewards from the system. He needed to do something unexpected. Then please fetch me 2 steamed buns, he amended. Understood, Di. I will go get them right away, Bai Shui replied, stepping out of the ward. Suddenly, the patient in the next bed called out, I want breakfast too. Bai Shui halted and smiled at the patient in bed too, of course. What would you like me to bring back? The patient replied, I want pork knuckle. Bai Shui responded, bed too. You cannot eat greasy food because of your condition. And where do you expect me to find pork knuckle this early? How about I bring you some buns instead? The patient in bed too erupted in anger. Do you even know who I am? You can't even manage to fetch a simple meal. Do you want me to call the director and have you fired? Bai Shui's eyes instantly welled with tears, She often encountered such unreasonable patients, not to mention calling the director. Even a single complaint would compel the head nurse to force an apology, regardless of who was right or wrong. When I turned to the patient in bed too, "What ailment do you suffer from?" The patient glared back, "What does my illness have to do with you?" His discontent stemmed from observing the special attention Bai Shui bestowed upon Wu Nai, prompting him to create difficulties for her. To his astonishment, a nearby individual dared to converse with him. Wu Nai rose from his bed, donned his shoes, and approached the second bed. Each hospital bed was accompanied by a care card detailing the patient's name, age, and condition. Name: Hu Yue. Age: 58. Illness: cerebral infarction. Wu Nai sought to ascertain the nature of the man's ailment, curious to see if he could overpower him. Though 4 years younger, Hu Yue, recently rescued from a cerebral infarction, likely possessed little strength. Bai Shui and the patient in the second bed stared at Wu Nai in bewilderment, uncertain of his intentions. Hu Yue, incensed, exclaimed, "What right do you have to look at my card? Even in death, I would not care for you." Bai Shui, furious, recalled Wu Nai's diagnosis. Aware that he had little time left, how could one speak to him in such a manner? Before Bai Shui could voice her objections, Wu Nai bent down, removed his shoes, and lunged at Hu Yue, delivering a flurry of blows. "Let you spew such filth, let you act so pretentiously." Ding, received Bai Shui's astonishment. Lifespan increased by 60 days. Wu Nai, momentarily elated, pondered how to secure further rewards when this old man presented an opportunity. He felt compelled to express his gratitude. Bai Shui, momentarily stunned, rushed forward to intervene. "Sir, please calm down. Do not let yourself be further agitated." Wu Nai pointed his shoe at Hu Yue, declaring, "Do not let me see you again. Every time I do, I will strike you." Hu Yue, his face marked with shoe prints, trembled as he declared, "I will call the police. I will have you arrested." Wu Nai retaliated, slapping the sole of his shoe against Hu's mouth. "I dare you to call the police. I dare you." It was only when several doctors rushed into the corridor that Wu Nai was finally restrained. Hu Yue's family members soon returned to the ward. He had merely stepped out to use the restroom, only to find his father beaten to a pulp. The perpetrator was even older than his father. Hu Yue shouted at his son, "Call the police immediately. Have them deal with him." Bai Shui interjected to clarify, "Your father initiated the insults. Wu Deyi merely retaliated." Yet, Hu Yue's son refused to listen to reason, believing their family was solely a victim of bullying. When had they ever been the ones bullied? He pulled out his phone and dialed the police. Meanwhile, Wu Nai nonchalantly reclined on his hospital bed. After all, his diagnosis indicated he had over 10 days left to live. What could the police possibly do to him? He beckoned to the anxious Bai Shui. "My dear, please go buy some buns. I find myself feeling hungrier after exertion." Bai Shui was incredulous. In such a moment, he still thought of eating buns. Chapter 8. I object. The police arrived promptly. Bai Shui had yet to return with the buns when they entered the ward. 2 young officers inquired who had reported the incident. Hu Yue's son quickly raised his hand, declaring, "It was I. My name is Hu Now. My father has been assaulted." The officers surveyed the room, noting only the 2 patients in the other beds. "The person who harmed your father fled?" Hu Now pointed at Wu Nai, lying on the bed. "He is the one. My father was assaulted by him." The 2 officers were taken aback. The age of this man likely surpassed that of their own fathers. How could he possibly be the assailant? They inquired of Wu Nai, "Sir, did you strike the other individual?" Wu Nai glanced at Hu Yue, who, in an effort to preserve evidence, still bore the imprint of a shoe on his face. How could one claim that he had assaulted anyone? "I merely taught him a lesson. It's not my fault he can't articulate himself and spends his days spewing nonsense." The 2 officers exchanged wry smiles. Was that not an assault? Fuming with rage, Hu Yue shouted at the young officers, "Are you even qualified to be police officers? Hurry up and arrest him. Put handcuffs on him." Hu Now, adding fuel to the fire, urged, "Comrades, please restrain him immediately. He is a dangerous individual." The father and son duo harmonized in their insistence that the officers take swift action, as if Wu Nai had not merely struck Hu Yue, but had dismembered him. Raising their voices, the officers declared, "Everyone, please calm down. We must understand the circumstances before making a judgment." Outside the ward, a crowd of doctors and patients had gathered. Peering inside, the sight of spectators only emboldened Hu Yue and his son, who now pointed at the shoe print on his father's face, exclaiming, "Look, everyone, the imprint is right there. And the police still say they need to investigate? Is this not clear? I believe the police are deliberately shielding the perpetrator." The officer's expression soured at the accusation, yet they were unable to silence Hu Nao by force. Unexpectedly, when I spoke up, indeed, I struck him. The shoe print is a result of my actions. One officer sighed. Then why did you resort to violence? Wu Nai nonchalantly replied. He provoked me, so I hit him. It's as simple as that. Hu Nao tugged at the officer's arm, insisting, Did you hear that? He admits to it. My father neither provoked nor insulted him. And yet he was mercilessly assaulted. Is there no law or justice? Hu Yue, playing along, covered his face and moaned dramatically from his bed. The officers pulled Hu Nao's hand away, stating, We are enforcing the law. Please refrain from physical contact. Hu Nao released his grip. I barely touched you. But he struck my father over 100 times. Oh, my dear father. The room was filled with chaos, each person crying out in distress. At that moment, Bai Shui entered the ward, holding a bag of freshly purchased buns, her eyes wide with excitement. Officers, there is a reason behind Wu Deyi's actions. I can clarify. Hu Nao pointed at Bai Shui, his face flushed with anger. What can you explain? My father was assaulted in your ward. You bear significant responsibility. If you do not provide me with a resolution, I will not let this go. Tears streamed down Bai Shui's face. How had it come to this? It was Hu Yue who had made unreasonable demands and resorted to insults, yet somehow the blame fell upon her. Hu Nao continued to yell, Stop pretending to cry. My father has stated that you are in cahoots with this old man. When I sat up and grasped Bai Shui's hand, Let me handle this, girl. Bai Shui trembled with indignation. Wu Deyi, your health. When I produced his medical report, it is precisely because of my condition that I am better suited to deal with him. He then spoke with a sense of melancholy. In any case, I have only a few days left to live. Before I depart, I shall take one with me. I am curious to see who wishes to accompany me on this journey. In a moment of silence, everyone in the room ceased their chatter. An officer received the medical report from Wu Nai, and as he examined the various diagnoses, he was struck by the severity of the condition. Such a grave ailment would incapacitate most, yet this elderly gentleman still had the strength to strike. Turning to the oblivious Hu Nao, he inquired, Are you truly certain you wish to pursue accountability? Hu Nao, casting a skeptical glance at the report, furrowed his brow upon reading the diagnoses. This must be a fabrication. I've never encountered a dying man with such vigor. Bai Shui, overcome with emotion, exclaimed, How could it possibly be false? Wu Deyi is in such a state. And you still wish to target him? At that moment, a doctor, intrigued by the commotion, entered the room. He had attended to Wu Nai during his hospitalization the previous night. Upon seeing the doctor, Bai Shui pleaded, Dr. Zhao, could you please clarify the truth of last night's examinations for them? Dr. Zhao surveyed the Hu father and son. As he was responsible for all the patients in the ward, he was acutely aware of how troublesome this duo could be. We conducted a comprehensive examination on this patient last night, and his condition is indeed quite dire. Dr. Zhao's words unequivocally confirmed the authenticity of the medical report. However, Hu Nao brandished the report defiantly, stating, Even if it is genuine, I intend for him to perish in prison. The two officers were newcomers to the police force and had never dealt with such a convoluted case. Given Wu Nai's health status, they hesitated to take coercive action, especially since the other party had merely struck him with a shoe sole. The only truly troublesome aspect was the Hu father and son. One of the officers suggested, We recommend that both parties engage in mediation. I refuse. Came the simultaneous protests from Hu Nao, Hu Yue, and Wu Nai. Even the Hu father and son were momentarily taken aback. They did not wish for mediation, seeking instead to see the other party punished severely. What did the refusal of mediation imply? Did they not desire retribution, nor were they willing to pay? Wu Nai was adamant about not paying. Compensating the Hu family would be an affront to his dignity. The two young officers felt utterly at a loss and resorted to calling for assistance. Approximately 5 to 6 minutes later, Yu Qian arrived at the hospital in a flurry. She was the mentor of the two young officers. Outside the ward, a young officer recounted the situation in detail to Yu Qian. Neither party is willing to accept mediation? She inquired. The young officer nodded. Neither side is accommodating. Yu Qian sighed, recognizing that cases involving the elderly were particularly challenging, especially when illness loomed, complicating matters further. It was no wonder her apprentices had summoned her. Let us proceed inside and assess the situation. Upon discovering that Wu Nai was the patient in the bed, Yu Qian gasped, Wu Deyi, how is it you? Ding, received surprise from Yu Qian, granting an additional 60 days of life. Wu Nai chuckled, unexpectedly delighted. He owed a debt of gratitude to those two individuals with the surname Hu. The Hu father and son, perplexed, wondered how this elderly man was acquainted with everyone. Wu Nai smiled and said, I apologize for troubling you with this visit. Yu Qian replied, It is no trouble. This is indeed my duty. However, Wu Diyi, how is it that you came to strike someone? Wu Nai rubbed his palms together, reflecting on his advancing age. One must indulge occasionally. A villain must have their villainous moments, and I am willing to embrace this role of the great antagonist. Hu now shouted defiantly, You dare to mistreat my father. Yet you lack the courage to confront me? In response, Wu Nai seized a vase from the bedside table and hurled it towards Hu Nao. Consider it a fulfillment of your wish. Hu Nao, quick on his feet, dodged the projectile. Officer, did you witness that? He dares to strike me in your presence. The room fell silent, each individual harboring a singular thought. Was it not you who invited such treatment? Chapter 9. Just you wait. As tensions escalated, Yu Qian swiftly intervened, urging, Everyone, let us remain calm. She turned to the Hu father and son. This matter must be resolved. What would satisfy you? At that moment, Wu Nai addressed Bai Shui, Child, please fetch me a kitchen knife. Bai Shui gasped in alarm. Grandfather Wu, what are your intentions? The room's attention shifted to Wu Nai, all too aware of the implications of his request for a knife. Hu now exchanged a glance with his father, anxiety bubbling within them. The diagnosis was genuine. The prognosis dire. They had little time left. If Wu Nai were to take them along in his final moments, it would be an unbearable injustice. Though Hu Yue, being older, might fare somewhat better, Hu now, still in his 30s, would have nowhere to express his grief. In a hushed tone, Hu now suggested to his father, Father, perhaps we should settle for a monetary compensation? Before his father could respond, Wu Nai interjected, I have no money. Ask them. I spend my days scavenging for scraps. Where would I procure funds? Hu now found himself momentarily speechless. They had already made concessions, and yet Wu Nai expected to part without offering a single coin? Was his father's dignity so easily disregarded? Yu Qian and Bai Shui exchanged glances. Although it was true that Wu Nai scavenged, he also owned 4 properties. However, now was not the time to expose that truth. Yu Qian affirmed, Indeed, Grandfather Wu has been a scavenger for years. I can attest to that. Bai Shui added, I can confirm it as well. The Hu father and son shared a look of evident dissatisfaction with this outcome. Wu Nai beckoned to Bai Shui, Please, go fetch me that kitchen knife. Once I handle this matter, officers, you may apprehend and judge as necessary. I am prepared to pay the ultimate price. Hu now, bewildered, questioned, What is this? You, on the brink of death, speak of paying with your life? You might not even survive long enough for a trial. Hu You's expression darkened. He had felt the force of Wu Nai's earlier assault. If Wu Nai wielded a knife, he would be utterly defenseless. Officers, can you not detain him? After all, he is on the verge of death. Why not eliminate the threat? Yu Qian replied, It is impossible for us to resort to lethal force. Even when apprehending a murderer, we must adhere to the law and present them for judicial proceedings. Hu Yue, trembling with indignation, pointed at Wu Nai. Did you not hear him express his intent to procure a knife to kill me? Yu Qian shook her head. This gentleman merely mentioned acquiring a kitchen knife. He did not explicitly state he intended to commit murder. Hu Yue nearly succumbed to rage-induced illness, while his son, Hu Nao, recognized that pursuing legal retribution against Wu Nai would require immense effort and yield little reward. He quietly leaned towards his father's ear and whispered, Father, let the police leave first. I will handle this matter myself. We can find someone to incapacitate him, and then there will be no danger. Hu You's eyes gleamed with a fierce determination as he found this approach commendable. It not only avenged their grievances but also eliminated future threats. All right, go find someone. I will deal with them, he instructed. Hu now nodded in compliance. Be careful, father. He feared that while he sought assistance, the adversaries might take advantage of the opportunity to harm his father. Even if they did not resort to lethal measures, a beating would still be unbearable for him. Rest assured, father has navigated the world for many years and will not suffer the same loss twice, Hu Yue reassured him. After Hu Nao departed, Hu Yue addressed Qian and the other officers, You may leave now. I have forgiven him. Qian and the 2 other officers exchanged skeptical glances, having witnessed the whispered conversation between the father and son. Now that the son had just left, the father proclaimed forgiveness, clearly harboring ulterior motives. Qian cautioned, Mr. Wu, inflicting harm is unjustifiable, but retaliation through violence would also constitute a legal offense. Hu Yue spat dismissively. You did nothing when he struck me. Is it a crime for him to be punished? Hurry and leave. I have already pardoned him. so your involvement is unnecessary. He was merely awaiting his son's return with assistance to thoroughly subdue Wu Nai, rendering him incapable of self-sufficiency. At which point he would see how formidable Wu Nai truly was. Concerned for Wu Nai's safety, Qian inquired, "Would you like me to escort you home, Mr. Wu?" Under previous circumstances, Wu Nai would have readily accepted Qian's offer. A gentleman would not stand beneath a perilous wall, especially not when he was an elderly man. However, the situation had changed. With his loyal ally Shunlu by his side, Wu Nai sensed something amiss during the hushed conversation between the Hu father and son. Consequently, he sent a message to Shunlu to bring a few men over. Shunlu, eager to visit him at the hospital, promptly agreed. Wu Nai said to Qian, "Since he is no longer pursuing the matter, you may leave. I have health insurance and will need to rest for a few days." Qian's heart raced. This was not merely a financial issue. The other party clearly had ulterior motives. Yet, under Wu Nai's insistence, she had no choice but to depart. Before leaving, she instructed Bai Shui, "Contact me immediately if anything arises." Bai Shui nodded in acknowledgement. With the police gone and the onlookers outside dispersing, Wu Nai sat up in bed and retrieved the shoe from the floor. Bai Shui rushed to intervene. "Mr. Wu, please remain calm." Despite Wu Nai's frail condition, he was not someone a young girl could easily restrain. Wu Nai lunged forward, mercilessly striking Hu Youwei's face with the sole of the shoe, exclaiming, "So you sent someone after me, did you? This is far from over." Hu Youwei raised his hands to shield his face. Astonished that he had just assured his son he would not suffer a second loss in the same matter, only to find himself on the receiving end of a blow. He could not fathom that immediately after the police departed, Wu Nai would dare to attack him. "Just wait. You will come to regret this." Wu Nai swung the shoe relentlessly. "I am waiting. Let us see what you can do." At that moment, Shunlu entered the ward with two of his companions, remarking, "Ah, Brother Wu, I see you are working out." Wu Nai, having exhausted himself, tossed the shoe onto the floor, breathing heavily. "You arrived quite swiftly." Shunlu paid no heed to Wu Nai's plight, as he made his living through violence, instructing his underlings to place the supplements they had brought onto the cabinet. "I was nearby purchasing items, thus my arrival was swift." Hu Youwei was taken aback. His son had yet to return with reinforcements. Yet the adversaries had already summoned their own. In a flurry, he hastily reclined on the bed, feigning death, unwilling to glance towards Wu Nai, fervently hoping his son would return with a greater number of companions, thus avoiding further humiliation in the face of their opponents. Bai Shui, with other patients to attend to, exchanged pleasantries before taking her leave. Wu Nai engaged in casual banter with Shunlu, while two henchmen stood quietly beside the bed. Shunlu chuckled. "Wu Gu, why are you so agitated? The young lady hasn't even settled on your lap, and you've already fainted." Wu Nai sighed in exasperation, with hypertension and heart disease. "When an episode strikes is beyond my control." Shunlu chuckled awkwardly, intending to reciprocate a favor, only to find himself hastily ushering Wu Nai to the hospital. "So, Wu Gu, do you have any other hobbies?" Wu Nai lamented. "What hobbies could I possibly have? In this frail state, I can merely engage in a simple game." Suddenly, 5 individuals entered the ward, one of whom was Hu Youwei's son, Hu Now. The other 4 were his hired thugs. These men were notorious for their misdeeds, having assaulted the blind, insulted the mute, and extorted protection money from kindergartens. They would resort to any means necessary to obtain money. Chapter 10. A double loss. Hu Now led the 4 ruffians into the ward, initially casting a fierce glare at Wu Nai before addressing his father. "Dad, I'm back." Upon noticing the fresh shoe prints adorning his father's face, Hu Now erupted in fury. "Dad, what happened? Why are there more shoe prints on your face?" Seeing that his son had returned with a larger entourage than the visitors from the adjacent bed, Hu Youwei finally felt a sense of relief. The time for retribution had arrived. Ideally, the 4 would be able to eliminate Wu Nai entirely. Hu Youwei replied, "What else could it be? I was slapped again." Upon hearing that his father had been struck once more, Hu Now immediately cleared his throat. This was the signal for him and the 4 thugs to spring into action. As soon as he coughed, they would attack the patient in the adjacent bed. Regardless of the outcome, it bore no consequence to his family. Wu Nai lay on bed number 3, while the 4 ruffians made a beeline for bed number 1. Before Hu Youwei could process the situation, the 4 men had already landed several slaps upon the unsuspecting patient, who now cursed under his breath. "You fools, how could you strike the wrong person?" He quickly signaled to the 4, urging them to redirect their aggression towards Wu Nai. The 4 thugs exchanged glances with Shunlu and his 2 subordinates. The latter's physiques were significantly larger, adorned with tattoos that bespoke their formidable nature, unmistakably indicating they were not to be trifled with. As seasoned ruffians, they possessed a keen ability to discern genuine threats. It was evident that their adversaries were not ordinary individuals. To challenge them would be akin to a fragile egg striking a stone. For a mere 3,000 yuan, they were expected to risk their lives? One of them replied to Hu Nao, "We accepted the payment and have fulfilled our end of the deal." Hu Nao was taken aback. "But you've struck the wrong person." The patient in bed number 1, clutching his face, felt more aggrieved than anyone else, having suffered several unprovoked slaps. For ruffians, heedless of whether they had struck the wrong person, departed the hospital room without so much as a word. Wu Nai and Shun Lu exchanged amused glances. Shun Lu quipped, "What act is this?" Wu Nai replied, feigning ignorance, "I suppose." He had not anticipated such a turn of events. The assailants brought by the adversary had not dared to act, and instead assaulted an innocent bystander. Naturally, had Shun Lu and his 2 subordinates not been present, the situation would have unfolded differently. Wu Nai turned to the patient in bed number 1. "I can testify that they sent someone to attack you. Would you like to report it to the authorities?" The patient, covering his face, declared, "I must report this. I intend to sue them." Having witnessed the spectacle and suffered a brutal beating, he could not simply swallow his indignation. The expressions on Hu Yue and his son's faces were grim. They had not only spent 3,000 yuan hiring someone, but would also have to compensate the patient in bed 1. Wu Nai had merely fainted due to elevated blood pressure the previous night and required only medication for control, thus avoiding hospitalization. With Shun Lu's assistance, he swiftly completed the discharge formalities. After exchanging a few words with Bai Shui, he departed in Shun Lu's Mercedes. Inside the car, Shun Lu inquired, "Wu good? Shall we celebrate your discharge at the venue?" Wu Nai responded with exasperation, "That's not a celebration of my discharge. You're just hoping to send me back to the hospital." Ultimately, Shun Lu had no choice but to drive Wu Nai back to the community. Upon returning home, he took a shower and changed into fresh clothing to eliminate the lingering scent of medication. He spent 2 days resting peacefully at home, eventually feeling somewhat better. Observing the grimy and disorderly walls, he decided it would be prudent to hire someone to repaint the entire house. Thus, he searched online for a renovation company to handle both the wall painting and the replacement of all room fixtures. Within approximately half an hour, the staff arrived. After handing over his home to them, he left with nothing but his mobile phone. Yet, the question of where to spend his time loomed large. Given his current age, he should be engaging in square dancing, visiting senior activity centers, or playing chess with other elderly gentlemen. But he had no desire for such activities. His mental age was still in his 20s. An internet CAF? In this era, internet CAFs were still thriving, with patrons engrossed in their own pursuits, none paying him any mind. With that thought, Wu Nai sprang into action. Nowadays, internet CAFs did not require identification. One merely needed to confirm that the user was not a minor. Wu Nai's appearance would not raise suspicion of youth. However, his entrance did garner attention, as many presumed he was there to fetch a child. It was only when he activated his account to go online that the younger patrons relaxed. Another reason for Wu Nai's visit to the CAF was the fast wireless internet, which would allow him to indulge in playing games like Honor of Kings. He casually opened a movie on the computer while continuing to play on his phone. Hours passed in this manner, with the CAF offering exemplary service, including meal delivery. Wu Nai ordered a boxed lunch, then resumed his conquests in the gaming realm. As dusk approached, the wall painters called to inform him that the painting and lighting replacements were complete. Despite using eco-friendly paint, the fresh coating still emitted an odor and retained some moisture, so they advised against returning home for the night. Wu Nai responded affirmatively, as the payment had already been settled, leaving no need to return for further transactions. Contemplating where to spend the night, he realized he was already in an internet CAF. In his past life, staying up all night was a commonplace affair. Despite his current frail health, he felt no inclination to retreat. After all, he had a countdown to death, and until that time arrived, he need not fear sudden demise. Raising his hand, he called out to the manager, requesting to switch to an overnight stay. The CAF, focused solely on profit, showed no concern for age or health conditions. Upon receiving his payment, they promptly accommodated his request. His shout attracted the attention of 2 young men in the adjacent row, who, peering through the gaps between the computer stations, recognized Wu Nai's face. Astonished, they exclaimed, "It's the legendary master." These 2 were the same youths who, during their phone purchase, had sought to apprentice under him. Without hesitation, They abandoned their machines and rushed to his side. While Wu Nai pondered what flavor of boxed meal he would prefer for dinner, one of the young men quietly inquired, "Grandmaster, have you eaten yet?" Wu Nai glanced at the menu and nodded in thought. "How about we treat you to a meal?" The question caught Wu Nai off guard. He wondered who would offer him a meal without reason. Turning to see the familiar faces of the two youths, he mused, "What would you like to eat, Grandmaster? Spicy hot pot, potato noodles, snail noodles, or yellow noodles?" Wu Nai sighed. "So, your budget for treating someone to a meal is no more than 20 yuan, is it?" The young men, embarrassed, realized their funds had already been allocated for internet fees, leaving only enough for breakfast the following day. Even if Wu Nai were shameless, he couldn't bring himself to exploit the two. "Never mind, I'll order my own boxed meal." The two young men, undeterred, shifted their machines to sit beside Wu Nai, their eyes fixated on him. Wu Nai, exasperated, asked, "Have you two eaten yet?" They licked their lips, remaining silent, their expressions seemingly pleading. "No, Grandmaster, we are hungry." With a sigh, Wu Nai placed an order for 3 servings of the most luxurious braised pork boxed meal. Little did he expect that after indulging, he would feel a sudden wave of drowsiness at precisely 7:30 in the evening, a weariness that demanded immediate rest. Leaning back in his chair, he succumbed to slumber. The two young men, still relishing their delectable meals, looked up to find the Grandmaster had tilted back in his chair. Asleep. One of them, with a mouthful of tender meat, mumbled, "Grandmaster, are you all right? Please don't scare me." The other swiftly checked for signs of life beneath Wu Nai's nose. He is still breathing. "Quick, call 120. They hastily dialed for emergency assistance. And just as the call ended, Wu Nai opened his eyes and rubbed his face. "After a brief nap, I feel much better." The two youths exchanged bewildered glances, contemplating whether it was too late to cancel their emergency call. Chapter 11. Receiving 3 rewards in Wu Nai's residential community. Bai Shui and Xia Lili were seated in Yu Qian's home. They were conducting their inaugural tenant meeting. Xia Lili had even skipped her bar shift that evening for this gathering. Yu Qian glanced at Xia Lili, who was heavily made up. Had it not been for Wu Nai, she would never have found herself in such company. Yu Qian remarked, "The purpose of our gathering today is to discuss the matter concerning Old Man Wu. As you are all aware, his days are numbered." Bai Shui silently nodded, while Xia Lili bit her lip, remaining silent. Yu Qian continued, "You all know that Old Man Wu has no children or relatives. We shall be responsible for his final days and funeral." Bai Shui spoke up, "I can cook, so I will take charge of his meals." Yu Qian added, "I don't have time during the day, but I will clean and take care of his home in the evenings." After saying this, both women turned to Xia Lili. With a slight frown, Xia Lili asked, "What can I do? One of you cooks, and the other does housework. Should I just take advantage of him for free?" Yu Qian rolled her eyes, while Bai Shui quickly interjected, "Please don't. Old Man Wu has high blood pressure. We mustn't agitate him." She continued, "You can keep him company during the day. He must feel very lonely." Xia Lili shrugged nonchalantly, "No problem. I'm quite skilled at chatting and cheering men up." Thus, the 3 women reached a consensus and named their plan the Safe Journey Plan. Suddenly, Bai Shui inquired, "Have you seen Old Man Wu when you returned?" Yu Qian shook her head. "No." Xia Lili echoed her. "As you know, I only wake up at night." A sense of dread washed over them. "Oh no. What if Old Man Wu has collapsed in his room?" Bai Shui exclaimed, rushing towards the door. The other 2 followed closely behind. They arrived outside room 914, knocking frantically on the door, but received no response. Xia Lili exclaimed, "Oh no, has our plan already ended before it even began?" Yu Qian shot her a glare, pulling out her phone to call Wu Nai. If he didn't answer, they would have to force the door open. The phone rang on speaker, and the waiting tone heightened the tension in the air. Xia Lili murmured, "Please don't die, Old Man Wu. I haven't paid my rent yet." Bai Shui clasped her hands in prayer. However, the ringing ceased without the call being answered, leaving them with an ominous feeling. Yu Qian then contacted a locksmith. After a 10-minute wait, the locksmith arrived. Due to Yu Qian's status, the locksmith immediately got to work, and the old security door was opened within seconds. The locksmith declared, "All done," stepping aside. Yu Qian exchanged glances with Xia Lili and Bai Shui, took a deep breath, and swiftly opened the door. The 3 women rushed into the room, immediately detecting a strong smell of paint. They searched the area, but found no sign of Wu Nai. Bai Shui sighed in relief. At least he is not at home. That means he hasn't encountered any problems. However, Xia Lili shook her head, "Not necessarily. I've heard that old dogs seek out a quiet corner to die alone." She added, Old Man Wu might be like an old dog. Bai Shui retorted. How can you say such things about Old Man Wu? Yu Qian also felt that Xia Lili was being unkind. Xia Lili pressed on. It's almost 9 o'clock. Where could he possibly be? Just then, Yu Qian's phone rang, breaking the tension. Upon noticing the caller ID was Mr. Wu, Yu Qian quickly urged the two women beside her to hush. She connected the call and activated the speakerphone. Hello, Mr. Wu? Yu Qian was concerned that someone might have found Wu Nai's phone and was calling her. Oh, it's me. I was busy earlier and couldn't take the call. Wu Nai casually replied, having been in the midst of a team battle and unable to risk letting down his teammates. The three women exhaled in relief. And Yu Qian promptly inquired, Mr. Wu, where are you? It's so late. Why haven't you returned? Wu Nai nonchalantly responded, I'm at the internet CAF, pulling an all-nighter. I won't be back tonight. Ding, ding, ding. Received surprise from Bai Shui, adding 60 days to lifespan. Received surprise from Yu Qian, adding 60 days to lifespan. Received surprise from Xia Lili, adding 60 days to lifespan. Bai Shui exclaimed into the phone, Mr. Wu, what did you say? You're at the internet CAF all night? Wu Nai was equally astonished, not anticipating that his single statement would earn him 3 system rewards. That amounted to an additional 6 months of life. Most importantly, he had already accumulated 22 months, and with just one more achievement, he would unlock a super reward. How exhilarating. Bai Shui asked over the phone. Can you hear me, Grandpa? Wu Nai replied. I can hear you. I can hear you. The walls at home have just been painted, and no one can stay there tonight, so I'm spending the night at the CAF. At this moment, the three women realized why they had sensed the smell of paint upon entering. Upon re-examining Mr. Wu's residence, they discovered it had transformed remarkably. Previously, it was a mess filled with clutter and an unpleasant odor, but now it was immaculate and bright, adorned with brand new furniture, surpassing even their own living conditions. Bai Shui exclaimed, Mr. Wu, are you disregarding your health? Are you not aware of your own physical condition? The two young men beside him were waiting for him to start the next game. Wu Nai casually responded, I know, I'll head back tomorrow. The call ended, leaving the three women in disbelief. Even if they contemplated the possibility of Wu Nai meeting an unfortunate fate outside, they never imagined he would choose to spend the night at an internet CAF. Inside the CAF, Wu Nai learned the names of the two young men. One was Zhang Lu, and the other was Tao Dashi, both second-year university students. The names pleased Wu Nai, leading him to invite them to play games together that evening. Zhang Lu asked, Grandpa, is someone in your family looking for you? Wu Nai replied, no, just a few neighbors. They might be worried I've passed away and called to check. Zhang Lu expressed concern, saying, perhaps, Grandpa, after this round, you should return to rest. Dashi nodded in agreement, both young men apprehensive about Wu Nai encountering any misfortune. In the midst of his enjoyment, Wu Nai had no intention of going home, especially since these two gaming companions were in perfect sync with him, making the game flow seamlessly. Let us keep going. If I get tired, I'll buy you coffee or cola. The trio continued playing until 6 in the morning, with Tao Dashi becoming increasingly fatigued and blurting out in admiration, Grandpa, I'm impressed. Let us head back to sleep. Zhang Lu, too, was beginning to show signs of tiredness. Wu Nai put away his phone, sighing, you young folks, none of you can last. After exchanging contact numbers, Wu Nai returned home. As he descended the stairs, he encountered Old Lu, who was out for a stroll. Old Lu exclaimed, Old Wu, you're up quite early today. Did you visit the morning market? Wu Nai yawned and replied, I went to the internet CAF. I can't chat now. I need to hurry home and catch up on sleep. Old Lu stood there, bewildered. An internet CAF? Could it be they're offering eggs as a promotion? I've never heard of such a thing. Chapter 12. Is this what you call making me happy? Wu Nai had barely slept for an hour after returning home when he was jolted awake by a knock on the door. Rubbing his aching head, he opened the door to find Yu Qian standing there. Old Wu, are you all right? Please don't overdo it. Take care of your health, she urged, understanding her concern. Wu Nai nodded, don't worry. Despite having managed to stay awake all night, he still felt quite unwell. If this were to happen again, the three women wouldn't be surprised. After seeing Yu Qian off, Wu Nai closed the door and returned to bed. However, not even an hour had passed before another knock echoed through the house. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Bai Shui, who held a plate of dumplings. Grandpa, these are the dumplings I made this morning. You must try them. Wu Nai accepted the dumplings. Thank you. I appreciate you making dumplings so early. Bai Shui giggled. It's no trouble at all. It's my responsibility as the project leader. Wu Nai, puzzled, asked, what project? What leadership? Bai Shui stuck out her tongue, determined to keep their plan a secret, and casually explained, "The three of us agreed to take care of you every day." Wu Nai realized that the three women believed he was on the verge of death and wanted to care for him in his final days. Such kindness was not to be refused, and having them around would also facilitate acquiring system rewards. He rubbed his face with one hand, feigning a touched expression. "You are all such good children. It warms my heart." Among the three, Bai Shui was the most sentimental, nearly brought to tears by his words. "Grandpa, just stay happy. If you want anything, just tell me, and I will make it for you." Wu Nai replied, all right. Now hurry off to work. Don't let it interfere with your job." Once the door closed, Wu Nai sampled a few dumplings, surprised by the young girl's culinary skills. They tasted quite delightful. He lay on the bed, opting not to sleep again, knowing that Shay Li would surely come by shortly. Sure enough, half an hour later, there was another knock at the door. Shay Li, who had skipped the bar last night, was up unusually early, dressed flamboyantly with heavy makeup. "Old man, you're quite impressive. Even at your age, you can pull an all-nighter at the internet CAF." When I responded, "It's just a small hobby." Shay Li scrutinized him, her task being to engage him in conversation and cheer him up. "Let us go. I'll take you to the mall to buy a couple of outfits." "I just pulled an all-nighter. Can we do it another day?" Wu Nai immediately attempted to decline. However, Shay Li seized him by the arm and pulled him out, kicking the door shut behind them. Wu Nai exclaimed, "Wait, I need to check my pockets." Thankfully, his keys were still in his pocket. Shalili continued to clutch Wu Nai's arm as they made their way to the elevator. "Hurry along, old man. Just look at how many years those clothes have been on you." Indeed, the original owner had not purchased new garments in quite some time. Wu Nai thought, why not go? If I can't collect the rent, at least I can acquire a few outfits. The two hailed a taxi and arrived at the city's clothing wholesale market, where the most expensive items were merely around 100 yuan, while the cheaper ones cost only 20 or 30. Shalili feigned a grand demeanor. "Choose whatever you like. I will cover all expenses." Wu Nai mused, "Can I really find a set of clothes that exceeds 150? Nevertheless, not one to turn down a freebie." He casually selected a pair of black trousers, a white long shirt, and a new pair of cloth shoes. The total came to 75 yuan. Shalili scrutinized the white long shirt and appeared less than satisfied. Pointing to a brightly colored shirt, she insisted, "Wrap that one up as well." The saleswoman chuckled at Wu Nai, remarking, "Your daughter is incredibly filial. You are truly fortunate." "She is not. I am not," they both exclaimed in unison. The saleswoman was taken aback. A young girl with an elderly man, if not father and daughter, what other connection could there be? Upon observing Shalili's attire, the implications grew clearer. An older gentleman is desirable. They tend to have fewer burdens and often receive social welfare. After a few years of care, one could inherit a considerable estate. Noticing the saleswoman's dubious gaze, Shalili questioned, "What kind of look is that?" The saleswoman quickly denied any ill intent. "Oh, it's nothing." Handing over a 100 yuan note for an item originally priced at 105, Shalili then pulled Wu Nai towards the exit, declaring, "I shall never return to this place again." The saleswoman muttered under her breath, finding an old man and still not being allowed to be seen. The pair meandered until noon. Apart from the outfit from the morning, everything else was purchased by Shalili for herself. Wu Nai had essentially accompanied her on a shopping spree. Shalili once again handed Wu Nai a shopping bag, instructing, "Hold this." Wu Nai retorted, "Did you bring me out just to carry your bags?" Shalili replied, "I am here to bring you joy." Wu Nai gazed at the plethora of bags in his hands. "Shouldn't you be the one experiencing joy?" Shalili felt a twinge of guilt and proposed, "All right, let me treat you to a grand meal, something you've surely never had before." 5 minutes later, the two entered a self-service hot pot establishment that charged 15 yuan. Wu Nai was astounded. This was the so-called grand meal. However, it made sense, as the original owner had indeed never tasted such fare. Once seated, Shalili encouraged, "Eat freely. Whatever you consume, I shall pay." Wu Nai scoffed inwardly. Isn't a buffet merely a different form of expense? The rent he had paid could sustain him for several months. Halfway through their meal, Shalili set down her chopsticks. "Watch the pot for me. Don't let it be taken away. I need to use the restroom," she exclaimed before dashing out of the restaurant. Wu Nai stared at his small hot pot, pondering how 15 yuan could lead to an upset stomach for anyone. Suddenly, Shalili's phone, forgotten on the table, began ringing incessantly. Wu Nai glanced at it, noticing the name Wang Bada flashing across the screen. He surmised it must be a customer who had dined and run without paying. He chose to ignore it. The ringing subsided, only to be replaced by the sound of a text message notification. The message above reads, "You insolent wretch. Dare not answer the phone. If you don't repay the debts your family owes, I will break their legs." Upon closer inspection, Wunai realized it was a debt collection notice. At that moment, Shaylee Li rushed in, glanced at her phone, and then looked warily at Wunai, asking, "You didn't see anything, did you?" Wunai took a sip of the free soda concocted by the tech-savvy and replied, "What is there to see?" Shaylee Li sighed in relief, hurriedly stowing her phone in her bag. Nothing at all. The two continued to eat hot pot in silence, while Wunai pondered the situation. It was no wonder Shaylee Li struggled to pay her rent. The items she bought for him and herself were all cheap, off-brand goods. It seemed her family had its own burdens to bear. Observing Shaylee Li's expression, it was evident that the message had left her in a state of disarray. Did the saying hold true? That women who venture into the world often have a gambling father, ailing mother, a brother in school, and a broken home? At that moment, Shaylee Li looked up at Wunai and said, "Old man, after we finish eating, you should head back first. I have to go for a beauty treatment." Wunai smiled faintly, thinking to himself, with your current situation, how could you even consider beauty treatments? It was likely she was seeking a place to borrow money. Chapter 13. Pursued by others, Wunai contemplated whether he should secretly follow Shaylee Li. If he were to appear suddenly when she was acquiring funds, she would surely be astonished, and he could earn a system reward. With one more instance, he could attain a super reward. However, upon reflection, he decided against it. If Shaylee Li discovered that her troubles were known, she might cease renting from him, leading to an awkward living situation. The system had bound him to 3 tenants. And if this incident caused Shaylee Li to leave, he would incur significant losses. Wunai replied, "Understood, I'll return on my own." Shaylee Li clearly had lost her appetite. She hastily ate a few bites before leaving in a rush. After satiating himself, Wunai gathered his and Shaylee Li's belongings, preparing to hail a taxi home. "Old Wu," he heard a voice call out. Turning, he was met by a woman who appeared to be nearly 60. He thought, "Oh no, how did I run into her?" Memories flooded his mind. Her name was Zhao Guifeng, a widow for 5 years with 2 sons. Since her husband's passing, she had repeatedly hinted at wanting to live with the original owner, especially after learning about the property relocation. Her pursuit became even more fervent. Zhao Guifeng approached Wunai. Noticing the heavy bags he was carrying, she reached out to help, saying, "Let me carry that for you. It looks heavy." Wunai quickly shifted his bags back, replying, "No need." Zhao Guifeng adopted a look of helplessness. "Just think about how difficult it is for you alone, with no one to assist you at home." As she spoke, she leaned in closer to Wunai, who instinctively took a step back. Her intentions were clear. She sought to be close to the original owner, likely driven by the allure of his property and wealth, especially since her sons lacked the means to marry. Wunai casually responded, "Being alone is quite fine." Just then, a taxi pulled up to the curb, and he quickly opened the door, saying, "You can keep wandering. I'll head back now." After hastily entering the taxi, Zhao Guifeng unexpectedly opened the other door and climbed in as well. Wunai frowned and inquired, "What do you intend to do?" The taxi driver turned his head, curiously observing the 2 elderly individuals. Zhao Guifeng firmly closed the door, stating, "I am coming to your home for a visit, and I will prepare a meal and tidy up your house. Your newly renovated home needs some organization." "No need for that. Please get out. I am not returning home." "But heading elsewhere," Wunai insisted. Yet, Zhao Guifeng was unwilling to relent. "Where are you going?" "It's too dangerous to be alone. I will accompany you." The driver interjected, "Sir, you should listen to her. Don't make her worry." Wunai opened the door and addressed the driver. "Since you are so considerate of her, take her wherever she wishes." As Zhao Guifeng exited to pursue him, Wunai had already vanished from sight. He turned a corner and hailed another taxi back to the community. However, just as he alighted, another taxi arrived, and to his dismay, it was Zhao Guifeng and the same driver. Well, sir, the madam wanted to come here, so I brought her," the taxi driver exclaimed. Wunai muttered in disbelief. "What the hell?" Ignoring Zhao Guifeng, he walked away towards the community. Zhao Guifeng hurriedly squeezed into the elevator just before the doors closed. Confusion filled her mind. Although Old Wu typically avoided conversation with her, he had never been so evasive before. "What are your true thoughts, Old Wu?" she pondered. Wunai retorted, "I have no interest in you, so please do not pursue me any further." Wunai was indeed exasperated. The previous owner of his emotions had left him with a debt of feelings. Zhao Guifeng replied, "I refuse to believe that. Old Wu, stop suppressing your feelings. I know you have always wanted to share your life with me. Are you afraid that my two sons will disagree? Rest assured, I will convince them. Wu Nai chuckled. Convince them? They probably already have a plan for how to divide your assets. At that moment, retreating home was out of the question. If he allowed Zhao Guifeng into his house, extricating himself later would prove far more challenging. Once the elevator reached the 9th floor, Wu Nai pressed the button for the first floor again. Zhao Guifeng was puzzled. Old Wu, why aren't you going home? Wu Nai replied, I will not return. I just need some fresh air. They arrived at the pavilion, where Wu Nai placed his belongings on the stone table. Unexpectedly, Zhao Guifeng snatched the bag from him, saying, Let me see what you bought. Wu Nai attempted to intervene, but was too late. Zhao Guifeng pulled out 3 pairs of stockings, 2 bras, and a seductive nightgown. All items purchased by Li Li. What on earth is this? Zhao Guifeng exclaimed, feeling a deep sense of embarrassment as she held up a lacy, transparent bra. Old Wu, what exactly are you planning? Fortunately, they were alone in the pavilion. Had there been others, Wu Nai would have lost all face in the community. He swiftly grabbed the items from Zhao Guifeng's hands and hastily shoved them back into the bag. Are you out of your mind? Why are you rummaging through someone else's things? Zhao Guifeng remained astonished by the discovery. She had never imagined that the seemingly honest old Wu was of such a character. She once encountered those items in her son's room and was aware that they were intended for escorts. Her son had even mentioned the term intimate apparel. Zhao Guifeng turned to Wu Nai, saying, Old Wu, I never imagined you had such tastes. Aren't you afraid of contracting something? Wu Nai realized that the misunderstanding about these items being his was rather fortuitous, as it provided an opportunity to extricate himself from her entanglement. He brandished a pair of stockings and declared, Well, I happen to fancy this sort of thing. What of it? Zhao Guifeng pointed at him, exclaiming, You shameless old man. You're utterly indecent. You lecherous cat. Wu Nai rubbed the stockings against his face, feigning ecstasy. Now that you know, it's not too late. This is precisely who I am. Just then, a voice called out from behind, Grandpa Wu. Wu Nai, still with the stockings against his face, slowly turned around to find Yu Qian, clad in police uniform, staring at him in shock. Grandpa Wu, what on earth are you doing? Wu Nai hastily concealed the stockings behind him, responding, Nothing at all. The situation was as awkward as it could be. However, Zhao Guifeng seized the moment, rushing to Yu Qian and shouting, Officer, this old pervert is soliciting prostitutes. You must arrest him. Yu Qian queried, Grandpa Wu, what is going on? She had merely passed by the community and thought to check on Wu Nai, only to stumble upon this scene. Wu Nai cleared his throat, pondering whether he should explain or remain silent. If he explained, Zhao Guifeng would not relent. If he remained silent, Yu Qian would surely misunderstand. Let us discuss this at home, he suggested. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guifeng erupted, glancing between Wu Nai and Yu Qian. Are these items meant for you? Yu Qian appeared bewildered, completely lost as to what was transpiring, having only seen Wu Nai rubbing a stocking against his face. What in the world is happening, Grandpa Wu? Wu Nai felt compelled to halt the escalating misunderstanding. She's just a lunatic. Ignore her. Zhao Guifeng, both humiliated and furious, retorted, You're the lunatic, you old rogue. I shall ensure everyone knows what sort of person you are. With that, she stormed down a few steps and shouted towards the residential building, Everyone, come quick. Old Wu is no better than an animal. Chapter 14. Li Li borrowing money from old brother Wu to simply old Wu, and now old Wu the head. The evolution of titles reflects the shifting perception of Wu Nai in Zhao Guifeng's eyes. Truly, one cannot possess what they cannot have. Wu Nai helplessly looked at Yu Qian. You go on with your duties, let this madwoman shout. Regardless of her status as a police officer or her relationship with Wu Nai, Yu Qian could not leave. She approached Zhao Guifeng, saying, Auntie, please stop shouting. We can resolve this matter amicably. Zhao Guifeng shot her a glare. You little hussy, keep your distance. She attributed all of Wu Nai's unwillingness to cohabit with her to Yu Qian. Fortunately, as a police officer, Yu Qian possessed a strong psychological resilience. Even when subjected to such insults, she managed to remain composed. The original protagonist's close friends, Lao Wang and Lao Lu, hearing the commotion downstairs, rushed down with excitement. Upon discovering that the center of the spectacle was old Wu, they exchanged glances of schadenfreude. Approaching Wu Nai, they inquired, Old Wu, what is happening? Are you being confronted? Isn't this the pursuit of your esteemed sister Guifeng? How has it turned into enmity? Wu Nai sighed, exasperated. One elderly woman was not enough. And now 2 old men had appeared. You two should find a cooler place to linger, rather than causing chaos here. The two old men laughed heartily, relishing the humor. Especially if it was at old Wu's expense. How could they possibly miss that? At that moment, a strikingly dressed woman entered the community. It was none other than the earlier departure, Sha Lily. Curiously, Sha Lily approached and inquired, "What is happening? Has old Wu's old flame arrived?" Wu Nai tossed a plastic bag in Sha Lily's direction, exclaiming, "Isn't it all these items that have stirred up trouble?" Sha Lily caught the bag. "What business is it of yours what I bought?" Yu Qian interjected, "You should refrain from complicating matters." Yu Qian held a disdainful view of Sha Lily, who reciprocated the sentiment. Their relationship resembled that of cat and mouse. Observing the ruckus caused by the elderly woman, it was evident she was directed towards Wu Nai. Sha Lily nudged Wu Nai with her elbow, whispering, "Old man, allow me to drive her away, and I shall ask a favor of you in return." She had just ventured out to borrow money without success and was in dire need of funds. Wu Nai mused. What could Sha Lily want, other than to borrow money? "I will require a written promissory note." Sha Lily's expression shifted. "How did you know I wanted to borrow money?" Wu Nai cast her a knowing glance. What else could it be? Sha Lily pondered if she had developed a reputation for always being short on funds, without suspecting that Wu Nai had peered at her phone. However, urgency compelled her, and with a determined resolve, she stated, "Yes, I need to borrow 30,000 yuan. If I weren't absolutely desperate, I wouldn't dare approach you, especially considering your frail health. What if I fail to repay you and you?" "All right." Wu Nai agreed readily, already weary of Zhao Guifeng's relentless pursuit. He had not anticipated that dealing with the elderly woman would be so troublesome. "Go on then." Sha Lily placed her shopping bag and backpack on the stone table. "Just watch, old man." Sha Lily charged towards Zhao Guifeng, pointing an accusatory finger at her. Hurling insults. "You old hag, ugly wretch, shameless creature, how dare you criticize others?" In an instant, the conflict shifted from Wu Nai and Zhao Guifeng to a confrontation between Zhao Guifeng and Sha Lily. Neither feared the other, as they stood defiantly in the community, exchanging barbs. Wu Nai observed Zhao Guifeng's complexion shifting from pale to crimson, then to a deep shade of anger, until she was so enraged that she could hardly articulate her words, trembling uncontrollably. Sha Lily towered over Zhao Guifeng, glaring down. "With the likes of you, I could handle 8. Do you really think you can contend with me? If you don't leave, I'll verbally obliterate you." Zhao Guifeng, unable to contain her frustration, suddenly collapsed to the ground, wailing, "Come see, someone is bullying the elderly." Neighbors gathered, entertained by the spectacle. Yet not a single person offered her assistance. Sha Lily continued her relentless tirade. "Pa, shameless old hag, you still dare to weep." Yu Qian approached, helping Zhao Guifeng to her feet. "Auntie, perhaps you should leave for now." Zhao Guifeng turned to Yu Qian, seeking sympathy. "You're a police officer. Why don't you intervene?" Yu Qian deceitfully replied, "I'll escort you home first, then I will deal with her." Subsequently, she guided Zhao Guifeng away from the community. Sha Lily wiped the non-existent sweat from her forehead and licked her parched lips as she returned to Wu Nai's side. "So, have you resolved it?" she inquired. Wu Nai nodded affirmatively. "You did well." He then proceeded down the corridor. Sha Lily hurriedly grabbed her bag and followed closely behind. "Old man, you haven't fulfilled your promise yet." She pursued him all the way to his residence. "Old man," she called out. Wu Nai took out his phone. "Close your mouth and recite your bank card number." Sha Lily quickly recited her bank account details, only to witness Wu Nai transferring 30,000 yuan to her. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she realized that despite having searched everywhere for assistance, no one was willing to lend her money, even when she pleaded on her knees. Yet, Wu Nai, for a trivial favor, had unhesitatingly lent her the sum. Overcome with emotion, she embraced him and kissed his cheek. "You are truly wonderful." Wu Nai wiped his face disdainfully and tossed her a pen and paper from his drawer. "Hurry and write an IOU, including the rent you owe." Sha Lily hesitated momentarily, then took the paper and pen, meticulously crafting the note. Once completed, she handed it to Wu Nai. "I promise to repay you when my salary comes in next month." Wu Nai sighed. "Who knows if I'll even be here next month?" Sha Lily froze, guilt swelling within her, yet she felt utterly powerless. If she did not repay the 30,000 promptly, the creditors would indeed harm her family. "You will surely recover, and I shall repay every penny I owe you. Even if you are no longer here, I will honor your memory with offerings and tributes on festive occasions." Wu Nai interrupted. Stop. I was just speaking casually. There's no need for such solemnity." Sha Lily quickly adjusted her tone. Yes, Uncle Wu, you will absolutely get better. Observing the normally stoic Shalili with teary eyes, Wu Nai felt no inclination to jest further and waved her away, allowing him to catch some much-needed rest. Meanwhile, Bai Shui returned home from work, hastily preparing dinner. Now, she was not merely responsible for her own sustenance, but also for ensuring Wu Nai had a hearty meal. Having grown up in an orphanage and often assisting the director with younger children, she had developed a natural aptitude for caregiving, eventually pursuing a nursing career. Carrying the carefully prepared dishes, she knocked on Wu Nai's door, cheerfully announcing, "Dinner is ready, Uncle Wu." Chapter 15. Is Shalili considering a career change? She presented a dish of stir-fried celery and another of wood-ear mushrooms with meat, artfully crafted and balanced in flavor. Instead of letting Wu Nai serve himself, she placed the dishes on the table, urging, "Please, do try my cooking." Her eyes sparkled with a longing for her elder's praise. She genuinely regarded Wu Nai as a mentor, caring for him with heartfelt sincerity. Had Wu Nai been a young man in his 20s, he would undoubtedly have pursued a girl like Bai Shui as a romantic partner, obedient, gentle, and beautiful. Wu Nai took a bite and praised her, "Delicious." Bai Shui smiled brightly. Taking a seat across from him, "Uncle Wu, do you enjoy hiking?" Wu Nai reminisced about the memories of the original owner, who spent each day scavenging for scraps, leaving little time for leisurely excursions into the mountains. In his past life, he had developed a slight interest in hiking, so he replied, "It's all right." Bai Shui promptly inquired, "Which mountain do you prefer, sir?" Wu Nai looked at Bai Shui with suspicion and asked, "What prompted this question?" Bai Shui scratched her face, thinking to herself, "I can't just say that after clarifying things, I might want to bury you on that mountain when the time comes." Clumsily, she replied, "It's nothing. I was just asking casually." Wu Nai said, "Then I would choose Mount Everest." Bai Shui was taken aback. She had heard that climbing Everest required a substantial sum of money, which she simply did not possess. "How about you choose another mountain, sir?" Wu Nai, having casually mentioned the name, could not comprehend why she insisted on him selecting a different mountain. Yet, Bai Shui wore a serious expression, awaiting his response. "Then I shall choose Wangba Mountain." In his recollections, Wangba Mountain was not far from their city, and it was named so because of its resemblance to a turtle. Bai Shui then asked, "Do you truly like Wangba Mountain?" "I suppose it's acceptable," Wu Nai replied, picking up his chopsticks to begin his meal. Bai Shui quietly noted this information, planning to report back to her fellow team members. She waited until Wu Nai finished eating before taking her plate and leaving. As she gazed at the closed door, Wu Nai pondered why she had asked about his preferred mountain. Did she wish to take him on a trip? However, in his current state, he was hardly capable of hiking. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Shui intended for him to reside on Wangba Mountain after his demise. Before sleeping, he played a couple of games with Zhang Lu and Tao Dashi. Both of them possessed considerable gaming talent, and after a few rounds, they could keep pace with his rhythm. Together, they dominated the public matches. Zhang Lu asked during the game, "When shall we pull an all-nighter again, Grandpa Wu?" Wu Nai replied, No, I nearly lost my life after one all-nighter." Zhang Lu expressed some regret, as although they could play online together, it was during their in-person sessions that Wu Nai could impart numerous techniques. Then, "Grandpa Wu, can we come over to your house to play?" Wu Nai contemplated and realized that his home was indeed quite tranquil most of the time, so he agreed, "Sure, but no meals will be provided. Come after you've eaten." The two young men chuckled. After exiting the game and charging his phone, Wu Nai fell into a deep slumber. Who says that older individuals need less sleep? He now found it imperative to sleep on time, not a moment to spare. The next day, he was awakened by a knock at the door, and standing outside was Shalili. Wu Nai glanced at the clock. It was just past 6 in the morning. "Did you just finish work?" Shalili immediately burst into tears and threw herself into Wu Nai's arms. Wu Nai opened his arms, careful not to touch Shalili's body. "If you have something to say, take your time. Please let go." However, Shalili tightened her grip around his neck. "Grandpa Wu, you must help me." Wu Nai felt that if he were not killed by illness, he would surely be strangled by Shalili. "Let go, please." He repeatedly patted Shalili's arm. Upon releasing her grip, she noticed Wu Nai's face had turned red. Shalili wiped her tears and said, "I'm sorry, Grandpa Wu. I didn't mean to." Wu Nai took several deep breaths to calm himself. "I thought you were going to resort to violence." Looking at Shalili's attire, it was evident she had been working at a bar last night, but the reason for her tears remained a mystery. Had she encountered a troublesome patron? In that case, she should have sought help from the bar's security rather than turning to an elderly man like him. Shalili sobbed, "Mr. Wu, My boss owes me 3 months' salary. When I asked him for it, he refused, saying that if I quit, I would never see my money again. When I was taken aback, you don't intend to continue working at the bar? Shalali nodded. A friend of mine suggested I try selling real estate, claiming I could earn 70 to 80,000 a month. It seems like a respectable profession, one that won't earn me scorn. Plus, I can finally reclaim the wages the bar owes me and repay your 30,000. However, her boss adamantly refused to part with her money, and she cried out in despair. Wu Nai suddenly realized that this was a booming time for real estate. Selling properties would indeed be a better choice than being a bar hostess. Yet, what could an old man like him do? Shalali likely sought his assistance to reach Shunlu. Although the original owner had saved Shunlu, favors are often diminished with each use. It wasn't that Shalali wasn't worth it. After all, she was one of his 3 significant tasks. It was simply not worth it for a few thousand. Sure enough, Shalali pouted and said, Mr. Wu, could you ask Uncle Shunlu to speak with my boss? He is quite afraid of him. If I can get my money, I'll repay you immediately. Wu Nai pondered for a moment. He needed to retrieve the money. After all, it was hard-earned by Shalili, and he could not ignore it, especially since it would need to be returned to him. No need for Shunlu. I'll help you retrieve it tonight. Ding. Received Shalili's surprise, gaining 60 days of lifespan. Ding. Accumulated an additional 2 years of lifespan. Rewarded with a super gift pack. Acquired skill, Eye of Insight. Once again accumulated 2 years of lifespan, along with a super reward. Unexpectedly, the final reward he had been eagerly anticipating was completed inadvertently. Wu Nai gazed at Shalili, his eyes suddenly filled with intensity. The Eye of Insight allowed him to see Shalili clearly, inside and out. Wu Nai clutched his chest and exclaimed, Quick, fetch the emergency heart medication from the drawer. Shalili rushed to support Wu Nai. This close proximity allowed him to see everything about her, intensifying his heartbeat. In his mind, he called out, System, is there a way to disable the Eye of Insight? Ding. Skill is controlled by the host. Wu Nai commanded in his mind to close the insight. The next moment, he could only see Shalili's outer clothing. He breathed a sigh of relief. That was too overwhelming. He nearly lost his composure. Shalili, concerned, asked, Mr. Wu, are you all right? I'll go get your medicine now. Wu Nai shook his head. No need. I'm fine now. Shalili felt somewhat relieved. Then what about my situation? Wu Nai replied, Do not worry about it. Just come with me tonight. Chapter 16. Purchasing appliances. Shalili, still skeptical, nodded. If you really can help me recover my money, I will surely treat you to a splendid meal. Wu Nai, surely at ISNT another 15 yuan hot pot from the spinning wheel? That day, I managed to escape an upset stomach after the meal, which is a testament to my gut's recovery. Shalili chuckled bashfully. If she had the means, she wouldn't be inviting this old man to a 15 yuan buffet. Wu Nai advised Shalili to return home and rest, replenishing her energy. He then ventured out to the nearby farmer's market. It wouldn't do to indulge in the meals prepared by Shwed daily without contributing. Paying seemed inappropriate. So he sought to purchase some ingredients. The morning market resembled a battleground for the elderly. The stalls bustling with seniors invariably offered the lowest prices. However, Wu Nai was indifferent to costs, focusing solely on quality. He approached a young woman's stall where the vegetables were meticulously arranged, free from any dirt. The produce looked quite appealing. No, the vendor herself appeared quite fresh. I'll take some eggplants, potatoes, large chili peppers, tomatoes, chives, and carrots. The young woman paused, uncertain whether this old man was serious. She had never encountered an elderly customer like him, one who neither inquired about prices nor scrutinized the vegetables, simply ordering in abundance. Wu Nai, pack them up. The vendor quickly complied, her hands busily selecting the finest produce for him. Wu Nai noted that the expensive items had no faults apart from their cost. They came with no drawbacks to endure. After weighing the items, the total came to 85. The vendor inquired, Sir, do you live nearby? My husband could deliver it to your home. Wu Nai mused. This service is superior to community group buying 10 years hence. However, let us skip the delivery by your husband. The vendor appeared puzzled. What is group buying? Wu Nai's mind raced, envisioning a time where many fresh innovations had yet to emerge. With memories of the next decade in his possession, he realized he could potentially amass wealth. At the very least, he could stockpile some Bitcoin. In 5 years, it could yield hundreds of times the investment, and in 10, perhaps even 1,000-fold. Currently, Bitcoin hovered around $300 to $400 each, and with 3 million at hand, he could accumulate a significant amount. The young woman awaited Wu Nai's response. He explained, ISNT, your business struggling? Your husband could survey the neighborhoods for vegetable orders and deliver them directly to customers. But remember, even if someone orders just a scallion or a clove of garlic, you must not turn them away. Upon hearing his suggestion, the vendor pondered thoughtfully, deeming it feasible, though she worried about the initial challenge of gathering clients. Wu Nai chuckled. One must risk the child to catch the wolf. Without initial investment, how could you attract customers? The vendor pressed, what do you mean by initial investment? Their family relied entirely on the vegetable stall, yet due to the high quality of their produce, prices were slightly elevated. The couple did not resort to the tactics of other vendors, manipulating weights to offer lower prices. Thus their sales remained lukewarm. Wu Nai advised, initiate a free delivery promotion, offer some discounted produce, and customers will come flocking. Cultivate a habit among clients to expect deliveries at home, and you need not fear a lack of business in the future. The vendor's eyes brightened. She realized that this old man was no ordinary individual. With just a few simple words, he had opened up a new avenue for her sales. Thank you, my dear sir. Upon my return, I shall discuss this matter with my husband. Wu Nai, however, did not take it seriously. He merely engaged in casual conversation about the community group purchasing model a decade hence. Little did he know that these few words would eventually lead to the establishment of a local produce empire. Realizing that his household lacked a refrigerator, he headed directly to the appliance store after leaving the market. The store was currently hosting a promotion, which seemed to be a frequent occurrence, as it appeared that 10 days out of every month were marked by sales events. Whether it was a grand promotion or a loss leader strategy to thank both new and old customers, appliances were rarely sold at their original prices, making one feel as though they were securing a bargain. Ah, you have finally arrived. A female sales associate exclaimed upon noticing Wu Nai's entrance. Do you recognize me? He inquired. The saleswoman smiled coyly, replying, Sir, you remind me so much of my beloved grandfather. Wu Nai initially thought she recognized the original owner of his identity, but soon realized it was merely a familiar tactic. She promptly took the vegetables from his hands and guided him further into the store. What does your household lack, sir? She inquired warmly. Wu Nai followed behind, his hands clasped behind his back, as his vegetables were whisked away. Let us take a look at the refrigerators, he suggested. The sales associate responded with excitement. You have come at just the right time. We have a special promotion on refrigerators today. They are priced at just $19.99. And if you buy 3, you get 1 free. I've never heard of a buy 3 get 1 free deal for refrigerators, Wu Nai remarked. The saleswoman quickly clarified. That's not quite it. If you purchase any 3 appliances from the store, you will receive a complimentary item. Wu Nai understood. This was merely an old e-commerce tactic from a decade in the future. They would advertise a luxurious gift, only for it to turn out to be either a flashlight or a shaver, each costing less than 20 yuan. If refrigerators truly came with a buy 3 get 1 free offer, he would purchase 3, but he could forego the so-called complimentary gift. The saleswoman chuckled, well aware that such promotions were often misleading. The luxurious gift was simply an electronic alarm clock. However, her words reminded Wu Nai that the 3 women residing in the rental property also lacked a refrigerator. If he were to suddenly equip them with one, their astonishment would be palpable. He would effectively gain an additional 6 months of life for a mere 6,000 yuan, a worthwhile investment indeed. Moreover, any appliances provided for the rental would belong to him. Turning to the saleswoman, he declared, I'll take 4 of those refrigerators priced at $19.99. The sales associate stood momentarily stunned. Sir, did you say 4 refrigerators? Our complimentary gifts may not be as impressive as you hope. She feared that Wu Nai might be motivated solely by the promise of a gift, and upon discovering it was merely an ordinary clock, he would retract his order. Rest assured, even without the gift, I would still make the purchase, he assured her. The saleswoman beamed with delight. Selling 4 refrigerators would significantly fulfill her sales quota for the month. Please hold on. I will request a better complimentary gift from the manager. Approximately 5 minutes later, the saleswoman returned, beaming. Sir, I have successfully secured a complimentary washing machine valued at 566 yuan for you. Wu Nai, adhering to his principle of not leaving anyone behind, feared that a single refrigerator would not sufficiently astonish the 3 women. Then please, also procure 3 additional washing machines for me. The female sales representative nearly burst into laughter. Had she truly completed her sales target for the month? Patience was essential. Success would only be confirmed once the payment was made. Allow me to escort you to settle the bill, sir, she said, her demeanor becoming increasingly cordial. Given the substantial order placed so early in the day, All the staff in the store gathered to witness which affluent patron had graced them with such a purchase, only to find an elderly gentleman with a head full of white hair. The transaction at the front desk proceeded smoothly, card swiped. Invoice printed, with the total amount falling just shy of 10,000 yuan. The saleswoman kindly gifted him 4 exquisite small electronic clocks. Sir, the appliances will be delivered to your doorstep within 2 hours, ensuring your enjoyment of life, she concluded. Outside the mall, the saleswoman offered a slight bow in farewell to Wunai. Wunai initially intended to hail a taxi home, but noticed a lottery shop adjacent to the electronics store. Scratch-off tickets were all the rage at that moment. With thoughts of his newly acquired ability to see through the superficial, he smirked and stepped inside. Chapter 17. The pursuit of money. Due to its central location, the lottery shop was impressively spacious. Upon entering, he observed 7 elderly men engrossed in analyzing trend charts, while several young individuals were purchasing scratch-off tickets. Activating his vision, Wunai approached the counter. The owner assumed Wunai was there to buy a lottery ticket, as individuals of his age seldom engaged in scratch-offs. What can I do for you? The proprietor inquired. Wunai shook his head, his gaze drifting to the assorted scratch-off tickets displayed in the case. Many of these tickets featured convoluted winning methods and required matching numbers, appearing rather tedious. Thus, he lingered a bit longer. Even if you scrutinize them closely, you won't discern any winners without scratching them, the owner remarked, eliciting laughter from the younger patrons. Wunai remained unfazed, continuing to scrutinize each card in the display. 5 minutes elapsed. At last, he identified a ticket with a grand prize of 10,000. Standing upright to avoid drawing attention, he pointed to the stack of scratch-offs. Please bring me all of those, he requested. Each ticket cost 5 yuan, and the remaining stack contained just over 20 tickets. The owner grinned as he retrieved the scratch-offs. Sir, there are a total of 24 tickets, amounting to 120 yuan. Wunai promptly handed over the 120 yuan. The young men present erupted in laughter once more, realizing that the tickets had all been abandoned by them. Each stack of scratch-offs carried a prize limit. Those that had previously awarded large sums, such as 1 or 200, were unlikely to yield further substantial winnings. They had just won 200 yuan and opted to forego the rest. One kind-hearted youth advised, Sir, wouldn't it be better to spend that 120 yuan on some meat for dinner? Why insist on purchasing this? The owner shot a disapproving glare at the young man. Who knows? The grand prize could be among these. I believe this gentleman is fortunate. Wunai chuckled and cast a glance at the youth who had offered the suggestion. The largest prize among the scratch-offs in the young man's hand was merely 10 yuan. Young man, it's best to refrain from indulging in such trifles. It's a waste of money, he advised. The young man, upon noticing Wunai's gaze and then glancing at the dwindling stack of tickets in his hand, hesitated. Wunai's disregarded everything else and proceeded to scratch off all the tickets in succession. As expected, the numbers revealed were identical to those he had seen through his clairvoyance. Upon uncovering the ticket worth 10,000 yuan, Wunai's paused and presented the lottery ticket to the proprietor, inquiring if it was indeed a winning ticket. The owner, initially dismissive, was aware that this batch of tickets likely held no substantial prizes. However, upon glancing at the ticket, he suddenly froze. After scrutinizing it several times, he swallowed hard and exclaimed, Sir, you have won. It states that you have won 10,000 yuan. Wunai's remained unfazed. Very well, let us redeem these tickets then. The young onlookers were left in shock. 10,000 yuan, hidden among the tickets they had left behind? They felt a profound sense of loss. Not merely having missed out on a fortune, but having forfeited it entirely. Had they continued scratching, that money would have been theirs. Regret washed over them. Each individual ticket not exceeding 10,000 yuan could be redeemed at the lottery store. Thus, the proprietor readily handed Wunai's the prize money. He remarked, Sir, you are truly fortunate. Even an extra yuan would have incurred a tax. Satisfied, Wunai's tucked the money into his pocket. The funds for the appliances had returned to him. He was not greedy and chose not to scratch any further. With envious eyes upon him, he exited the lottery store. The young man who had been reminded by Wunai's glanced at his ticket and promptly returned it to the proprietor. With no one winning the 10,000 yuan, what was the point of continuing to scratch? Upon returning home, Wunai's found that Bai Shui had not yet returned from work during the midday hour. Shayli Li had prepared a simple lunch of boiled noodles topped with an egg. I just saw a delivery truck unloading home appliances upstairs. I wonder who bought so many refrigerators and washing machines. Wunai's replied, Oh, I didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. It's for you all. Each of you will receive a refrigerator and a washing machine. Ding, received surprise from Shaili Li, extending lifespan by 60 days. Wu's eyes felt a surge of joy. Indeed, it had come to fruition. The previous super reward had been clairvoyance. He pondered what the next super reward might be. Shaili Li was astonished that the usually frugal landlord would provide them with such appliances. She had protested when she first rented the place, but the landlord had simply remarked, "If you're willing to rent, then do so. If not, look elsewhere." What had changed now? Did he wish for them to remember him, knowing his time was short? Wu Nai said, "Let us keep this a surprise from Yu Qian and Bai Shui. I want to delight them." His main concern was that if the two women found out too soon, he would be unable to receive the reward. Shaili Li chuckled. "You're quite generous for an old man. Such gifts should win the favor of the ladies. Why are you still single?" Wu Nai's retorted. "Am I to be rewarded for my generosity with your barbs?" Shaili Li stuck out her tongue, realizing only now how amusing the landlord was. The refrigerators were soon delivered upstairs, and Wu Nai's directed the delivery personnel to set up a complete set in his room. Another set was placed in Shaili Li's room. Finally, 2 refrigerators and 2 washing machines were positioned outside the doors of Yu Qian and Bai Shui, awaiting their return to discover for themselves. Shaili Li returned to Wu Nai's residence after moving her belongings. "Could you recount how you assisted me in acquiring funds last night?" Wu Nai pondered this question throughout the day while idly wandering, and then replied, "Simply declare that I am your father and demand the money directly." "Father?" Wu Nai sighed. "Do you understand the concept of having a legitimate claim? If I assert I am your father when requesting funds, it is a valid claim. But father, what if Dog Brother still declines to pay?" Dog Brother was the moniker of the bar owner, a former member of society who, having accumulated some wealth, opened a bar to employ girls like Shaili Li to serve patrons. Ideally, the girls would earn the majority while the bar would take a cut. Yet, Dog Brother, leveraging his past, forcefully withheld the girls' wages, and Shaili Li was not the first woman to fall victim to his exploitation. Remember this: the impoverished fear the bold fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who have nothing to lose. As for me, I am currently fearless. Can I not handle that scoundrel? Shaili Li felt a surge of guilt upon recalling Wu Nai's illness. He was nearing death, yet still concerned about helping her with her troubles. She knelt before him and declared, "From now on, you shall be my true father." Wu Nai hastily took 2 steps back, raising his hands in protest. "Step back. How ruthless you are. Willing to claim me as your father just to evade rent." Chapter 18. The mysterious identity of Yu Qian. Wu Nai mercilessly rejected Shaili Li's proposition to be her godfather. He had plans to exploit her for his own leisure in the future. How could he allow her to claim him as a father and thereby block his own path? As anticipated, that evening, Yu Qian and Bai Shui were astonished to find the newly provided refrigerator upon their arrival. They had gained an additional 4 months of life. Bai Shui felt a pang of sorrow. Wu Nai, on the verge of death, still thought of them. Yu Qian, however, became even more resolute in her determination to care for Wu Nai. After dinner, she hurried to his home to assist with chores, only to encounter Shaili Li, who was also seeking Wu Nai's company. Yu Qian frowned. "What are you doing here?" Shaili Li retorted, "What concern is it of yours?" She could not reveal to Yu Qian that she intended to accompany Wu Nai to the bar to collect debts, for Yu Qian would undoubtedly disapprove. Yu Qian warned, "Do not harbor any ill intentions towards Wu Nai. I will keep a close watch on you." Shaili Li raised her chin defiantly. "What of it? Are you afraid I might become your aunt?" Only someone with Shaili Li's audacity could speak such shameless words with such conviction. Yu Qian chose to ignore this insufferable nuisance and sat beside Wu Nai, asking, "Is there anything you need me to do, Wu Nai?" The household chores were already minimal, as Shaili Li had tidied up several times in hopes of securing his assistance. Shaili Li sneered from the side, "By the time you arrive to help, the food will be cold. You might as well go where it is more comfortable." Yu Qian glared at Shaili Li, and it seemed a quarrel was imminent. Wu Nai interjected, "Let us all be quiet for a moment." At his command, the 2 women complied, sitting on either side of Wu Nai, each unwilling to concede to the other. Ultimately, when I spoke first, "Yu Qian, having worked all day, you should return to rest." Shaili Li stood beside, playfully sticking her tongue out at Yu Qian. Yu Qian retorted, "Then she must leave." For the first time, Wu Nai felt the burdens that women could bring, with a sense of resignation. He instructed Shaili Li to return first and promised to meet her later. After bidding farewell to the 2 women, the room finally fell into a semblance of tranquility. Why must women complicate life for one another? Half an hour later, Shaili Li quietly approached him. Wu Nai was already prepared and said, "Hurry back." I must return to sleep before 8. The two descended in the elevator, and just as the doors closed, Yu Qian's door swung open. Frowning, she wondered what they were up to at such an hour. Was Shalali planning to take Wu Nai to a bar again? Anxious, Yu Qian rushed down the stairs. From a distance, she spotted a taxi departing with Wu Nai and Shalali inside. She hailed a cab, instructing the driver, "Quickly, follow that taxi." The driver noticed a young girl and an older man in the vehicle ahead. In this world, is there not only stealing men but also stealing fathers? Stealthily, he tailed the taxi, which ultimately stopped at the entrance of the Red Romance Bar. Yu Qian muttered, "Shalali, you are truly incorrigible," hastily paying the fare. She exited the cab, while the driver mused about the old man's desires, questioning why it mattered so much. By the time Yu Qian entered the bar, Wu Nai and Shalali had vanished from sight. Inside the office of Dog Brother, the bar owner, he reclined in his chair, flanked by 4 lackeys. Wu Nai stood before him, accompanied only by Shalali. Dog Brother sneered, "Even if you brought your father here, I couldn't pay this amount." Wu Nai retorted, "That is my daughter's hard-earned money. What right do you have to deny her?" Laughter erupted from Dog Brother, who mocked, "He actually asks what right I have to refuse." His lackeys joined in the derisive laughter. In Dog Brother's domain, his word was law, leaving no room for questions. Wu Nai slammed a medical report onto the table. "I have but a few days to live. Once a demolition expert, I enjoyed a bit of explosive fun. If you do not return my daughter's money, I shall take your bar with me into the heavens." Dog Brother furrowed his brow, picking up the report and scrutinizing it. He then queried his lackeys, "Does anyone here know how to read? What does it say?" Wu Nai remained speechless, realizing they were illiterate. One lackey stepped forward, took the report, and read aloud the diagnosis of late-stage cancer. Even a man as uneducated as Dog Brother understood the gravity of late-stage cancer. He looked at Wu Nai with a frown. "Is this yours?" Wu Nai replied with a cold smile. Who would jest about having late-stage cancer? Shalali stood beside him, biting her lip, knowing that if they continued to withhold the money, she could not permit Wu Nai to take any actions that might harm himself. Wu Nai maintained his calm demeanor. "You may gamble on my restraint, thinking I would not blow this wretched bar to smithereens. But you must understand, should you lose this wager, even if I do not end your life, the ensuing responsibility will confine you to a life in prison." One of Dog Brother's lackeys jeered, "Who do you think you're scaring, old man?" Brother Dog was not easily intimidated. If they dared, let them make a move. He glanced at the younger subordinate who had spoken, suspecting him to be an undercover agent sent by someone else. The subordinate, instantly frightened, obediently sealed his lips. Brother Dog bit his lip, burdened by a debt of 40,000 to Shalali, yet he had invested a staggering 6 million in this bar alone. Could he truly risk his fortune and freedom for such a trifling sum? He turned his gaze to Shalali and remarked, "You have quite the father." Shalali played along, stating, "I earn money to treat my father's illness. Now that the money is gone, he will naturally fight against you." These were words instilled in her by Wu Nai, meant to convince the other party that they were indeed capable of blowing up the bar. Upon hearing her words, Brother Dog's frown deepened. He had owed wages to numerous mistresses. Some accepted their fates and continued working, while others chose to leave the bar. This was the first time he encountered someone who would call upon their father. Moreover, this father was an elderly man skilled in explosives, a true wild card. The critical issue was that his bar needed to remain operational. If the opposition had any ill intentions, they would be utterly unprepared. He opened a drawer, retrieved 40,000, and tossed it onto the table, pointing at Shalali. "From now on, you have no ties with Honglingman. Take your father and leave at once." Shalali, overcome with excitement, rushed forward to embrace the money, astonished at how effortlessly it had returned to her. Old Wu's tactics had compelled the other party to relinquish the funds. Just then, a subordinate burst through the office door, exclaiming, "Brother Dog, it's bad news. A police officer outside claims that if we don't hand someone over, we'll face severe consequences." Brother Dog, already in a foul mood from being forced to part with money, impatiently asked, "Who are we supposed to hand over?" The entering subordinate glanced at the elderly Wu Nai, stating, "She said she was looking for an old man." Instantly, all eyes turned to Wu Nai, the only individual in the bar who could be referred to as an old man. Brother Dog seethed, "You actually called the police?" Wu Nai and Shalali exchanged glances, both reflecting a shared confusion. The subordinate quickly shut the door behind him. Several of Brother Dog's men, eyeing the situation, advanced a few steps, seemingly poised to seize Wu Nai and Shalali. Wu Nai suddenly remarked, "I fear my involvement in an explosion case from years ago has been uncovered." You must help me find a place to hide. His words left everyone present in stunned silence. An explosion case? Brother Dog furrowed his brow, while his subordinates displayed expressions of doubt. Could it be that this old man truly had a case against him? If they were to harbor him, would they not be guilty of concealing a criminal? The subordinates glanced at Brother Dog, eager to discern his plan. Brother Dog, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, pointed at Shalili and Wu Nai, stating, "The debt I owed you has been settled. We now have no further ties. Depart at once." Shalili, believing Wu Nai's words to be true, pleaded, "Brother Dog, please help my father. He cannot be taken by the police." Chapter 19. Forming the team, Shalili's genuine emotions only served to reinforce the notion that Wu Nai was indeed entangled in something serious. How dare Dog Brother take on such a hot potato? He bellowed like he was banishing a plague. "You all better leave at once, or I shall hand you over to the police." Shalili, still hoping to negotiate, did not want old Wu to spend his final days behind bars. However, Wu Nai grasped Shalili's hand and urged, "Let us go." The two departed the office unimpeded, only to find Yu Qian anxiously searching for them in the bar's lobby. As Yu Qian approached, ready to confront Shalili, Wu Nai swiftly intervened. "Let us discuss this elsewhere." The trio hastily exited the bar. Upon realizing that the so-called police were actually Yu Qian, Shalili comprehended that Wu Nai had deceived her in the office. As they reached a safe distance, she could no longer contain her laughter. Yu Qian furiously exclaimed, "How can you still laugh? If you get old Wu sent back to the hospital, I shall see what you do then." Shalili retrieved the 40,000 yuan she had just received, pulling out only 2,000 and handing the rest to Wu Nai. "Old Wu, this is your money and rent." Wu Nai accepted without protest, for it was indeed his rightful share. Yu Qian stood aside, utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Shalili then recounted the entire series of events to Yu Qian. Ding received Yu Qian's astonishment, adding 60 days to lifespan. Yu Qian was taken aback. "You actually let old Wu do such a thing? What if something goes wrong?" With the addition of another 2 months to his lifespan, Wu Nai could hardly contain his joy. All right, let us not quarrel. We should head home. I'm feeling quite tired." Shalili stuck her tongue out at Yu Qian. "Tomorrow, I'm done with this. Don't underestimate me. If it weren't for the enormous debts at home, I wouldn't have worked as a bar hostess. Now that the debts are settled, I can finally live the life I desire." Yu Qian was astonished once again. But since it did not involve Wu Nai, she received no reward. The three took a taxi back to Sunshine Community, and as soon as they got out, Shalili supported Wu Nai. Despite his objections, she had already begun to view him as a father figure. Yu Qian watched with a disapproving expression. Suddenly, a luxurious business vehicle pulled up at the community entrance, and a well-dressed lady emerged, flanked by 2 imposing bodyguards. Yu Qian frowned at the sight of the woman. The lady rushed to Yu Qian, exclaiming, Qian, come home with me. Your father has promised not to force you to marry someone you do not love." Wu Nai and Shalili stood by, observing the scene. Shalili whispered, "Old man, it seems Yu Qian has a distinguished background. Just look at that car and those bodyguards. They're anything but ordinary." Wu Nai tapped Shalili to silence her, reminding her to stick to simply observing. Yu Qian replied defiantly, "I want to go back. From now on, I am my own person, and you are yours." One of the bodyguards tried to persuade her, "Miss, you should come with us. Otherwise, the boss may become upset." Yu Qian glared, "Shut your mouth. It's South, not your place to speak." The 2 bodyguards immediately fell silent. Intimidated, Yu Qian's commanding demeanor contrasted sharply with her usual self. The lady wore a troubled expression but was powerless against Yu Qian. "Perhaps you should reside in another villa. How can one inhabit such a dilapidated neighborhood?" When I questioned, "What makes this community so decrepit? The average property price is around 10,000. After all," Yu Qian retorted, "where I live is none of your concern. If you do not depart soon, you shall never find me again." "Very well, my dear, take care of yourself. Feel free to spend the money on this card," the affluent woman said, handing Yu Qian a black card. However, Yu Qian did not even glance at it before turning and walking back into the community. The wealthy woman sighed and turned towards her luxury vehicle. Only then did Shalili muster the courage to speak. "Old man, what kind of family does Yu Qian belong to?" Wu Nai shook his head. In this life and the last, he had only encountered such scenarios in television dramas. It seemed this tenant was indeed a scion of wealth. Upon returning home, he washed up briefly and lay down on his bed, purchasing Bitcoin online at $371 each. That roughly equated to 2,300 Chinese yuan. Wu Nai directly acquired 1,000, spending 230,000, leaving himself with over 70,000 for living expenses. Now, he would simply wait for the price of Bitcoin to rise. Content. He logged into the game, where Zhang Lu and Tao Dashi had been waiting. Upon seeing their mentor online, they immediately messaged him, "Master, where have you been? Why are you only logging in so late?" "I was at a bar." "What? Master, you're so trendy. Can you take us next time?" Wu Nai admonished, "Right now, your priority is to study. Forget about bars. Quickly play a match so I can get some rest." The two youths suppressed their excitement. The following day, Bai Shui arrived with breakfast, handmade wontons and pan-fried pies. Wu Nai handed her an assortment of vegetables he had purchased. "From now on, I will handle the grocery shopping. You shall take charge of cooking." Bai Shui hesitated, thinking, "Master, how long will you be here?" There's no need to delineate roles so clearly. Yet, seeing Wu Nai's resolute expression, she obediently accepted the vegetables. "Master, I have the day off today. Would you like to accompany me for a stroll?" Wu Nai recalled his day out shopping with Xia Lily, which nearly gave him a heart attack. "No, a few friends will come over shortly. I will wait for them at home." Bai Shui assumed Wu Nai's friends were likely elderly as well. "Then I shall prepare more dishes for lunch. You can enjoy a nice gathering with your friends." In truth, it was Zhang Lu and Tao Dashi who were coming over, both of whom enjoyed their Sunday off. They had mysteriously mentioned wanting to discuss something with him. Around 9 in the morning, Zhang Lu and Tao Dashi arrived at Wu Nai's residence, accompanied by 3 other classmates. Wu Nai went downstairs to greet them. And upon seeing him, Tao Dashi excitedly introduced, "Master Wu, these 3 are the remaining members of our team." Wu Nai nodded, recalling that Zhang Lu had already mentioned bringing the other team members. The 3 young men appeared somewhat apprehensive upon seeing Wu Nai, having heard from Zhang Lu and Tao Dashi about finding a mentor who was somewhat older. However, they hadn't anticipated him to be quite so advanced in age. He appeared to be on par with their grandfather. With his hands clasped behind him, Wu Nai remarked, "Since we're here, let us proceed swiftly." "Absolutely, Master Wu." Zhang Lu responded with palpable excitement. The group nearly filled the elevator, and upon reaching the 9th floor, they made a beeline for Wu Nai's room. Entering the space, Wu Nai announced, "There are drinks and snacks in the refrigerator. Feel free to help yourselves." The group exhibited remarkable decorum, refraining from any untoward actions. Zhang Lu inquired, "Master Wu, shall we begin now?" Connecting to the home Wi-Fi, the 5 young men immediately immersed themselves in the game. However, Wu Nai's purpose today was not to play, but rather to observe the 5 in action. Their coordination was fluid, indicating that they had trained together frequently. Wu Nai remained silent during the gameplay, yet he meticulously noted each individual's performance. 20 minutes later, the first game concluded with Zhang Lu and his companions emerging victorious. "Master Wu, how do you think we played?" The remaining 4 looked to Wu Nai with eager anticipation, feeling confident about their performance. Wu Nai, however, shook his head. "If your aim is mere entertainment, then that suffices. But if you aspire to play professionally, I must say, you are far from adequate." Zhang Lu and Dashi nodded in agreement with Wu Nai's assessment, while the other 3 exhibited expressions of defiance. Youthful arrogance led them to resist accepting critique from someone of Wu Nai's elder status. Wu Nai then said to Zhang Lu, "Take a break. I shall face them in a match." To deal with these obstinate youths, it was essential to demonstrate some prowess. The second game commenced rapidly, with Wu Nai controlling the jungler and dominating the opposition effortlessly. Within 10 minutes, the battle concluded. The 3 newcomers were left speechless, their gazes towards Wu Nai transformed. Zhang Lu burst into laughter. "Huh? How do you like that? Are you convinced now?" The 3 nodded obediently, their previous pride now diminished. The chasm in skill was so vast that any notion of competition had vanished. Who could have imagined that their grandfather, who spent his time watching television and playing chess, had a counterpart in Wu Nai, who excelled at gaming? The 5 collectively set down their phones, and it was Zhang Lu who spoke up, his tone earnest. "Master, we wish to form a team and would like you to be our coach." "Not interested," Wu Nai replied. "We can offer you a salary." Dashi interjected. "Oh? How much?" Wu Nai inquired. The 5 exchanged glances, and after a moment, Dashi managed 600 yuan per month. It was evident that this amount had been saved from their living expenses. Wu Nai replied, "Let's forego that. You should treat the game as a form of entertainment and not pursue a professional path." Zhang Lu, anxious, added, "If our team wins, we can share the prize money with you." Through Zhang Li's explanation, Wu Nai learned that Honor of Kings was organizing a nationwide offline competition. The prize for the city champion was 5,000 yuan, for the provincial champion, it was 20,000, and for the national champion, it was a staggering 100,000 yuan. This piqued Wu Nai's interest. by the time of the national competition. How astonished would the 3 female tenants be to see him compete? Moreover, upon observing the 5 young men's foundational skills, he believed that with a bit of training, securing the city championship was certainly within reach, and the provincial title could also be contended for. As for the national championship, that would depend on their subsequent training efforts. Very well, Wunai concluded. I do not wish to claim the entire bonus. Let us split it evenly, for otherwise, you will lack motivation. The 5 young men cheered. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Mr. Wu, open the door, called out by Shui from outside. Wunai approached and opened the door, revealing Bai Shui holding a tray filled with 7 or 8 cups of tea. Sir, your friends have arrived, and I've prepared some tea for you. Wunai stepped aside as Bai Shui entered, only to be met with the sight of 5 young men, slightly younger than herself, seated within. Upon seeing the beautiful sister, the eyes of the 5 youths sparkled. She was far more enchanting than the so-called campus beauty at their school. Bai Shui inquired, Are you the friends of Mr. Wu? Oh, no, we dare not claim that. We are merely the juniors of Mr. Wu, Zhang Lu quickly responded, taking the tray from Bai Shui's hands. A simple action rendered his face crimson. Wunai glanced at the time. It was nearly noon. Let us settle this for now. You may head back. The 5 youths thought Mr. Wu quite heartless, dismissing them just as the beautiful sister had arrived. Bai Shui suggested, Why don't you wait a moment? I could prepare a meal for you. Wunai replied, No need. They lack an appetite. He then gazed at Zhang Lu and the others. Is that not so? Zhang Lu chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, we had quite a feast this morning and are not hungry at the moment. Wunai anticipated the surprise of the 3 ladies, pondering how Bai Shui could possibly know he was to lead a professional team. Once the 5 departed, Wunai poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip. How about we skip cooking and dine out? Bai Shui nodded in agreement. Then I shall treat you, sir. Bai Shui prepared meals for him daily, and it was a rare occasion to dine out. How could she possibly cover the bill? The 2 made their way to a nearby seafood restaurant. Upon entering, the waiter greeted them warmly. Welcome. Good day to you both. Our establishment is celebrating its anniversary. If you recharge 2,000, we will gift you an additional 1,000. Would you like to recharge? To prevent any dispute over the bill with Bai Shui, Wunai promptly pulled out 2,000 yuan, declaring, Recharge it. I shall take care of it. Bai Shui attempted to protest, but was silenced by a glance from Wunai. Following the waiter into the main hall, they immediately spotted Xia Lily dining with a rotund man. Bai Shui, puzzled, remarked, Didn't T-Sister Xia go to sell houses? Why is she here dining with someone else? Wunai frowned, aware that Xia Lily would not deceive him regarding her job change. Could she be dining with a client? Come, let us sit behind her and eavesdrop on their conversation. They discreetly took a seat at a table behind her, unnoticed. When the waiter approached to take their order, Wunai ordered 2 simple dishes and handed the menu to Bai Shui, leaning in to listen intently to the dialogue behind him. Miss Xia, as you know, the price of your property is not low. Several sales agents have contacted me privately, hoping I would purchase from them. However, I find you the most agreeable. If you grant me a small request, I will buy the house from you, allowing you to earn your commission. Xia Lily responded with a sultry tone, Mr. Lu, what is your request? Mr. Lu chuckled, You must understand without me saying it, right? Just once, and I will pay in full immediately. What do you say? Wunai did not need to glance back to envision the countenance and demeanor of the corpulent man seated behind him. He was curious to see whether Shaili Li would acquiesce to the man's demands. Shaili Li did not respond immediately to the inquiry posed. Mr. Lu, do sample this shrimp. It is quite delectable, the overweight man remarked. At that moment, his appetite for food had dissipated, replaced by a singular desire for the alluring woman before him. Will you agree to my proposal? Not only will you receive a commission, but I shall also bestow an additional 5,000 yuan as a bonus. Shaili Li had encountered such patrons far too frequently during her tenure at the bar. However, she had always adhered to her principle of selling only her talents, never her body, and had never allowed anyone to prevail. Would selling a property compel her to break her own rules? Certainly not. Yet, she could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Mr. Lu, I prefer not to rush things. If you genuinely harbor feelings for me, perhaps you could first purchase the property, and we may gradually get to know one another. Bai Shui selected a dish and returned the menu to the waiter. Sitting opposite Wunai, she found it difficult to discern the conversation between Shaili Li and the others, her curious eyes frequently darting towards Wunai. Wunai gestured for silence, continuing to eavesdrop on the ensuing dialogue. Miss Xia, let us dispense with the prevarications. It would be more efficient to be direct. As we are all rather busy, Mr. Lu stated. Shay Li rose from her seat. I am afraid, Mr. Liu, that you should seek another buyer. Her refusal was not born from a desire to turn down the business, but rather from the understanding that the more unattainable a man found her, the more he longed for her, especially for a man like him, who seemed intent on seduction even while discussing property transactions. The unattainable would only serve to heighten his desire. Indeed, Mr. Liu promptly sought to retain her attention. Miss Xia, do not be upset. I apologize for my earlier indiscretion. The brutish tactics had failed, and he swiftly donned a facade of civility. I merely found you exceedingly beautiful and could not resist the urge for intimate contact. Shay Li let out a soft huff and retook her seat. Mr. Liu, please remember that I am not a woman of loose morals. Wu Nai smirked inwardly, acknowledging that she was indeed not a woman to be trifled with. When she chose to be free-spirited, it was far from trivial. Shay Li had mastered the art of desire and restraint, and it seemed that Mr. Liu was ensnared in her web. Having ceased to eavesdrop on the conversation at the adjacent table, Wu Nai and Bai Shui began their meal. However, even after they finished, Shay Li and the corpulent man had yet to conclude their discussion. Wu Nai perceived that he must lend Shay Li a helping hand. Thus, he turned and joined her table. Shay Li, what a coincidence. Shay Li was taken aback. Wu Nai promptly interjected, my son has pursued you for quite some time. Could you not grant him a chance? He is a returnee, a businessman, and surely possesses qualities that would satisfy you. Shay Li was even more bewildered. When did old Wu have a son? A returnee? Pursuing her? In the next moment, she realized that old Wu was facilitating her efforts, crafting a desirable persona for her. She smiled and replied, Dear sir, while your son is indeed admirable, he is not my type. I prefer those with a slightly more robust physique. Mr. Liu, seated nearby, immediately straightened his posture. A preference for a slightly plumper physique. Was she not referring to him? It seems that I still possess a certain charm. Sir, since Miss Xia has shown no interest in your son, it would be wise to refrain from further insistence. A relationship requires a certain destiny. Mr. Liu spoke with an air of moral superiority. Wu Nai glanced at Mr. Liu and then at Xia Lili. Who is this plump pig? Do you actually find such a person appealing? Mr. Liu's complexion immediately turned the color of liver. Xia Lili nearly burst into laughter. How had she not realized before that old Wu had such a sharp tongue? Stifling her amusement, she said, Please mind your words. My relationship with him is not something you need to comment upon. Wu Nai rose from his seat. All right. I never imagined my son to be so exceptional that he could be compared to others. He then led Bai Shui toward the exit. Mr. Liu looked at Xia Lili with gratitude. Hurry and eat. Once we finish, we shall return to sign the contract and make the payment. That house is mine. Bai Shui silently gave Wu Nai a thumbs up, having witnessed the entire exchange. She couldn't help but admire old Wu's ability to think on his feet, as well as Xia Lili's quick wit. If it had been her, she would have surely revealed too much by now. The two of them strolled back after a hearty meal. Just as they entered the community, a shadow suddenly darted out from a corner. Wu Nai initially thought it was a stray dog and was about to kick it. To his surprise, he found Zhao Guifeng's insufferable face staring back at him. Bai Shui was also taken aback by Zhao Guifeng's sudden appearance. Wu Nai exclaimed, Are you out of your mind? Zhao Guifeng grabbed Wu Nai's clothing. Well, after a few days, you found another vixen. If she had referred to Xia Lili or Yu Qian, Wu Nai would not have worried, as both women were strong-willed. However, Bai Shui could not bear being labeled a vixen. Can't you just keep your distance? Do you think that any beautiful woman in your eyes is a vixen? Bai Shui clung to Wu Nai's arm, concerned that old Wu might be upset. Zhao Guifeng pointed at the two of them. And you still deny she is a vixen? Openly embracing one another in broad daylight. Wu Nai felt exasperated. Zhao Guifeng was truly a lazy donkey refusing to pull its weight, deserving of a good slap. With that thought, he delivered a resounding slap across Zhao Guifeng's face. Ding, received surprise from Bai Shui, adding 60 days to lifespan. Wu Nai thought to himself, what? Had he known that slapping Zhao Guifeng would yield such a reward, he would have done it ages ago. Chapter 21, All Inside. Bai Shui was astonished. Old Wu had struck someone again. He had used his shoe sole in the hospital and now his palm in the community. Was old Wu becoming addicted to hitting people? Zhao Guifeng was even more shocked than Bai Shui, as she had never expected Wu Nai would dare to lay a hand on her. She had come today seeking an excuse to forgive him. After all, two-legged individuals are easy to find, but a single, wealthy old man without children is a rarity. Her family's happiness depended on Wu Nai. Yet, upon arriving, she received a resounding slap. Zhao Guifang, feeling wronged, covered her face. You actually dared to hit me. You struck me for her. As she spoke, she sank to the ground, and then she began to wail. Someone, come quickly. Look, this Mr. Wu has hit someone for a harlot. Is she resorting to that tactic again? Wu Neilu rolled up his sleeves, determined to make Zhao Guifang remember this lesson. Otherwise, it would be an endless ordeal in the future. Bai Shui grasped Wu Neilu's arm, urging him to remain calm. Zhao Guifang, intent on rebuking Bai Shui for playing the role of the Good Samaritan, was taken aback when Bai Shui remarked, "It's fine to beat her. Just don't let it harm your health." Zhao Guifang nearly fainted from rage, pointing at Wu Neilu, declaring, "If you hit me, I will call the police." Wu Neilu, wearing a nonchalant expression, replied, "Do you need me to lend you my phone?" Bai Shui felt a sense of deja vu, reminiscent of the Hu family at the hospital, who had also called the police after being assaulted. To her astonishment, Zhao Guifang extended her hand, saying, "Fine. Give me the phone." Wu Neilu produced his mobile device, pretended to dial a few numbers, and then held it to his ear, making a series of affirming sounds. Afterward, he pocketed his phone and told Zhao Guifang, "I've already reported it. They will arrive shortly. Just wait here." He then took Bai Shui's hand and led her into the building. Zhao Guifang sat on the scorching ground under the sun, and even she, however foolish, realized Wu Neilu had just been toying with her. Rising from the ground, she recognized she was no match for him and hurried home to seek reinforcements. Back upstairs, Wu Neilu said to Bai Shui, "You should go home and rest." Knowing Zhao Guifang's relentless nature, he wished to spare Bai Shui from further trouble. Bai Shui, concerned, asked, "Are you all right, sir? Why not come hide in my room?" Wu Neilu chuckled, thinking there was nothing to fear from a mere woman. "If you hear any commotion later, don't come out. Just call the police. We must wield the law as our shield." Bai Shui was puzzled. Was this truly something Wu Di would say? She was sent away by him. About an hour later, the elevator doors on the 9th floor opened. Zhao Guifang, accompanied by her two sons, stormed out in a fury. Arriving at door 914, the two sons began to kick and pound on the door. "Old Wu, open the door quickly. We know you're home. If you don't open up, I'll dismantle your door." Wu Neilu casually opened the door, unperturbed. "What are you kicking for? Do you have any idea how much this door costs? Can you afford to pay for it if you break it?" Zhao Guifang's eldest son rushed into the room, searching for the little vixen his mother had mentioned. However, the room was empty except for Wu Neilu. Wu Neilu shouted into the hallway, "If you keep this up, I will call the police." Zhao Guifang barged into the room, plopping down onto a chair. "You slapped me hard. I should be the one calling the police." Meanwhile, in Bai Shui's room, upon hearing Wu Neilu's shout, she immediately took out her phone to report the incident. With the message sent, Wu Neilu felt reassured and returned to the room. "What do you mean by this?" Zhao Guifang glared at her eldest son. "Fei Wu, close the door." Fei Wu promptly ran to shut the door. Zhao Guifang then turned to her younger son. "Fei Kai, please invite Wu Di to sit down." Wu Neilu looked at Zhao Guifang's two sons, noting that their names were quite fitting, one with talent and the other with strength, though their surname seemed to be a curse. No wonder they were still unmarried at over 30. Fei Kai approached Wu Nai, attempting to force him onto the sofa. Wu Nai's frail form was no match for the robust young man, and he was swiftly pushed down onto the couch. Fei Kai declared, "Old man, you would do well to cooperate. Otherwise, we shall show you no mercy." As Fei Wu closed the door, he returned to stand beside the sofa. Flanking Wu Nai like the twin guardians of an ancient myth, their gazes fixed intently upon him. Zhao Guifang interjected, "Old Wu, today I offer you one final chance. Will you align with me, or shall I allow my two sons to administer a beating?" Calculating the time, Wu Nai estimated that the police would arrive in a few minutes. He needed to provoke them to ensure they could be caught in the act. Leaning back with bravado, he fixed his gaze on the trio. "You wish to befriend me only because you covet my modest wealth? Zhao Guifang, do you fancy yourself a siren, believing you can choose anyone to befriend?" He then turned his attention to Fei Wu and Fei Kai. "And you too, aren't you grown men yet? Must you rely on your mother to sell her charms to line your pockets?" None of the three expected that, having reached such a dire situation, Wu Nai would still dare to hurl insults at them. The brothers rolled up their sleeves, prepared to teach Wu Nai a lesson. "Stop!" Zhao Guifang intervened just in time. She had brought her sons not to unleash violence, but to demonstrate that she was not one to be trifled with. If her sons truly harmed Wu Nai, not only would they incur financial liability, but her aspirations for amicability would be utterly dashed. Reluctantly, Fei Wu and Fei Kai stepped back. Zhao Guifeng then consoled him. Old Wu, what is so appealing about those young, beautiful women? They are merely after your money. When I replied with a smirk, they desire my wealth. Just as you do. So why should I choose you, an aging matron, over the young and lovely? His retort left Zhao Guifeng momentarily speechless. Who? Who said I was after your money? At that moment, a knock resounded at the door, accompanied by Bai Shue's voice. Grandpa Wu, are you all right? Open the door. Then a man's voice called out. Open up immediately. I am the district police officer. If you do not comply, we shall force entry. Zhao Guifeng and her sons were taken aback. They had not witnessed Wu Nai calling the police. Why had they arrived? Fortunately, they had not yet resorted to violence. Zhao Guifeng instructed Fei Kai, you go open the door. Reluctantly, Fei Kai rolled his sleeves back down and proceeded to the door. As the door swung open, Wu Nai suddenly slipped off the sofa, grimacing in pain and clutching his back, exclaiming in agony. Hearing his cries, Bai Shue burst in, pushing past Fei Kai. Grandpa Wu, are you okay? Meanwhile, 3 police officers swiftly subdued Fei Kai and quickly entered the room, also restraining the bewildered Fei Wu. Struggling, Fei Wu shouted, This has nothing to do with us. He fell to the ground on his own. Zhao Guifeng, in a state of panic, clutched the officers' uniforms, pleading, You must release my son. But the officers were not inclined to indulge her, swiftly placing her under control as well. Wu Nai gasped for breath, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, officers. Your timely arrival has saved my life from their torment. You are talking nonsense. Zhao Guifeng exclaimed. It was you who fell to the ground. When did we ever touch you? Wu Nai, rubbing his waist, retorted, Sister Zhao, do you think I am foolish enough to sit on the ground by myself? Out of jealousy, you trespassed into my home with your 2 sons, forcibly restraining me and even assaulting me. The police present witnessed it all. Do you still wish to argue? Zhao Guifeng was rendered speechless with anger. The situation was abundantly clear. The 3 police officers had responded to reports of a home invasion with intent to harm. One officer turned to Wu Nai and said, Sir, perhaps it would be best if this young lady accompanied you to the hospital. We must take the individuals involved back to the station for further statements. Wu Nai nodded. Thank you. I must go to the hospital. I am suffering from a headache, back pain, and my entire body aches. A thorough examination is essential. Zhao Guifeng shouted. Release my son and me. His pain is none of our concern. The officers disregarded Zhao Guifeng's ramblings and forcibly escorted the 3 away. Only Wu Nai and Bai Shue remained in the room, and Bai Shue once again gave Wu Nai a thumbs up. How did you come up with that? She asked. Wu Nai was taken aback. What do you mean? Did you not see the severity of my injuries? Bai Shue stifled a laugh. I did see. So, are we still going to the hospital? Moreover, it was only fitting that those who dared to confront him should suffer some consequences. Wu Nai replied, Of course we must go. Oh, you should help me up. He had fallen quite hard from the couch, and his backside was indeed sore. Accompanied by Bai Shue, they arrived at the hospital, undergoing a multitude of tests that cost over 7,000. Wu Nai instructed Bai Shue, keep the receipts. I'm counting on Zhao Guifeng's family to reimburse me. Bai Shue suppressed a chuckle, but upon seeing the test results, her smile faded. Much like previous examinations, Wu Nai's condition had deteriorated significantly. With a deep sigh, she asked, Shall we head home now, Mr. Wu? Wu Nai replied, Why return home? It's not every day I encounter someone willing to cover my medical expenses. I intend to stay here a while longer. He had resolved to subdue Zhao Guifeng and her family once and for all. If they wished to entangle him in this conflict, he would show them who truly held the upper hand. Chapter 22. The Unashamed Afternoon. At 4 o'clock, 2 police officers arrived at the hospital to take Wu Nai's statement. Accompanied by Zhao Guifeng, Fei Wu and Fei Kai assumed full responsibility, leading to Zhao Guifeng's release. It was not out of filial piety that the 2 sons acted, but rather their desire for their mother to plead with Wu Nai for forgiveness. Zhao Guifeng had envisioned a humble and conciliatory approach on her way there, hoping to win his pardon. However, upon entering the ward, she found Wu Nai engaged in cheerful conversation with others, while her 2 sons remained at the station enduring their punishment. Zhao Guifeng could no longer contain herself. Wu, did you tell the police that you fell on your own? Have we wronged you in any way that you would harm us so? Wu Nai internally labeled her a fool. Zhao Guifeng's behavior had also taken the 2 officers by surprise. Wasn't she supposed to be seeking reconciliation? Why had the argument reignited? A warning was issued. If you continue to make a commotion, we shall have to ask you to leave. Wu Nai rubbed his forehead and said to the officers, You should let her go quickly. Her presence gives me a headache. Zhao Guifeng realized her impulsiveness and hurriedly apologized to the officers. I promise I won't shout again. Please allow me to speak with him for just a few moments. The two officers remained non-committal, and Zhao Guifeng rushed to Wu Nai's bedside. Old Wu, we know we were wrong. I implore you to tell the police to release my two sons. Wu Nai snorted. It was clear they were not remorseful, but merely fearful. When at home, the three of them had cornered him, displaying utmost arrogance. Wu Nai replied, I lack the capacity to persuade the police to release anyone. We must adhere to the legal procedures. Zhao Guifeng grew pale with fear. She had inquired and learned that if they followed the proper procedures, her two sons would face at least 1 or 2 years of imprisonment. Upon release, they would carry a criminal record, making it nearly impossible for anyone to marry them in the future. Zhao Guifeng suddenly sank to the ground. Oh dear. How am I to survive as a widow, an orphan? She resorted to her well-practiced tactics, crying, causing a scene, and even threatening to hang herself. Wu Nai had witnessed this 5 or 6 times before, but this time her antics were utterly ineffective. Her cries and tantrums had no bearing on him. The two officers stepped forward to assist Zhao Guifeng. The victim does not wish to communicate with you at this time. Please leave. Wiping her tears, Zhao Guifeng looked at Wu Nai. Can you truly hold no sentiment for the past? They were almost like your sons. Wu Nai found her words rather ominous. He then said, if you wish to seek forgiveness, it is not entirely impossible. Zhao Guifeng, who had been in despair, felt a flicker of hope reignite. Speak, and I shall comply with any request you make, even if it means moving into your home. Bai Shui, who had been standing beside the bed, furrowed her brow at the elderly woman, wondering how such words could be uttered. No wonder old Wu detested her. Wu Nai had indeed underestimated Zhao Guifeng's audacity. Truly, one who has no shame is invincible. My demands are quite simple. You and your two useless sons must keep your distance from me in the future. Furthermore, your family shall be responsible for my hospital fees, nutritional expenses, and lost wages. The two officers nodded in agreement, finding Wu Nai's request reasonable. However, Zhao Guifeng remained obstinate. You fell on your own. Why should my family bear the responsibility? And as for lost wages, how can you claim that when you have been retired for so many years? Wu Nai, weary of the pointless argument, replied, then there is nothing to discuss. You should leave promptly, and we shall see each other in court. Bai Shui felt that the elderly woman was being unreasonable. Old Wu had already made concessions. Yet she sought to take advantage further. Thus, she interjected, the patient requires rest. Please leave us for now. Zhao Guifeng recognized Bai Shui, the nurse she had seen earlier, and immediately grasped the officer's uniform, exclaiming, it is her. She is the woman having an improper relationship with Wu Nai. You must arrest her. The two officers were at a loss for words, gazing at the deranged Zhao Guifeng. Apologies, but there is no evidence to substantiate any claims of an improper relationship. Even if there were, we have no authority to intervene. Bai Shui was rendered crimson with embarrassment. She was merely in her 20s, and how could she withstand such reproach? If you dare to speak again, I shall sue you for defamation. Upon hearing the threat of legal action, Zhao Guifeng felt a surge of fear. If she were to be imprisoned, her two sons would be left without any hope. Very well, I shall compensate you for your losses and will not pursue you further. Wu Nai replied, I do not believe you, unless you provide a written guarantee and a deposit of 20,000 yuan. If you refrain from further harassment within a year, I will return the deposit. Zhao Guifeng initially intended to placate Wu Nai until her sons were released, but was taken aback by his demands. On what grounds should I provide a deposit? Wu Nai maintained a calm demeanor, the initiative firmly in his hands. The other party had no choice but to comply. Indeed, Zhao Guifeng protested for a while, but upon noticing Wu Nai's indifference, her expression shifted to one of feigned helplessness. Old Wu, you know my family's circumstances. With old Fei gone, I have two sons to care for, and I cannot possibly scrape together that amount. Wu Nai retorted, if I let you go, will you let me go? Enough of this banter. If you wish to negotiate, follow my terms, or be on your way. Ultimately, under the watchful eyes of two officers, Zhao Guifeng was compelled to draft a guarantee and furnish an economic compensation of 10,000 yuan along with the 20,000 deposit. Although Fei Wu and Fei Kai received a letter of understanding that mitigated their punishment, each was still subjected to a detention of 2 weeks. Once everyone departed, Wu Nai instructed Bai Shui to attend to her own affairs. She had spent the entire day caring for him. Alone in the hospital room, Wu Nai reclined on the bed and checked the current price of Bitcoin on his phone. In just a few days, It had surged to $420, equating to 2,500 yuan. With his purchase of 1,000 units, he stood to gain 200,000. However, Wu Nai refrained from selling, for he anticipated the price would continue to rise, eventually reaching $40,000 apiece. A sale at that point would yield a profit of $40 million. By then, he would be at least restored to his 30s, perhaps even his 20s. With $40 million at his disposal, would life not soar to new heights? Just as Wu Nai indulged in these delightful fantasies, a nurse entered the room. It's time for the injection for bed number 2. Injection? Wu Nai could not recall having been prescribed any medication. The nurse wheeled her cart to the bedside. Are you still unaware of your condition? An injection is imperative. Wu Nai quickly got out of bed, put on his shoes, and dodged her with swift agility. Please wait. I must step out for a moment. We can discuss the injection upon my return. The nurse, believing he was merely in urgent need of the restroom, did not suspect any ulterior motives, for no one would jest with their own life. Wu Nai exited the hospital and hailed a taxi back to Sunshine Community. During the evening rush hour, the community bustled with people coming and going. Several small vendors took advantage of this time to sell their wares outside the entrance. After paying his fare and alighting, Wu Nai noticed a new vendor selling kitchen knives. His own knife had become utterly unusable. How much for this one? He inquired, picking up a knife. 100. The vendor replied, somewhat impatiently. Wu Nai examined the kitchen knife, determining it to be an ordinary one, worth no more than 30 yuan in the market. He then picked up another knife and inquired, what about this one? 100, the vendor replied, his tone growing increasingly impatient. If you wish to buy, then purchase. If not, be on your way. Wu Nai furrowed his brow and lifted his gaze, taken aback by such a sales approach for the first time. The vendor appeared to be in his 40s, standing under 5 feet 7 inches tall, with a notable peculiarity. The left side of his ear was missing. Upon noticing Wu Nai's scrutiny, the vendor quickly lowered his head and shielded his face with a cap. Could he be an undercover? The vendor's strange behavior convinced Wu Nai that he was no ordinary merchant. Chapter 23. Purchasing a house. Although Wu Nai possessed considerable wealth, he was not easily swayed. He returned the kitchen knife to the stall and turned on his heel to head home. Ding! The elevator arrived at the 9th floor. In the corridor, Bai Shui conversed with an unfamiliar man. Seeing Wu Nai, Bai Shui hurriedly exclaimed, Mr. Wu, just in time. This gentleman is looking for you. Wu Nai sized up the man, noting his refined attire and polished leather shoes, which clearly indicated he was not an ordinary individual. Is there something you need? Wu Nai asked. The man produced a business card from his pocket and handed it over. Hello, I am Han Gaofeng, and I am interested in purchasing your property. Wu Nai examined the card, which identified Han Gaofeng as the general manager of the Han Group. Why do you wish to buy my house? Wu Nai inquired, driven by simple curiosity. Given that this neighborhood consisted of compensation housing due to redevelopment, many residents were selling, so Han's interest in him raised suspicions. Han Gaofeng offered a professional smile, because of love. Bai Shui appeared astonished, having just encountered him and lacking deeper knowledge of the situation. Wu Nai's expression turned peculiar. Because of love? Has the original owner left me with an emotional debt? This is even more absurd than an old lady, and it's a man, no less. I won't sell. You should inquire elsewhere. Han Gaofeng countered. I have conducted my research, and the average price in your community is 10,000 yuan, with properties ranging from 70 to 80 square meters. I am prepared to offer you 2 million. Is that not acceptable? Bai Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. Who would willingly pay over 100,000 more for a property here? The willingness to pay a premium only heightened Wu Nai's skepticism regarding Han's intentions. He understood that wealth was not easily acquired and would not be handed over without reason. I will not sell. Ding. Received surprise from Bai Shui. Increasing lifespan by 60 days. Bai Shui was taken aback that Mr. Wu would decline such an exorbitant offer. Han Gaofeng, equally surprised, replied, Very well. I will offer 3 million. This amount could buy you 4 properties, and I only desire one. When I continued to monitor the countdown of his system's lifespan, he had accumulated another year, and with 6 more rewards, he would unlock a super reward. How delightful. What did 3 million or 5 million matter when his life was at stake? Selling the house would mean losing a tenant, thus hindering his ability to earn system rewards. Ding. The elevator door opened once more, and Yu Qian stepped out. She paused upon seeing the 3 individuals and frowned, asking, Han Gaofeng, what are you doing here? Caught off guard, Han Gaofeng awkwardly scratched his head. In truth, he was merely a blind date arranged for Yu Qian at her home. Upon learning that Yu Qian had fled to this place to rent a room to evade him, he contemplated purchasing the property as a gift to win her favor. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, the landlord stubbornly refused to sell. Han Gaofeng remarked, "I came here to attend to some matters." Wu Nai promptly responded, "Oh, you know each other? Then why not persuade him to buy a property from someone else? My house is not for sale." Yu Qian's expression shifted to one of indignation. She had grasped Han Gaofeng's intentions for appearing here. "You'd best vanish from my sight at once, or I shan't hold back." Han Gaofeng felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, hardly expecting the landlord to betray him so mercilessly. "Qian, please don't be upset. I shall take my leave." Yu Qian's face reflected disdain, clearly disapproving of being addressed as Qian. The man departed in the elevator, leaving an eerie atmosphere in the corridor. When I broke the silence, turning to Bai Shui, "What shall we do tonight? I'm absolutely famished." Bai Shui, still in shock, responded after a couple of surprised exclamations, "I thought you wouldn't return tonight." "So I only cooked noodles." Wu Nai replied, "Let us go. I do enjoy noodles." Yu Qian cast a deep glance at Wu Nai, fully aware that even in her absence, Han Gaofeng had undoubtedly offered a substantial sum due to his wealth. "Thank you, Uncle Wu." Wu Nai chuckled lightly. "Since you're renting my place, I feel obliged to protect you. I'm no stranger to wealth, and I won't be intimidated by it." His words elicited laughter from both women. The trio then proceeded to Bai Shui's home to enjoy noodles together. Despite her affluent background, Yu Qian displayed no airs during the meal, relishing the plain boiled noodles. After dining, she left Bai Shui to wash the dishes while Wu Nai prepared to retire for the night, utterly exhausted from the day's events. To his surprise, Yu Qian followed him. Wu Nai could only suppress his drowsiness and engage in light conversation with her. "Uncle Wu, I apologize for the trouble I caused you today," Yu Qian said. Wu Nai feigned wisdom, responding, "We have all been young once. I understand." Observing the amiable demeanor of Uncle Wu, Yu Qian opened up. "Actually, 2 years ago, I had a boyfriend who was also a police officer. My parents disapproved, so we could only see each other in secret." Intrigued by such romantic tales, Wu Nai found his fatigue momentarily alleviated. "And then?" he inquired. Yu Qian continued. "Then he left." Wu Nai pressed on. "Left? Where did he go?" Yu Qian's mood darkened. "He sacrificed himself during a mission, stabbed 7 times while apprehending a fugitive. His clothes were drenched in blood." Wu Nai winced, realizing he had inadvertently touched upon a painful subject. Yu Qian resolutely declared, "That's why I vowed to capture that murderer." Wu Nai nodded. "I believe you can do it." After bidding Yu Qian farewell, Wu Nai lay down and fell into a deep slumber. He was only awakened the following morning by a knock at the door. Expecting Bai Shui to bring breakfast, he donned a smile as he dressed and opened the door, only to be greeted by Xia Lily, clad in a short skirt and a tailored women's suit, her long legs exposed. Wu Nai remarked, "If you wore that attire while working at the bar, you would certainly attract quite a few predators." Xia Lily took a deep breath, expressing her desire to dress more conservatively, yet lamenting that her workplace would not permit it. It was now 7 in the morning. Previously, Xia Lily would have just finished her shift at this hour. But now she was preparing to head to work. She had emerged from the shadows into the light of day. Who could argue that this was not a form of progress? Wu Nai remarked, "You aren't here to discuss dividends, are you?" Yesterday, he had assisted Xia Lily significantly by resolving a major client issue. Xia Lily chuckled. "Dividends will certainly be forthcoming, but the bonuses will only be disbursed at the end of the month. Today, I am merely taking you out for some leisure." Wu Nai displayed a puzzled expression. Xia Lily continued, "Our sales department is organizing a charade where we pretend to queue for purchasing houses. Each participant receives 100 yuan along with 3 meals. I thought of you for this delightful opportunity." Wu Nai thought to himself, "Isn't this just a ruse? 100 yuan to sit there all day? I have no desire to partake." Xia Lily persisted in her persuasion today. "The sales department will also have a girl group performing in short skirts. Don't you want to witness that?" Wu Nai retorted angrily, "What do you take me for? Do you think I am such a cold-hearted person? If you are in need, how could I possibly refuse to support you?" He then grabbed his coat. "Let us hurry, or we shall miss breakfast." Chapter 24. Where did the girl group come from? The two took a taxi to the sales department, where a crowd of no fewer than 100 people had already gathered. All the saleswomen were dressed in women's suits, with ultra-short skirts complemented by an array of stockings. Wu Nai widened his eyes in astonishment. Indeed, he had made the right choice. With the saleswomen looking so glamorous, how delightful would it be to watch the girl group perform? Xia Lily secured a front row seat for Wu Nai. The stage was elevated above the seating area, and one could only imagine the splendid view that awaited. Shalili winked at Wu Nai. Old man, do ensure your blood pressure doesn't spike and cause you to faint. Wu Nai retrieved a quick-acting heart medication from his pocket. He would not attend a performance unprepared. Shalili gave him a thumbs up. Great. Now I must get back to work. Her primary task today was to sell houses, as only successful transactions would yield her income. Wu Nai nodded and settled comfortably in his seat, awaiting the commencement of the show. Are you also here as a filler, brought along by your daughter? An elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 60s, initiated conversation with Wu Nai. Wu Nai nodded, choosing not to elaborate on his relationship with Shalili. The old man shook his head with a hint of satisfaction. I too was dragged here by my daughter, who promised an exciting program today. Children do have a sense of filial piety. Wu Nai mused about the old man bringing his father to watch a girl group perform, wondering if the child's mother had consented. The old man then inquired, by the way, how much do they pay you for being a filler? Wu Nai answered honestly. 100. The old man's expression turned peculiar, and he fell silent. Wu Nai could sense that there was an unspoken truth behind the old man's demeanor. What about you? How much do you earn? The old man chuckled softly. People vary. It's already fortunate if you can earn 100. Wu Nai was taken aback. Did he just face some disdain? Questioning the old man would yield no answers. The truth was clearly concealed. At this moment, it was not the opportune time to seek out Shalili. If he left now, such a prime position would undoubtedly be claimed by someone else. Wu Nai resolved to wait until the performance concluded before approaching her for clarification. The host ascended the stage, chattering incessantly. He announced that once the performance was over, every guest would have the chance to participate in a lottery. The grand prize was a luxurious automobile, and the second prize was an extravagant 3-day getaway. Wu Nai held little interest in the lottery, as he suspected that winners had been predetermined. The tickets for the first and second prizes likely never resided in the lottery box, but were instead directly handed to selected individuals, who would merely feign drawing from the box. After the host finished his lengthy monologue, the much-anticipated girl group finally took the stage. With an average age of 48, each member wielded 2 large pink fans. Upon their arrival, they commenced an exuberant folk dance. Wu Nai was taken aback, questioning, what on earth is this? Was this the sensual girl group and exhilarating performance that Shalili had described? Nearby, an elderly gentleman was thoroughly engrossed. It made sense. These women were, at the very least, a decade younger than him, thereby qualifying as young women. Yet, this was not what he wished to see. Rising to locate Shalili, the old man remarked, if you leave now, you won't even pocket $100. Wu Nai retorted, I'm just stepping out to relieve myself. The old man shook his head, muttering to himself, doesn't he realize his own status? He is comparing appearance fees with me. When Wu Nai finally found Shalili, she was attending to a client. Taking a deep breath, he patiently waited, knowing that he could not disrupt her work. Auntie, feel free to call me anytime if you need anything. Shalili bid farewell to the departing client. Clearly, the deal had not been immediately sealed. Shalili inquired, why aren't you watching the beautiful dancers, Mr. Wu? Wu Nai quipped, where are the beauties? Aren't those just the mothers of the beauties? Shalili burst into laughter. You wouldn't want to see girls in their 20s dancing, would you? Wu Nai replied, I'm not interested in girls in their 20s dancing. I brought my emergency heart-saving pills for a reason. Shalili stifled a giggle. Just wait a bit longer, dinner will be served soon. At that moment, Wu Nai had little hope for the meal provided by the sales office. I heard the appearance fee isn't 100. What is going on? Shalili was taken aback by this statement. It is 100. That's what our supervisor told us. Who said it wasn't 100? Wu Nai pointed to the elderly gentleman he had spoken with earlier. At that moment, a woman in work attire stood beside him, and they were engaged in jovial conversation. Shalili furrowed her brow. I see. The person he is chatting with must be our supervisor. It seems she also takes a cut of the commission. With this explanation, Wu Nai understood that as long as Shalili was not involved in any underhanded dealings, he was unconcerned about the rest. You carry on with your work. I'll head back, he said. Shalili quickly grasped his arm, pressing a note into his hand. Leaning in close, she whispered, Mr. Wu, this is a ticket for the 5th prize. Pretend to draw later, and you can win a bag of rice. As Wu Nai anticipated, the lottery was predetermined. A bag of rice is not insignificant in value, and since the dance had concluded, it was time for the lottery. Having come this far, he might as well wait a moment. So he returned to his seat. The elderly gentleman noticed Wu Nai's return and offered a faint smile, his right fist tightly clenched. Wu Nai activated his X-ray vision, peering into the old man's fist, and indeed, A slip of paper was concealed within. The earlier visit from the supervisor's daughter must have been to deliver the note. However, the crumpled paper made it impossible to discern the prize level. He settled into his chair and calmly watched 20 minutes of folk dancing. As the girl group took their bows, the host reappeared on stage. Shaylee followed closely behind, cradling a red lottery box in her arms. With a resounding voice, the host declared, "We are about to commence the exhilarating lottery segment. I wonder which fortunate audience member will become our grand prize winner." A hush fell over the crowd, each person yearning for the first prize. Shaylee stood on stage, winking at Wu Nai, implying, "Thanks to me, you shall receive the 5th prize. Otherwise, you would be like these fools, winning nothing at all. Perhaps just a consolation prize, a mere cup." After explaining the rules, the host began to draw prizes sequentially from the front row. Wu Nai followed closely behind the supervisor. The first person drew a consolation prize, a single cup. With a resigned shake of his head, he returned to his seat. The second individual reached into the lottery box, vigorously stirring the contents. If strength were the measure, he would surely emerge victorious. Unfortunately, it was not a contest of might. He withdrew his hand to reveal a slip that simply read, "Thank you for participating," with not even a cup to his name. The third to approach was the supervisor himself, who feigned innocence as he walked up to the host. The host, smiling, encouraged, "Dear sir, just reach in and stir. Draw the card you desire." Obediently, the supervisor extended his right fist into the lottery box. Though intending to feign a stir, his hand involuntarily loosened, and the slip he had grasped slipped from his fingers, mingling with the other tickets. Chapter 25. A threat from the supervisor. Wu Nai, employing his X-ray vision, continuously observed the situation within the lottery box, initially intending to uncover any deceit. Instead, he witnessed a rather comical scene unfold. The supervisor's expression grew increasingly frantic as his hands fumbled about in the box for a full 2 minutes. Eventually, the host prompted, "Sir, we can expedite the process a bit." The old man could only seize a ticket and extract it. The female supervisor, watching her father, assumed he was performing convincingly. The ticket he held was, in fact, the only first prize, one she had secured after several nights with the CEO. The host took the ticket and announced loudly, "Sir, you have won a consolation prize, a cup." The supervisor's mind buzzed at the revelation, and the female supervisor's head similarly echoed in disbelief. Why was it a consolation prize? Where had the first prize gone? The supervisor's complexion turned pale, and he contemplated halting the lottery immediately. However, Wu Nai had already stepped forward, inserting his hand into the lottery box. The supervisor could only wait for Wu Nai to finish before pausing the draw. With his penetrating gaze, Wu Nai scanned the slips within the box, deftly rummaging through them until he unearthed the one discarded by the supervisor's father. He promptly retrieved it and handed the slip to the host. The host, wearing a smile, unfolded the slightly wrinkled ticket. Shalili also smiled, confident that Grandfather Wu would undoubtedly win the 5th prize. In the next moment, the host exclaimed with surprise, "Congratulations to this esteemed gentleman for winning our grand prize." The host, a professional hired by the sales office, was aware of the manipulations that often occurred during the lottery, yet remained oblivious to who the designated winner was, mistakenly believing Wu Nai to be the orchestrated grand prize recipient. Ding, received surprise from Shalili, adding 60 days to lifespan. Shalili found herself bewildered. How had the 5th prize she had given to Grandfather Wu transformed into the first prize? The supervisor below was equally perplexed, wondering how the first prize had been claimed by someone else. The host continued exuberantly explaining the prize-giving process. "The esteemed guest who has won our first prize will receive a luxurious car worth 400,000 yuan. Let us congratulate him." Not a single person in the audience applauded, for the winner was not among them. They felt only envy. The supervisor's father wished to tell Wu Nai that the first prize rightfully belonged to him, but how could he voice such a claim? Attempting to approach Wu Nai, he was intercepted by the supervisor, who whispered urgently, "Father, why did you throw the ticket in there?" The supervisor's father reassured her, "My dear, I understand your anxiety. But do not fret. I shall go over and inform him that the first prize is ours." The supervisor, with a face full of dismay, thought her father had lost his mind. How could he claim the first prize that had been drawn from the lottery box? Who would agree to such a thing? Would they admit to manipulating the lottery? Wouldn't he, the boss, berate her to no end? Wu Nai descended the stage, elated, awaiting his grand prize. The supervisor instructed her father to remain composed while she approached Wu Nai. "Greetings, esteemed gentlemen." Wu Nai anticipated the supervisor's approach, Realizing that the prize he had thought was secured was now slipping away, and the other party would not likely relent, he replied nonchalantly, "Yes, what is it?" The female supervisor, maintaining a smile, began, "First, congratulations to you, esteemed gentlemen, for winning our grand prize. However, we actually do not have a first prize yet. Do not worry, we will not leave you empty-handed. We will offer you 2,000 yuan as a reward." As she spoke, the female supervisor produced 2,000 yuan in cash from her bag, intending to exchange it for the lottery ticket in Wu Nai's possession. Wu Nai retrieved his newly purchased smartphone, activated the recording function, and aimed it at the female supervisor's face. "Could you kindly repeat what you just said? There is no first prize, and the 2,000 yuan is to substitute for it?" The female supervisor stood frozen, utterly unprepared for such a scenario. The elderly gentleman before her had pulled out a smartphone and was intent on recording. She now found herself in a precarious situation. "Esteemed sir, we need to discuss the matter of your winnings further. I will return shortly to communicate with you." Wu Nai chuckled inwardly. "Are you still attempting to play this game with me?" The remaining individuals could only set their sights on the second prize. However, the second prize remained elusive until the conclusion of the draw. The host announced the end of the lottery. Shayli Li clutched the lottery box as she descended the stage, hurriedly seeking out Wu Nai, eager to clarify the circumstances surrounding the first prize. As Shayli Li approached Wu Nai, he sighed, "Aren't you just inviting trouble upon yourself?" Bewildered, Shayli Li inquired, "What trouble?" Wu Nai replied, "You'll find out shortly." As events unfolded as he predicted, mere minutes later, the supervisor spotted Shayli Li alongside him and promptly approached with a serious demeanor, questioning, "Shayli Li, is this person you brought?" Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Shayli Li nodded, "Yes, supervisor." The supervisor sternly declared, "Then you should inform him that the first prize has been cancelled. We can offer him 2,000 yuan. If he refuses, so be it." Shayli Li, both shocked and furious, retorted, "The lottery was drawn by Mr. Wu based on merit. Why should it be cancelled?" The supervisor crossed her arms defiantly, asserting, "I said it's cancelled. Convince him immediately, or you can forget about working here." Shayli Li trembled with indignation. How much could she possibly earn in a month? That car was worth 400,000. Moreover, she couldn't possibly undermine Mr. Wu's interests for her own safety. Wu Nai produced his phone from his pocket, which had been recording the entire exchange. "Lily, can you see how clearly this is filmed?" Observing the clear footage on the screen, Shayli Li was genuinely astonished. She had not anticipated Mr. Wu had such a card up his sleeve. The supervisor's expression soured drastically as she pointed at Shayli Li. "You'd better make him delete that video, or I'll fire you on the spot." Shayli Li spread her hands. "I'm sorry, supervisor, but the phone belongs to Mr. Wu. I have no authority to request deletion. If you wish to fire me, then so be it." Wu Nai patted Shayli Li on the shoulder. "Why be so impulsive? Jobs are hard to come by these days." Shayli Li replied, "But Mr. Wu," she had already resolved that there were countless sales jobs available, and she had no need to endure humiliation here. With her beauty and skills, she could excel anywhere. The female supervisor, hands on her hips, believed she had the upper hand and was determined to reclaim that first prize at all costs. Wu Nai urged Shayli Li to remain calm and not to rush, then raised his phone. "We have evidence here, don't we? It's she who should be afraid. Why should you resign?" Shayli Li realized the truth. It was the supervisor who acted unprofessionally and was now vulnerable to scrutiny. "Very well. If you cannot secure the first prize, we shall send this video to headquarters and see who is dismissed first." Chapter 26. The car in hand, the female supervisor grimaced at the exchange between the two as if she had just swallowed a handful of flies. At that moment, her father approached and addressed Wu Nai. "Old buddy, let me be honest with you. That lottery ticket accidentally fell into the box. Can you please return it to me?" The supervisor hurriedly attempted to silence her father, fearing the phone was still recording. If it was, she would be utterly doomed. How could Wu Nai possibly overlook such an opportunity for evidence collection? The camera, of course, was recording. Wu Nai said, "Old friend, if you continue with that line of reasoning, you are disregarding the rules. Who can prove that the lottery ticket belongs to you? Present your evidence." The old man turned to the female supervisor. "Young lady, didn't you claim that the ticket was given to you by your manager? Call your old manager here to verify." The female supervisor felt dizzy. Many leaders from the headquarters were present, and if they learned of this situation, both she and her manager would face dire consequences. "Father, please stop." Yet her father, feeling indignant, could hardly accept the turn of events. Having previously looked down on Wu Nai, he could not bear to see the first prize snatched away from him. Are you going to hand over the lottery ticket or not? Wu Nai tucked his phone away to safeguard the evidence. What? Do you want to resort to violence? The old man raised his fist. I'll beat you to death. Wu Nai stepped back and easily evaded the attack. The old man attempted to strike again, but was stopped by onlookers. At that moment, a leader-like figure approached and inquired about the situation. The female supervisor stammered, unsure of how to explain. Her father spoke first. You must be a company leader, right? The man nodded, and the old man continued. That first prize ticket was given to my daughter by you, wasn't he it? Tell him that ticket is mine. The female supervisor felt a wave of despair wash over her. For the leader before her was indeed from the main office overseeing matters. General Manager Chow, please let me explain. She hurriedly attempted to defend herself. The man referred to as General Manager Chow had a frosty demeanor. You will have your explanation, but not now. The prizes will be distributed immediately according to the lottery results. You are to report the situation truthfully at the headquarters this afternoon. Wu Nai glanced helplessly at the three individuals, realizing that under the current circumstances, even the evidence he had recorded might no longer be necessary. The award ceremony proceeded, and Wu Nai stepped onto the stage to receive the keys to a car. A brand new vehicle was parked in the sales office lot, and figuring out how to drive it home posed a new challenge. He asked Shailili, can you drive? Shailili nodded eagerly, yes, I can. Thus, Wu Nai waited at the sales office for Shailili to finalize the car's paperwork. In the afternoon, they drove together to get the license plates. While in the car, Wu Nai inquired, this 1T affect your future work, will it? Shailili laughed heartily. That lousy supervisor might not even return now. How could it affect me? I ought to thank you today for helping me vent some frustration. That supervisor has been targeting me since my first day. Wu Nai nodded, contemplating the need to obtain a driver's license himself. He had one before crossing over, so retaking the exam should present no significant challenge. The two were occupied until evening before returning to the community. Passing by the entrance of the community, Wu Nai spotted the man selling kitchen knives. It was now after work hours, and numerous customers surrounded the other stalls, yet no one approached the man's stand. He seemed indifferent to the lack of customers. His furtive gaze fixated on the comings and goings of the residents, as if searching for someone. Suddenly, Shailili slammed the brakes. When I turned to her, what's wrong? Shirley stuck out her tongue, gesturing to look outside the window, where Yu Qian was just alighting from a vehicle. Meanwhile, Wu Nai noticed the man selling kitchen knives, his gaze fixated upon Yu Qian. His attention remained undeterred until she approached nearby. Shirley rolled down the car window and exclaimed, oh my, who is that? Taking a cab back? In this day and age, who doesn't own a private car? As a wealthy second-generation heiress, Yu Qian's family possessed several luxury vehicles worth millions. She simply preferred not to drive her family's cars. Have you found yourself a wealthy patron? Or are you borrowing some man's car? Shirley teased, caressing the steering wheel. You'd never guess whose car this is, even if you tried. Let us go. Let us leave some people to walk home. Wu Nai's gaze remained on the knife vendor until he vanished from the rearview mirror. Shirley, in a cheerful tone, inquired, what are you staring at, old man? Wu Nai shook his head. Nothing. Yet, he felt compelled to share this incident with Yu Qian. Upon parking in the underground garage, Shirley, with her bright, animated eyes, said, old man, I need to discuss something with you. Wu Nai replied, no way. The car and women are not for lending. He reached to remove the car keys. Shirley huffed, you're such a miser. If it weren't for me, would you have even won first prize? On their recent visit to the sales office, Shirley had directly garnered 2 rewards, which left Wu Nai feeling quite pleased. However, when it came to the car, as long as there were no issues, all was well. If problems arose, it would be unfavorable for everyone involved. Thus, it was better not to lend it out. How about I waive half your rent next month? Shirley immediately brightened, wrapping her arms around Wu Nai's and shaking it playfully. You're so kind, old man. Wu Nai responded, I'm not kind. The money is. As they took the elevator upstairs, they fortuitously encountered Yu Qian again. In fact, the speed of taking the underground route was comparable to walking through the community. Upon seeing each other, the two women exchanged a few disdainful glances. Wu Nai first sent Shirley home, then called Yu Qian back to his apartment. What brings you here, old man? Yu Qian asked lightly as she entered. Wu Nai inquired, did you notice anything unusual upon entering the community? Yu Qian pondered for a moment. It seems that for the past few days, I felt someone watching me each time I returned, but I couldn't discern who it was. Wu Nai proceeded to relay all his observations. Yu Qian furrowed her brow. Based on Wu Nai's account, she surmised that the individual was likely suspicious. "I'll step out for a moment," she declared. Wu Nai stood as well. "I'll accompany you." Yu Qian smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, old man. Nothing will happen in broad daylight. And remember my status." Wu Nai had no choice but to agree. Even if he accompanied her, his physique would likely prove of little aid. Yu Qian hurried downstairs in search of the knife vendor. Approximately 10 minutes later, she returned, shaking her head in disappointment. "The stall has already left." "Can you describe that person, old man?" Wu Nai replied. "He wore a mask and a hat, so I didn't see clearly. He appeared to be in his 40s and was missing a piece of his left ear." As Yu Qian sat down to rest, her expression suddenly shifted, and she sprang to her feet. "What did you say, old man?" Chapter 27. The unfilial grandson. This was the first time Wu Nai had witnessed such a look of panic on Yu Qian's face. "What is the matter?" he inquired. Yu Qian replied. "You said he is missing a piece of his left ear?" Wu Nai nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." Taking a deep breath, Yu Qian continued. "Do you still remember the story I told you about my ex-boyfriend?" It had only been 2 days since the incident, and Wu Nai certainly recalled the details. "Didn't you say he perished?" he asked. Yu Qian nodded, her expression sorrowful. "Yes, but the perpetrator who took his life has yet to be apprehended. Before he died, he bit off half of the assailant's left ear." Wu Nai sat upright, surprised to learn of such a hidden truth. "Are you suggesting that this person could very well be the murderer of your ex-boyfriend? But why would he come after you?" "It's possible he has been aware of my relentless pursuit. My inquiries with his family may have alerted him," she speculated. Wu Nai nodded, understanding that regardless of whether it was indeed him, they needed to capture him for questioning. "As for the apprehension, I cannot assist, but I wish you the best of luck." Yu Qian, touched, nodded in gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Wu, for providing such crucial information." After Yu Qian departed, Wu Nai reclined on his bed to check his system rewards. With 4 more rewards, he would unlock another super gift package. Meanwhile, the countdown to his demise had extended to 600 days. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Zhang Lu calling. "What brings you to call me so early in the evening?" Wu Nai answered. "Uncle, help me," Zhang Lu exclaimed. "Have you also caught the attention of the assassin?" Wu Nai quipped. "Far worse than an assassin. Tao Dashi and I are about to be expelled from school." Wu Nai gasped. "Why on earth?" Zhang Lu recounted the incident. The two had skipped class to play games in their dormitory, forgetting about an important exam, and were subsequently confronted by the disciplinary director. "The director has nominated us for expulsion and demanded our parents come to the school immediately," Zhang Lu lamented. "You must help us, or we will be in dire trouble." Zhang Lu pleaded. "But how can I assist? I can't simply declare that I am your grandfather." Wu Nai retorted. "Grandfather, save your grandson. If you could just speak to them, they might reconsider expelling us," Zhang Lu urged. Sighing, Wu Nai reflected on the few acquaintances he had in this world. He could not allow them to be expelled. "So it's Fanghai University? I will come by tomorrow morning." Zhang Lu was filled with gratitude. "How about we play a game now, uncle?" Wu Nai, incredulous, replied. "You're on the brink of expulsion and still think about gaming? How can you be so carefree?" Zhang Lu chuckled awkwardly, and they ended the call. The following day, after enjoying breakfast prepared by Bai Shui, Wu Nai took a taxi directly to Fanghai University. Upon arrival, he spotted 2 disheveled young men squatting by the entrance. It was Zhang Lu and Tao Dashi. "Grandpa Wu." Upon seeing Wu Nai, they quickly stood up. Wu Nai shot them a disapproving glance. "I've told you before, gaming should merely serve as entertainment. You insisted on pursuing it professionally. And now look where it has led you." The 2 boys dared not argue. Wu Nai clasped his hands behind his back. "Let us go. Lead me to your disciplinary director. But mind you, I cannot guarantee a favorable outcome." The 2 individuals excitedly exclaimed, "Dear sir, once this matter is settled, you shall be our beloved elder." The trio proceeded directly to the academic affairs office. With a firm knock, Zhang Lu opened the office door and humbly stated, "Director Wang, my grandfather has arrived." A man's voice resonated from within. "Even if your grandfather is here, it is of no consequence. The violations are serious, and I must impose penalties on you all." Wu Nai pulled Tao Dashi into the office and, without waiting for Director Wang to speak, commanded the 2 to kneel and apologize to him. Zhang Lu and his companion were momentarily taken aback. This particular scenario had not been anticipated. Director Wang, startled, realized that despite being the head of education, he could not bear the sight of students kneeling before him. Wu Nai winked at the 2, and Zhang Lu reacted swiftly, ready to kneel and confess. Director Wang quickly rose and grasped Zhang Lu, declaring to Wu Nai, Zhang Li's grandfather, this cannot be allowed. Although the children have erred, it does not warrant such humiliation. Wu Nai brandished his belt. Since Director Wang is too lenient to punish you, I shall deal with you myself. The belt struck the wall beside them with a sharp crack. Zhang Lu and Tao Dashi, clutching their heads, cried out, Grandfather, I promise I won't do it again. Please, spare us. Wu Nai declared, a lack of discipline is the fault of the guardian. If the grandson misbehaves, it falls upon the elder to correct him. Since they no longer need to attend school, I might as well teach them a lesson. Director Wang hurried forward, restraining Wu Nai's arm. Dear sir, it is not that severe. The children merely made a minor mistake. Wu Nai retorted, were they not to be expelled? Director Wang explained. The punishment has yet to be finalized. I merely acted in haste, having seen how thoughtless the children were. Wu Nai raised the belt once more. What kind of fine teacher has been driven to such a state by your two rascals? Watch me not strike you. Zhang Lu and Tao Dashi pleaded in unison, Grandfather, 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 akin to the cries of the Calabash brothers seeking their grandfather's aid. Ultimately, Wu Nai could not break free from Director Wang's hold, and the belt did not land upon the two. Breathing heavily, he sank into a chair. Director Wang urged, Zhang Lu, why not fetch your grandfather a glass of water? Zhang Lu hurriedly filled a cup from the water dispenser and presented it. Subsequently, Director Wang raised his hand, instructing Zhang Lu and his companion. You two may leave for now. The two boys stole a glance at Wu Nai before swiftly exiting the office. Everything now rested upon the capable hands of Grandfather Wu. Director Wang said, Sir, I wish to inquire about something. Wu Nai lifted his gaze. Speak, Director Wang. Director Wang continued, as Zhang Li's grandfather. Why does Tao Dashi also call you grandfather? Wu Nai sighed, casting his eyes at a 45-degree angle. It is a long story. Once, Dashi's grandmother married my second son, and thus, Tao Dashi came to be. Director Wang's expression transformed into one of curiosity. Ah, so that is the case. It must have been quite challenging for you. Wu Nai shook his head. These are but old tales, best left unspoken. Let us focus on the two children. If they are truly expelled, their futures will be irrevocably ruined. Director Wang nodded in agreement. Given your approach to their education today, I believe they have grasped their errors. They may be spared expulsion, though a reprimand is inevitable. This is the utmost limit of Wu Nai's capabilities. Two mischievous boys, during the examination period, were holed up in their dormitory playing video games and were caught red-handed by the Director of Education. They deserved their reprimand. Thank you, Director Wang. Just as Wu Nai was about to rise and take his leave, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and a wave of weakness washed over him. Director Wang, taken aback, inquired, Sir, what is the matter? Wu Nai clutched his belly, his face contorted in agony. I can't take it anymore. It hurts too much. Director Wang hurriedly called for Zhang Litao, who was waiting outside, to come in. Quick, look at what has happened to your grandfather. Both were bewildered as Zhang took out his phone. We should take grandfather to the hospital right away. Chapter 28. Is Grandfather Wu in distress? To avoid being discovered by Director Wang, when the ambulance arrived, they did not allow him to accompany them. Rest assured, Director Wang, we will definitely ensure grandfather's safety. The ambulance, sirens blaring, departed from Fanghai University and arrived directly at the hospital, where Wu Nai was swiftly taken into the emergency room. Zhang Litao, holding Wu Nai's phone, realized the gravity of the situation and felt compelled to inform Wu Nai's family. However, upon perusing the contact list, he found no information regarding family members. He reluctantly dialed a number labeled Yatu. Bai Shui answered the call. Hello? What happened to grandfather? Zhang Litao replied anxiously. Are you a relative of Grandfather Wu? He is in the emergency room at the city hospital. He is in critical condition. Clang. The tray Bai Shui was holding fell to the floor. Just yesterday, Grandfather Wu was perfectly fine. How could he be in such a state today, since she was not at the city hospital? She quickly asked the head nurse for leave and rushed outside. As she wept, she called Yu Qian and Xia Lili, informing them that their plans would have to end prematurely and urging them to head to the city hospital immediately. Xia Lili and Yu Qian, not daring to delay, hurriedly requested leave to go to the city hospital. Meanwhile, Wu Nai lay in the emergency room, where the doctor inquired about his pain. Wu Nai could only feel excruciating pain in his abdomen, yet the countdown to his demise seemed to have surpassed 1,000 days. How could he suddenly feel so unwell? After a preliminary diagnosis, the doctor determined it was a kidney stone. Further imaging confirmed the diagnosis. Zhang and his companion stood by the bedside, reassuring, Grandfather, do not worry. I have already contacted your family. Wu Nai, engulfed in pain, could barely comprehend Zhang's words before he was wheeled into the operating room for lithotripsy. When the three young women arrived at the city hospital's emergency room, they found the bed empty. Inquiring with the on-duty doctor, they were told, the patient has already left. Bai Shui burst into tears. Grandfather, why did you leave us without waiting? Xia Lili leaned against the door, her body collapsing weakly, murmuring, Old man, I haven't had enough time with you. Why did you leave? Yu Qian bit her lip, standing frozen in place. Just yesterday, Wu Nai had helped her uncover clues about her adversary, and today they were separated by the veil of death. The doctor, bewildered, looked at the three beautiful girls. Why are you all so upset? The old man underwent lithotripsy for his kidney stone. Is such a fuss truly necessary? The three women stared in shock at the young doctor. Xia Lili retorted, Are you out of your mind? Can't you finish a thought in one go? Bai Shui wiped her tears vigorously, exclaiming, Do you not realize how frightening this is? Yu Qian merely cast a glance at the doctor. Where is the lithotripsy department? The young doctor swallowed hard. It's on the 3rd floor. He had never encountered such fiery-tempered girls, and to his astonishment, there were 3 of them. Xia Lili stood up from the ground, declaring, Today you are fortunate. We are visiting grandfather. Otherwise, I would have surely given you a beating. The 3 women hurriedly ascended to the 3rd floor. Upon arriving outside the lithotripsy room, Zhang Lu immediately turned to the trio of women. Having seen Bai Shui at Wu Nai's house, he recognized her. Bai Shui, in turn, recognized the 2 and anxiously inquired, Where is Grandfather Wu? How is he? The 2 young men were so mesmerized by the 3 beauties that they stuttered. He's inside. Xia Lili attempted to rush in, but was held back by Yu Qian. They are treating him inside. Entering could disturb the doctors. Bai Shui pressed Zhang Lu. Who called me? Who said Grandfather Wu was in critical condition? Zhang Lu, expecting praise, produced Wu Nai's phone. It was me, sister. Bai Shui gritted her teeth and snatched the phone. Were you trying to scare us to death? Zhang Lu scratched his head in confusion. Once the kidney stones were addressed, Wu Nai felt an immediate relief from pain, and he appeared as normal as ever. Stepping down from the treatment bed, he saw the 3 women and 2 men waiting outside for him. Wu Nai asked, Why are you all here? Xia Lili crossed her arms. Isn't it because these 2 boys said you were unwell? We came to bid you farewell. Knowing Wu Nai was fine, Xia Lili couldn't resist teasing him. Wu Nai glanced at the flustered Zhang Lu and Tao Dashi, who had never experienced such a scenario before, surrounded by 3 beautiful women with intense gazes. All right, you 2 should return to school. Everything has been resolved for you. The 2 bowed repeatedly. Thank you, grandfather. We will leave now and visit you when we have time. Before hurriedly departing, it was still morning, and the 3 women were supposed to be at work. When I addressed them, you should all return to your tasks. I am perfectly fine now. Feeling the warmth of their concern, he felt a comforting sense in his heart. Grandfather, we will escort you home. The 3 women chimed in almost simultaneously. They exchanged surprised glances, not expecting such harmony among themselves. Suddenly, Xia Lili's phone rang. She pressed the answer button, and a man's voice emerged. Miss, where should I deliver the wreath you ordered? Wu Nai looked at Xia Lili, who appeared embarrassed. He chuckled softly. That wreath once he meant for me, was it? After sending the women away, Wu Nai took a taxi back to his apartment. Once home, he drank several large glasses of mineral water, as the doctor had advised him to stay hydrated due to his kidney stones. He was left reeling. Who would have thought I could develop kidney stones? He then lay down on his bed to rest, sleeping until 5 in the afternoon, finally feeling rejuvenated. With just 4 more occurrences needed to attain the grand prize, he pondered how to astonish the 3 women. This hospital stay had seen all 3 of them present, yet he had not received any rewards, likely because their reaction was one of fright rather than surprise. Wu Nai suddenly recalled the man selling kitchen knives at the entrance. Today, Yu Qian must have executed a plan to apprehend that individual. He might as well see if he can obtain a reward from Yu Qian. Contemplating this, he found a rolling pin in the kitchen, about the thickness of an arm, concealed it within his clothing, and made his way outside. Ding! The elevator arrived at the 1st floor and opened its doors, revealing a tall figure waiting just outside. Wu Nai locked eyes with the stranger, his heart racing in alarm. The man standing outside was none other than the vendor of kitchen knives. The man still wore a cap and kept his head lowered, allowing Wu Nai to pass as he entered the elevator. Wu Nai swallowed hard, opting not to follow him inside, instead fixating on the elevator's floor indicator, eager to discern the stranger's destination. As time elapsed, the numbers gradually changed. 5, 6, and then the elevator halted abruptly at the 9th floor. Damn it! Wu Nai exclaimed inwardly, realizing the man was indeed heading towards Yu Qian. He hastily retrieved his phone to call Yu Qian, although he desired the system's reward. His life took precedence. The phone rang 7 or 8 times before it was answered. The background noise was somewhat chaotic. "What is the matter, sir?" Yu Qian inquired. "We are right at the entrance of the community. That knife vendor hasn't come today." Chapter 29. Failed capture indeed. Yu Qian had devised a plan. As she was stationed at the community entrance with 3 colleagues, waiting for the knife vendor. "Don't wait any longer. He is above us. I just encountered him in the elevator," Wu Nai warned. Yu Qian gasped. "Sir, don't act recklessly. We'll be there shortly." Ding ding ding. The elevator began its descent until it reached the 1st floor, where the man reappeared inside. He hadn't stopped at the 9th floor. If he were to leave now, Yu Qian might miss her chance to capture him. Wu Nai charged directly at the man. Hey, young man, can't you watch where you're going?" The man did not assist Wu Nai. Instead, he swiftly stepped back, retreating into the elevator. His tone was frigid. "You collided with me." Wu Nai slowly laid down on the ground, inadvertently blocking the elevator's entrance, and shouted, "What do you mean I collided with you? Do you have any sense of reason?" "Let the neighbors decide." Wu Nai never imagined he would resort to Zhao Buifeng's tactics against someone else. "Yu Qian, oh Yu Qian. I am truly sacrificing my dignity to assist you. Hurry up and come." The man, his brow furrowed beneath the cap, coldly asked, "What do you want?" "Compensation. Otherwise, I will call the police immediately." Upon hearing Wu Nai mention the police, the man visibly panicked. "Fine, how much do you want?" He reached towards his lower back. "Damn it." Wu Nai cursed inwardly, fearing the man intended to silence him. 50. Wu Nai declared a sum that would hopefully deter the man from drawing a weapon. The man appeared taken aback, incredulously asking, "You only want 50 yuan?" Wu Nai sighed in relief, noticing the man's hand had emerged empty. "Yes, 50, not a cent less. Or you want to be leaving?" The man promptly retrieved 100 yuan from his pocket and tossed it at Wu Nai. "Here is 100. Now step aside." Wu Nai, holding 100 yuan, shone the light in all directions, saying, "Young man, it's not that I don't believe you. It's just that counterfeit money is rampant these days." At that moment, chaotic footsteps echoed from outside the unit, accompanied by Yu Qian's voice. "You two are blocking the stairs. Xiao Zhang and I will go upstairs to catch him." Hearing the commotion, the man attempted to stride over Wu Nai. Swiftly, Wu Nai grasped the man's thigh, exclaiming, "Do you have no sense of public morality? Do you not realize that stepping over someone like that stunts their growth?" The man, on the verge of cursing, thought, "You're about to meet your maker, and you're still worried about growing taller?" With a forceful effort, he broke free from Wu Nai's grip and dashed toward the entrance. He collided with Yu Qian just as she entered. Wu Nai shouted, "Quick, catch him." He is trying to flee after knocking into an elder. Yu Qian and another male officer instantly engaged the man, but to their surprise, the man fought fiercely, swiftly sending both of them sprawling away. Wu Nai internally exclaimed, grateful he had refrained from intervening earlier, or else his frail body would have been no match for such a blow. The man escaped the scuffle and bolted toward the door. 2 officers stationed outside attempted to block him, but he drew a long knife from his waist. Yu Qian shouted, "Be careful." Suddenly, taking advantage of the officer's distraction, he plunged the knife into one officer's abdomen. Yu Qian and Officer Xiao Zhang rushed forward to assist. The man used the injured officer's body to push past them and fled in a panic. Yu Qian yelled, "Xiao Zhang, stay behind. Xiao Li, follow me." Officer Xiao Zhang pressed his hands against his colleague's wound and called for backup. Wu Nai stood helplessly by, unable to assist. After requesting support, Xiao Zhang recognized Wu Nai as the elderly gentleman often seen at the hospital. "Are you all right, sir?" Wu Nai brushed off the dust from his clothing, pondering what could possibly be wrong with him, especially since he had just earned 100 yuan. His concern lay with Yu Qian, fearing that the brutal assailant would pose a danger if she caught up. Fortunately, a few minutes later, Yu Qian and her partner returned, their expressions grim, clearly having failed to apprehend the suspect. An ambulance arrived shortly thereafter. Yu Qian instructed, "Xiao Zhang, accompany him to the hospital. Reinforcements will arrive soon, and we will continue the pursuit." Then she turned to Wu Nai, asking, "Are you all right, sir? Do you need to go to the hospital as well?" Wu Nai shook his head, knowing the assailant possessed exceptional evasion skills and was unlikely to be caught again. He was relieved that he had not revealed his role in aiding the police, for if he had, he would have to worry about retaliation in the future. "You all carry on. I shall return upstairs." Yu Qian, busy with arrangements for the pursuit, did not see him off. That evening, Bai Shui returned, bringing with her a pot of rib soup. As she delivered it, she remarked, "I don't know why there are so many police downstairs today. I even saw Yu Qian among them." Wu Nai chose not to elaborate, believing it best for the innocent Bai Shui to remain unaware of such matters. When Xia Lili returned, she too came by Wu Nai's home to share the rib soup. "Old man, today I realized you're not as invincible as you seem. You nearly scared me to death," Xia Lili exclaimed, gnawing on a rib. Wu Nai chuckled, "If I were to die, wouldn't that be even better? You could continue living here without paying rent. Surely, that would be quite unfortunate. How about you live well and refrain from collecting our rent?" "Wu Nai, impossible. I rely on your rent for my retirement. How could I possibly forego it?" The two women were amused by Wu Nai's words. Until they finished their meal, Yu Qian had yet to return. Zhang Lu and Tao Dashi, having received a severe reprimand, dared not engage in gaming for the past couple of days, prompting Wu Nai to retire early for the night. The following morning, just before heading to work, Yu Qian made a special trip to check on Wu Nai, informing him that the suspect had still not been apprehended. This was anticipated by Wu Nai, who cautioned Yu Qian about the suspect's ruthless tactics and advised her to exercise caution during the arrest. Yu Qian, touched, responded affirmatively. After Yu Qian departed, Wu Nai promptly locked the door. In these unusual times, it was best to refrain from wandering and remain safely at home. Around 10 in the morning, there came a series of knocks at the door. Wu Nai, nestled in bed engrossed in a game, sat up and stealthily approached the door. Peering through his enhanced vision, he saw downstairs neighbor Old Lu standing outside. "What's the matter?" Wu Nai inquired from behind the door. "Old Lu, open the door and I'll explain." "Wu Nai, just tell me what you need. It's inconvenient to open the door." "Old Lu, I heard something happened in your unit last night and came to inquire." Wu Nai thought to himself, "So he is here for gossip. I don't know anything about it. Now, please leave. I need to get some sleep." Old Lu, running his fingers through his graying hair, shook his head in disdain. "At your age, still so fond of sleeping? You'll have plenty of time for that when you're dead." Just as Wu Nai contemplated retreating to his bedroom, he overheard a man conversing with Old Lu. "Sir, do you know which apartment the police officer on this floor resides in?" Old Lu, oblivious, replied, "You must be referring to that tenant, Little Yu, belonging to Old Wu, right?" Chapter 30. Successful capture. Upon hearing the man's voice, Wu Nai abruptly turned around and activated his enhanced vision once more. The man speaking with Old Lu was indeed the one selling kitchen knives. Old Lu was pointing towards Wu Nai's door. "I don't know where Little Yu is, but Old Wu is home. You might as well ask him." Wu Nai thought, what an infuriating old fool. If he were to be recognized, it would surely link back to yesterday's intentional obstruction. He hurriedly pulled out his phone to call Yu Qian, but the line rang unanswered. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the man approached Wu Nai's door and lightly knocked. Old Lu lingered, curious as to why Old Wu wouldn't open the door. "Who is it?" With Old Lu's incessant chatter outside, Wu Nai could not feign absence. "Hello, sir. I'd like to ask you something." The man feigned politeness. Wu Nai quickly composed a text message to the emergency services. It was a piece of emergency protocol. When unable to make a call, one could text 110, and they would still receive the alert. The message was straightforward. The assailant who harmed the police officer has returned to Sunshine Community, located on the 9th floor of Building 4. Wu Nai addressed the door. "What do you wish to discuss?" Old Lu chimed in. "Old Wu, why don't you open the door?" "How rude of you." Wu inwardly cursed, thinking that perhaps a few stabs would teach him the meaning of courtesy. He called out to the man outside, "I'm not dressed, so just speak your mind." The man inquired, "I am a friend of Yu Qian. May I ask which room she has rented?" Wu feigned impatience, replying, 912. If you were truly a friend of Yu Qian, why not call her directly? The reason Wu disclosed the actual room number was to buy time while awaiting the police's arrival. Since the man was asking for the room number, he undoubtedly intended to do something, which provided a perfect opportunity for delay. The man, unperturbed, politely responded, "Thank you, sir," and further expressed his gratitude to Lao Lu. Lao Lu waved dismissively. "There's no need for thanks over such trivial matters. I'm not as stingy as Lao Wu." After his jibe at Wu, Lao Lu took the elevator. The man waited quietly for Lao Lu to leave before swiftly approaching the door of 912. Wu, using his keen observational skills, noted how the man produced a tool from his pocket, squatted down, and effortlessly forced open Yu Qian's door. Wu sighed, realizing he needed to change all the locks to fingerprint ones at the earliest opportunity. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Yu Qian calling, and he hurriedly answered. Sir, we just received a report that the man selling kitchen knives has reappeared. Did you call the police? Wu replied, who else could it be? I told him your room number, and he has already broken in. Ding. Received a surprise from Yu Qian, increasing lifespan by 60 days. Wu chuckled softly, pleased to receive yet another reward. Yu Qian, without dwelling on why Wu had revealed her room number, urgently instructed, Wu, lock the door immediately. We are on our way. Before Yu Qian could finish her sentence, the door to 912 swung open once more, and the man stepped out. Damn it, he is back. Wu exclaimed. Yu Qian, confused, asked, what are you saying, sir? Wu clarified, the man has just exited your room and is waiting for the elevator. Gritting her teeth, Yu Qian noted they had only 5 minutes to reach the community, and it seemed he would escape again. Sir, stay calm. We will catch him. Wu, eager for the chance to earn 3 more rewards for an opportunity at a grand prize, replied through the phone, I'll find a way to stall him. You must hurry. Before Yu Qian could respond, Wu ended the call and dialed Lao Lu, who had just come downstairs. Hey, why are you calling me? Lao Lu answered. Wu succinctly stated, the man you saw is a thief. He stole several thousand from Yu's home. You need to stop him. Lao Lu, bewildered, responded, what are you saying? Wu insisted, Yu is a police officer. If you help her catch the criminal, there will certainly be a reward. He just went downstairs. Don't waste time. Hurry and stop him. I'm coming down now. After hanging up, Wu sighed, oh, Lao Lu, the trouble you've stirred up. You'll have to hold on for a moment. Meanwhile, Lao Lu was chatting with a few elderly gentlemen, rallying his companions, quickly, come with me to catch a thief. For elderly gentlemen, their combined ages nearing 300 years, wobbled towards the entrance of the building. Meanwhile, Wu Nai retrieved his weapon, the rolling pin, from the previous day. He promptly boarded another elevator to descend, eager to witness the outcome of the impending confrontation. It would either be a man incarcerated or old Lu hospitalized. Upon Wu Nai's arrival on the ground floor, the elevator doors opened to a cacophony of curses emanating from outside. Grasping the rolling pin, he rushed out, only to find old Lu sprawled in a nearby flower bed, while the other 3 elders grappled with a man. With swift determination, Wu Nai charged from behind, raising the rolling pin and striking the man on the head. A dull thud resonated. The man stumbled and fell to the ground. Seizing the moment, Wu Nai mounted the man's back and disarmed him, tossing the long knife he had concealed away. The other 3 elders stood frozen in fear upon seeing the blade. Wu Nai bellowed, at your age, what are you afraid of, a mere feather? Emboldened, the trio stepped forward to assist Wu Nai in subduing the assailant. Suddenly, the police car, driven by Yu Qian and her team, arrived at the entrance. Spotting Wu Nai atop the man, Yu Qian was taken aback. Ding, received surprise from Yu Qian, granting an additional 60 days of life. Quick, subdue the suspect. The officers rushed in, overpowering the man and securing him with handcuffs. Wu Nai finally exhaled in relief. The man glared at Wu Nai, seething, you old fool, how dare you betray me? Wu Nai retorted dismissively, betrayal? This is merely a righteous act. A pained cry from old Lu echoed from the flower bed. It was then that everyone noticed another individual in the flower bed. 2 officers pulled old Lu out, who grimaced, clutching his back. Wu, you old coot, do you intend to kill me? Wu Nai gestured for old Lu to look around, and he suddenly realized they were surrounded by police. Wu Nai remarked, it was old Lu who contributed the most in capturing this man. Yu Qian, be sure to commend him. Yu Qian approached old Lu and formally expressed her gratitude. Thank you, sir. We will request a commendation for you from the department. Old Lu felt his aches dissipate, and he found newfound vigor in his steps. To his astonishment, Wu Nai's words rang true. And there would indeed be a reward. May I inquire about the amount of the reward? Chapter 31. A super reward once again. The amount of the reward was not solely determined by Yu Qian. The esteemed gentlemen could rest assured that their heroic deeds would be duly recognized and rewarded by the department. Afterward, the officers escorted the man into the police vehicle. Upon investigation and interrogation, it was confirmed that he was the perpetrator responsible for the murder of Yu Qian's boyfriend. The man had entered Yu Qian's room in search of incriminating evidence, only to find himself subdued by the elderly gentleman. That evening, Yu Qian indulged in copious amounts of beer, secluding herself in her room for a drunken escapade. Even when Wu Nai knocked on her door, she did not respond. Bai Shui expressed her concern. Grandpa Wu, do you think Yu Jie will be all right? Wu Nai shrugged. The long-suppressed hatred has finally been released. Let her unwind for a while. Bai Shui clicked her tongue. Wu Nai inquired about Bai Shui's recent happenings. Among the three women, Bai Shui is the most sentimental, making it relatively easy for her to receive rewards. Her cheeks flushed slightly, revealing a bashful expression. Wu Nai inquired, "Are you in a relationship?" Bai Shui hurriedly refuted, "No. No. There is a doctor at the hospital pursuing me, but I haven't agreed yet." Wu Nai replied, "Oh, do you like him?" Blushing, Bai Shui confessed, "I'm not ready for a relationship." However, she had a lingering thought that she did not wish to pursue romance before Wu Nai departed. Wu Nai made a decision. She would investigate the suitor chasing after Bai Shui. "I will visit the hospital tomorrow to see what your admirer looks like." Ding, received Bai Shui's surprise. Increasing lifespan by 60 days. Wu Nai was astonished. Is it really that easy? Bai Shui is indeed my lucky star. Bai Shui protested. "I haven't agreed to him yet." Wu Nai was resolute, patting Bai Shui's fair hand. "Fear not. I have experience. I will ensure everything is fine." The following day, Wu Nai accompanied Bai Shui to the hospital. To appear inconspicuous, she intentionally registered for a full-body examination. Arriving outside the doctor's office, Bai Shui whispered, "It's the doctor inside. I won't go in, you can check it out." Wu Nai glanced at the consultation room door, finding it somewhat familiar. Upon entering, she discovered that the doctor seated inside was indeed the one who had provided her diagnosis upon her arrival. The doctor recognized Wu Nai, standing up in surprise. "What a coincidence to see you here. Given the time that has passed, you should have." Wu Nai interjected, sitting down. "I should have perished, right?" The doctor, seated once more, clarified, "That was not my intention. I merely wondered how you could still be out and about." Wu Nai shot him an irritated glance. From their recognition, Wu Nai held little hope for Bai Shui's romantic prospects, recalling that upon her arrival, she had witnessed this male doctor exchanging flirtatious glances with a female nurse, a quintessential cad who exploited his medical profession to deceive inexperienced nurses. Wu Nai glanced at the doctor's nameplate. Xiao Jun asked, "Are you here for an examination?" Wu Nai stood. "I had intended to, but it is no longer necessary." Xiao Jun was taken aback, watching as Wu Nai exited the office. Bai Shui had been waiting at a distance and rushed over as soon as she saw Wu Nai emerge. In a hushed tone, she asked, "How did it go?" Wu Nai knew she must deliver an astonishing statement to elicit Bai Shui's surprise. Thus, she declared, "He is a creep. He just groped me inside." Ding, received Bai Shui's astonishment, increasing lifespan by 60 days. Ding, accumulated 2 years of lifespan, unlocking a super gift package. Honest tongue, when used to inquire. The respondent must answer truthfully. Wu Nai was taken aback. This reward was rather extraordinary. She inquired of Bai Shui with the honest tongue, "Do I look handsome?" Bai Shui replied, "Not really." Immediately after, she covered her mouth, internally chiding herself for speaking the truth. Even if he wasn't handsome, she shouldn't have stated it so bluntly. As the office door swung open behind him, Xiao Jun found himself momentarily captivated by the sight of 2 individuals outside. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, "Do you know each other?" Wu Nai, intent on unmasking the other's facade, posed a candid question. "Do you truly have feelings for Bai Shui?" Without hesitation, Xiao Jun replied, "Of course not. I merely wish to toy with her." Instantly, both Xiao Jun and Bai Shui were taken aback. In a flurry, Xiao Jun amended his statement. "I genuinely like Bai Shui, I swear." Wu Nai, employing his straightforward approach once more, asked, "Then who else do you like?" "Xiao Jia." "Xiao Fong." "Wen." Xiao Jun responded. Bai Shui was left in shock, for these names belonged to her fellow nurses. With a single syllable of disbelief, "You." Bai Shui turned and fled into the distance. Xiao Jun attempted to pursue her, only to be halted by Wu Nai, who warned, "Keep your distance from Bai Shui, otherwise, I won't hesitate to make you a laughingstock." Fear gripped Xiao Jun at Wu Nai's words. Why did he always reveal his innermost thoughts whenever questioned? "Who exactly are you?" he queried. Wu Nai replied, "I am the harbinger of justice, the embodiment of light, the guardian of Bai Shui." Xiao Jun, gazing at Wu Nai's nonchalant figure, felt too intimidated to follow. At the hospital entrance, he found Bai Shui with reddened eyes. Wu Nai comforted her, "Do not be disheartened. Such a person is not worth your tears." Bai Shui nodded, grateful she hadn't been easily deceived, and had enlisted Wu Nai's assistance in the matter. "Allow me to escort you home," Wu Nai offered. "No need. Focus on your work," he gestured dismissively. The sun shone brightly, and the weather was splendid. Having acquired a new ability, he saw no reason not to explore. Stepping outside the hospital, he pondered where to wander next. Remembering the new car at home that he could not drive, Wu Nai resolved to seek out a driving school to obtain a license. He hailed a taxi. The driver inquired, "Where to?" "Just find a driving school," Wu Nai replied. The driver, taken aback, remarked, "Sir, at your age, you wish to get a driving license? I happen to know a place that is both inexpensive and expedites the process." Wu Nai, with his characteristic honesty, asked, "Is it truly that good?" The driver started the engine, responding, "Not particularly, but I earn a commission of 500 for bringing someone in." A silence enveloped the taxi, heavy enough that a pin drop could be heard. Had the driver truly spoken those words? Wu Nai sighed. The driver, feeling awkward, suggested, "Shall we try a different driving school?" The prices of driving schools were generally comparable. Earning a commission was merely a skill. "Let us split the commission 50-50. And I shall go to your recommended place," Wu Nai proposed. The driver, not one for lengthy discussions, cheerfully agreed. "All right then, I'll give you 300. And I'll keep 200. Upon arriving at the driving school, the driver's connections facilitated a smoother process. After the payment was completed, the driver received his commission. The two then divided their earnings outside the school. The driver said, "Since you can't take the test today, let me give you a free ride home." Unbeknownst to the two women about the newly acquired skill, Wu Nai saw an opportunity to utilize it for mutual benefit. "We cannot go to the police station. Let us head to the sales office at Ping and Road," he suggested. Chapter 32. The Master, the Sage. Upon disembarking and entering the sales office, they were met with a throng of people gathered together. Wu Nai glanced around, but could not find Shaili Li. He then approached the crowd. "Are you mistaken?" A woman's domineering voice resounded from within the throng. Shortly after, Shaili Li's voice emerged. "I am not mistaken." Peering through the crowd, Wu Nai observed Shaili Li standing defiantly against her supervisor from that day. "Oh dear, she hasn't been dismissed yet?" The female supervisor pointed accusingly at Shaili Li. "If you refuse to acknowledge your mistake, your bonus for this month will be entirely forfeited." A salesperson whispered to Shaili Li, "Just admit your fault. It won't cost you anything significant." Shaili Li resolutely shook her head. "It's not my fault. Why should I concede? This is nothing but retaliation." The female supervisor ground her teeth. "Fine, your bonus for this month is gone." Unfazed, Shaili Li retorted, "Your word holds no weight. If you wish to deduct my salary, let the manager give the order." The supervisor smirked. The sales department manager was her accomplice, and with a mere word from her, he would undoubtedly sanction Shaili Li's salary deduction. Indeed, she was seeking vengeance. Having lost the car she had expected and endured a reprimand from headquarters, she intended to recoup her losses through Shaili Li. "You wish to hear the manager's command, do you? I shall fetch him to speak with you right now." Shaili Li scoffed. "Am I to fear you?" The supervisor stormed off towards the office. The other female salespeople once more urged Shaili Li, "Why bother? She and the manager are already close. You cannot outmatch her. You must secure your salary for this month." Shaili Li replied defiantly, "If it comes to that, I'll simply resign rather than endure her humiliation." Suddenly, she spotted Wu Nai standing at the back of the crowd. "Mr. Wu, what brings you here?" Wu Nai chuckled. "I intended to stroll casually, but then I stumbled upon your confrontation with the supervisor." Shaili Li laughed and approached, linking her arm with his. "She's just been spoiled." Wu Nai inquired, "Do you require my assistance?" Shaili Li smirked, thinking to herself, what could an old man possibly do to help? Yet, she still considered Wu Nai's feelings. "I'll manage on my own. If worst comes to worst, I'll quit." While they conversed, the female supervisor returned, accompanied by a bespectacled man in his 40s. With an air of superiority, she addressed him, "Manager Bai. Shaili Li has lost a potential client and refuses to admit her fault or accept punishment, insisting that you give the order personally." Shaili Li placed her hands on her hips. The individual never intended to purchase a property. They merely sought information. How can you label them a potential client? This is personal revenge. Manager Bai furrowed his brow. He was aware that the prize ticket for first place had been drawn by someone brought in by Shaili Li, which had been given to the supervisor. Consequently, his impression of Shaili Li was far from favorable. "How do you expect to converse with your supervisor? Based solely on your demeanor, I have grounds to deduct your salary." Shaili Li soon realized the odds were stacked against her, outnumbered 2-1, and in a fit of frustration, contemplated quitting. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Wu Nai intervened. Wu Nai candidly asked Manager Bai, "What is your relationship with her?" Manager Bai promptly replied, "She is my mistress." A collective gasp erupted from the surrounding female salespeople, as if they had uncovered a sensational secret. The female supervisor found herself in a state of bewilderment. Could such matters be openly discussed? Ding, received a message from Shaylee Lee expressing surprise, adding 60 days to her lifespan. Shaylee Lee was astonished. How could old Master Wu casually inquire and elicit the truth from the other party? When I once again employed the power of honesty to ask Manager Bai, "Is your wife aware of this matter?" Manager Bai replied, "How could I let her know? That fierce woman would surely end my life." Oh, the female sales staff were left in shock. Was Manager Bai on the verge of self-destruction? The female supervisor gazed at him as if he were a fool. Had he lost his mind? Whatever was asked, he answered without restraint. Manager Bai was more astonished than anyone else. He realized that no matter the question posed, he was unable to control his mouth, which would divulge the unvarnished truth. "Why are you all laughing? Shouldn't you hurry back to work?" Manager Bai shouted at the dozen or so female sales staff. The saleswomen, caught off guard, could only exit in disappointment, eager to escape this troublesome scene. Only Wu Nai, Shaylee Lee, the female supervisor, and Manager Bai remained in the room. Manager Bai furrowed his brow, staring at Wu Nai, certain that the old man was up to something. He had heard of a type of sorcery where the afflicted would answer any question posed to them without hesitation. The female supervisor recognized Wu Nai. He was the one who had snatched the first prize from her father that day. Manager Bai was well aware that it was he who had taken the first prize. At that moment, Manager Bai could hardly concern himself with the other prizes. If he were indeed under a spell, his life would be in the hands of this old man. Changing his tone abruptly and donning a smile, he said, "Sir, shall we discuss matters further in the office?" Wu Nai responded, "What about the fine regarding our Shaylee Lee?" Observing Wu Nai's self-assured demeanor, Manager Bai was further convinced that he was dealing with a formidable individual. What fine? Shaylee Lee hasn't done anything wrong. Who would dare impose a fine on her? The female supervisor was baffled. Why was it that every time this old man appeared, misfortune seemed to follow her? Given Manager Bai's respectful attitude, her words now seemed futile, and she could only lower her head in frustration. Shaylee Lee was utterly impressed by Wu Nai. He had truly turned the situation around, and judging by the circumstances, Manager Bai appeared to be quite intimidated by him. First, there was Uncle Shunlu, now Manager Bai. Who exactly was this old Master Wu? When I turned to Shaylee Lee and said, "Everyone else has returned to work. You should do the same." After sending Shaylee Lee away, Wu Nai followed Manager Bai into the office. Once the door was closed, Manager Bai poured tea. "Sir, no, esteemed master. It is all that wretched Meng Hong's fault. It has nothing to do with me." Wu Nai took a sip of water and replied, "Understood. Just ensure that you do not target Shaylee Lee in the future." Manager Bai said, "In a moment, I will have Meng Hong dismissed and appoint Shaylee Lee as the supervisor. What do you think, sir?" Manager Bai's courtesy took even Wu Nai by surprise. The power of honesty was not synonymous with obedience. Surely, the man had no need to fear him so. After a moment of contemplation, Manager Bai spoke in a tone of negotiation, "Sir, you see that I am entirely at your command. Could you perhaps lift the spell that afflicts me?" "Spell?" Wu Nai was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing the misunderstanding. Clearing his throat, he adopted the demeanor of a reclusive sage. "You possess a modicum of insight. However, I wish for this matter to remain confidential." Wu Nai activated his vision and discovered that the supervisor, Meng Hong, was outside, eavesdropping against the door. Wu Nai quietly instructed Manager Bai to stealthily open the door. As someone was listening outside, Manager Bai, taken aback, glanced at the door. It appeared solid, making it impossible to discern the presence of an eavesdropper with the naked eye. He tiptoed over and swiftly flung open the door. Supervisor Meng Hong stumbled and fell directly into the office. Manager Bai was astonished. Indeed, that elder was extraordinary. Fortunately, he had not offended him, and there was still the potential for a fortunate connection. Meng Hong, appearing embarrassed, stammered, "Manager Bai, Manager Bai." Unwilling to waste words with Meng Hong, retorted, "Quickly leave. If you dare to eavesdrop again, I will not spare you." Meng Hong fled the office in disgrace. After closing the door, Manager Bai suddenly turned and knelt before Wu Nai. "Master, sage, I submit to you. I implore you to spare me." Chapter 33, Persuading a Criminal to Confess. Wu Nai skillfully placated Manager Bai. He placed his hand upon Bai's shiny head and casually ruffled it. "There. I have removed the parasites from your body." Manager Bai felt a sudden lightness. "Thank you, Master, for your benevolence." He believed Wu Nai had employed some form of magic, unaware that it was merely an illusion. Wu Nai nodded. "Remember, do not divulge my affairs. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Manager Bai quickly agreed. Master, may I inquire if you are in need of disciples? Astonishingly, he wished to become Wu Nai's apprentice. However, if he got too close, everything would be discovered. Wu Nai feigned profundity and shook his head. No, your talents are too mediocre. It's best to let it be. Manager Bai's expression soured. As if he had missed a monumental opportunity. Wu Nai continued. As long as you treat Xia Lili well, there may be future opportunities. Manager Bai's hope reignited. Rest assured. Master, I will treat Xia Lili as my own sister. I promise not to mistreat her. When I nodded in satisfaction, then I shall take my leave. With that, he rose gracefully, and Manager Bai hurriedly followed him out. They arrived at the sales hall, where Manager Bai quietly remarked, Master, please visit often. I shall be waiting for you here. Xia Lili rushed over, her curiosity piqued by Manager Bai's demeanor towards Wu Nai. Even when headquarters leaders visited, she had never seen such respect from him. Wu Nai addressed Xia Lili. Work diligently. I have spoken with your manager, and you shall henceforth act as the supervisor. Ding. Received surprise from Xia Lili, increasing lifespan by 60 days. Once again, rewards were garnered from Xia Lili. This visit was indeed worthwhile. Xia Lili was astonished. With just a few words from the elder, she was promoted to supervisor? Manager Bai chimed in. The elder is right. Lili, you are now the supervisor. Should you face any difficulties at work, feel free to approach me. Xia Lili nodded in a daze, as everything felt surreal. Suddenly, Wu Nai's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Yu Qian. Hello? Yu Qian. Elder, do you have time now? Wu Nai glanced at the time on his phone. It was 11 in the morning. If you wish to treat me to a meal, I am available. Yu Qian chuckled softly and said, I would be delighted to treat you to a meal, but might I suggest the cafeteria at our office? During work hours, Yu Qian sought out her own needs. It was certainly not merely for the sake of dining. So what brings you to me? Yu Qian continued. Sir, it's about the case of the murderer. I require your assistance in taking a statement. Wu Nai, who had been lamenting his inability to visit Yu Qian, saw this as a splendid opportunity to shine and earn some rewards. With just a couple more years of such diligence, he could secure another grand prize. He felt a sense of anticipation building within him. Very well, I shall take a taxi there at once. After hanging up, Wu Nai addressed the two individuals beside him. Please carry on with your tasks. I must take my leave. Xia Lili interjected. How about we have lunch together, sir? Manager Bai, who had been listening intently, chimed in. Yes, let us have lunch together. My treat. When I noticed the female supervisor, Meng Hong, standing at a distance, glaring at him, and Xia Lili with a menacing gaze. Perhaps we should forego lunch. You should swiftly resolve matters with that woman to prevent any further complications. Manager Bai, seizing the moment, replied, Fear not, sir. I shall ensure she is dismissed shortly and will not cause any trouble for Lili. At last, Wu Nai, supported by Xia Lili, departed from the sales office. Upon arriving at the city bureau, he stood at the entrance and called Yu Qian. Before long, Yu Qian emerged from within, exclaiming, Sir, let us first dine in the cafeteria, and then we shall proceed to take the statement. Wu Nai had no objections. Instead of venturing out, they enjoyed a simple employee meal within the precinct's dining area. During their meal, Wu Nai inquired, Has the murderer confessed? If not, he could perhaps employ his persuasive skills to elicit a confession. Yu Qian's expression darkened as she replied, No, he remains obstinately uncooperative. However, the evidence is compelling, and he cannot escape justice. Wu Nai responded thoughtfully, What do you aim to uncover during the interrogation? Regarding Wu Nai, Yu Qian felt no need for secrecy. We wish to ascertain how many lives he has taken and where he concealed the bodies. Wu Nai proposed, Might I have the chance to meet him? Perhaps I could persuade him to confess. Yu Qian's expression revealed her exasperation, while allowing Wu Nai to see the criminal was feasible. Convincing the murderer to cooperate was an entirely different matter. They had conducted intensive interrogations for an entire day and night without yielding any results. Reluctantly, Yu Qian acquiesced to Wu Nai's insistence. Conveniently, the location for taking the statement was adjacent to the interrogation room. I will take you to see him shortly. Wu Nai chuckled, hoping that Yu Qian would not be too astonished by what she might witness. After finishing their meal, the two ascended to the upper floor and proceeded directly to the room where the criminal was being interrogated. Two young officers were simultaneously consuming their boxed meals while continuing the interrogation. Wu Nai recognized one of them as the young officer, Xiao Zhang, who had participated in the arrest that day. Upon seeing Yu Qian, the two officers stood up. Team leader Yu Qian asked, Has he revealed anything yet? The officers shook their heads in dismay. No, he remains completely silent. The man, handcuffed to the chair, raised his head upon noticing Wu Nai and snarled through gritted teeth. Give me the chance, and I will certainly kill you, old man. Xiao Zhang slammed the table and exclaimed, Silence. Do you really think you have a chance to leave? He then turned to Qian and said, Captain, please escort the old gentleman outside. We shall continue the interrogation. Qian glanced at old Wu and suggested, Shall we step out? Sir? Wu Na waved his hand dismissively. Let me speak with the criminal for a moment. Having already consented to Wu Na, Qian did not intervene. Xiao Zhang and another male officer exchanged puzzled looks, unsure of Wu Na's intentions, if he intended to take a statement. They believed it was more appropriate to do so in the adjacent room. Wu Na, employing a straightforward approach, inquired of the criminal, Now that you have been apprehended, confess honestly, how many have you killed? The criminal blurted out, 7. Ding. Received surprise from Qian, adding 60 days to lifespan. Qian's eyes widened in astonishment. Was Wu Da already able to extract such information? Was the so-called persuasion merely a matter of stating that he was already caught? The two male officers also wore expressions of disbelief. They had interrogated the suspect for an entire day and night, and aside from his name and age, he had revealed nothing. Yet, an offhand question from an old man prompted a full confession. The criminal, seated in the chair, appeared bewildered. Why had he divulged that information? It was impossible. Those words had not come from him. Wu Na followed up, Since you have confessed, please elaborate. Where have you hidden the bodies? His initial questions were merely a pretext to obscure the more pressing inquiry that followed. Otherwise, others might notice something amiss, just like Manager Bai. Qian and the two male officers fixed their eyes intently on the suspect. If he revealed the locations of the bodies, finding them would render any further denial futile. The interrogation room fell silent for a moment, and under the scrutiny of Bai Shui and the two male officers, the criminal began to disclose the hiding places of the bodies one by one. Qian quickly urged, Xiao Zhang, jot down the locations. Xiao Zhang hastily grabbed paper and pen from the table to record the information, as the addresses spilled forth from the criminal's lips. Qian and her companions confirmed that he was not merely fabricating tales. Wu Na quietly observed from the sidelines, aware that this was all he could do. Finally, the criminal recounted all 7 locations. Qian promptly instructed, Quickly, you two, head to the sites to verify. Xiao Zhang and another officer hurriedly exited the interrogation room, notebooks in hand. The criminal, having divulged all pertinent information, now sat in a state of shock. Had he been bewitched? Why did he answer everything that old man asked? He shouted at Wu Na, Old man, what have you done to me? Do you think I want to kill you? Qian immediately warned, Silence. How dare you be so brazen when death is imminent? The criminal retorted, Am I afraid of death? Qian furrowed her brow, noting the stark contrast between his previous demeanor and his current defiance. What had changed? She glanced at old Wu, wondering if he was somehow involved. Wu Na rubbed his nose and asked, Why are you looking at me like that? Qian shook her head, concluding that the matter had no connection to old Wu. The other party had merely spoken a hidden truth in a moment of confusion. It's all right, let us step outside for now. After summoning other officers to escort the criminal to the interrogation room, Yu Qian led Wu Nai to another chamber to take his statement. The sequence of events was quite clear, and the record was completed smoothly. In less than half an hour, they had finished their tasks. Yu Qian remarked, I still have work to do, so let me arrange for someone to take you home. The criminal had revealed 7 locations where bodies were hidden, and it seemed the entire police station would be working overtime today. Wu Nai, feeling a bit awkward about imposing on others, insisted, You all carry on. I will return on my own. Yu Qian felt a surge of gratitude, understanding that Wu De wished not to be a burden. Thank you. I will treat you to something delicious later. Wu Nai was taken aback, wondering if she regarded him as a child. After returning home alone by taxi, he settled in for a much-needed afternoon nap. Not only had he received a generous reward, but he also felt as though he had gained an additional 6 months of life. What a delight! As he dozed off until 6 in the evening, a loud knock echoed through the door. Is Di home? Wu Nai sat up, clutching his racing heart. The frantic knocking nearly startled him into oblivion. This frail body was not equipped to handle such shocks. Upon opening the door, he found Xia Lily outside, holding 2 takeout boxes and grinning mischievously as she squeezed inside. I brought you some food and drinks today. Thank you for helping me become a supervisor. When I rolled his eyes, you were on the verge of a feast. And yet you're bringing leftovers? Xia Lily misunderstood his implication and asked, What feast? Who's throwing a banquet? Wu Nai sighed, truly amazed by her carefree nature. Upon entering the room and opening the boxes, he found a plate of dumplings and a plate of beef. It seemed that Xia Lili had indeed invested some effort to express her gratitude. As these were treats, she usually wouldn't indulge in herself. What about you? Xia Lili chuckled. Hee hee, these are just my leftovers. I brought them back. As a supervisor, I must treat everyone to a meal. Wu Nai shook his head and picked up his chopsticks, just as another knock sounded at the door. A voice called from outside, "Is Di Yi home?" "I've brought you dinner." Xia Lili rushed to open the door, discovering Bai Shui holding 2 takeout boxes as well. She grinned and asked, "You're not bringing Wu Di leftovers too, are you?" Bai Shui replied indignantly, "How could I bring him leftovers? That would be heartless." Xia Lili felt a pang of guilt, realizing her own contribution was indeed leftovers. "Well, I'm sure what you brought is far better than what I have." Bai Shui approached the table, noticing the beef and dumplings. "Di Yi, you're not well. How can you eat such greasy food? Aren't you worried about high blood pressure or diabetes?" She then opened her own takeout box, revealing nutritious porridge and cold dishes. "These are good for your health." Wu Nai sighed, knowing well that these were beneficial, yet he still yearned for the beef. Licking his lips, he said, "If there's nothing else, you all can head back. I'll manage my meal alone." Bai Shui wished to express her gratitude to Wu Di for helping her see through the true nature of people. Xia Lili wished to express her gratitude to Wu Nai for resolving her troubles today and helping her ascend to the position of supervisor. Neither of the 2 women intended to leave. Xia Lili said to Bai Shui, "You should return home first. I will assist the elder in taking a bath and lulling him to sleep shortly." Bai Shui replied, "No way. What if you take advantage of Elder Wu? If anyone is to wash him, it should be me." Wu Nai, seated on the stool, wore an odd expression. He truly wished to inquire whether the 2 women were serious. After all, one person could wash all day if necessary. Xia Lili, hands on her hips, retorted, "Have you ever bathed a man? Have you seen what a man's body looks like?" This struck a nerve with Bai Shui, who, as a nurse, had seen it all. "I have encountered more male physiques than you could imagine." Unyielding, Xia Lili countered, "The men I have touched surpass the number of those you have seen." When I could no longer tolerate their banter and thumped the table forcefully. "Who is actually going to bathe me? What are these wild claims you are making? You hardly sound like young women in your 20s. Bai Shui stuck out her tongue and quickly shut her mouth, while Xia Lili turned her head away with a huff. Wu Nai sighed in resignation. It seemed that a bath was not in the cards today. "You 2 should hurry home," he ordered, ushering both women out of the room. Once alone, Wu Nai savored the nourishing porridge Bai Shui had brought and the marinated beef Xia Lili had provided, pleasantly surprised by the flavors. After satisfying his hunger, he lay on the bed and opened a game, only to discover that Zhang Lu and others were online. Upon seeing Wu Nai log in, Zhang Lu immediately called him. "Wu Nai, do you have some time now?" Wu Nai replied, "You all just got reprimanded by the school, and now you're playing games?" Zhang Lu chuckled awkwardly. "The offline competition begins this Sunday. We want to practice while we can and secure the city championship." Wu Nai glanced at the date. It was Friday, meaning the competition was in just 2 days. "You all have a day off tomorrow, right?" Zhang Lu affirmed. When I continued, "Then come to my house to train tomorrow. After all, I have a stake in the prize money too." The following day, after a long and exhausting night, Yu Qian returned to the community in the morning. She first visited Wu Nai's residence. "We have located all the bodies. None of us anticipated he had killed so many." Wu Nai nodded. "Isn't that a good thing?" Yu Qian replied, "We owe it to you, elder, or else this case would have dragged on indefinitely." When I smiled gently, it was merely a small favor. Yu Qian continued, "Elder, I have one more request." When I paused, it was rare for Yu Qian to ask for anything. "What is it?" "Speak freely." Yu Qian smiled. "I would like to invite you to teach our officers how to interrogate suspects." When I was taken aback, 3 large question marks appearing above his head. He was merely a layman. What could he teach? He cleared his throat. "As for the teaching, perhaps we should let that go. I only exchange sincerity for sincerity. If you need assistance in the future, I would be glad to help." Yu Qian persisted. "Oh, come on, elder. You are already a legendary figure in our department. Everyone wishes to learn from you." Wu Nai firmly disagreed. He would not engage in anything that would bring him embarrassment. Yu Qian had no choice but to abandon her plan. "Old sir, if I ever need your assistance, you must help me," she implored. Wu Nai readily agreed. "No problem. As long as the other party is eloquent, I will certainly extract the desired outcome." Yu Qian expressed her gratitude once more before retreating to her room for rest. Before half an hour had passed, Zhang Lu and his group of young men rushed in, each sporting dark circles under their eyes, a clear indication of their restless night. "Wu sir, They greeted in unison. Wu Nai acknowledged them with a grunt, quickly discerning from their disheveled appearance that they had skipped breakfast. He pulled out 100 yuan and said, "Whoever, go out and fetch some breakfast." The five exchanged glances, uncertain of who whoever was. Ultimately, it was the most industrious among them, Tao Dashi, who accepted the money. "Thank you, Wu sir, I will go buy it." The reason Wu Nai referred to them as whoever was to encourage the most diligent to take the initiative. The remaining four entered the room, noticeably more relaxed than during their previous visit. After a brief exchange, Tao Dashi returned with 2 large bags filled with buns. "How many did you buy?" Wu Nai inquired. Tao Dashi shook the bags. 100. "Wu sir, these buns are incredibly cheap here, only 1 yuan each." Wu Nai was astounded. Who could possibly consume 100 buns? However, an astonishing scene unfolded half an hour later. The 5 young men devoured 98 buns, while he himself had only eaten 2. "Haven't you all eaten in days?" Wu Nai asked incredulously. The 5 rubbed their bellies. Consuming 20 buns each was quite a feat for them, yet the buns were simply too delicious to resist. Zhang Lu chuckled awkwardly. "Wu sir, rest assured, once we secure the city championship, the cost of the buns will be deducted from our prize money." When I stroked his chin, pondering that the 5,000 yuan reward for the city championship wouldn't be sufficient to cover their daily indulgences. "Now that you are full, let's swiftly return to training." Wu Nai stood behind them, providing on-site instruction. Unbeknownst to them, noon approached, and the sound of growling stomachs filled the air, not just one, but 5 bellies protested. Wu Nai was at a loss. He didn't recall being this voracious before his time travel. The 5 endured their hunger in silence, though their actions of swallowing revealed their discomfort. Wu Nai once again retrieved 100 yuan from his pocket. "Whoever, go buy another 100 buns." Zhang Li swallowed hard. "Old sir, we are not hungry." The others nodded in agreement, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Wu Nai tossed the 100 yuan at Zhang Li. "Not hungry? I fear you might consume me." The young men sheepishly scratched their heads, and Zhang Lu took the money to procure more buns. Upon returning with another 100 buns, they indulged in a frenzied feast. Fortunately, Wu Nai had preemptively set aside 3 for himself. Otherwise, he might have ended up with none. As Zhang Lu stuffed buns into his mouth, he mumbled, "Wu sir, please join us tomorrow. The competition will be at the gymnasium, and the city champion will be determined that day." Wu Nai pondered. Indeed, he had no pressing matters for the following day, and he could not let the 3 women be astonished every day. They needed a few days of calm. If they were surprised daily, they might eventually become desensitized, rendering his actions unremarkable. "All right, tomorrow I shall proceed to the scene." 5 individuals cheer while holding buns. With an elder present, their composure is further assured. They practiced diligently until the end of the afternoon workday. Wu Nai, wishing to keep his training of the team a secret from the 3 women, hastily ushered them away, simultaneously saving on dinner expenses. Upon returning home that evening, Shaili Li entered Wu Nai's room, carrying a bathing basket. Upon seeing the basket, Wu Nai recalled Shaili Li's mention the previous night about giving him a bath. Could she be fulfilling her promise? "Calm down. One must maintain composure. It is imperative not to reveal any anticipation." With a serious tone, he inquired, Li, what are you up to?" Shaili Li responded matter-of-factly, "Of course. I am here to bathe." Wu Nai's breathing became heavier. Indeed, that was the case. However, the timing seemed too early. What if Yu Qian and Bai Shui came over later? Shaili Li entered the bathroom and, through the door, declared, "My shower head is broken. I am taking a bath here. If they come, so be it." "Am I afraid of them seeing?" Wu Nai stood outside the door. Are you bathing alone?" The sound of water splashing echoed from within the bathroom, and Shaili Li did not hear Wu Nai's last words. After nearly an hour, she emerged from the bathroom with damp hair, clad only in a sheer nightgown, her alluring figure barely concealed. As she toweled her hair, she remarked, "The water heater in my room is broken. Could you find someone to fix it tomorrow?" Being the landlord, it was only natural for Wu Nai to take responsibility for the malfunctioning heater. "All right, understood. Leave the key. I will conveniently replace your fingerprint lock tomorrow." Shaili Li rummaged through her clothes in search of a spare key, only to realize she was in her nightgown. In a flurry, she dashed back into the bathroom to retrieve her clothing and bathing supplies. She produced the spare key from her pocket and placed it on the table. "Thank you, dear elder." Wu Nai waved her off, thinking that parading around in such a flimsy nightgown before him was intentionally torturous. As Shaili Li opened the door to leave, she unexpectedly bumped into Bai Shui, who was delivering food. Bai Shui gazed at Shaili Li in astonishment. Did you truly bathe, Wu Di? Shay Lili smirked, playfully tossing her long hair. What of it? I keep my promises. Next time, it will be your turn. I hope you are not merely speaking for show. Bai Shui bit her lip, her face flushing. I will wash you. I will. Shay Lili hummed a cheerful tune as she exited. Bai Shui entered the room and, upon seeing Wu Nai, felt her cheeks grow even warmer. Despite her profession, where she had seen numerous male bodies, she had never touched one. Nonetheless, she could not allow herself to be outdone by Shay Lili. Placing the food on the table, she shyly said, Dear elder, should you wish to bathe next time, do let me know. I shall assist you. Chapter 35. The competition commences. Bai Shui was far too naive. She believed everything Shay Lili claimed, failing to notice that Wu Nai was entirely dry. Wu Nai replied, The elder is not yet at the stage of life where he cannot care for himself. Your assistance in bathing is unnecessary. Bai Shui pointed towards the door. Then what of her? Wu Nai, exasperated, remarked, She is merely pulling your leg. Do you not see that I am completely dry? Bai Shui's eyes widened in realization, internally cursing Shay Lili for being such a trickster. Wu Nai also requested a spare key from Bai Shui, intending to change the lock together the following day. Changing locks, a rather mundane task, did not evoke any surprise from the three women, hence no rewards were bestowed. Wu Nai remained unperturbed. After all, time was on his side. Has Yu Jie returned? He inquired. Since locks were to be replaced, it was essential to change them all, including obtaining a spare key for Yu Qian's room. Bai Shui shook her head. No. It seems Yu Jie has been exceptionally busy lately. I haven't seen her in quite a while. Wu Nai responded with a non-committal and began to partake of the food Bai Shui had brought. The young girl was becoming increasingly adept at cooking. Yet returning home to prepare meals daily was undeniably arduous. If a housekeeper could be hired, it would undoubtedly lighten the load for everyone. How could he seize the opportunity of hiring a housekeeper to astonish the three women? Perhaps he could initially conceal the housekeeper's identity, leading them to believe he sought an elderly companion instead. A cancer patient in need of a temporary partner would surely provoke their astonishment. Bai Shui, having finished her meal, remarked, Grandpa, you should rest early. I must be on my way. Her diligent and selfless demeanor further solidified Wu Nai's determination to hire a housekeeper. It was only fair that he did not take advantage of someone so kind and caring. All right, do head back and rest. Wu Nai rose to see Bai Shui off. He returned home, lying on his bed and waiting until 8 o'clock, but Yu Qian had yet to return. Exhausted, he succumbed to sleep. The next morning, upon awakening, Wu Nai knocked on Yu Qian's door, only to discover that she had not returned the previous night. Had she truly stayed out all night? Shaking his head, he concluded that today he would have to change the locks for the other two women first. Ding! Before he could put his phone away, a text notification chimed. The sender, Zhang Lo. Grandpa, the competition starts at 8. You mustn't be late. Wu Nai quickly replied with an acknowledgement. He still had to manage matters regarding the competition. But fortunately, Zhang Lu and the others would handle the details. He merely needed to be present for support. He descended to hail a taxi, heading straight for the stadium. Arriving at his seat just before 7:40, he found the venue bustling with no fewer than 1,000 attendees, most of whom were under 30. Many were initially taken aback upon seeing Wu Nai, but quickly surmised he was likely accompanying a child, thus losing their curiosity. Wu Yi. Zhang Lu and his 4 companions spotted him, all clad in matching team uniforms, giving them a semblance of professionalism. How prepared are you? Do you have confidence in clinching the championship? Zhang Lu flattered. Previously, we estimated our chances at 30%, but with you here, Grandpa, our odds have soared to 90%. Wu Nai had taken the initiative to research. This time, 64 teams were competing in the High City tournament. Teams would face off in pairs, and a total of 5 consecutive victories was required to seize the championship. A single misstep in any match could mean losing the opportunity to compete at the provincial level. Let us give it our all. If we win, I'll treat you all to a splendid meal tonight. Grandpa, if we win, we'll treat you. The 5 exuded confidence. Wu Nai followed them backstage. The municipal teams, being newly formed, had few coaches. Most participants were merely enthusiasts. This was part of the reason Zhang Lu and his friends felt assured of victory. Compared to others, they not only possess superior skills but also a greater innate talent. The most crucial point is that they have Master Wu. Upon encountering Zhang Lu and his companions, another team from Fanghai University approached provocatively, declaring, the championship is ours. You might as well give up. Look at your shabby team uniforms. Did you buy them for $5 each? Zhang Lu and his team wore grim expressions. For this group was their fiercest rival in the competition. They had faced each other several times at school, with victories alternating between the two sides. Tao Dashi scoffed. Ma Feng, what strength do you possess? Just don't end up in tears when we defeat you. Ma Feng, the captain of the opposing team, donned designer attire. Clearly a product of wealth. He laughed derisively. Let us meet in the finals then. I hope you can make it that far. After Ma Feng and his team departed, Zhang Lu and his companions remained agitated. Wu Nai interjected, they're merely trying to provoke you. If you continue to fume, you'll fall right into their trap. Remember, your goal is the national championship, not to defeat a city-level team. The five of them instantly perked up. Zhang Lu nodded vigorously. Master Wu is right. Our aim is the national championship, and we have no reason to be angered by them. The other four were similarly inspired. Wu Nai smiled. Now that's the spirit. At 8 o'clock, the draw for the matches officially commenced. Wu Nai stood backstage, observing the competition. In the first match, Zhang Lu and his team performed exceptionally well, emerging victorious among 32 teams. They excitedly rushed to Wu Nai's side, but they had to wait for the remaining matches to conclude before proceeding to the next round. Wu Nai calmly advised, stay composed. Only through humility in victory and resilience in defeat can you achieve ultimate success. After uttering those words, Wu Nai paused, realizing he sounded rather authoritative. Yet, deep within, he was no older than the young individuals before him. Zhang Lu and his companions listened earnestly, finding nothing peculiar about his tone, and obediently replied, understood, Master Wu. The second and third matches soon followed. Wu Nai noted that the youth named Ma Feng indeed possessed remarkable skill. His victories came with apparent ease. If the competition proceeded normally, they might very well meet in the finals. Thanks to Wu Nai's reminders, the team maintained their humility and refrained from excessive celebration after their subsequent victories. Ma Feng approached Wu Nai and his team once more. Tao Dashi glared fiercely. What do you want now? Ma Feng scoffed. Aren't you all competing for that $5,000 prize? I'll offer you 10,000 if you concede. To hell with that. I don't need your 10 grand. Tao Dashi retorted vehemently. Wu Nai then realized that the usually docile Tao Dashi harbored the fiercest temper of them all. Ma Feng raised 2 fingers, 20,000. Do you remember that the provincial champion receives a reward of 20,000? Just concede, and it's yours. Wu Nai observed the 5 teammates quietly, knowing the choice lay with them. If they opted for the money, he could understand. After all, for students, 20,000 was a substantial amount. Zhang Lu and his companions exchanged glances before simultaneously raising their middle fingers at Ma Feng. Keep your filthy money. What we seek is the championship. Ma Feng scoffed derisively, his hands buried in his pockets. Very well, unaware of your own limitations. I shall observe how you aspire to claim the championship. With that, he turned his back on the crowd. Chapter 36. Betrayal. Tao Dashi regarded Ma Feng's retreating figure, pondering. That fellow must be concocting some nefarious scheme. Wu Nai expressed admiration for the other's resolve to pursue victory rather than monetary rewards. Go ahead. Defeat your opponents in the competition. That is far more commendable. Absolutely, Wu sir. Just wait and see. The 5 teammates brimmed with confidence. As the 4th match commenced, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Wu Nai watched the projected images on the large screen, noting that talent was never in short supply. Their opponents in this round were formidable, and Zhang Lu and his team struggled compared to their earlier matches. After nearly 30 minutes of fierce combat, they ultimately triumphed over their adversaries. The 5 embraced in jubilation. Securing victory in the final round would crown them city champions. Meanwhile, Ma Feng's team also vanquished their opponents, advancing to the finals. From a distance, Ma Feng cast a glance at Zhang Lu and his celebrating companions, snorting softly in disdain. Enjoy your moment, for you shall ultimately serve as stepping stones. As they reached the finals, the host took to the stage for an introductory commentary. Both teams will have a brief respite. The finals will commence at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Wu Nai glanced at the time, realizing it was already 11. He addressed his 4 teammates. Let us go. I shall treat you to lunch. Cheers erupted from the group, though one member shyly interjected, I cannot join you. My parents are taking me out to eat. Zhang Lu patted the young man on the shoulder. Dogsy, do not be late this afternoon. Dogsy assured him, rest easy, I will dine nearby. Thus, Wu Nai led the remaining 4 to a nearby buffet. They were certain to make the most of the meal, alleviating the hassle of ordering. During lunch, excitement was palpable among them, for they were on the cusp of becoming city champions. Their efforts were finally bearing fruit. Wu Nai, unable to match the youthful appetites, merely nibbled at his food before feeling uncomfortably full, even experiencing a slight urge to use the restroom. He sighed in resignation, lamenting the toll of age. After their meal, the group returned to the stadium, and with ample time remaining, they practiced for a while longer. At 1:30, Dogsy, who had claimed to be dining with his parents, returned to the venue. Taodashi remarked, "I thought you wouldn't make it back in time." Dogsy chuckled softly and joined his teammates for another match. At 1:58, the host appeared on stage again. "Thank you for your patience. The highly anticipated finals of the King of Glory competition in Fanghai City are about to commence. Both teams hail from Fanghai University, team and team." Taodashi muttered below, "Malebi, undoubtedly named by that fool Ma Feng. Their name, signifying do not touch me," echoed through the crowd. To everyone's surprise, Zhang Li's team had garnered a following. The host called out, "Let us welcome both teams to the stage. Let us go." The 5 teammates rallied each other with encouragement. On the other side, Ma Feng led 4 team members onto the stage. With a sly grin, he cast a glance at Zhang Lu and his companions. The moment Wu Nai noticed Ma Feng's mischievous smile, an ominous premonition washed over him. Though he could not pinpoint the source of his unease, the unfolding events on stage were left solely for the 5 team members to confront. As the host declared, "The competition begins." Both sides entered the hero selection phase. "Wait, why did you choose an assassin?" exclaimed one team member. During their practice sessions, it was always Zhang Lu who played the assassin, while Dogsy took on the marksman role. The competition rules forbade altering phones. Dogsy's expression soured. "I'm sorry. I clicked the wrong one." As the captain, Zhang Lu immediately reassured, "It's all right. I'll play the marksman. We still have a chance to win." Thus, Zhang Lu was compelled to select a marksman he was not proficient with. As the commotion unfolded, Ma Feng's grin widened. Wu Nai finally discerned the root of the problem. Dogsy had betrayed the team. It was likely that during their lunch break, he had been swayed by Ma Feng. While 20,000 yuan might not compel all 5 to abandon their quest for victory, it could certainly lead one to a complete betrayal. Dogsy had effectively traded the honor of the team for his own monetary gain. At this point, it was too late to alert the other 4 team members, as Zhang Lu had already made his ill-fated selection. When I shook his head in resignation, it seemed the outcome was already determined. Honor of Kings was inherently a game of teamwork, and now, one player was utilizing an unfamiliar hero while another was a traitor. The prospects of victory were utterly bleak unless one individual could perform exceptionally and carry the others. However, the opposing team was no ordinary contender, making such an occurrence highly improbable. The host announced over the microphone, "Both sides have completed their hero selection. The battle will commence shortly." Zhang Lu and his teammates remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, naively believing that Dogsy had merely made a mistake. "Come on, we can still win," shouted Taodashi. "Let us crush those useless opponents." Only Dogsy remained silent, absorbed in his gameplay. As the game commenced, Dogsy made a series of blunders, squandering the hard-won advantages of his 4 teammates. This validated the adage, "It's not the formidable opponent that instills fear, but the incompetent teammate." Dogsy was undoubtedly that incompetent ally. The other 4 continuously urged him to cease his errors, yet it seemed as if he was deaf to their pleas, persisting in his bewildering maneuvers, leaving the others dumbfounded. In less than 15 minutes, the match concluded in utter defeat. Ma Feng stood and pointed at Taodashi. "So, what do you say now? Who lacks skill?" Taodashi was nearly apoplectic, glaring at Dogsy, at a loss for words to express his frustration. Dogsy, with a pitiful glance at his teammates, murmured, "I'm sorry, I just wasn't team myself today." The 5 descended from the stage, heads bowed, approaching Wu Nai with a sense of defeat. "We let you down, Wu Yi." Wu Nai cast a knowing glance at Dogsy and consoled them. "It's all right. There will be other competitions." Zhang Lu's voice trembled. "But we were so close to becoming champions." Wu Nai refrained from exposing Dogsy immediately, mindful of the volatile emotions that might lead to impulsive actions in the heat of the moment. "Let us discuss this outside." Wu Nai wished to depart, yet some were intent on preventing their exit. Ma Feng led his team to confront them once more, boasting with bravado, "Zhang Lu, Taodashi, remember this. In competition, you are but juniors. Bow your heads and know your place in this school." Zhang Lu and his companions glared in anger. Taodashi retorted, "How absurd. You win one match and become arrogant. Do you dare to face me in a one-on-one? If you lose, you will address me as father." Apart from Zhang Lu, Taodashi possessed the second-best skills in their team, and he would undoubtedly best Ma Feng in a duel. Ma Feng feigned disdain for Taodashi. "You wish to challenge me? Do you think you are worthy? We are the champions of the entire city." Wu Nai initially intended to lead his group away, avoiding conflict within the sports arena. However, Ma Feng appeared rather oblivious. Chapter 37. Does the elder desire a companion? Tension mounted between the two parties. Suddenly, Wen Ai, employing his honest tongue, inquired of Ma Feng, "Do you believe your victory is honorable?" Ma Feng blurted out, "Not honorable at all. I bribed Guzi with 20,000 yuan." In that instant, both teams were taken aback, including the bribed Guzi, who was at a loss. Zhang Lu and his companions looked toward Guzi, seeking an explanation, struggling to comprehend that someone could be bought. Wu Nai turned to Guzi, asking, "Did you accept his money?" Guzi, desperate to deny it, found himself involuntarily responding, "I did." Silence enveloped the scene. Moments later, Tao Dashi snapped back to reality, pointing at Guzi and cursing. "You truly are a dog. You traitor." Guzi wore a pained expression, unable to grasp why he had spoken the truth. Denial was now impossible. "Yes, I accepted Ma Feng's 20,000 yuan. Is that apology sufficient?" Tao Dashi charged forward, delivering a blow that sent Guzi sprawling. "What good is an apology? I have my fist for a reason." He then launched 2 swift kicks at Guzi's midsection. Zhang Lu hurriedly restrained Tao Dashi, realizing that attacking Guzi would only provide amusement for Ma Feng and his associates. Wu Nai had anticipated a brawl. It seemed he had overthought the situation. As team captain, Zhang Lu still possessed a modicum of reason. Realizing their deception was exposed, Ma Feng sought to discreetly withdraw his team. Tao Dashi shouted, "We cannot let them leave. They cheated. The results must not stand." Wen Ai sighed, knowing that if the results could be disregarded, he would have exposed the two long ago. They had not used any cheats. The competition had proceeded normally, making it impossible to nullify the results. Ma Feng shrugged, "If you disagree, feel free to lodge a complaint. Let us see if the organizing committee will take your side." With that, he swaggered away with his team. Wu Nai then followed Zhang Lu and the others to the organizing committee, and the outcome was as he had expected. As this was their inaugural event, they lacked experience and were unsure how to handle the situation of bribing an opponent. Their vague response suggested, "Be more vigilant next time. This result cannot be altered." Wu Nai and the 4 disheartened youths exited the stadium, while Guzi had already vanished. Tao Dashi cursed loudly, "Where is Guzi?" Zhang Lu replied, "He has fled." Tao Dashi fumed, "Damn it. When I return, I will expose all his misdeeds, ensuring he can never hold his head high at school again." The matters concerning the children no longer pique Wu Nai's interest. "Very well. Henceforth, you shall devote yourselves to your studies and return for the next competition." The 4 remained silent, having consumed over 200 buns prepared by Wu Yi, while still harboring hopes of receiving a reward. In the end, they gained nothing. And even a traitor emerged among them. Wu Nai waved farewell to a few and proceeded to the market. The lack of a championship title bore little significance for him. It merely entailed missing out on a few astonished rewards from the 3 ladies. He had quite a few tasks to attend to today. Upon arriving at the market by taxi, he first sought out a shop specializing in fingerprint locks, priced at 500 yuan per set, inclusive of installation. Wu Nai promptly purchased 4 sets. After scheduling an installation time, he made his way to a domestic service center. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" A staff member in her 40s stood to greet him. This agency not only provided job placements, but also matchmaking services. "Are you looking for a companion, sir?" "We have several young ladies newly registered." Wu Nai inquired, "How young?" "Just over 60, in perfect health, with a bride price of 88,000, plus a monthly allowance of 5,000 for her spending." Wu Nai chuckled lightly. "Wouldn't I also need to find a caretaker for her?" The staff member smiled. "Whether you hire a caretaker or tend to her personally is entirely up to you. She is not particularly demanding." Wu Nai, with a hint of sincerity, asked, "Is there a personal connection between you two?" "She is my aunt," the saleswoman replied, immediately regretting her candor. "If she is indeed your aunt, then it is as it should be," Wu Nai remarked. "After all, you are not merely seeking a companion for her. You seem intent on finding her an unsuspecting fool." With that, he departed from the agency, having witnessed levels of deceit he had never encountered before, far exceeding his expectations. After taking a few steps, he stumbled upon another agency, one larger in scale and appearing more legitimate. Upon entering, he was greeted by a bespectacled young woman. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" Wu Nai suddenly found the term sir somewhat peculiar. Those in their 40s could refer to him in such a manner, but those in their 20s could as well. This time, Wu Nai got straight to the point. "I am looking for a caretaker." The young receptionist maintained a cheerful demeanor. "You have come to the right place for a caretaker. Our services are the most reputable. May I inquire about your specific requirements? When I pondered briefly, what requirements could there possibly be for a caretaker? Cooking well and managing household chores seemed sufficient. The receptionist smiled subtly. Sir, I meant to ask if you have preferences regarding age, appearance, or physique. Wu Nai was taken aback. Are you certain you are referring to legitimate caretakers? He had encountered those so-called caretakers online, often engaged in serving the male patrons under dubious circumstances. The receptionist assured him repeatedly, we are indeed reputable, rest assured. There will be no untoward incidents. She then presented a brochure filled with photographs of women ranging in age from 20 to 40. Which one catches your eye, sir? I can arrange for her to come and meet you. This scene unexpectedly reminded Wu Nai of his experience at Hong Langman while searching for Shaili Li, where the other party had similarly offered. Which one do you fancy? I can have her come over. Wu Nai opened the album and was suddenly struck by the sight of a familiar face. Noticing that Wu Nai had paused, the receptionist hurriedly introduced, Sir, you truly have an eye for talent. This lady is our top-notch caregiver, having never received a single negative review. Wu Nai glanced at the information below. Lu Mei, age 45, 3 years of service, a 5-star caregiver, with a monthly salary of 5,800. Then let us summon her for a meeting, Wu Nai requested. The female receptionist quickly took out her phone to make the call. Once she finished, she poured hot water for Wu Nai, saying, Please hold on, sir. She will be here in 5 minutes. Is there anything else you require? Wu Nai replied, Aren't you also supposed to introduce me to a companion? He chuckled. The receptionist gave a nervous laugh. She had indeed considered this, but it was clear from his response that he was not interested. Before he could finish his cup of water, the door of the agency swung open. A plainly dressed woman entered, looking exactly like her photograph. The receptionist stood up to introduce, Sir, this is Sister Lu. Sister Lu, this is the gentleman in search of a caregiver. When I scrutinized Lu Mei's face, she appeared even more striking in person. In her youth, she undoubtedly bore a resemblance to Snow White. Chapter 38. The second meeting, Lu Mei noticed the elderly gentleman examining her and looked down at her attire. Was there something wrong? Did he prefer more fashionable clothing? Sir, is there an issue? She inquired. You bear a striking resemblance to someone I know, Wu Nai responded. Lu Mei was taken aback. She thought to herself, does that mean she resembled an animal instead? Though she harbored such thoughts, she knew the employer's words must be accurate. Sir, you truly have an eye for detail. Wu Nai had initially intended to ask if she had a long-lost daughter, but her demeanor suggested he had misjudged. What are your requirements for the work environment? Lu Mei replied with a smile. As long as there is a place to stay, I am content. The apartment had 2 bedrooms, with the other room perfectly suited for her rest. They then proceeded to sign the contract, which had no time constraints, allowing either party to terminate it at any time. When I provided Lu Mei with the address, since she needed to return to collect her personal belongings, she could not accompany him home. When I was indifferent, as he did not mind the wait. After leaving the agency, he went to the market to purchase some vegetables, a task that Lu Mei would handle in the future. He returned to the same stall run by a young woman. When she saw Wu Nai, she greeted him warmly. Sir, back again. What shall you have today? Wu Nai was pleasantly surprised that she remembered him, even after several days had passed. He replied, I'll take some cucumbers, eggplants, and chili peppers. The woman smiled in her unique way. Sir, you're buying so many vegetables again today? While she spoke, her hands were busy. Thanks to the method you suggested last time, my business has improved significantly. I was just thinking of finding an opportunity to express my gratitude. Consider today's vegetables our treat. Wu Nai understood. No wonder she remembered him. She had taken his advice to heart. That is too generous of you. Just add some bean sprouts for me as well. Without hesitation, she filled a large bag with them. With both hands, she offered the vegetables to Wu Nai, sincerely stating, Dear sir, from now on, whenever you wish for something to eat, feel free to come and take it. My husband has affirmed that you are indeed a treasured guest in our home, and we shall share our fortunes. Upon hearing these words, Wu Nai smiled. Everyone seems to favor the young woman, but no one seems to care for her husband. It appears that he must reconsider his perspective. All right, let us strive forward. You shall soon earn a monthly income exceeding 10,000. In those times, 10,000 was a considerable sum, as most individuals earned merely 2,000 or 3,000 monthly. Under the strong insistence of the other party, Wu Nai refrained from paying, simply taking the vegetables and departing. Just as she arrived at the foot of her building, Lu Mei called to inform her of her arrival. They agreed to meet at the community entrance to return home together. Upon meeting, Lu Mei carried only a travel bag, and upon seeing Wu Nai with the vegetables, She immediately stepped forward to assist her. "Uncle, I can handle the grocery shopping from now on." It was a relief to encounter someone who did not address her as "dear sir." Wu Nai cheerfully handed the vegetables to Lu Mei, suddenly recalling something that would astonish the three girls. As they walked inside, Wu Nai inquired, "What does your husband do?" Lu Mei replied, "He passed away from cancer 8 years ago." Wu Nai's inquiry about her husband was, in fact, a subtle attempt to ascertain whether Lu Mei was married, as the forthcoming plan required her participation in a charade. With a sigh, she remarked, "Cancer is indeed difficult to treat. I too have cancer." However, Wu Nai refrained from disclosing that she was in the late stages of the illness. She had managed to secure an additional 4 years of life. And now she was certainly no longer in the advanced stages, but rather in the mid-stages, having simply neglected to return to the hospital for further examination. Lu Mei exhibited a look of surprise, simultaneously grasping why Wu Nai sought a caregiver. "Uncle, how is your health?" Wu Nai waved her hand dismissively. "Rest assured, you won't be out of a job anytime soon." Lu Mei clarified, "That's not what I meant." Wu Nai chuckled, "Don't worry. I have come to terms with it. However, I wish to ask you for a favor." Lu Mei promptly nodded. "Please, uncle, go ahead." As a professional caregiver, she felt compelled to fulfill all reasonable requests of her employer. Wu Nai looked up at the residential building. "You see, I have never married, nor do I have children, but I have 3 tenants who care for me deeply. Therefore, I would like you to pretend to be my partner, so that these 3 girls will not worry. How does that sound? I can increase your monthly salary by an additional 200. Lu Mei was taken aback by such a request, but after a moment of contemplation, she agreed. "Uncle, there's no need to increase my salary. I will cooperate with you." Wu Nai felt a surge of joy within her heart. It's settled. She brought Lu Mei back home and arranged a place for her to stay, eagerly awaiting the return of the 3 girls that evening to implement her plan of deception. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu Qian, Bai Shui, and Sha Li were convening at a CAF. This marked the second collective meeting regarding their plan of departure. Yu Qian stated, "Based on the diagnosis report, Wu Nai's final days are numbered. What are your thoughts?" Sha Li responded, "Given Wu Nai's current state, I believe she could last another 10 days to 2 weeks. Is it possible that the previous diagnosis was incorrect?" Bai Shui shook her head. "When I was hospitalized at our facility and underwent another examination, the results were consistent with the previous diagnosis. There is no room for error." Shalili, feeling displeased, asked, "So what? Do you really think that old man Wu must die in these few days?" After all that had transpired, Shalili genuinely hoped that Wu Nai would be safe. She had come to regard him as a familial elder. Bai Shui hastily clarified, "That is not what I meant. I also do not wish for anything to happen to old man Wu." Yu Qian interjected, "Let us not quarrel. We should think about what we can do for old man Wu in his final moments." Shalili picked up her drink and leaned back against the chair. Bai Shui, with a troubled expression, bit down on her straw. None of them could conceive of a meaningful gesture for old man Wu. Finally, it was Yu Qian who broke the silence, asking, "What does the old man lack?" Bai Shui pursed her lips, replying, "He has food and drink. It seems he lacks nothing." Shalili's eyes sparkled with realization. "I know. Old man Wu lacks a woman." The other 2 women exchanged disdainful glances. Convinced that Shalili was rambling again, Shalili explained, "You simply do not understand men. Which man is ever devoid of a woman? An old man Wu has lived his life in solitude, never seeking companionship. Wouldn't you agree he is lacking?" Yu Qian and Bai Shui wore peculiar expressions, recognizing the absurdity in Shalili's words, yet sensing some truth in them. Bai Shui countered, "But given old man Wu's health condition, who would want to be with him?" Shalili slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "What if I find him an experienced companion to accompany him in his final journey?" Yu Qian rolled her eyes at Shalili's suggestion, knowing that experienced simply referred to someone who had spent years in the profession of providing companionship. Given old man Wu's fragile health, the idea of a sudden excitement might indeed be his last journey. No, this method was absolutely unfeasible. Shalili leaned back against her chair once more, asking, "Then what do you think we can do for old man Wu?" The 3 fell into silence again. At that moment, they still believed that Wu Nai was merely experiencing a temporary resurgence, which was why he appeared so healthy. Bai Shui whispered, "Why don't we just ask old man Wu what he wants?" Chapter 39. It turns out not to be, so the 3 women returned to the neighborhood with anxious hearts. Upon reaching old man Wu's door, just as they were about to knock, the door swung open unexpectedly. Lu Mei emerged, carrying a bag of trash, intending to take it downstairs. Both parties were momentarily taken aback. Lu Mei inquired, "May I ask who you are?" Shalali looked up at the door number, confirming 914. This is indeed Old Man Wu's house. Wu Nai, having overheard the conversation from inside, quickly put on his shoes and approached the door. Upon seeing the three women outside, he felt a surge of joy. Clearing his throat, he announced, "Ahem, allow me to introduce you. This is my newly found companion. You may call her Aunt Lu." Lu Mei, playing along, quickly donned a smile, saying, "Hello, it's nice to meet you." Ding. Received surprise from Bai Shui, adding 60 days to lifespan. Ding. Received surprise from Yu Qian, adding 60 days to lifespan. Ding. Received surprise from Shalali, adding 60 days to lifespan. Wu Nai chuckled inwardly, reveling in their astonishment, thinking, look at you, not even able to hide your surprise. I've gained another 6 months of life. Yu Qian and the others exchanged glances. Bewildered. What was happening? Just moments ago, they were contemplating introducing a companion to Old Man Wu. In the blink of an eye, someone had found a partner, and the woman before them was evidently much younger than Mr. Wu. When did Mr. Wu become so charming? Lu Mei called out, "You all go inside and chat. I'll head downstairs to take out the trash." The three bewildered women quickly made way. Once Lu Mei left, they rushed into the room. Shay Li exclaimed, "Mr. Wu, you're quite something, quietly achieving great things. When did you get involved with her?" Yu Qian frowned and asked, "Mr. Wu, how did you meet? Is she aware of your situation?" As a police officer, Yu Qian considered matters more comprehensively. She worried that the woman they had just seen might be a fraud. Knowing Mr. Wu's condition and harboring ulterior motives, Bai Shui remained silent. Upon seeing the woman earlier, her heart had inexplicably fluttered. It felt as though they had known each other for a long time. With the system rewards already acquired, Wu Nai sat in his chair with a smile. Fate has a way of being inexplicably wonderful. Rest assured, Lu Mei will take care of my daily needs from now on. So you need not worry about me every day. Curious, Shay Li urged, "Mr. Wu, do tell us how you met." Wu Nai chuckled. Continuing the deception held no purpose. He candidly replied, "Actually, she is my hired caregiver, preparing meals and tidying up the house." The three women exchanged glances, and Shay Li remarked, "Oh dear, I was overly excited for nothing. I thought you had suddenly found clarity in your final moments." Wu Nai looked at Shay Li. "What do you mean by final moments?" Shay Li quickly covered her mouth, embarrassed that her excitement had led her to reveal her thoughts. Yu Qian shot a judgmental glance at Shay Li. "Finding a caregiver for Mr. Wu is a good idea, especially since we are all busy during the day. Knowing someone is here to look after you gives us peace of mind," Yu Qian assured. Seeing that there was nothing more to discuss, she and Shay Li returned to their own homes. However, Bai Shui stayed behind, quietly seated in the chair. Wu Nai had noticed her unusual demeanor earlier. "What is wrong?" Bai Shui looked up as if jolted by electricity. "I'm fine, Mr. Wu. May I have dinner at your place tonight?" Such a modest request. Wu Nai naturally agreed without hesitation. Before long, Lu Mei returned with another man. Lu Mei said, "Uncle Wu, this person claims to be from the lock company." Wu Nai nearly forgot that he had arranged for the locksmith to come after work to install smart locks in all the rooms. "All right, Bai Shui. Please lead the technician to change the locks in your 3 rooms." Bai Shui's gaze lingered on Lu Mei, perhaps realizing the resemblance between them. Once Bai Shui left with the locksmith, Wu Nai couldn't help but inquire of Lu Mei, who was busily preparing the meal. "Little Lu, do you have children?" Lu Mei, slightly turning her head, replied, "Yes, I have a son, about the same age as these 3 girls." Wu Nai asked again, "Do you have only one child?" Lu Mei nodded in confusion. "Yes, just one. That's enough to keep me busy." Wu Nai sighed in resignation. It seemed he and Bai Shui had overthought things. Their similarity in appearance held no deeper significance. The door locks for the remaining 3 households have just been installed, and Lu Mei has prepared a sumptuous meal of 4 dishes and a soup. With a smile, she places the food on the table, saying, "Uncle Lu, do taste my culinary skills and see if they suit your palate." Just the aroma alone assures Wu Nai of the delightful flavors. "Hold on. That girl Bai Shui will join us shortly." Soon, Bai Shui returns with the installer, who finally replaces Wu Nai's door with a new smart lock. The 3 of them sit down at the table together. Bai Shui continues to glance at Lu Mei, seemingly lost in thought. Wu Nai sighs, wishing Lu Mei were indeed Bai Shui's biological mother. Lu Mei finds herself fond of the seemingly gentle girl. "Children are eating, don't just look at me," she chides gently. Suddenly, Bai Shui clenches her fists, her gaze resolute. Wu Nai recognizes that Bai Shui can no longer contain her curiosity. In the next moment, Bai Shui inquires, Aunt Lu, do you have any children? Lu Mei first glances at Wu Nai, then at Bai Shui, pondering the significance of such a question. Yes, I have a son. Bai Shui presses on, is he your only child? Lu Mei feels increasingly perplexed. If one question could be coincidental, the repetition of two identical inquiries surely hints at something deeper. Confirming that she has only one son, she asks Bai Shui, why do you want to know? Bai Shui forces a smile. It's nothing, just a casual question. Wu Nai quickly shifts the topic to spare Bai Shui further distress. That male doctor has been bothering you again, has he? Bai Shui sniffs and lightens her tone. He. Now whenever he sees me, he avoids me. Afraid I might reveal his secrets. Wu Nai nods in agreement. That is good to hear. Lu Mei, a true gold star nanny, has prepared a feast that is both visually appealing and delectable. After the meal, Bai Shui returns to her room, while Wu Nai heads back to rest, relieved of the task of washing the dishes. Just as he lies down, his phone rings. Seeing that it's Zhang Lu calling, Wu Nai assumes the lad is seeking comfort after their recent loss in the competition. Pressing the answer button, he quips, go ahead and cry. You have 5 minutes. Zhang Lu is taken aback. Wu Yi, why would I cry? I have good news to share. The organizing committee for the King's mobile game has informed us that the rules have changed. Both the first and second place teams can participate in the provincial competition. And we have advanced. Chapter 40, 2 minutes. Indeed, when one reaches a critical juncture, a path often unveils itself. A situation that seemed destined for elimination has allowed these young men to progress. What is the prize? Wu Nai inquires. There is no prize, Zhang Lu replies awkwardly. Wu Nai responds, all right then, just make sure you don't get caught playing games again, or I won't be coming to school to face the music. Zhang Lu hastily assures him, yes, we promise. The provincial competition will be held in our Fanghai city. As the provincial capital, it is only natural for such an event to take place there. How do you plan to handle the team situation? The betrayal by Go Zi caught the other four off guard, and upon returning, Tao Dashi made sure that everyone knew the mischief Go Zi had caused. However, the team was down a member, leaving them with only 5 players and no substitutes. Zhang Lu implored, Master Wu, the provincial competition is scheduled for next Sunday, and we simply cannot find another player. Would you consider stepping in personally? When I replied incredulously, you want me, a man in his 60s, to compete alongside you youngsters in their 20s? I can already envision the scene where, before the match even begins, I become the center of attention. Zhang Lu was on the verge of tears. But Master Wu, you know how difficult it is to find talented players, and bringing one in would surely offend Ma Feng, discouraging anyone from getting involved. I beseech you, have pity on us 4 children. I will even sing a song of gratitude for you. As he spoke, Zhang Lu prepared to sing. Wu Nai quickly interjected, I need to sleep soon. Do you intend to give me nightmares with your singing? We shall discuss this later. Zhang Lu immediately seized the opportunity. All right, Master Wu, I will inform the others that you will be joining us for the next match. Before Wu Nai could respond, the call was abruptly ended. Wu Nai shook his head. Whether he participated in the match or not, the 3 women would surely be astonished. By 8 o'clock, he fell into a deep slumber. The next day, upon awakening, Lu Mei had already prepared breakfast, including a pot of rice porridge and 2 light dishes. Lu Mei had hardly slept the night before, her thoughts consumed by the incessant inquiries about her children. The moment she laid eyes on Bai Shui, she was inadvertently reminded of her late sister. Many years ago, her sister had succumbed to despair after losing her daughter under tragic circumstances, searching for years in vain. Ultimately, she had succumbed to depression. However, their hometown was over 1,000 kilometers away from Fanghai, making it impossible for Bai Shui to be that child. After washing up, Wu Nai emerged from the bathroom, stating, you need not stay home all the time. Just return in time to prepare meals. Lu Mei snapped back to reality, realizing she had indeed encountered a commendable employer. Unlike previous employers who would find ways to burden her with tasks, Uncle Wu allowed her the freedom to decide what she wanted to do. Knock, knock, knock. There was a rap at the door. Lu Mei hurried to answer it, revealing Sha Lily standing outside. Master Wu, I'm here to share breakfast. Wu Nai rolled his eyes. In a moment, I will give you the code, from now on. Please refrain from knocking. Sha Lily plopped down beside Wu Nai and served herself a bowl of porridge. Do you have time today, Master Wu? Shall we go out for a breath of fresh air? Wu Nai, with a tone of honesty, inquired, what exactly do you want? Sha Lily promptly replied, Meng Hong has somehow persuaded manager Bai not to dismiss her, so I need you to visit and speak with him again. Otherwise, Meng Hong will certainly continue to oppose me. After speaking, Xia Lili paused, astonished at her own candor. Had she really just spoken her mind? Clearly, she had not rested well the previous night. Wu Nai did not immediately respond to her request. Women have a unique ability to sway men's decisions, and it seemed Meng Hong had exerted considerable influence. Now that the truth had been spoken, Xia Lili decided to embrace her honesty. With her large, pleading eyes, Xia Lili gazed at Wu Nai, imploring, "Uncle Wu, please, could you accompany me just this once? Otherwise, I fear I might be bullied." Her voice was sweet and soft, almost disarming. Lu Mei, who stood nearby, wore a peculiar expression. Those in the know understood Xia Lili was soliciting Wu Nai's assistance, while others might mistake her for a charming little darling. Wu Nai felt a shiver run down his spine. As Xia Lili attempted to cling to his arm, he hastily withdrew it. "All right, I'll go," he relented with a sigh. Xia Lili's face lit up with joy. Given Manager Bai's previous demeanor towards Wu Nai, his mere presence would surely compel Manager Bai to send Meng Hong away. After finishing their meal and exchanging pleasantries with Lu Mei, Wu Nai was pulled out the door by Xia Lili. They took a taxi to the sales office, which was surprisingly quiet that morning, occupied solely by the sales staff. Xia Lili inquired of a female colleague, "Has Manager Bai arrived?" The colleague nodded towards an office, lowering her voice to say, "She's inside with Meng Hong." Xia Lili scoffed. "Goodness, serving that old man so early in the morning. Doesn't she tire of it?" The colleague merely smiled, refraining from commenting. After all, one was a manager, and the other, the manager's paramour. Returning to Wu Nai's side, Xia Lili asked, "What do you suggest we do? Should we burst in and spoil their little rendezvous?" Wu Nai pondered for a moment, considering that to disrupt their affair might be a bit excessive. Manager Bai had always treated him with respect. Should their secret be revealed, it could potentially lead to complications that weighed heavily on his conscience. "Let us wait a bit and have some water," he suggested. "What if they're in there for an hour?" Xia Lili retorted, before turning back to the female colleague. "How long have they been in there?" The colleague held up 2 fingers. "Not long, about 2 minutes." No sooner had she spoken than the office door swung open with a click, revealing Meng Hong, who was adjusting her collar as she stepped out. Xia Lili blurted out, "Wow, Manager Bai wrapped things up quickly." The colleague couldn't help but chuckle. Meng Hong glanced over at the sound and immediately furrowed her brow upon seeing Xia Lili. Although she had not been dismissed, her authoritative position felt undermined by Xia Lili's presence. With a huff, she declared, "What is rightfully mine, I shall reclaim." Her voice was loud enough for the dozens of staff members in the sales hall to hear, and they all turned to look at Xia Lili, unfazed. Xia Lili shot back, "Oh, how impressive. You had Manager Bai capitulate in just 2 minutes." The staff understood the implication of her words, stifling laughter as their faces turned crimson. Angered, Meng Hong pointed at Xia Lili. "Dare you say that again?" Just then, Manager Bai emerged from the office, sternly admonishing, "If you're not working, why are you making noise?" Upon spotting Wu Nai beside Xia Lili, Manager Bai's demeanor shifted instantly. She approached him briskly, exclaiming, "What brings you here today, sir?" Shirley chuckled softly beside them, and indeed, she brought old Wu along. Manager Bai immediately pivoted his attitude 180 degrees. Wu Nai, with his hands clasped behind his back, remarked, "It's only because Lily mentioned you hadn't transferred Meng Hong that I came to see for myself." Manager Bai's expression turned awkward. He had indeed intended to transfer Meng Hong, but that very evening, she approached him, employing every charm in her arsenal, leaving him utterly reluctant to let her go. "Old man, allow me to explain." Wu Nai inquired with genuine curiosity, "What is it that you truly desire?" Meng Hong also approached from a distance, eager to hear how Manager Bai would respond, for she had done much for him that was difficult to articulate. Without hesitation, Manager Bai blurted out, "I simply wish to keep Meng Hong close, to enjoy her services without cost. A woman willing to invest in me is a rare find." His words stunned everyone in the sales office. Dozens of salespeople gaped in disbelief. Manager Bai was audacious indeed to speak so openly about such matters. Meng Hong was nearly incensed to the point of fury. Was her worth in his eyes so trivial? She had believed he genuinely cared for her, only to discover he regarded her as a mere convenience. Shirley crossed her arms, observing Meng Hong with a contemptuous gaze. "Ah, now you see your true value, don't you?" Manager Bai, rendered speechless by the shock of the revelation, felt compelled to respond uncontrollably to any inquiry posed to him. Was it possible that, having disregarded the Master's counsel, he was once again under some enchantment? Fuming, Meng Hong stepped forward and grasped Manager Bai's shirt. "You must clarify. What exactly am I to you? Manager Bai, filled with panic, had no time to deal with this volatile woman. Moreover, the entire situation had arisen due to her. He waved her hand away. Get away from me. Meng Hong almost lost her balance and nearly fell to the ground. No one around offered assistance. As they had suffered her tyranny during her tenure as supervisor, back then, they had been too afraid to voice their grievances. Now, their restraint could be seen as a kindness. Struggling to regain her composure, Meng Hong declared, Very well, Bai. You shall wait. I will go find your wife. If there was anyone Manager Bai feared, apart from the master before him, it was his own wife, the formidable matriarch of his household. He absolutely could not let her discover his infidelity. Raising his hand, he struck Meng Hong across the face. If you dare to do that, I will ensure you are driven out of Fanghai. At this point, Manager Bai cared little for what his subordinates might think. His own life was at stake. If he failed to satisfy the master, he might not have a future to speak of. Meng Hong fled the sales office in tears, and Manager Bai merely glanced at her, choosing not to pursue her. Instead, he forced a smile and said, Old man, let us retreat to the office and discuss this matter calmly. Their quarrel had reached a climax, and Wu Nai felt there was no point in lingering any longer. We want to be entering the office. You should consider your actions moving forward. Wu Nai deliberately made his words weighty, hoping to instill greater fear in Manager Bai. Indeed, Bai grew flustered and hurriedly exclaimed, No, master, what will happen to my enchantment if you leave? At that moment, he still believed Wu Nai had secretly cast some spell upon him. Wu Nai, as long as you perform well, it will disappear automatically in half a month. At this moment, Manager Bai felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Why couldn't he just behave, instead of engaging in foolish antics with Meng Hong? Not only might the fierce matriarch at home find out, but he was also facing health issues. Wu Nai turned to Xia Lili. The matter is resolved. I shall take my leave now. Xia Lili secretly gave Wu Nai a thumbs up. Impressive, truly impressive. If she weren't already familiar with Wu Yi, she might have believed he was genuinely a master. Wu Nai had another reason for leaving. On his way here, Yu Qian had called him, seeking his assistance at the police station and mentioned a trip to a neighboring city. After being respectfully escorted out by Manager Bai, Wu Nai promptly hailed a cab to the police station. Upon arrival, Yu Qian was already waiting at the entrance. Wu Nai inquired, What is the matter? Yu Qian opened the car door. Let us discuss it on the way, grandfather. The driver was Officer Xiao Zhang, who Wu Nai somewhat recognized. Xiao Zhang remembered Wu Nai as well. In just 3 sentences, he could make a serial killer confess. It would be hard to forget. Once the door closed, the vehicle set off, and only then did Yu Qian explain the reason for summoning Wu Nai. The son of the wealthiest man in the neighboring city, Sha Jinghua, had been kidnapped, with the abductors demanding a ransom of 50 million. The local police had apprehended one of the kidnappers who came to collect the money, yet he refused to divulge any information about the other kidnappers or the location of the hostage. Consequently, the local police sought assistance from our provincial capital. If too much time were to pass, the remaining kidnappers might resort to executing the hostage. Wu Nai understood. So you want me to persuade the captured kidnapper to talk? Yu Qian nodded. Although the situation sounded somewhat absurd, with local authorities unable to extract any information from the suspect, sending an elderly gentleman to persuade him was the only option left. Xiao Zhang, while driving, remarked, Grandfather Wu, you must make the suspect confess this time. I told my friends over there that there's an old man who can persuade suspects to confess, and they thought I was boasting. You must prove them wrong. Wu Nai felt helpless. He had unwittingly become a topic of conversation among these officers. I can only promise to do my best if the suspect refuses to speak. I'm not sure how much I can accomplish. Wu Nai refrained from overpromising, as that might raise suspicions. Yu Qian nodded. As long as you do your best, grandfather. We are merely exploring all possible avenues. The police car drove for 3 consecutive hours before finally arriving at the neighboring city police station. Yu Qian had coordinated with personnel in advance, who were waiting outside to greet them. Officer Fong Hai exclaimed, You've finally arrived. Yu Qian shot a glance at the officer. Xing Tian, if you continue to babble nonsense, we'll head back. Xing Tian quickly apologized. No, I was just joking. The two clearly knew each other well, but Yu Qian disliked it when others made jest of her appearance. Xing Tian exchanged greetings with Xiao Zhang before finally turning to Wu Nai. And who might this be? Since Yu Qian had not informed them of Wu Nai's identity beforehand, they were unaware of who stood before them. Yu Qian replied, Our secret weapon. Secret weapon? Xing Tian resumed his observation of Wu Nai, delving into the recesses of his memory. He could not recall the identity of the senior officer who had retired. Mistakenly, Xing Tian presumed that Wu Nai was a retired detective. Only those seasoned veterans would be referred to as a secret weapon, called upon in critical moments. Enough of the chatter. Let us hasten to meet the suspect, Yu Qian urged. Chapter 42. Assisting in interrogation, the four of them briskly entered the office building, where the police officers, with serious expressions, moved about. The abduction of the son of a wealthy magnate, coupled with an exorbitant ransom demand, constituted a major case in their small city. Thus, an air of tension enveloped everyone. The repercussions of any mishap concerning the kidnapped individual could severely tarnish their reputation. The quartet made their way directly to an interrogation room on the third floor. Upon opening the door, they found four officers actively interrogating a suspect. As soon as the officers saw Xing Tian entering with his team, they promptly rose to greet him. "You four take a break. The provincial experts have arrived. Let them have a look," Xing Tian instructed. Yu Qian rolled her eyes, thinking that Xing Tian was once again being overly flattering. The four officers nodded at Yu Qian and her companions before exiting the interrogation room. Xing Tian gestured for them to proceed, stating, "The next steps are in your capable hands." He remained in place, curious to see how Yu Qian and her team would tackle the silent suspect who had resisted interrogation for an entire night. However, Yu Qian turned to Xing Tian and remarked, "Why are you still here? Your presence is hindering our performance." Xing Tian, meeting her resolute gaze, conceded, All right. I shall leave you to it." Once Xing Tian departed, Yu Qian and Xiao Zhang took their seats at the interrogation table. The surface was strewn with all the evidence and documentation related to the kidnapping case, along with the sparse notes taken from the suspect, who had offered no information whatsoever. Not even the number of accomplices had been truthfully disclosed. Yu Qian glanced at Wu Nai and suggested, "Perhaps you should give it a try, sir." The man, firmly shackled to the chair, merely glanced up briefly before lowering his head again, evidently unwilling to answer any questions. He understood that his accomplices were still at large. The hostage had not been located, and the police were at an impasse with him. Wu Nai picked up a stool and positioned himself half a meter away from the man. The suspect appeared to be in his late 20s, slender in build. Wu Nai, adopting a casual tone, inquired, "Are you married?" The man remained silent. Wu Nai pressed on, "Do you have children?" Once again, the man chose silence, having not employed the truth-telling method. Xiao Zhang, observing the situation, turned to Yu Qian and remarked, "Captain, the suspect is completely unresponsive. I doubt Wu Nai can persuade him." "Be quiet," Yu Qian snapped, though internally, she too had little hope left. It was evident that the suspect was intent on resisting to the end. Having established a sufficient rapport, Wu Nai invoked the truth-telling method, stating, "This is your final opportunity. If you divulge the identities of your accomplices, you will assuredly receive leniency. Now, tell me, how many individuals were involved in the crime?" The man blurted out, "3. Ding. Received surprise from Yu Qian, increasing lifespan by 60 days. With a loud bang, Xiao Zhang was so excited that he nearly fell to the ground, utterly astonished that the suspect had indeed confessed. Wu Nai glanced back briefly. Xiao Zhang waved his hands repeatedly, apologizing, "I'm sorry, I'm just too excited." On the other hand, Yu Qian's face was a mixture of surprise and tension, having already extracted the specific number of individuals involved. She pondered whether the suspect would divulge the whereabouts of the other two accomplices and the location where the hostages were hidden. Although the man was internally shocked, he still kept his head lowered, reminding himself not to utter another word. Wu Nai spoke earnestly, "I understand you were coerced by those two individuals. If you disclose their location, we will advocate on your behalf to secure a reduced sentence. Please, tell us where your two accomplices are." The man, keeping his gaze fixed downward, struggled to keep his mouth shut, yet it felt as if his words were escaping him uncontrollably. "They are at the abandoned cement factory in the suburbs, along with the child," he finally admitted. A loud bang interrupted the moment, this time caused by Yu Qian. "I will notify them immediately to rescue the hostages." With that, she hurried out of the interrogation room. Every second wasted could mean increased danger for the captive child. Xiao Zhang was astonished. With just a few simple words, the suspect had revealed critical information about the case. He approached the suspect, mimicking Wu Nai's tone. "You have already done a good deed. Could you tell me your name?" Feeling inexplicably frustrated at having betrayed his accomplices, the man snapped back, "I am your father. If you don't believe me, ask your mother." Xiao Zhang was splattered with saliva, staring blankly at Wu Nai, bewildered by the stark contrast in their interrogation styles. "I merely asked for a name, while you..." Uncle Wu inquired about vital details of the case. Why is he spitting at me and not at you? Wu Nai patted Xiao Zhang on the shoulder. You see, you are too hasty. You must first establish rapport with the criminal before they will open up to you. He then demonstrated once more, asking the suspect seated in the chair, You don't seem very old. How old are you? The man gritted his teeth, yet managed to squeeze out, 29. Xiao Zhang seemed to grasp the lesson. Wu Nai's inquiries were calm and friendly. He adjusted his own demeanor to be more cordial and softened his tone. Can you tell us where you are from? The suspect retorted, I am your father. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Zhang stood up. The discipline of the force forbade him from insulting the man. Otherwise, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses. Yu Qian and Xing Tian immediately took a team to the abandoned cement factory to rescue the hostages, while Wu Nai and Xiao Zhang remained at the police station, awaiting further developments. The officers, aware that reinforcements had arrived from the provincial office, managed to uncover the suspect's whereabouts in less than 10 minutes, leaving the entire precinct in a state of astonishment. They flocked to the conference room, eager to witness the prowess of the experts. Wu Nai had previously advised Xiao Zhang not to reveal that he was the one who extracted the information, suggesting instead that they claim it was a collective effort during the interrogation. Xiao Zhang hesitated, isn't that a bit embarrassing? Although he said this, the thought of being admired and respected by others caused a smile to creep across his lips. A large group of officers entered the conference room, seeking out Wu Nai and Xiao Zhang. Could you share how you conducted the interrogation? Can we glean some insights from your experience? The young man is not only handsome, but also exceptionally skilled in handling cases. Among the police officers, there are many female colleagues. Upon being addressed as handsome, Xiao Zhang felt as though he might float away. He waved his hand and said, Let us keep a low profile. We are all part of the same system, and I certainly have much to share. I promise to elaborate on it when the opportunity arises, but for today, let us focus on the task at hand. In that moment, the officers felt a tinge of disappointment, yet they cast admiring glances towards Xiao Zhang. Meanwhile, Wu Nai, who sat at the back, was utterly ignored by everyone, reveling in his leisure. Approximately an hour later, the team returned triumphantly from the operation. The other two suspects were apprehended, and the bound child was only slightly frightened, with no serious harm done. Upon capture, the suspects could hardly believe that their accomplice had betrayed them, for they shared a bond that was akin to life and death. Yu Qian entered the meeting room and found Wu Nai and Xiao Zhang taking a break. Xiao Zhang was still signing an autograph for a young female officer, kindly stating, If you have any questions, feel free to call me. I will personally guide you. The female officer, bashful, found Xiao Zhang's prowess in handling cases and his gentle demeanor to be the epitome of her ideal partner. I will definitely give you a call. Yu Qian approached Xiao Zhang, curious about his antics. Without turning his head, Xiao Zhang said, Please hold on for a moment. I need to share some experience with this lovely lady. Chapter 43, Examination Results. Yu Qian playfully tapped Xiao Zhang again, prompting him to turn around, looking slightly annoyed. Why are you so oblivious, Captain? You're back. Yu Qian inquired, What is going on here? Signing autographs now? Xiao Zhang scratched his head awkwardly. Everyone is so enthusiastic. I felt it would be rude to decline. The young female officer, who had been engaging with Xiao Zhang, noticed his sudden shift from confidence to despondency and became curious. Xiao Zhang addressed her, Let us exchange numbers for future contact. You should get back to your duties now. Reluctantly, she departed. Xiao Zhang felt relieved that the captain was unaware of his pretense as an interrogation expert. Otherwise, he would not have escaped unscathed. Yu Qian approached Wu Nai and said, Sir, Sha Jingwu wishes to express his gratitude to you in person. Would you consider meeting him? Despite Sha Jingwu being the wealthiest man in the city, Yu Qian did not regard him as significant. Her family's assets could easily overshadow his in this city. However, if Wu Nai wished to meet him for some advantage, she would not stand in his way. Wu Nai replied, No need. Meeting him would only entail empty words of thanks. It is best to avoid it. Yu Qian nodded in agreement. I feel the same. Xiao Zhang, watching from the back, felt anxious. After all, this was the richest man in town. If you want to go, at least let me meet him. Yu Qian said, Sir, take a moment to rest. I'll finish up here and take you home. At noon, Lu Mei called to ask if they were returning for lunch. Wu Nai had already eaten at the police station cafeteria, so he informed her of his decision not to go back. Yu Qian remained busy until 2 in the afternoon before she came to pick up Wu Nai. I apologize for keeping you waiting, sir. They insisted we share some insights, and I had no choice but to oblige. Wu Nai smiled and nodded. The internal affairs of the police were not something he needed to concern himself with. A visit grants a reward, and the police car heads towards Fanghai City. Yu Qian casually inquires, "How have you been feeling lately, Grandpa Wu?" Wu Nai responds, "Quite well. I eat heartily and sleep soundly." Yu Qian, seated in the passenger seat, furrows her brow slightly, contemplating Grandpa Wu's health. Logically, considering his advanced cancer and numerous age-related ailments, his condition should not be so robust. Yet, over the past few days, he appears even more youthful. Could it be that the previous diagnosis was indeed a misdiagnosis? "Grandpa, if you have nothing planned upon returning, would you allow me to accompany you for a checkup? It would be my way of expressing gratitude." Wu Nai realizes that Yu Qian has sensed something amiss. It makes sense. He was told he had only half a month left, yet he seems to be thriving, raising suspicions among those who see him. "All right then. Let's go for an examination," he concedes, as he too wishes to ascertain his current health status. The police car drives back to the city, bypassing the residential area and heading directly to the hospital where Bai Shui works. Yu Qian calls Bai Shui, knowing that having her as a nurse would expedite the process. Upon seeing them, Bai Shui is somewhat surprised. "What brings you here?" Yu Qian discreetly winks at Bai Shui. "I brought Grandpa Wu for a checkup." Bai Shui's eyes widen with concern. "Grandpa Wu, is something wrong? Where do you feel unwell?" Wu Nai reassures her, "Don't be alarmed. Your sister merely brought me here for a routine check." Bai Shui relaxes, having thought that the end of the journey was near. The two women accompany Wu Nai for a comprehensive examination, and with Bai Shui present, the process is notably swift. Within half an hour, the attending physician arrives with the diagnosis report, his expression grave, causing both women to feel a surge of anxiety. It is not the cheerful demeanor of a doctor that induces fear, but rather one furrowing their brow. Bai Shui nervously asks, "Dr. Qin, what are the results?" "Doctor." Qin sighs, "Perhaps it would be better to have the patient step outside while we discuss this." Before the two women can respond, Wu Nai interjects, "Please, speak freely. I am prepared for whatever news you bear." Yu Qian and Bai Shui nod in agreement. After all, what could be more dreadful than late-stage cancer? Seeing their resolve, Dr. Qin concedes, "Very well, I shall be forthright. The examination results are not promising. This gentleman's cancer has progressed to the mid-stage." Ding. Received surprise from Bai Shui, adding 60 days to lifespan. Ding. Received surprise from Yu Qian, adding 60 days to lifespan. Bai Shui, in disbelief, takes the diagnosis report, which indeed confirms the mid-stage cancer. His diabetes and cerebral thrombosis have also diminished in severity. Yu Qian peers over to take a look. Bai Shui exclaims with joy, "That's wonderful, Grandpa Wu. You've reached mid-stage cancer." Yu Qian adds cheerfully, "Congratulations, Grandpa. You truly are at mid-stage." Dr. Qin stands stunned. It is the first time he has witnessed family members express such joy upon learning that an elder has reached mid-stage cancer. Is this a distortion of humanity, or a decline in morality? Wu Nai smiles, as the outcome aligns closely with his expectations. In the midst of a cancer diagnosis at stage 2, there was no need for such exuberance from the two women. Bai Shui, with uncontainable joy, leaped with delight, exclaiming, "How could I not be happy? Uncle, you are now in the midst of your battle with cancer." Dr. Qin, momentarily taken aback, pinched his thigh discreetly, questioning whether he was still ensnared in a dream. Bai Shui then bowed respectfully to Dr. Qin, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Dr. Qin, for sharing such uplifting news. If it weren't for the pain in my leg, I would surely believe I was still dreaming." Dr. Qin, caught in a whirlwind of confusion, could only mutter, No need for thanks." The trio departed the office under Dr. Qin's bewildered gaze. When I was taken aback, the shift from late-stage to mid-stage cancer had elicited astonishment from the two women. He pondered, what would their reactions be when the diagnosis shifted to early-stage cancer? They had accumulated a year's worth of rewards, and with 6 more, they would unlock a grand prize. Bai Shui remarked, "Uncle Wu, the improvement in health must surely be linked to one's mindset." Yu Qian concurred, acknowledging that Wu Nai had appeared significantly more cheerful in the past 2 weeks, a stark contrast to the man she had first met. The two women quietly conspired to find more activities for Wu Nai, believing it would enhance his spirits. Yu Qian spoke first, "Uncle Wu, why not come work with us as a consultant? We can bestow upon you the honorary title of auxiliary police officer." Wu Nai pointed to himself incredulously, "At 62, become an auxiliary police officer?" Bai Shui interjected, "What is wrong with being 62? You are still quite youthful, in the prime of your life." Wu Nai considered the prospect of spending his days with Yu Qian, occasionally showcasing his skills, which would surely yield numerous system rewards. All right then. How shall we negotiate the salary? Yu Qian smiled. What salary would you like, Uncle Wu? If it's insufficient, I'll supplement it. Wunai chuckled, recognizing that no salary could rival the allure of the rewards. As the trio returned to their residential community, they encountered Li, who was just returning from work, accompanied by a man burdened with bags, Manager Bai from the sales department. After a day of contemplation, Manager Bai concluded that waiting for the parasite to vanish on its own was not a reliable solution. Thus, he opted to apologize in person, seeking the master's assistance for a resolution. Chapter 44. Obtaining a driver's license. Without Wu Nai's consent, Li had brought Manager Bai along, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, Manager Bai's persistent pleading was hard to resist. Before Li could speak, Bai Shui eagerly shared the good news. Uncle Wu is now at mid-stage cancer. Li was momentarily stunned, casting an incredulous glance at Yu Qian. Despite their usual discord, they shared a common sentiment regarding Wu Nai's condition. They nodded in affirmation. It's true. Ding. Received surprise from Li, increasing lifespan by 60 days. Li suddenly leapt into Wu Nai's embrace, exclaiming, "This is wonderful. You have transitioned to mid-stage cancer." Manager Bai, still holding his bags, stood dumbfounded in the background, perplexed by the jubilance of the three radiant women. He questioned whether he had misheard. The master was at mid-stage cancer, but why was there such joy? Should he join in the laughter? Wu Nai gently extricated Li from his embrace, contemplating the scene of bustling individuals at the community entrance during rush hour. What is this spectacle? Li urged the still-dazed Manager Bai. What are you waiting for? Hurry and congratulate Uncle Wu. Manager Bai. Congratulations, Master, on reaching the intermediate stage of cancer. I hope you swiftly progress to the advanced stage. He mistakenly believed the master was engaged in some profound cultivation that had led to his condition. If he was so pleased at the intermediate stage, surely he would be even more jubilant at the advanced stage. However, upon uttering these words, the three women gazed at him in utter disbelief. Old Wu had painstakingly transitioned from the advanced stage to the intermediate stage. Why would this fellow wish for him to regress? Yu Qian inquired of Li. Who is this person? Bai Shui, too, was incensed. Indeed. Does he not know how to speak? Li felt disheartened, initially hoping that Wu Nai's good spirits would inspire Manager Bai to perform commendably. Instead, this happened. She was at a loss for words. It was Wu Nai who soothed the women's tempers. Let us all calm down. Manager Bai means well. Manager Bai nodded vigorously. Yes. Yes, I come with good intentions. After sending the three women on their way, Wu Nai escorted Manager Bai back to his residence. Once inside, Manager Bai handed all his belongings to Lu Mei. Master, I kindly ask that you rid me of the parasitic insects. Their presence within my body causes me great discomfort. There are no such insects, merely psychological effects at play. If Wu Nai wished to deceive Manager Bai for monetary gain, he could easily leave him utterly destitute. Lu Mei poured tea for both men. Aware that Wu Nai intended to discuss serious matters, she set down the tea and retreated to her room to rest. Wu Nai sipped his hot tea. Have you resolved the matter concerning Meng Hong? Rest assured, Master, she will no longer trouble Lily. Manager Bai earnestly assured him, for he would never dare provoke Meng Hong again, knowing full well the potential consequences. Wu Nai nodded. Extend your hand. Manager Bai complied, stretching out his hand. Wu Nai pretended to scribble randomly on his palm. There, it is done. You have been relieved of it. Manager Bai assessed his body, seemingly unchanged, though he did notice a slight itch in his palm. Master, is this sufficient? Wu Nai lifted his tea once more. Are you doubting my abilities? No, absolutely not. I am deeply grateful for your mercy, Master. Manager Bai spoke with reverence, nearly bowing before Wu Nai. As dinner time approached, Wu Nai suggested, would you care to dine with me? Manager Bai hesitated. What if, after the meal, he found himself burdened with further complications? Master, please enjoy your meal. I shall not impose. In the future, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to call. Manager Bai produced a business card and placed it on the table. Wu Nai nodded slightly, not bothering to glance at the card. After Manager Bai departed, Lu Mei emerged from her room, bringing the prepared dishes to the table. From Manager Bai's demeanor towards Wu Nai, Lu Mei discerned that Wu Nai was no ordinary individual. Yu Qian was processing Wu Nai's employment paperwork, which would take several days, leaving Wu Nai with some leisure time the following day. Seizing the opportunity, he took the exam for Subject 1. Thanks to the memories of his past life, he needed no preparation, scoring a near-perfect 98 out of 100. Having passed the first driving test, Wu Nai was now ready to practice for the second and third tests at the driving school. Upon his arrival, he was assigned a male instructor. Upon meeting Wu Nai, the instructor furrowed his brow, as teaching someone of such an age was often the most arduous task. He could neither voice his discontent nor express his frustration. This was not merely a student. It resembled the burden of caring for an elderly parent. My name is Guan Rong, and I shall be your instructor for the second and third tests. Although you may be older and slower in reaction, I am confident that you will pass the examination within 6 months, he declared. 6 months? When I recalled that in his previous life, he had obtained his license within a month, what warranted such an extended period? Was the instructor as competence in question? With a sweeping gesture, Guan Rong commanded, "Get in the car." Once settled inside, he introduced the steering wheel. "You recognize this, don't you?" Wu Nai was taken aback. Was he being treated as if he were suffering from dementia? "How about I give it a try first? If I falter, you can guide me," he suggested. Guan Rong chuckled, having never encountered such a student before. "Fine, let us see what you can do," he replied, crossing his arms and leaning back in his seat. Wu Nai proceeded to start the vehicle, deftly executing reverse parking, parallel parking, and navigating all tasks seamlessly. "Instructor Guan, how did I do?" he inquired. Guan Rong was taken aback. If it weren't for Wu Nai's advanced age, he would have assumed this was merely a prank. What more was there to teach? He could simply await the examination. Clearing his throat, he advised, "You must not grip the steering wheel with one hand. It is not standard practice." Wu Nai graciously accepted the correction, acknowledging that the regulations indeed specified such a guideline. Guan Rong continued, "Today's training concludes here. You may return tomorrow if you wish to practice further. Otherwise, feel free to rest at home until you schedule your examination in a few days." As Wu Nai exited the vehicle, he waved goodbye to Guan Rong. His presence at the driving school was primarily to fulfill a formality. Just after leaving, he received a call from Bai Shui. "Hello, is Grandfather Wu busy?" she inquired. "What is it?" Wu Nai responded. Bai Shui explained, "Yesterday, your test results were leaked at the hospital. Stage 4 cancer has surprisingly transformed into stage 2 within a mere half-month, leaving many astonished. Someone has informed the media, and our local television station wishes to interview you. Would you be amenable?" Wu Nai promptly declined, stating, "It is not convenient." He had no desire to engage in such trivial matters. Bai Shui lowered her voice and continued, "Our leadership has stated that if you publicly acknowledge receiving treatment at our hospital, we will provide you with free medical care for life, along with a grant of 50,000 yuan. Wu Nai understood the implications. They wished for him to become the hospital's ambassador. 50,000 was woefully inadequate. "That amount is rather low. Your hospital's vision is limited," he remarked. Bai Shui failed to grasp the underlying meaning. "Will you agree to the interview, Grandfather?" she pressed. "Please relay my sentiments to your leadership and let us see how they respond," Wu Nai replied. Chapter 45. Exclusive sponsorship. Bai Shui, somewhat bewildered, ended the call and sought out her hospital's leaders. Meanwhile, Wu Nai strolled leisurely along the street, fully aware that they would likely reach out to him again shortly. Cancer remains an insurmountable medical challenge. The miraculous improvement of this patient presents a significant opportunity for the hospital to enhance its publicity, which could yield substantial influence. However, it is important to note that Wu Nai has a prerequisite. He would only consent to such promotions if they are conducted by reputable institutions. If it involves fraudulent medications, he would unequivocally refuse. After a mere 10 minutes, Wu Nai's phone rang again, this time displaying Bai Shui's number. Yet, the voice on the other end was distinctly male. "Hello, is this Mr. Wu? I am Zhao, the vice president of Fanghai Second Hospital. You may call me Xiao Zhao." His tone was remarkably humble, devoid of any airs associated with his position, as one might expect given the number of people who typically seek to curry favor with hospital leadership. "Hello," Wu Nai replied. Zhao continued, "Bai Shui has likely informed you that after careful consideration, we can increase your sponsorship to 300,000. What do you think?" This amount aligned closely with Wu Nai's expectations. However, there was a stipulation. If I transition from stage 3 cancer to stage 1, this sponsorship must be doubled. A silence ensued on the other end of the line, and after a few moments, Zhao hesitantly inquired, "Mr. Wu, do you believe there is still hope for you to revert to stage 1? If Wu Nai were indeed to regress to an earlier stage of cancer, the promotional impact would be exponentially greater than it is now. He would be willing to pay not just double, but even quintuple the sponsorship fee. Who knows? Anything is possible," Wu Nai responded, feeling that any increase in sponsorship was not an immediate obligation. Zhao readily agreed. "Excellent. Shall we discuss this further in person?" With a leisurely day ahead, Wu Nai replied, I will visit your hospital shortly. Wonderful. Bai Shui will be there to greet you, Zhao assured him. After hanging up, Wu Nai chuckled, surprised to find himself in a position to earn advertising funds. In this era, 300,000 is indeed a substantial sum. He hailed a cab and made his way to the second hospital, where Bai Shui awaited him at the entrance. Zhao had assigned her the task of accompanying Wu Nai throughout the day, which included contract signing and an upcoming interview. As Wu Nai stepped out of the vehicle, Bai Shui rushed forward to assist him. She had not anticipated that she would one day serve as Mr. Wu's hostess. Wu Nai smiled and inquired, Do you know how much the sponsorship is? Having stood beside Zhao during the call, Bai Shui was aware. 300,000. You are truly remarkable, Mr. Wu. Wu Nai cautioned, Please do not mention this to Yu Qian and Xia Lili just yet. I wish to surprise them myself. Bai Shui giggled, thinking Mr. Wu intended to delight the other two women. In truth, Wu Nai was curious to see if this news would astonish them. After all, what if it could lead to further rewards? The pair took the elevator to the office and met Vice President Zhao in person. He was in his 50s, balding, and donned a white lab coat that instantly conveyed an air of authority. As Bai Shui, acting as the intermediary, prepared to introduce them, Zhao waved her off, saying, No need, no need. He stepped forward, extending both hands to shake Wu Nai's, exclaiming, You must be Mr. Wu. Indeed. Meeting you in person is far more enlightening than mere reputation. Indeed, as the esteemed director, every word he utters is imbued with a certain gravitas. Wu Nai, not one to wield his seniority, chuckled amiably and remarked, Director Zhao, you too are a paragon of elegance, with an exceptional manner of speaking. With a shy smile, Director Zhao stroked his ample belly and declared, Let us commence, my friend. The documents had long been prepared for signing. Once the contract was executed and the funds transferred, Wu Nai would become the hospital's ambassador for cancer awareness. Wu Nai, not one to dawdle, nodded in agreement. Soon, a staff member entered, bearing the contract. Upon a cursory glance at the document, Wu Nai discerned the most critical stipulations, the confidentiality of the contract, and the exclusivity clause preventing collaboration with other entities. Director Zhao, with a beaming smile, sat nearby and said, If you find no issues, we may proceed to sign, and the funding will be promptly dispersed. Throughout the conversation, Director Zhao referred to the funds as a sponsorship rather than a fee for endorsement, a testament to the art of language. Wu Nai interjected, I have an additional condition. I will determine my participation in interviews or any other events. He continued, Rest assured, I shall not leave you without a return on your investment. I will make appearances when deemed necessary. Director Zhao chuckled awkwardly, underestimating Wu Nai's attentiveness to this matter. Following the exposure by the city television station, a plethora of interviews would undoubtedly follow. The more interviews accepted, the greater the advertising impact. The hospital also planned to conduct monthly cancer awareness campaigns, during which they hoped Wu Nai would speak. Should he decline participation, their considerable expenditure would be rendered futile. Thankfully, Wu Nai had clarified that he would not allow their funds to go to waste. With a determined nod, Director Zhao conceded, Very well, my friend, if that pleases you. We shall add this clause. Satisfied, Wu Nai felt no desire to sacrifice his autonomy for a sum of 300,000. His current cryptocurrency earnings far surpassed that amount. After a few minor adjustments, both parties affixed their signatures to the contract. The funds were immediately transferred to Wu Nai's account. Director Zhao, still smiling, said, In a short while, the city television crew will arrive. We kindly ask that you, Mr. Wu, participate in an interview at our hospital, ideally donning one of our patient gowns. Wu Nai was taken aback. Must he wear a hospital gown for the occasion? Indeed. It seemed that earning others' money was no simple task. No problem, he replied. He then followed Bai Shui to a special care ward. The room contained but a single bed, a sofa, a television, and a private bathroom. When I surveyed the environment and mused, living here would be quite delightful. He inquired of Bai Shui. The contract states that I will receive free medical care in the future. Does that mean I will be accommodated in such a room? Bai Shui's expression turned awkward. There were only a few such special care rooms in the hospital. Whether he could stay there was uncertain. Let me ask Director Zhao for you, she offered. Sensing her discomfort, Wu Nai decided it might be best to forego the idea of hospitalization altogether. Bai Shui chuckled, understanding that he wished to spare her any trouble. Please wait a moment, I will fetch your patient gown, she said. Wu Nai settled onto the sofa, which was even more comfortable than his own at home. One cannot help but marvel at the advantages of wealth. Being hospitalized becomes a mere inconvenience. Bai Shui swiftly returned with a pristine set of hospital attire, urging, "Sir, please don the garments quickly. The crew from the television station has already arrived downstairs. I must go and greet them." The hospital gowns are generally of a standardized size, and given Wu Nai's average build, he had no apprehensions regarding fit. After placing the gown down, Bai Shui hurriedly exited. Chapter 46. Are you an actor? Not long after Wu Nai had adorned himself in the hospital attire, Bai Shui led 3 journalists into the ward. The trio consisted of 2 men and 1 woman, the latter evidently taking the lead as she walked ahead. Bai Shui introduced them. "Esteemed journalists, this is Mr. Wu." However, the female journalist merely cast a fleeting glance at Wu Nai, impatiently interrupting Bai Shui's introduction. "That will suffice. Let us expedite this process as we have other engagements." Bai Shui was momentarily taken aback. The 2 male reporters swiftly set up their professional recording equipment, initiating adjustments. The female journalist, who had interrupted Bai Shui, approached Wu Nai directly, issuing commands as if she were a superior addressing a subordinate. "When I ask you a question, you shall respond. If you are unable to answer, merely nod and smile. Understood?" From the outset, Wu Nai found the female journalist unappealing. Her sharp features and thin lips suggested a harsh disposition. True to form, she had first interrupted Bai Shui and then proceeded to issue orders. Those aware of her affiliation with the municipal television station might have assumed her demeanor belonged to a national broadcaster. "I am speaking to you. Did you hear me?" The female journalist impatiently reiterated, then turned to Bai Shui, inquiring if Wu Nai perhaps suffered from dementia. "Can't you find someone more astute for this performance?" Her tone was laced with disdain. Throughout the encounter, this female journalist displayed a profound skepticism regarding the possibility of recovery from cancer, believing the hospital was concocting a sensational story to capture public attention. Bai Shui interjected, "I will not permit you to speak of Mr. Wu in such a manner." The journalist's expression shifted, realizing that the elderly gentleman was likely a person of influence, which explained his opportunity to appear on television. With an air of arrogance, she declared, "I do not care who he is related to. If he cannot cooperate, we shall not conduct the interview." Bai Shui, infuriated yet bound by her duties assigned by her superiors, found herself at a loss. Just as uncertainty loomed, Wu Nai unexpectedly spoke, "If you choose not to interview, then be on your way." In an instant, all were taken aback. The female journalist turned her gaze toward Wu Nai. Her assignment to conduct the interview had been mandated by her superiors, and her earlier remarks were merely an attempt to intimidate. Should the interview not proceed, she would have no means of fulfilling her obligations. Realizing that engaging Wu Nai was futile, she directed her pressure toward Bai Shui. "I came at the invitation of your leaders. Are we certain we are not proceeding with the interview?" Bai Shui, flustered, had not anticipated this turn of events. She glanced toward Wu Nai in desperation. Wu Nai, unfazed, replied, "What is there to fear? This television station is not the only one. If they are unwilling to conduct the interview, let them leave. I will communicate with Director Zhao afterwards." Bai Shui nodded. "Very well. Since you have other matters to attend to, you may leave." Wu Nai began to remove his hospital gown, while the 2 male journalists exchanged bewildered looks at the female journalist. The individual in question is a relative of a minor leader from their television station. Leveraging her identity as a journalist, she has often acted with arrogance and disdain, disregarding others. This time, however, she has encountered a formidable obstacle. The assignment to interview a cancer patient regarding their improved condition was a directive from the station head, and failure to fulfill this task would render her position untenable. The female journalist was taken aback when she witnessed one person undressing while another issued an eviction order. In the past, those she interviewed would acquiesce, too intimidated to challenge her demands. "I ask once more, do you truly refuse to be interviewed?" When I responded, "What else is there? Am I here to play games after stripping off my clothes?" The journalist threatened, "Then I shall report to your director, claiming you are uncooperative." When I retorted, "As a cancer patient, am I to fear your complaints?" With that, she, accompanied by Bai Shui, walked towards the hospital exit. The journalist, left with no recourse, sought out Director Zhao, expounding on Wu Nai and Bai Shui's alleged misconduct, their lack of cooperation, and their disregard for the television station. Director Zhao was equally unprepared for such a turn of events. "Mr. Wu is merely a cancer patient. Our responsibility lies in his treatment, and we cannot impose restrictions on his actions. If he declines the interview, there is little we can do." The journalist frowned. "Is he not an actor you sought?" Director Zhao slammed the table, finally grasping why Wu Nai refused the interview. Given such a demeanor, even he would have declined to participate. Our hospital guarantees the authenticity of Mr. Wu's case and welcomes any verification from other institutions. We do not deceive our patients, and should you continue with such accusations, I will exercise my right to claim defamation. Director Zhao's shift in attitude left the journalist momentarily stunned. She could not comprehend how a straightforward interview had devolved into this debacle. Director Zhao, that was not my intention. He waved his hand, silencing her. I am unconcerned with your intentions. Whether Mr. Wu accepts the interview is his prerogative. You may leave. Dazed, the journalist exited the office, where two male reporters awaited. Despite their inner glee, they feigned concern, inquiring, "What did the director say?" The female journalist, frazzled, replied, "Their refusal to be interviewed is also your responsibility. We must urgently find that patient." The male reporters exchanged glances, realizing their misstep in joining her for the interview. One male reporter quickly suggested, "The female nurse is with the patient. We merely need her contact information to locate him." The trio promptly proceeded to the nurse's station to obtain Bai Shui's phone number. Meanwhile, Bai Shui and Wu Nai were at the hospital entrance, waiting for a vehicle. Wu Nai reassured her, "Do not worry. The director will not hold you accountable." Bai Shui, her expression resolute, replied, "Even if he does, I refuse to allow anyone to insult Mr. Wu." Wu Nai felt gratified. Just moments ago, Bai Shui had defended him in the ward. "Return to work. I shall head home. Call me if anything arises." Bai Shui nodded in agreement, about to turn back towards the hospital when her phone suddenly rang. As she glanced at the unfamiliar number, a sense of confusion prompted her to answer the call. "Hello?" A man's voice resonated from the other end. "Greetings. We are reporters from the city television station who just conducted an interview. May I inquire if the patient is still with you?" Bai Shui cast a wary glance at old Wu beside her and asked, "What do you intend to do?" The male reporter repeatedly apologized. "I'm sorry for the misunderstanding earlier. May we request another opportunity for an interview?" While speaking, he cast a sidelong glance at the female reporter waiting nearby, inwardly cursing. "Damn it. Why stir trouble instead of resolving it? Now I have to clean up this mess." Whether to accept the interview would naturally depend on old Wu's disposition. Bai Shui covered the microphone and quietly inquired, "Grandpa, the reporters have apologized and wish to interview you once more." Old Wu replied, "Who apologized?" "If it was those two male reporters, then forget it. But if it was that woman, I might consider it." Bai Shui smiled knowingly, understanding old Wu's implication. She had also found the female reporter rather displeasing, as she always acted superior simply for being a journalist. An apology was due. Bai Shui relayed old Wu's words to the other party. The male reporter handed the phone to the female reporter, stating, "They said they would agree to the interview, but only if you apologize." Upon hearing the request for an apology, the female reporter frowned. She was a television journalist and had always conducted interviews without needing to apologize to anyone. "Give me the phone," she commanded. Sensing her expression, the male reporter understood that she was about to stir up trouble again. "Go ahead. The bigger the mess, the better." Reluctantly, he passed the phone to her. Meanwhile, Bai Shui handed the phone to old Wu. "Hello? You are the patient, correct?" Old Wu replied, "Yes, that's me." The female reporter threatened, "I'll give you one more chance. If you refuse the interview, I will expose your case as fabricated, tarnishing your reputation and legacy." Old Wu was taken aback. He had anticipated an apology, only to receive such a threat. "Very well, go ahead and expose it. I look forward to seeing your news," he retorted before hanging up and returning the phone to Bai Shui. Bai Shui felt slightly bewildered. Having missed the content of the call and unsure of the reason behind old Wu's sudden shift in demeanor. "What's wrong, Grandpa?" Old Wu smirked coldly. "That person, in a fit of rage, threatened to expose me as a fraud." Bai Shui immediately grew agitated. How can she spout such nonsense and slander an innocent person? "I know your condition better than anyone. It is certainly not a fabrication." Bai Shui appeared even more incensed than old Wu, seemingly ready to confront the woman immediately. Old Wu, however, sought to calm her down. Let her make a fuss if she wishes. Let the public discourse unfold. In the end, it will prove the truth. And the publicity will be even more beneficial. Bai Shui expressed her concern, "But Grandpa, that will surely lead to doubt about you." Old Wu chuckled, "Surely. 300,000 cannot be taken for granted." Bai Shui sighed, feeling at a loss for a better course of action and resolved to discuss it with the other two members once she returned home. Meanwhile, in the hospital, the female reporter trembled with rage. Two male journalists relished in their misfortune. They had genuine cases, and their physical conditions were evident. Did they truly believe such tactics would intimidate their opponents? Was that not a sign of folly? Even a rational individual would never conceive of such a method. Meanwhile, the female journalist remained oblivious to her faults, convinced that her status as a reporter entitled her to privileges. She believed that she could easily manage the situation with an elderly gentleman. Upon returning, she insisted that no one disclose the circumstances of the scene, promising to explain to her superiors. The female journalist intended to distort the truth upon her return, confident that her leaders were unaware of the actual events. Wu Nai did not return home, but instead went directly to the bank to withdraw the entirety of his newly acquired 300,000 yuan in cash. He worried that the two women might not be sufficiently astonished by the news of his endorsement earnings, so he planned to provoke their astonishment with the tangible cash. The notion of 300,000 yuan spoken aloud and the actual sight of 300,000 yuan in cash were entirely disparate concepts. Upon arriving home with a tote bag, he found Lu Mei tidying up and curiously approached to take the bag from him. "Uncle Wu, what have you bought?" Wu Nai casually replied, "Just some pocket money to keep at home." "Pocket money? In a bag?" Lu Mei questioned, raising an eyebrow. As she glanced inside the tote, her eyes widened in disbelief. She quickly sealed the bag, realizing it was filled with large denominations of cash. Hastily returning the tote to Wu Nai, she urged, "Uncle Wu, you should keep this in your room. It's best not to leave it out." Understanding Lu Mei's good intentions, Wu Nai said nothing further. By afternoon, he anticipated the return of the women from work. He deliberately placed the 300,000 yuan in plain sight, waiting for Yu Qian and Xia Lili to take the bait. Lu Mei was bewildered. Why did Uncle Wu have such a penchant for flaunting his wealth? Wouldn't it provoke envy? Just as she pondered this, there was a knock at the door. Lu Mei intended to warn Wu Nai to hide the money, but upon seeing his excited demeanor, she wondered if he had indeed left the money on the table for others to see. The world of the wealthy was truly beyond her comprehension. When she opened the door, Yu Qian stood outside. "Aunt Lu, is Uncle Wu home?" Lu Mei replied, Yes." Yu Qian flashed a smile at Lu Mei before entering the room. Upon seeing several stacks of cash before Wu Nai, she was taken aback. "What is this, uncle?" Wu Nai cleared his throat and, in a manner reminiscent of Versailles, replied, "Oh, it's nothing much. I took on a small task today and earned a little pocket money." Ding, received Yu Qian's astonishment, increasing lifespan by 60 days. She could hardly believe her ears. He had earned such a sum in a single day? "Uncle Wu, you aren't involved in any illegal activities, are you?" she asked, though she quickly dismissed the thought. Given his age and physical condition, what illegal endeavor could he possibly engage in? Unsavory characters would not employ him, having secured his reward. When I recounted the entire sequence of events to Yu Qian, only then did she grasp the situation, though her astonishment lingered. She never imagined that Uncle Wu could turn misfortune into fortune. "You truly are impressive, uncle," she remarked. For Yu Qian, 300,000 yuan was not a significant amount, but the fact that Uncle Wu earned it through his own abilities garnered her respect. Wu Nai chuckled lightly, inquiring if there was anything else on Yu Qian's mind. He wished for her to return home first, as he intended to wait patiently for Xia Lili. Yu Qian then recalled that there was indeed an important matter yet to be conveyed. "Sir, the arrangements for the auxiliary police position have been finalized. The salary is set at 1,500 yuan per month, with holidays off." Upon mentioning this, Yu Qian's gaze fell upon the 300,000 yuan on the table. Wu Nai earned that amount in a single day, making her assistant's monthly salary seem rather trivial in comparison. She wondered if Wu Nai would still consider taking up the role. Yu Qian could only explain, "Sir, sometimes money isn't everything. The role of an auxiliary police officer allows for some leisure and a chance to clear one's mind, which can be quite pleasant." Wu Nai had already resolved to become an auxiliary police officer, seizing the opportunity to gain rewards through Yu Qian. Naturally, he responded with enthusiasm, "Rest assured. I understand your intentions. When can I commence my duties?" Yu Qian replied, "Sir, it depends on you. You may begin whenever you wish." The position Yu Qian arranged for Wu Nai was not a typical auxiliary role, resembling more of a consultative capacity. Therefore, there was no urgency to start immediately. When I recalled that in a couple of days, he was to participate in a provincial competition for King of Glory with Zhang Lu and others, he suggested, "Let us aim for next Monday then." Yu Qian stood, "Very well, sir. I will accompany you next Monday." After exchanging polite farewells with Lu Mei, she departed. Lu Mei, who had been listening nearby, found herself somewhat confused. Her elderly employer, in his 60s, was going to become an auxiliary police officer? Wasn't that typically the domain of the youth? What could he possibly accomplish? He couldn't chase anyone down or defend himself. If he encountered a villain, he might end up getting hurt. Although she was compensated equally for caring for the elderly and the bedridden, an extra 200 was warranted for attending to an elderly bedridden individual. Lu Mei mentally labeled Wu Nai as a wealthy individual seeking thrills out of sheer boredom. Suddenly, the sound of a code lock being pressed resonated from outside. Wu Nai, using his keen perception, noted that it was indeed Xia Lili attempting to enter. He turned to Lu Mei. "You may return to your tasks. I wish to speak with Lily for a moment." Lu Mei glanced at the firmly closed door, then back at Wu Nai, pondering how he could possibly know it was Miss Lily outside. Chapter 48. A visit from the reporter. As the door swung open, in walked Xia Lili. "Oh, Wu Yi, what are you doing seated here?" Before she could finish her sentence, Xia Lili's gaze fell upon the large stacks of cash on the table, rendering her momentarily speechless. Ding! Received surprise from Xia Lili, adding 60 days to lifespan. Wu Nai was at a loss for words. He hadn't even explained the source of the money, yet her astonishment was palpable. It was evident that, for Xia Lili, money held the utmost significance. She sat down beside Wu Nai, her eyes fixed intently on the cash, as if it were now her true master. "Sir, where did all this money come from? Did you find it?" Wu Nai rolled his eyes. "Why don't you go outside and find some for me? Are you suggesting that you've withdrawn from your life savings? Surely you don't intend to share it with us?" In truth, he had done little more than care for her and keep her in his thoughts during the day at work. "If you genuinely wish to share some of this wealth with me, I certainly wouldn't want to disregard your generosity." Wu Nai sighed. "Since when did you develop the habit of daydreaming?" Xia Lili replied. "Oh, so it wasn't about sharing money after all." Despite her financial struggles, Xia Lili harbored no ill intentions towards Mr. Wu's money. She now led a fulfilling life, brimming with hope. Believing in herself, she was confident that she would thrive. In a familiar manner, she called out to Lu Mei, who was busy in the kitchen. "Aunt Lu, when are you preparing dinner? I plan to join you for a meal tonight." Lu Mei, smiling, poked her head out. "Dinner will be ready in about an hour." Xia Lili rose from her seat. "Then I'll head home for a quick shower and return for dinner." Before leaving, she cast a glance at the money on the table. "You should really put that money away. It looks too tempting." Wu Nai grunted in response, having achieved his objective, and promptly collected the money. That evening, the three women dined at Wu Nai's home, as if they were his daughters. During the meal, Bai Shui incessantly fiddled with her phone. Since the afternoon, she had been scouring the internet for any news about Mr. Wu, anxious that someone might defame him in the media. Suddenly, as the page refreshed, several trending posts appeared. Shocking. A certain hospital exploits patients' will to survive by hiring unscrupulous old men to impersonate cancer survivors for fraud. An unscrupulous elder, relying on his age, became enraged and insulted a radio reporter when exposed. For profit, the elder pretended to be a cancer patient, colluding with the hospital for fraud. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Bai Shui placed her phone on the table. "Look at this." Yu Qian and Xia Lili exchanged confused glances at the screen. Upon reading the posts, they did not immediately associate them with Mr. Wu. Xia Lili remarked, "What is this?" Wu Nai glanced at the post as well, noting the swift dissemination of the news. The sensational headlines showed the hallmark of seasoned journalists, inciting ample outrage. Bai Shui recounted the hospital incident to the others. Xia Lili exclaimed, "How audacious! I'll unleash my fury in the comments." Yu Qian scoffed, "What good will that do? Mr. Wu should file a lawsuit immediately." Wu Nai, however, remained unperturbed. The posts were not published under the real name of the female reporter, rendering legal action ineffective. Bai Shui refreshed the thread again, exclaiming, "There are already over 500 comments. It seems many are following this story." Yu Qian insisted, "Mr. Wu, I still advise you to report this and pursue legal action. I can summon our family lawyer to assist you." When I shook his head, believing that the increased attention on the post would work to his advantage. He intended to wait until the other party felt overly confident and made a move against him, at which point he would strike back. "Rest assured, I have a plan for this situation." Seeing Wu Nai's resolute demeanor, the three women ceased their attempts to persuade him. They exchanged looks, deciding that after dinner, they would reconvene to hold the third full meeting of their safe passage plan. The situation unfolded even more swiftly than Wu Nai had anticipated. The following morning, a few journalists managed to uncover his address and arrived at his home. Lu Mei opened the door, startled to see reporters wielding cameras outside. "What brings you here?" A journalist inquired. "Is Wu Nai present? We would like to conduct an interview with him." Lu Mei had never encountered such a scene before. Turning to Wu Nai, who was engrossed in a video game, she asked, "Uncle Wu, there are reporters here who wish to interview you." Wunai responded with a nonchalant "oh." Setting aside his phone, realizing that this round would have to be a sacrifice for his teammates. "Let them in," he instructed. 5 or 6 journalists squeezed into the room. "Hello, I'm a reporter from the Sunshine Daily. May I pose a few questions?" "Greetings, I'm from Today's Tale. Would it be convenient for an interview?" "Hello, I represent Search Cat Network." Wunai waved his hand dismissively. "No need to rush. Please sit down and we can discuss at leisure. I am willing to share whatever information you seek." As they settled in, LeMay poured them some water. The reporter from Today's Tale asked, "Sir, there are claims online suggesting that you colluded with the hospital to deceive cancer patients. Is this true?" The reporter from Search Cat Network followed up. "There are also posts alleging that you insulted a radio journalist. Do you acknowledge this?" Wunai countered. "Who posted these allegations?" "I am unaware of them." The journalists were taken aback. The posts had stirred considerable uproar online, yet the subject of the controversy was oblivious. One reporter retrieved his phone, displaying the post for Wunai to see. Wunai squinted at the screen and queried the reporter who had handed him the phone. "Did you publish these?" The journalist hastily denied it, asserting that he could not have shared unverified content. They had come to ascertain the truth for their reporting. Wunai then turned to the remaining reporters. "Was it one of you who posted this?" They all shook their heads. Wunai shrugged. "Then why are you here seeking answers? Do you know who the original poster is, or who I supposedly deceived?" The reporters were left speechless, evidently lacking any victim's testimony online, just a few isolated posts and information relayed by a female reporter from the city television station, who hinted that this was bound to be a significant news story, prompting them to conduct interviews for exposure. Observing their bewildered expressions, Wunai grasped the situation. The female reporter was likely too fearful to report false news herself, or perhaps her superiors forbade her from doing so. Thus, she had enlisted these journalists as pawns, stirring public sentiment from behind the scenes. "I advise you to seek out the source of this information and ask her if she can locate any victims. Then there will be evidence to incriminate me," Wunai suggested. The journalists were left with questions swirling in their minds. Was this elderly man instructing them on how to confront him, or was there indeed something amiss in this affair? They collectively resolved to contact the female reporter at the city television station upon returning, hoping to uncover any victims. Chapter 49. The scheme of Shaylee Lee. The journalists, having arrived in confusion, departed just as enigmatically. Wunai remained seated on the sofa, not having shifted an inch. He now hoped fervently that the female reporter from the television station would indeed manage to locate a few victims to identify him. That would render the situation far more intriguing. He was merely 2 rewards away from securing the grand prize. Wunai pondered which of the 3 women he should approach first. Gazing into the mirror at his increasingly youthful visage, he realized that with 2 additional rewards, he had effectively shed 6 years, rendering his true age equivalent to 56. Uncle Wu was ready for his meal. Lu Mei brought the freshly prepared breakfast to the table. Wunai resolved that whoever arrived at his home first today would be his target. Just as he settled by the dining table, a knock echoed at the door. Lu Mei smiled subtly, recognizing the genuine concern of Uncle Wu's 3 female tenants, who visited him several times daily. Approaching the door, she found Shaylee Lee waiting outside. "Hey, Aunt Lu, is breakfast ready?" Shaylee Lee inquired cheerfully. With a warm smile, Lu Mei replied, "Yes, it's ready and just waiting for you." Shaylee Lee boldly entered the house and plopped down beside Wunai. "Is the old man eating?" she teased. Wunai held a freshly made pastry in his hand, retorting, "Eating? Or do you think I'm in the restroom?" Shaylee Lee licked her lips, sensing that he was clearly preoccupied with something. "Come on, what is up?" "I'm fine," Shaylee Lee quickly denied. Wunai insisted, "If you have nothing to say, then eat your breakfast. Finish up so you can get to work." Shaylee Lee absent-mindedly took a couple of bites of the pastry, observing that Wunai was no longer probing her. Hesitantly, she ventured, "Uncle Wu, having earned so much money yesterday, how do you plan to spend it?" Wunai raised an eyebrow, suspecting she might be angling for a loan, though her expression suggested otherwise. "How else would I spend it? I'll deposit it in the bank and collect the interest." Finally, Shaylee Lee found her opening. "But there's more interest if you invest in real estate. Trust me, if you buy a property, it will double in 3 years." When I realized she was here to promote her sales, the real estate market had indeed flourished in recent years, with prices set to soar. However, "I already own 4 properties," he replied. Shaylee Lee nearly choked on her pastry, her eyes welling with tears. The disparity in their circumstances was stark. While she had no place to call home, Uncle Wu possessed 4 residences. With a tearful plea, she said, "Please, Uncle Wu, buy just one more. I haven't completed my monthly quota yet. As you know, I'm a supervisor now, and failing to meet my targets is quite embarrassing. She then affectionately clung to Wu Nai's arm. Wu Nai, annoyed, shook off her grip. 300,000 won't even buy a house in your area. The community Shaylee Li was selling was more upscale than the one they resided in. But uncle, you can take out a loan. With a 300,000 down payment. You'd only need to pay back 1,500 a month, she suggested eagerly. Wu Nai questioned, and how many years would that take to repay? Shaylee Li shyly replied. 30 years. Wu Nai was taken aback. I now believe you. I truly hope I live to 100, for if I don't, I won't even be able to repay the loan. Yesterday, I heard Yu Qian say she found you a job that pays 1,500, allowing you to cover the loan with your salary. Shaylee Li exclaimed. And what will I eat and spend? Wu Nai countered. Isn't there also our rent? She offered. The rent barely covers Aunt Lu's salary. Wu Nai retorted. Shaylee Li scratched her head, realizing that persuading Uncle Wu to buy a property was indeed a rather unfeasible endeavor. Resigned, she lowered her head and continued eating. Wu Nai merely awaited her to concede voluntarily. Asking him to buy a house is akin to merely stuffing money into his pocket, albeit with a slightly extended time frame. I shall purchase a unit. Ding, received surprise from Shaylee, adding 60 days to lifespan. Shaylee could hardly suppress her excitement, her lips curling into a smile. Old man. Didn't you say you weren't buying? Wu, feeling a sense of pride, skillfully maneuvered the situation to secure a reward. Yet he replied, carrying the weight of the world is all for you. Shaylee inquired, then what will you eat and spend? Wu replied, I recall you sell ready-to-move-in properties, correct? Shaylee nodded. Wu continued, if I buy and rent it out, the rental income will cover the mortgage, won't it? Shaylee was taken aback. How had she never noticed Wu's astute financial acumen before? So, old man, are you truly buying? Wu was certainly not one to shy away from a profitable venture. I shall accompany you to the sales office shortly. Shaylee nodded vigorously. Old man, I will return my commission to you. I only need to complete the task. The commission was no small sum, likely around 10,000, indicating her urgency to fulfill her task. Shaylee hastily stuffed a whole pancake into her mouth. Old man. Shall we leave now? I'll treat you to something nice for lunch. Wu couldn't help but recall the revolving hot pot. Shaking his head, he picked up a bag containing 300,000 and grabbed his ID. The two descended to hail a cab directly to the sales office. From a distance, Manager Bai spotted Shaylee had brought old Wu again. He hadn't provoked her in recent days, so why had she brought this living father along? A stiff smile formed as he approached. Old man, what brings you here today? Manager Bai's face visibly reflected his nervousness. Wu reassured him, don't be anxious. I'm not here for you. Bai stammered, oh? Then who are you here for? Having been intimidated by Wu, he feared his subordinates might offend him and bring trouble upon himself. Shaylee explained, my grandpa is here to buy our properties. Manager Bai appeared even more astonished than Shaylee. Old man, you wish to purchase a property from us? Shaylee was determined to offer the grandest discount possible. The process of buying the house unfolded seamlessly, completed in less than a morning. A 300,000 down payment and a 30-year mortgage for a 130 square meter home. Renting it out would yield approximately 3,000 in monthly rent, leaving him with 1,500 after deducting the mortgage payment. Just one final reward remained, and he would attain the super prize. Wu was becoming increasingly impatient. As noon arrived, Shaylee had completed her task and was in high spirits. Old man, what do you wish to eat today? It's on me. Wu replied, let's keep it simple. I noticed there's a Western restaurant right across from the sales office. We can grab a quick bite there. Shaylee exclaimed, me? Going to a Western restaurant is just a quick bite? I've worked here so long and have yet to dine there. Wu teased. What, don't you want to go? Shaylee felt she could slap herself. Why did she insist on being extravagant? She could have simply taken old Wu to any restaurant. Why did she feel the need to play the generous host and let him choose? Manager Bai approached and inquired, what are Lily and the elder discussing? Lily's eyes sparkled. Wasn't the great fool just arriving? In chapter 50, the elder surprisingly possessed the ability to tell fortunes. Lily smiled and replied, Manager Bai, our elder wishes to dine on Western cuisine, and I was just about to take him. With a playful demeanor, Lily subtly hinted to Wu Nai, knowing full well that she intended for Manager Bai to foot the bill. Manager Bai, catching on, readily exclaimed, let's all go together. I shall treat. Feigning modesty, Lily responded, oh, how can that be? Western food is quite costly. Perhaps we should let the elder decide who should pay? She continued to exchange knowing glances with Wu Nai. as she needed to remain at the sales office and could not compel Manager Bai to pay. Whosoever the elder chooses to treat, I shall bear no responsibility, she thought. Manager Bai quickly interjected, there is no need for such formality. I insist on treating. Observing Lily's persistent signals, Wu Nai sighed in resignation. Since Manager Bai had offered, they might as well let him treat this time, and next time, he would make Lily pay. Lily beamed with triumph, masking her delight with a faux expression of regret. Oh dear, I said I would pay, and now Manager Bai has to spend, she lamented. Manager Bai was unconcerned about the cost of the meal. As long as Wu Nai refrained from causing him further trouble, he would be most grateful. The trio arrived at the Western restaurant, with steaks priced at $388 each. And various soups and dishes also being rather expensive, they refrained from ordering too much, ultimately spending over 2,000 yuan. When the server inquired about the steak's doneness, Lily, ever considerate of Wu Nai, stated, my elder has poor teeth. Please prepare it well done. The server, clearly bewildered, replied, ma'am, well done is already fully cooked. Lily, undeterred, insisted yes. Make it even more cooked, prepare it softer. The server explained, in fact, the more well done the steak, the tougher it becomes. Less cooking results in a more tender cut. Lily finally grasped this nuance. Then let us have it medium rare for the elder, she decided. Wu Nai, unable to contain himself, retorted, you might as well serve me raw beef. Manager Bai sat across from them, refraining from speaking or laughing. In the end, they settled on ordering their steaks medium well. Once the server departed, Manager Bai seized the opportunity to converse. Elder, what do you think of our properties? His efforts in this transaction had certainly saved Wu Nai a considerable sum. The properties indeed felt promising. Had it not been more convenient for him to be closer to the three ladies over there, he would have contemplated relocating to this side. Not bad. Manager Bai exhaled in relief. As long as the elder was satisfied, he could rest easy. He further inquired, Elder, what are your thoughts on the feng shui of our development? He was aware that the owner had engaged a feng shui master to evaluate the location when the project launched. Knowing that Wu Nai possessed genuine expertise, he was curious to see if the master chosen by the owner was credible. Wu Nai, however, had no skills in fortune-telling or feng shui. Yet, upon seeing Lily's inquisitive expression, he felt a surge of inspiration. Adopting an enigmatic demeanor, he nodded slightly. Indeed, quite good. Manager Bai wore an expression of realization. Acknowledging the master's profound skills in fortune-telling and feng shui, the young man hesitantly requested, Sir, could you kindly take a look for me? Wu Nai promptly inquired, all right. What would you like to see? Manager Bai, somewhat anxious, replied, I wish to know about my financial prospects. I have been feeling rather unfortunate lately, as nothing seems to go smoothly. Shalili sat quietly nearby, observing. She was uncertain whether Wu De was genuinely skilled or merely deceiving Manager Bai. Wu Nai pretended to scrutinize Manager Bai's appearance, but his thoughts were occupied with how to convince both Manager Bai and Shalili of his authenticity. You are experiencing your zodiac year, so it is quite normal for your fortunes to be tumultuous, he stated. Manager Bai displayed a look of astonishment. Due to his prematurely aged appearance, he had always claimed to be in his 40s, but in truth, he was entering his 36th year, something no one else knew. Making it impossible for Shalili to have informed Wu Nai. Shalili chuckled, realizing that Wu De was indeed pulling a fast one. Everyone in the sales department knew that Manager Bai was 44 this year, not in his zodiac year at all. To her surprise, Manager Bai suddenly exclaimed, Master, I concede. This year truly is my zodiac year. Could you help me find a way to mitigate its effects? Wu Nai let out a silent sigh of relief. As for mitigating anything, he had merely used his vision to discern that Manager Bai was wearing red undergarments and socks, leading him to deduce the truth. Had he guessed incorrectly, he would have been at a loss for words. Fortunately, Manager Bai's choice of attire was not a peculiar quirk. Shalili's eyes widened in disbelief. Manager Bai, this year is indeed your zodiac year? Manager Bai nodded. Lily, you must keep this a secret for me. Ding, received surprise from Shalili. Gaining 60 additional days of life. Ding, reward accumulated for 2 years, unlocking a grand prize. Nose of investigation. Approaching others reveals if they have a criminal history. Reaccumulating for 2 years will unlock the grand prize again. Wu Nai was taken aback by the system's notification. The eye of perception, the tongue of honesty. The nose of investigation? Was the system intending to upgrade all his faculties? What might the next upgrade entail? Perhaps the ear of favorable winds? Shalili continued to gaze at Wu Nai in astonishment. A seemingly ordinary old man turned out to be a master of fortune-telling. It was indeed surprising. Meanwhile, Manager Bai awaited Wu Nai's guidance on how to navigate the challenges of his zodiac year. Wu Nai touched his nose, being so close to the two. The system provided no alerts, indicating neither had committed any crimes. Since Manager Bai already believed him to be a master, what could he say that would not be accepted? Thus, he calmly stated, to alleviate the effects of your zodiac year, it is quite simple. Do not wear red undergarments or socks. Manager Bai felt a sudden chill from his waist down, realizing that his red undergarments were indeed somewhat drafty. Simultaneously, his confidence in Wu Nai's abilities solidified. Master, you are correct. Since the beginning of this year, I have continually worn red undergarments and socks. I shall remove them at once. With that, he stood up and headed towards the restroom. Once Manager Bai departed, Xiaolili incredulously inquired, Master Wu, how did you deduce that? Wu Nai beckoned her to come closer. Xiaolili obediently leaned her head near Wu Nai's lips. Wu Nai replied, the secrets of heaven must not be divulged. Xiaolili should have known better. How could he possibly reveal it to her? At that moment, a waiter carrying a steak passed by and happened to see Xiaolili with her head nestled in Wu Nai's embrace. Surprise was etched on his face. No wonder they said to prepare the beef for the old man at medium rare. Could it be that at such an advanced age, he still indulged in soft living? Suddenly, Wu Nai heard a system notification. Wei Air, male, 27 years old. On the night of July 21st, stole red wine from a Western restaurant. Valued at 5,600 yuan. Wu Nai looked up at the waiter arranging the dishes. Wei Air? The waiter abruptly turned around, puzzled, and asked, Old man, do you know me? Chapter 51. Have we found the victim? Confirming the individual was indeed named Wei Air, Wu Nai merely smiled faintly. A theft of a few thousand yuan, especially since the restaurant had not reported it, did not warrant his interference. Wei Air felt somewhat baffled. How could this old man be so eccentric and even know his name? Meanwhile, Xiaolili, seated beside him, was wide-eyed with admiration. If Master Wu could discern the person's name, he must have calculated it. Now she had no choice but to believe. Once the waiter set down the plates and departed, Xiaolili scooted her chair closer to Wu Nai. Hey, Master, if you possess such remarkable abilities, why didn't you mention it sooner? Did you also cure your cancer with your own methods? Wu Nai remained silent. Let Xiaolili think as she wished. Xiaolili, in a hurry, pressed, Master, do speak. Wu Nai picked up his knife and fork. What shall I say? Let us eat. Xiaolili, however, had lost her appetite. Licking her rosy lips, she asked, Master, could you perhaps take a guess for me? Wu Nai shot her a glance, activating his insight. He noticed Xiaolili was wearing a purple lingerie set. It was undeniable that her figure was quite appealing. Wu Nai averted his gaze. What is there to guess? That you're wearing purple lingerie today? Ding, received Xiaolili's astonishment, adding 60 days to lifespan. Xiaolili hurriedly tugged at her neckline and looked inside. Astonished, she exclaimed, Master, you are truly incredible. You could even deduce that. She then pulled out the strap of her lingerie. Look, I really am wearing purple lingerie. Wu Nai, helplessly gazing at Xiaolili, replied, could you perhaps exhibit a modicum of modesty? One might mistakenly assume we are up to something inappropriate. Xiaolili tucked the strap back in. What is there to fear? If they wish to see, let them gaze at the seaside. Master, I did not seek you out for this. Can you discern what I truly wish to know? Wu Nai thought to himself that if he couldn't deduce it outright, how could he possibly guess? What a game this was. Resuming his meal, Wu Nai ignored the eager glances from Xiaolili. Much like Manager Bai, the less he engaged, the more enigmatic he seemed to her. She implored, Master, please, just help me with one reading. When will I find a boyfriend? Is he from a wealthy family? Wu Nai set down his knife, reflecting, this is precisely what you have asked me to divine. Shirley hurriedly adjusted her posture, eager for Mr. Wu to observe her more closely. Mr. Wu shook his head as he examined her, declaring, this won't do. Shirley felt a wave of panic. How could she possibly be inadequate? Please clarify, Mr. Wu, what exactly is lacking? Mr. Wu responded, your fixation on wealth is too pronounced, which ironically repels the attention of affluent individuals. Therefore, do not harbor dreams of wealthy suitors. Instead, focus on your own endeavors. Shirley's face fell. She had hoped to leverage her looks to attract a wealthy heir and transcend her current social standing. Mr. Wu's words struck her like a cold shower. Mr. Wu chuckled inwardly, convinced that encouraging her to strive for independence was the right approach. Manager Bai returned from the restroom, his pockets noticeably bulging, likely containing the red underwear and socks he had stowed away. Once seated, Manager Bai expressed his gratitude to Mr. Wu. Thank you so much, sir. After shedding those red garments, I feel remarkably liberated. Mr. Wu replied with a laugh. Isn't it more liberating to forego underwear altogether? And remember, this year, do steer clear of romantic entanglements. Even divine intervention won't save you from the consequences. Manager Bai had been contemplating reaching out to Meng Hong to reminisce. But upon hearing the gravity of Mr. Wu's warning, he promptly abandoned the idea. Let her seek out whomever she pleases. I certainly won't be entangled with her again. The three shared a pleasant meal together. Mr. Wu initially intended to return home alone, but Manager Bai insisted on granting Shirley half a day off to accompany Mr. Wu back. Since realizing her chances with a wealthy heir were slim, Shirley had remained morose, even silent in the taxi. Mr. Wu sensed the need for intervention and spoke up. Fate is not immutable. Shirley, seated in the passenger seat, turned abruptly. Mr. Wu, do I still have hope? Mr. Wu replied, have you not heard that the harder one works, the luckier one becomes? Shirley nodded. Recalling her countless online escapades and the plethora of motivational quotes she had encountered. Thus, Mr. Wu continued, as long as you commit to diligent work, your aspirations may yet materialize. Enlightened, Shirley felt revitalized, her spirits soaring. You are right, Mr. Wu. After I drop you off at your community, I'll head straight back to work. Witnessing her transformation back to her carefree self, Mr. Wu felt a sense of relief. Juggling the role of a fortune teller and a psychologist has made this day exceedingly hectic, he thought to himself. As the taxi approached the entrance of Sunshine Community, a group of individuals was fervently discussing something at the gate. Mr. Wu immediately recognized several journalists from the previous day. What brings them back so soon? He exited the taxi, and Shirley contemplated instructing the driver to turn back towards the sales office. However, upon noticing the crowd outside rushing toward Mr. Wu, she swiftly told the driver, I'm not returning, you may leave now. With that, she hurriedly opened the door and exited the vehicle. The driver muttered in confusion, 2 lunatics. As Shirley stepped out, the journalists had already surrounded Mr. Wu. A reporter thrust a microphone toward him, eager to capture his words. An elderly gentleman. Several cancer patients have reached out to us, claiming that they were misled by you into seeking treatment at the second hospital. What is your perspective on this matter? A reporter from Somao Network, armed with a camera, inquires, Sir. There are also patients who state that they purchased specialty medications worth tens of thousands of yuan based on your advice, only to find them utterly ineffective. How do you account for this? Dozens of residents from the community gathered nearby, observing the unfolding drama, and began to point fingers at Wu Nai after hearing the reporter's remarks. Shayli Li pushed through a group of journalists. What do you intend to do? If you do not leave, I shall call the police. An elderly woman, appearing to be in her 60s, stepped forward. Young lady, step aside. This old man is a fraud, and we are here to expose him. Shayli Li retorted, You, old hag, are the real deceiver. And you all. She raised her hand, pointing at the witnesses who had come to accuse Wu Nai. The reporter interjected, Miss, please maintain your composure. We must rely on facts. These patients have contacted us seeking media assistance. If this gentleman is innocent, he should have no trouble presenting evidence. We shall neither wrong a good person nor let a villain escape. Shayli Li scoffed. Nonsense. Upon seeing the reporter's arrival, she had already surmised the situation. It was undoubtedly the work of Bai Shui, the television station's reporter, who had orchestrated this smear campaign against Wu Nai. Wu Nai gently patted Shayli Li's shoulder. Remain calm. Let us see what they have to say and what they seek. One patient exclaimed passionately, We demand compensation. We want you to publicly apologize and acknowledge your deceit. Another echoed, Yes. You must apologize publicly and confess that both you and the second hospital are frauds. Chapter 52. Let us conduct a live confrontation. When I surveyed the spirited cancer patients, are you all certain that you have come to accuse me? The group nodded fervently. We are here to expose you as a fraud. The reporters from various media outlets appeared exhilarated, recognizing the immense online potential of this incident. If they could unmask each other as frauds, they would undoubtedly garner significant attention. Reporter Wang from Somao inquired, Sir, now that witnesses have emerged, do you still wish to deny the allegations? Shayli Li interjected, What denial? Only those who harbor guilty consciences would deny. Wu Nai has done nothing wrong. Shayli Li spat in the reporter's direction. Wu Nai urged Shayli Li to remain composed once more. He had anticipated this moment of confrontation. Addressing the reporters, he declared, Since you wish to amplify this situation, Let us escalate it further. Shall we have a live identification session? The journalists rejoiced, as this was precisely what they had hoped for. However, the patients who had come to accuse Wunai hesitated, exchanging glances, none daring to speak. Ultimately, it was the reporters who reassured them. Fear not, esteemed elders. We, the media, will ensure justice is served. A live broadcast could prevent others from falling victim to deceit. You are performing a great service. Reluctantly, the patients agreed to this proposition. The reporter inquired of Wunai, when shall we commence the live broadcast? To avoid any unexpected changes, as these disguised patients might suddenly retract their statements, Wunai replied, let us begin now. I see you are all equipped with your devices. Very well. All the journalists immediately consented and began to set up their equipment, while the crowd outside the community gate continued to swell. Many recognized Wunai. Some newcomers, unaware of the situation, asked out loud, isn't that Old Wu? Why is he going on television? Others chimed in to explain, Old Wu has gotten himself into trouble. They say he's a fraud, and if things go awry, the police might arrest him. The onlookers, relishing the spectacle, exaggerated the situation further. Meanwhile, Wunai, the subject of the commotion, remained composed, as if everything was under his control. As various news platforms initiated their live broadcasts, a reporter stepped forward to introduce the scene. Good afternoon, dear viewers. I am a reporter from Soma Network. Recently, news regarding cancer recovery has sparked widespread discussion online. However, after thorough investigation, it has been confirmed that this information was concocted by an elderly man named Wunai, who fabricated this story to attract attention and defraud other cancer patients. Today, several victims are here with me to identify the slanderer. Given the high profile of this incident, the live stream quickly amassed over 100,000 viewers. The reporters, exhilarated, had never hosted a broadcast with such a large audience. The cameras soon turned toward Wunai, who stood alongside several witnesses. The first to speak was an elderly woman. Auntie, could you share with us how you fell victim to this? The old lady appeared somewhat anxious, clearly unprepared for such a query. This old man, Wunai, claimed he had advanced cancer but miraculously improved to an intermediate stage. He even assured me that a particular medication would surely work, and I believed him. Spending 30,000 yuan, yet my condition did not improve at all. The reporter then passed the microphone to another victim. Sir, how did you suffer? This elderly gentleman appeared bolder than the previous woman. He pointed an accusing finger at Wunai. It's him. He said he cured cancer at the second hospital, and my wife was transferred there, but she passed away just days later. He caused this. Someone please seek justice for me. The live chat erupted in condemnation. Sympathizing with the unfortunate victims, Sally Lee, crouched in the live stream, wished to defend Wunai. However, the barrage of voices drowned out her attempts, and her messages were swiftly lost in the flood. Frustrated, she rushed to Wunai's side and shouted into the cameras, don't listen to these people. They are falsely accusing Old Wu. The elderly woman who had spoken earlier spat in Sally Lee's direction. You all are in cahoots. Why are you defending him? Sally Lee was hit with a spray of saliva and, under normal circumstances, would have retaliated without hesitation. But now, she refrained, knowing that such an act would only further complicate Wunai's predicament. Wunai pulled Sally Lee aside and inquired, how many viewers are in the live stream? Sally Lee, gritting her teeth, replied, over 100,000. It seems the entire Fanghai city is watching you. Wunai sensed it was time to act. Addressing the elderly woman who had slandered him, he stated with righteous indignation, this is in front of the media. Every word you utter carries legal consequences. Are you certain that what you are saying is true? As events unfold, the elderly woman raises her head defiantly. What of it? I am merely speaking the truth. Are you allowed to deceive while we cannot voice our words? The comments in the live stream overwhelmingly favor the old woman. Several journalists were smug smiles, finally seizing the heat of the moment. Indeed, that female reporter from the city TV station did not deceive them. Wunai, employing his honest demeanor, inquires, let me ask you one last time, is everything you said true? Have I ever deceived you? The elderly woman replies without hesitation, everything I said was a lie. You have never deceived me. Instantly, silence envelopes the room. To prevent the woman from retracting her statement, Wunai follows up, then why did you claim I deceived you? The elderly woman responds, a girl gave me 200 yuan to say this, promising an additional 300 once everything concludes. Wunai retrieves his phone and displays a photo of the female reporter he had previously found online. He presents it to her. Is this her? The elderly woman nods in affirmation. Yes, That's her. The journalists stare in disbelief, and the remaining victims are equally bewildered. What was supposed to be a collective act of defamation has taken an unexpected turn. The hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live stream are equally confused. Could there be a plot twist? Wunai continues to engage with the elderly man who claimed his spouse had passed. And you? Is everything you said true? The man attempts to deny it, but his lips betray him. Everything I said was false. My spouse died 20 years ago. Boom. The live stream erupts in chaos. If one person changes their story, it could be attributed to an accident. However, with two individuals corroborating such claims, a reversal is undeniable. The journalists are now struck with shock and regret. Just moments ago, they proclaimed their allegiance to justice, asserting that they had thoroughly investigated the matter. How will they explain this? Wunai raises his phone once more. The person who sent you was her, correct? The elderly man replies, yes. She gave me 300 yuan and promised another 300 after it's over. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman becomes indignant. Why does she get 600 while I only receive 500? The elderly man, realizing his blunder, is momentarily at a loss, unable to focus on the disparity of 500 versus 600. Meanwhile, the female reporter watching the live stream from the city TV station feels her vision darken. She never imagined the situation would escalate to this extent. Although Wunai has yet to reveal the photo on his phone to the live audience, she is already convinced that the person in the photo is indeed her. Chapter 53. Turning the tide outside the Sunshine community, all eyes are fixed upon Wunai. Meanwhile, a few elderly witnesses stand awkwardly in place, unsure of how to proceed. Everyone is eagerly anticipating Wunai's unveiling of the photo on his phone, curious to see who orchestrated this entire affair. Wunai, of course, would not disappoint the crowd. He has been waiting for this moment. Raising his phone, he directs it towards several cameras. The capricious visage of the female reporter appears on screen. The first to express shock are the journalists, for it was their colleague from the TV station who had leaked the information to them. In an instant, realization dawns upon them. They have been used as pawns. The so-called victims before them are undoubtedly fabricated. Their perceived opportunity has devolved into a farce. Subsequently, the authorities will surely summon them for discussions, even holding them accountable. A few individuals seethe with barely contained rage. Quick, turn off the live stream. It is only now that they remember the broadcast is still ongoing. With over 100,000 viewers witnessing the unfolding spectacle. At Fanghai Second Hospital, Director Zhao gazes at the now terminated live stream, erupting into laughter. This broadcast has proven more impactful than any report could ever be. In the aftermath, their hospital will undoubtedly gain notoriety. Meanwhile, the female journalist at the television station stares vacantly at her now black-screened phone. Her career is effectively over. The repercussions of this incident have rippled throughout the entire city, and nearly everyone now recognizes her. Just then, her phone rings. She sees it is her mother calling. Without answering, she instinctively knows her mother is likely inquiring about the situation. Knock, knock. A staff member enters her office, stating, "The station manager requests your presence in the office." Wunai and Xia Lili stroll home with a buoyant demeanor. Xia Lili exclaims, "You are truly remarkable. You've managed to turn defeat into victory." The faces of the reporters have turned pale. Wunai chuckles. "Aren't you supposed to return to the station?" Xia Lili retorts, "What station?" "Being with you. I have also become somewhat of a celebrity." Ding, ding, ding. Upon reaching the staircase, Wunai's phone rings. He pulls it out and sees it as Zhang Lu calling. After answering, Zhang Lu excitedly exclaims, "Master Wu, you are incredible. We all watch the live stream." Wunai responds, "Oh, I see. The competition is the day after tomorrow. Correct?" Zhang Lu enthuses, "Yes, Master Wu. Can we practice together tomorrow?" Wunai replies, "Of course, let's South meet at my place." "Great." Zhang Lu responds eagerly. Xia Lili inquires, "Who is coming to your house, master?" Wunai casually mentions a few friends. Xia Lili assumes that Wunai's friends must be elderly gentlemen. Losing interest immediately, the following day, Wunai instructs Lu Mei to purchase more groceries, as several guests will be visiting. Lu Mei asks, "How many meals should I prepare?" Wunai contemplates the daunting appetites of 4 individuals. "Let us prepare enough for 7 or 8. Lu Mei promptly grabs a basket and heads out. At 9 in the morning, Zhang Lu and his 3 companions arrive at Wunai's home with familiar ease. It has been a week since they last met, and Zhang Lu raises the items he is carrying, saying, "Master, we did not come empty-handed this time." Wunai responds with feigned surprise, "Oh, you remembered to bring gifts. What did you buy?" The dark bag conceals its contents from his view. Zhang Li sheepishly smiles. We intended to buy some fruit, but it was too expensive. Instead, we got some carrots. I hope that will suffice. Wu Nai expresses his gratitude, and Zhang Li quickly adds, Master, carrots are excellent. They have a long shelf life and are rich in vitamins. If you find them hard to chew, you can always make carrot soup. Wu Nai replies with sincere thanks. Relying solely on carrots to supplement vitamins would require an immense quantity to yield any significant effect. After setting aside their belongings, the group of friends eagerly delved into their game. Tomorrow marks the provincial competition, a pivotal moment for them. This is their battle of vengeance, as they are set to confront their arch-rival, Ma Feng, once more. Unbeknownst to them, the hours slipped away until it was nearly 11 o'clock. With their skills honed, they required little guidance from Wu Nai. It was merely a question of their mindset during the match. Beep, beep, beep. Someone was entering the password to unlock the door. Wu Nai recognized it was Lu Mei returning from grocery shopping. The four youths turned to glance at the door. With a click, the door swung open, revealing Lu Mei carrying her bags. Wu Nai introduced her to the others. You may call her Aunt Lu. Tao Dashi slowly rose to his feet, surprised. Mom. Lu Mei replied, Dashi, what are you doing here? Wu Nai and the other three were taken aback. Tao Dashi, flustered, stammered, We came to study with Wu Yi. Lu Mei, puzzled, stepped further inside with her groceries. The boys quickly tucked away their phones, while only Wu Nai remained engrossed in the game on his screen. Studying? What are you studying? Lu Mei inquired. Tao Dashi wore a perplexed expression. He never imagined encountering his mother at Wu Yi's home. Anxiously, he grappled for an explanation, unsure what kind of studying could possibly take place here. Wu Nai, unable to bear the awkwardness, interjected, What studying? We're just playing games. Tao Dashi felt a wave of despair wash over him, realizing his mother would not let this slip by easily. To his surprise, Lu Mei merely furrowed her brow and calmly said, Well, if you want to play during the holidays, go ahead. I won't scold you. Tao Dashi felt as if he had been granted a new lease on life. When had his mother become so agreeable? In the past, whenever he played games during breaks, he was always reprimanded upon being discovered. So, can I play a little longer? He asked eagerly. Play on. I'll prepare dinner for you all, Lu Mei replied. Once she entered the kitchen, Zhang Lu and the others expressed their envy, saying, Dashi, your mom is amazing. She doesn't even scold you for playing games. No one found it shameful that Tao Dashi's mother worked as a caretaker for Wu Yi. Rather, they admired the connection he had with Wu Yu. Henceforth, game training could be conducted with special privileges. With a smug smile, Tao Dashi boasted, Of course. You should see who my mom is. Lu Mei, overhearing their conversation from the kitchen, tightened her grip on the rolling pin. That little rascal is getting a bit too cocky. Just wait until I have time to teach him a lesson. Beep, beep, beep. Once again, the password lock was pressed. Zhang Li quipped, Could it be another one of our moms? This comment sent a chill of anxiety through the two other teammates, as they momentarily forgot they were at Wu Nai's house, where their families could hardly drop by. The door opened, and Bai Shui entered, dressed in casual attire. She had just returned from a workout on her day off. Zhang Lu exclaimed, Oh, it's the beautiful sister. Suddenly, Tao Dashi dashed into the kitchen, calling to his mother, Mom, look at the beautiful lady outside. Doesn't she resemble my aunt? Tao Dashi recalled that his mother's sister had passed away when he was young, yet the family had kept her photograph preserved. From a young age, Tao Dashi often remarked that his aunt was more beautiful than his mother, a sentiment that earned him quite a few beatings. While he spoke without malice, Lu Mei harbored deeper feelings, as she believed that Bai Shui bore a striking resemblance to her late sister. In Chapter 54, A Reunion, Lu Mei contemplated a possibility. Could she be the child your aunt once lost? Tao Dashi's eyes widened in surprise. Are you saying she is my cousin? His excitement caused him to raise his voice, prompting Lu Mei to hastily cover his mouth. Could you lower your voice? What if it's not true? Tao Dashi insisted. It must be. My eyes serve as my measure. I'm going to meet my cousin right now. Lu Mei grasped her son's arm. Son, don't act impulsively. You can't just approach relatives casually. Aren't you on good terms with old Master Wu? First, subtly inquire if Bai Shui has any family. With a narrowed gaze, Tao Dashi replied, Mom, leave this matter to me. He then exited the kitchen. Zhang Lu and the others naively assumed that Tao Dashi had merely gone to check on the dishes and paid no further attention. Meanwhile, Bai Shui was happily chatting with Zhang Lu and the others, enjoying their company as they were all of similar age and friends of old Master Wu. Tao Dashi stealthily approached Wu Nai. Unbeknownst to him, The world was indeed small, as the nanny he had sought turned out to be Tao Dashi's mother. Wu Nai remarked, "You better behave when you return home. Your mother has spared you here for my sake, but she won't let you off easily when you get back." Tao Dashi was well aware of his mother's temperament. Her restraint in front of others was merely a courtesy to Old Master Wu. "Old Master, I have a question," he said in a hushed tone to avoid drawing the attention of the others. Wu Nai replied, "You're not asking when your mother started working at my house, are you?" Tao Dashi quickly shook his head. No. What I meant to ask is, does Bai Shui have a partner?" Wu Nai was taken aback. "Are you out of your mind?" Tao Dashi quickly made a series of dismissive sounds, realizing he had misspoken in his excitement. "What I meant to ask is whether Bai Shui has any family." Given the urgency with which Tao Dashi had rushed into the kitchen earlier, Wu Nai began to suspect something. If she has no family, that means Bai Shui grew up in an orphanage. Tao Dashi, filled with anticipation, asked, "What? Which orphanage?" Wu Nai, with a sense of helplessness, replied, "How would I know? Just ask her directly." At that moment, Bai Shui stood up. "You all carry on. I'll go help Aunt Lu in the kitchen." Tao Dashi seized the opportunity and quickly followed her into the kitchen. The small space was cramped with 3 people, and Bai Shui felt somewhat out of place. She smiled at Tao Dashi and said, "You should step outside. I can help Aunt Lu by myself." Lu Mei, wishing to prevent her son from speaking, was already too late. Tao Dashi asserted, "Cousin, I am your long-lost brother." He then turned to his mother and added, "Mom, I've already asked Old Master Wu, and my cousin grew up in an orphanage." The sound of Lu Mei's belongings clattering onto the cutting board echoed in the room. Bai Shui stood in stunned silence, utterly confused by the mention of mother and cousin. Lu Mei struggled to control her emotions, her voice trembling. "Child, did you truly grow up in an orphanage?" As she had only recently begun working at Wu Nai's home, she was not well acquainted with the backgrounds of the other girls. Yet, she felt an inexplicable warmth whenever she saw Bai Shui. Bai Shui did not perceive any issue with her upbringing in an orphanage and merely nodded in affirmation. "Indeed." Lu Mei then inquired, "Do you have a birthmark on your backside?" Bai Shui nodded once more. Tao Dashi, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Sister Bai Shui, would you mind removing your pants so we can have a look?" Before Bai Shui could respond, Lu Mei delivered a sharp slap to Tao Dashi's head, commanding, "Get out of here." Tao Dashi blinked innocently, pondering why he was being chastised for merely wanting to see his cousin's birthmark. Bai Shui was rendered speechless, for no one was aware of the birthmark's existence. Tao Dashi emerged from the kitchen, cradling his head, and sat beside Wu Nai. Having just utilized his X-ray vision, Wu Nai had gleaned an inkling of the unfolding events and asked, "Are you certain?" Tao Dashi, nursing his sore head, replied, "I don't know. I didn't see the birthmark." Wu Nai frowned. "What birthmark?" Tao Dashi explained, "Sister Bai Shui has a birthmark on her backside. If I could only see its shape, I would know if she is indeed my cousin." Wu Nai raised an eyebrow. "Your cousin was missing long before you were born. How could you possibly recognize a birthmark?" Tao Dashi sat up straight, realizing, "Indeed, I have never seen a birthmark. No wonder my mother hit me." Subsequently, Wu Nai activated his X-ray vision once more, curious to see if Bai Shui would reveal the birthmark to Lu Mei. He was not interested in viewing her backside. He merely wished to observe how the situation would unfold. In the kitchen, Bai Shui and Lu Mei corroborated some information and embraced each other in a wave of emotion, both crying inconsolably. Wu Nai withdrew his gaze, sensing the truth of the matter. Although Lu Mei was not Bai Shui's biological mother, she was the sister of her biological mother. Thus, Bai Shui had indeed become Tao Dashi's cousin. One could only hope that once their relationship was confirmed, Lu Mei would not insist that Bai Shui move in with her, as that would diminish one avenue for rewards. Zhang Lu and the others clutched their stomachs and said to Tao Dashi, "Why don't you go check if the food is ready? We're starving." Tao Dashi turned his head away. "Whoever wants to go in can do so. I fear a beating if I enter." After the 2 women had finished crying, they emerged from the kitchen, eager to express their gratitude to Wu Nai for facilitating their reunion. Zhang Lu, wearing a grim expression, wondered how cooking could have led to such tears. Perhaps it was the onions they were chopping? Lu Mei led Bai Shui before Wu Nai, saying, "Uncle Wu." Bai Shui added, "Grandpa Wu." Together they chimed, "Thank you." Wu Nai cleared his throat, attempting to feign ignorance. "What is it?" Lu Mei, grasping Bai Shui's hand, explained, "In truth, she is the daughter of my sister who went missing many years ago." Wu Nai affected a look of sudden realization, no refund on the rent. In a bid to prevent Bai Shui from moving away, he resorted to his ultimate tactic. The previously warm and touching atmosphere was abruptly shattered by Wu Nai's remark. leaving both women at a loss for words. It was Bai Shui who first reacted. Sir, I will not leave. Here, I have you, Sister Yu. And Sha Lily. Each of you is my family. Lu Mei nodded in agreement, relishing the daily sight of Bai Shui. It mattered not where one resided. Tao Dashi wore a smug expression. Zhang Lu and the others, still bewildered, inquired about the situation. Tao Dashi chuckled. Do you not realize that I am soaring? Henceforth, anyone wishing to converse with my cousin must seek my approval. And as for the Wu family, your visits will also require my consent. The remaining three exchanged glances, perplexed by Tao Dashi's sudden audacity. When I interjected, all right, everyone, let us hasten to our meal. After dining, we shall resume our training for tomorrow's provincial finals. Bai Shui soon discovered that Wu Dejia was a gaming virtuoso, preparing to compete alongside 4 university students. Ding, received Bai Shui's astonishment, adding 60 days to lifespan. Chapter 55. The most poisonous woman's heart after the meal. The young men practiced at Wu Nai's home throughout the afternoon until twilight approached, signaling dinner time. Zhang Lu suggested, shall we leave? We cannot continue to mooch off Wu Dejia. Another team member chimed in. Indeed, Wu Dejia has been so generous. We must not take advantage of his kindness. Tao Dashi concurred. Exactly, we should not overstay our welcome. Wu Nai, seated nearby, wore a resigned expression. Could you not discuss this behind my back? If you wish to stay, just say so. Do you think I would miss a meal because of you? The 4 young men exchanged awkward smiles. Returning to school at this hour meant the cafeteria would be closed, leaving them with instant noodles as their only option. Even if the cafeteria were open, the food could not compare to that of Wu Dejia's home. Lu Mei continued chatting with Bai Shui in the room. As the reunion of relatives naturally invited much conversation, Wu Nai set his phone down, declaring, all right, we will not dine at home tonight. I shall treat you to a restaurant. Long live the sir. The 4 youths cheered. Bai Shui and Lu Mei emerged from the room. Bai Shui offered, sir, allow me to treat you to dinner. Wu Nai retrieved a recharge card from a previous visit to a seafood restaurant, still brimming with balance. No one needs to pay today. Let us savor this card. Upon hearing of the seafood feast, the 4 young men cheered once more, reminiscing about their last seafood experience, which had been merely kelp soup from the school cafeteria. Wu Nai fished out the car keys. His lottery prize was a 7-seater, sparing the need for 2 vehicles. He inquired of Bai Shui, can you drive? Though he himself could, his driver's license had yet to arrive. Bai Shui shook her head, explaining that since graduation, her work commitments left no time for driving lessons. Lu Mei interjected, Uncle Wu, let me drive. Having seen the car keys while tidying up, she had assumed they belonged to Uncle Wu, never suspecting he actually owned a vehicle. The group took the elevator down to the underground parking lot, and upon seeing the pristine car, the 4 young men were left wide-eyed. What man does not love a car, especially spirited youths like them? Tao Dashi caressed the car's exterior, saying, old man, if you need a driver, I shall come to serve you once I graduate. Zhang Lu responded, do you wish to work alongside your mother? Tao Dashi retorted, you can't deny it. Mother, what do you think? Lu Mei's eyes radiated a desire to strike Tao Dashi. Had it not been for the presence of numerous classmates, her hand would have already delivered a resounding slap. Wu Nai understood Lu Mei's irritation. After years of arduous study, to emerge as a mere driver, and to work with his mother? Who else deserved a beating if not him? Everyone boarded the vehicle, heading straight for a seafood restaurant. They casually ordered a plethora of dishes, exhausting the balance on their prepaid card. Allowing others to take their seats first, Wu Nai made a brief trip to the restroom. After a day engrossed in gaming, he had not taken a single break. As he approached the restroom door, a woman emerged from the ladies' room, brushing past him. Beep. Zhang Yanhong. Female, 32 years old. On May 20th, she murdered her husband and concealed his body in the freezer at home. Wu Nai was taken aback. It had been over 3 months since May 20th, and the woman appeared to be dining out, evidently unaware that her husband had met his untimely demise. May 20th. Could it be that a lack of a gift had led to such a grim fate? Wu Nai maintained his composure, deciding against using the restroom, and stealthily followed Zhang Yanhong from behind. To his astonishment, she was dining with a man, the two sharing laughter and flirtation, their connection unmistakable. Wu Nai thought to himself, what kind of psychological fortitude is this? A body still frozen at home, and she's already entertaining another suitor. The dilemma was how to inform Yu Qian without revealing the source of his knowledge, ensuring that she remained astonished. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Why complicate matters when he could act directly? With that thought in mind, he approached and sat between the two. Zhang Yanhong, and her male companion were taken aback. The man inquired, "Do you know him?" Zhang Yanhong, bewildered, shook her head, recalling only a fleeting encounter with this elderly gentleman in the restroom. Wu Nai smiled faintly and said, "Aren't you Zhang Yanhong?" She nodded, rifling through her memories but failing to recognize him. The man, noticing Wu Nai's familiarity with Zhang Yanhong's name, fell silent. Zhang Yanhong asked, "Who are you?" Wu Nai, employing a candid approach, replied, "I am a friend of your husband. What has he been up to lately? It's been quite a while since I last saw him." Zhang Yanhong casually remarked, "I killed him. He is currently hidden in my freezer." The man, having just taken a bite of noodles, nearly choked in disbelief, his eyes widening as he stared incredulously at Zhang Yanhong. Wu Nai pressed further, "Why would you do that? I recall you two seem to have a good relationship." Zhang Yanhong replied, "That fool discovered I was chatting with someone else on Valentine's Day. He threatened to divorce me and even slapped me. So, while he was asleep, I cut his throat with a knife." The man glanced around, realizing that they were in a restaurant. Was this an appropriate topic for discussion? And what did she mean by having taken care of her husband? On the day of May 20th, was it not I who engaged in conversation with her? Clearing my throat softly, I slowly lifted myself from my seat. "Well, you all continue your discussion. I shall take my leave." Wu Nai interjected, "How can you depart? At the very least, you must serve as a witness." Zhang Yanhong widened her eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom that those words had escaped her own lips, and she stood to leave. However, Wu Nai unexpectedly grasped her arm. "Do not leave. I wish to hear how you dispatched your husband." With his other hand, he began dialing Yu Qian's number. Yu Qian had just returned home from work and found it peculiar that no one was at Wu Dage's residence earlier. "Dage, where are you?" Wu Nai, with Zhang Yanhong in his grasp, raised his phone. "Hurry to the Yu Matoi seafood restaurant. There's a woman here claiming to have killed her husband and concealed him in the refrigerator." He then aimed the phone at Zhang Yanhong. "You did kill your husband and hide him in the refrigerator, did you not?" Zhang Yanhong sought to deny it, yet her lips betrayed her. "Yes, indeed. He wanted a divorce, so I killed him." Ding. Received a message of surprise from Yu Qian, adding 60 days to lifespan. Yu Qian was astonished. Wu Dage went out to dine and encountered a murderer? Even more shocking was the fact that the woman openly confessed to having slain her husband. "Dage, keep an eye on her. I shall arrive shortly." The man beside her was utterly bewildered. How had he not recognized the ruthless side of Zhang Yanhong before? Just days prior, she had told him her husband was away on business, and they would no longer need to sneak around. Yet she had failed to mention that the business trip led to the afterlife. Zhang Yanhong struggled fiercely, attempting to break free from Wu Nai's grip. Yet the old man before her possessed a strength far beyond her expectations. "He is merely spouting nonsense. You must help me," Zhang Yanhong pleaded with the man. "But did you not confess that yourself?" Dage said nothing at all. Chapter 56. Arrival at the competition venue. The chaos here attracted the attention of the entire restaurant, with all the diners turning to observe. Bai Shui and her companions also took notice. "Look quickly, what is Wu Dage doing with that woman?" Zhang Lu exclaimed. Tao Dashi furrowed his brow tightly. Could it be that Wu Dage has a mistress? In his mind, he conjured up a dramatic scene. A woman kept by Wu Dage was secretly rendezvousing with another man, only for them to collide unexpectedly. Wu Dage was gripping the woman, demanding an explanation. Bai Shui and Lu Mei hurried over. "What has happened, Wu Dage?" Bai Shui inquired. Wu Nai replied, "You came at the perfect time. Help me restrain her for a moment. Your sister you will soon arrive." Bai Shui reached out to seize Zhang Yanhong's arm before asking Wu Nai why. Wu Nai explained, "She is a murderer. Once your sister Yu arrives, we shall apprehend her." Ding. Received a message of surprise from Bai Shui, adding 60 days to lifespan. Lu Mei stood nearby, equally incredulous. How could they be dining and yet apprehend a murderer? 4 young men approached, and upon hearing Wu Nai's explanation, they immediately assisted in subduing Zhang Yanhong to the ground. Tao Dashi charged forward, directly seizing the neck of the man beside her. In his understanding, anyone associated with a murderer must surely be an accomplice. "Man, let go of me. It has nothing to do with me." Tao Dashi, shut your mouth. You don't seem like a good person. The group, being university students, harbored a deep-seated disdain for evil and were robust in stature. The 2 individuals were swiftly restrained. The restaurant manager approached, and after grasping the situation, he refrained from intervention and summoned the restaurant security to maintain order. Outside the hotel, the blaring sirens of police cars echoed. Yu Qian, along with her notified team members, hurried to the restaurant. They lifted the restrained individuals. Zhang Yanhong attempted to argue. Why are you arresting me? Yu Qian glanced at old man Wu. What was conveyed over the phone was one matter, but witnessing it in person was entirely different. They needed to hear the woman's confession directly. Wu Nai inquired candidly, "Did you kill your husband?" Zhang Yanhong, "Yes, I did." Wu Nai, "Where is he hidden?" Zhang Yanhong, "In my refrigerator." The man dining with Zhang Yanhong was utterly bewildered. If you wish to deny it, deny it. If you wish to confess, then confess. Why all this back and forth? Flustered, Zhang Yanhong exclaimed, "That's not what I meant." She was perplexed. Every time the elderly man questioned her, she found herself unable to suppress her innermost thoughts. Yu Qian instructed her team, "Take them away." The man hastily shook his head. "It has nothing to do with me. You can ask this old gentleman." Wu Nai, "My word doesn't count." The man was left in confusion. "Wasn't it all ignited by you? Now you claim your words hold no weight?" The officers escorted the man and woman out of the hotel. The investigation was straightforward. A mere glance in the suspect's home fridge would reveal the presence of a corpse. Yu Qian smiled at Wu Nai. "Old man Wu, once this matter is confirmed, our team will certainly commend you. You will be the first to solve a murder case before even starting your position." Wu Nai had little interest in accolades. Capturing a murderer would yield 2 system rewards, which he had already profited from. "Bai Shui, sister Yu, stay and have a meal with us." Yu Qian shook her head. "I must hurry back to conclude this case." After Yu Qian departed, Bai Shui felt a tinge of regret. She had yet to share her search for her family with her. "Wu Nai, let us go. It's time for dinner." The 4 young men surrounded Wu Nai. "Grandfather Wu, how did you manage this? How did you discover her?" "Wu Nai, the secrets of the heavens must not be revealed." After dining, Wu Nai instructed Lu Mei to drive the 4 young men back to school, and then the 3 returned to Sunshine Community. That night, Lu Mei visited Bai Shui's room, and the 2 conversed throughout the night. The following day, Yu Qian returned from the police station. The previous night, she had pulled an all-nighter due to Zhang Yanhong's case. She first arrived at Wu Nai's home. "Old man, Zhang Yanhong's case is settled. We have located the body, frozen in the refrigerator for several months. Such a heinous crime hasn't occurred in the city for quite some time." Wu Nai nodded. "It's good to have it verified." Yu Qian continued. "This case proceeded so smoothly, thanks to you, old man. Our director has decided that once you are employed, your salary will be increased." Wu Nai was taken aback by this unexpected delight. With a cheerful inquiry, he asked, "How much has it increased?" Yu Qian extended her palm. 50. The previously jovial Wu Nai instantly lost his mirth. He extended a hand, expecting 500 instead. Yu Qian hurried to reassure him. "Fear not, my dear sir. There will be more increases in the future." Wu Nai nodded. "All right then. Even the smallest grasshopper is still meat. You should return and rest. I have to go out today." After breakfast, Lu Mei drove Wu Nai to Fanghai University to pick up the other 4 young men. As they sat in the pristine vehicle, Tao Dashi exclaimed, "We are truly on the rise now, with a dedicated car for our transport to the competition." Lu Mei replied as she drove, "You all are merely riding on the coattails of Wu Daxian." The 4 in the back chuckled foolishly. The vehicle soon arrived at Fanghai Stadium, the same venue used for the city-level competition. Upon exiting the car, Zhang Le shouted, "This time, what belongs to us will be reclaimed." With a screech, a luxury car worth $1 million parked in the adjacent spot. The door swung open, revealing Ma Feng, the victor of the last competition, accompanied by 2 teammates. He cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Lu and his companions, exclaiming, "Oh, you even took a taxi today? Why not take the bus?" Tao Dashi retorted, "Open your eyes and see clearly. This is my Wu family's private car." Ma Feng glanced at Wu Nai, recalling that the old man had been present during the last competition. "A private car, how impressive. Even the vehicle my family's made uses for grocery shopping is superior to this clunker." Tao Dashi shot back, "You're talking nonsense." Zhang Lu restrained the agitated Tao Dashi, insisting, "Let's defeat him in the competition instead of engaging in idle chatter." Upon hearing Zhang Li's declaration, Ma Feng laughed even more mockingly, pointing at Zhang Lu and Tao Dashi. 1, 2, 3, 4. "Oh, only 4 of you? Without your missing member, you can't even muster a full team. What do you think you can defeat us with?" Infuriated, Tao Dashi was about to mention their ally, Wu Nai, but was halted by Wu Nai's hand. Engaging in verbal sparring would lead nowhere. Only victory in the competition would silence them completely. Ma Feng guffawed. "Look, even your elder Wen Ti let you speak." He assumed Wu Nai was merely a relative of one of the young men. Tao Dashi scoffed. "Just wait for my elder to teach you a lesson." Ma Feng misinterpreted the threat as a literal lesson, mocking, You expect this old man to teach me? You truly are out of allies. His two teammates erupted with laughter. Their captain was a black belt in Taekwondo. Not to mention, he could easily defeat all four of them. Chapter 57. Ma Feng becomes Ma Fi sees Wu Nai and his companions entered the venue. The provincial competition had at least 3 times the audience of the city-level event, creating an ambience reminiscent of a grand tournament. However, the crowd was predominantly youthful, with none of Wu Nai's age among them. The host took the stage to explain the competition rules. There are a total of 16 teams competing, paired off in duels. 16 to 8, 8 to 4, 4 to 2, culminating in the final match. After introducing the teams from their respective cities, the captains ascended the stage to draw lots for groupings. Zhang Lu, still serving as the captain of his team, took to the stage for the draw. Tao Dashi stood beside Wu Nai, exclaiming, "If only we could face Ma Feng's team in the first match." Perhaps Tao Dashi's fervent wish had indeed borne fruit, as Zhang Lu drew a lot that matched Ma Feng's. This indicated that the two teams would become the third pair to compete in the upcoming match. Upon realizing that he had drawn the same letter as Zhang Lu, Ma Feng's lips curled into a smirk, and he playfully flashed a pinky at Zhang Lu. Not to be outdone, Zhang Lu retaliated with a middle finger. Among all the teams, these two carried the most palpable tension. Returning to his teammates with the lot in hand, Zhang Lu was met with Tao Dashi's enthusiastic slap on the shoulder. "Well done. Your luck is remarkable." Zhang Lu turned to Wu Nai, saying, "I'm counting on you." The remaining 3 also directed their attention to Wu Nai, acknowledging that their success hinged on him. Lu Mei, standing nearby, though unfamiliar with the game, could discern the importance this match held for her son and his companions. As the host announced the commencement of the competition, the 2 drawn teams took to the stage. Wu Nai scrutinized the performances of each team, recognizing that these individuals could soon become formidable opponents. After 20 minutes, the match concluded with a team named Mao securing a decisive victory. Tao Dashi scoffed. "What? Who came up with such a ridiculous name? Why not call themselves Keyboard?" Zhang Lu cautioned him, "Don't underestimate them. This team possesses formidable strength." Tao Dashi retorted, "No matter how strong they are, can they surpass us?" Wu Nai responded with a nonchalant, "Not necessarily." The 4 teammates turned to him in unison. Based on Wu Nai's assessment, if he were not to compete, the outcome between the 2 teams was indeed uncertain, as the opponents were undeniably talented players. The emergence of such a strong team in the first round was intriguing. If more teams like this were to follow, the competition would certainly become exhilarating. As the previous competitors exited the stage, the next 2 teams prepared to compete. Wu Nai continued to observe keenly, noting that the performance of the next group was relatively average, with the match dragging on for nearly 40 minutes before concluding. Wu Nai clapped his hands and urged, "Let us stay focused. It's our turn now. Let us go." The 4 of them shouted in unison as they made their way to the stage. When the audience beheld 4 young men alongside an elderly gentleman stepping onto the stage, a hush fell over the crowd, which soon erupted into lively discussions. "Who is that old man? Did he come to escort the kids? Wait, look at that team. With the old man, there are only 5 of them. Could he be a contestant too? No way. Is he really going to play with reading glasses on? If he can compete, I believe I could too." The most astonished were Ma Feng's team, who could hardly fathom that the new recruit for Zhang Lu's team was indeed the elderly gentleman they had seen. Ma Feng mockingly remarked, "You couldn't find a teammate, so you brought an old man to embarrass yourselves? If it comes to that, we can lend you a player." Ha ha. The remaining team members burst into laughter. Initially, there were concerns about Zhang Lu and his team making a comeback. However, upon noticing that one of the opposing team members was an elderly gentleman, their fears dissipated entirely. If they could not defeat an old man, they might as well abandon gaming altogether. The host, having seen the roster beforehand, appeared unfazed and remarked with a smile, "Our game is designed for everyone, regardless of age. We welcome competitors from all generations." The audience erupted in excitement. No one anticipated witnessing a match where grandfathers and grandchildren would compete together. The host then announced, "All team members, please take your seats. The competition is about to commence." As the preparation time concluded, the host called out, "The match begins." Both teams commenced their character selections. Dogsy had previously played as a marksman, while Zhang Lu assumed the jungle role. The overall strength of the team hinged significantly on the prowess of the jungler. Thus, they decided to let Grandpa Wu take on the jungle position, well aware of his exceptional skills. Once character selection was complete, both teams could see each other's chosen characters. Ma Feng chuckled upon realizing that an elderly man was playing the jungle role. He mused that it would be more dignified for the opposition to concede outright. This match undoubtedly garnered the most attention from the audience. The host, microphone in hand, introduced, "As you can see, our team's jungler is a grandfather. I wonder what performance he will deliver." Laughter erupted from the audience, who shared a sentiment akin to Ma Feng's, that having a grandfather in the jungle was akin to conceding defeat. The match commenced. Wu Nai executed his moves with unparalleled fluidity, wasting no time whatsoever. As the audience witnessed Wu Nai's gameplay, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. An expert's skill is evident at first glance. Those present were fervent enthusiasts of the game King of Glory, so it was clear from his gameplay that he was exceptionally skilled. Observing the grandfather's control of the jungler role was undoubtedly a display of top-tier talent. Those who had previously claimed that the grandfather could perform well were now silently regretting their words. On the other side, Ma Feng was also playing as a jungler. After Wu Nai seized several of his jungle monsters in succession, Ma Feng became infuriated, exclaiming, "Where did this old man come from? How is he so formidable? Someone, please help me eliminate him." Frustrated, he began to blame his teammates. Meanwhile, Zhang Lu and his comrades were reveling in the ease of their gameplay, buoyed by Grandpa Wu's presence. The other competing teams watched intently from the sidelines, pondering whether they could hold their own against the formidable team or, more specifically, against the old man. The answer was clear: it would be quite the challenge. 15 minutes later, the match concluded effortlessly, leaving the audience with a sense of unfulfilled anticipation. Meanwhile, Ma Feng's team sat in stunned silence, unable to believe how swiftly they had lost. Rising in anger, Ma Feng berated his remaining 4 teammates. "You useless bunch." None of the teammates dared to retort, having benefited from Ma Feng's goodwill in the past. Zhang Lu, in a moment of defiance, raised his middle finger at Ma Feng once more. Tao Dashi shouted, "A fair competition? You lack the skill." Lu Mei watched from the sidelines as her son displayed an exuberant confidence she had never witnessed before. Coming from a single-parent household, she had always hoped her son would exhibit such boldness. It seemed that, as Uncle Wu had said, gaming was not entirely a negative pursuit. Chapter 58. The finals held early as both teams exited the stage. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Tao Dashi, brimming with excitement, waved to the crowd. Zhang Lu retorted, "What are you so proud of? They are applauding for Lord Wu." Tao Dashi replied, "So what? Isn't Lord Wu our Lord Wu? Applauding for him is akin to applauding for us." Zhang Lu rolled his eyes, conceding, Fine, you have a point." The defeated team, Ma Feng and others, slunk away, deprived of any further opportunity to look down on Zhang Lu and Tao Dashi. The quarterfinals would not commence until the afternoon. Wu Nai suggested, "Let us go. I'll treat you all to a meal." The 4 boys were naturally elated, being at an age where their appetites were insatiable. Without a car, they casually sought a restaurant beside the sports arena. Upon entering, they noticed a team of players dining inside. Wu Nai recognized them as the Mouse team, which he had been observing closely. The members of the Mouse team also quickly noticed Wu Nai and his companions. After all, Wu Nai's earlier performance had been remarkably eye-catching, making it hard to forget. The leader of the opposing team, a young man with bleached hair, appeared to be around 25 or 26, exuding a somewhat rebellious aura. "Your skills are impressive," he remarked. Zhang Lu and his friends frowned and remained silent. The opposing team, clearly streetwise with their tattoos and flamboyant hairstyles, made the university students uneasy. Wu Nai responded, "You all played well too." On their table lay an assortment of beers and spirits, clearly indicating their confidence for the afternoon's competition. Even if they drank excessively, it wouldn't hinder their performance. The leader invited, "Care to join us for a drink?" Wu Nai replied, "Better not, they're still students." Observing Wu Nai and his friends settle at a nearby table, the leader leaned back casually. "I can tell that the championship will undoubtedly be decided between our 2 teams. How about we have a match right now? The loser can skip the afternoon competition." Zhang Lu and the others frowned, glancing at Wu Nai for guidance. Whatever the decision, it would ultimately rest with him. Wu Nai inquired earnestly, "Are you speaking truthfully?" The leader replied without hesitation, "Of course, it's just a trivial match." After saying this, he paused, realizing he had let slip his true feelings, which he had intended to keep to himself. Shaking his head, he wondered if he had consumed too much of the cheap alcohol. Once assured that the other party was sincere and would not resort to trickery, Wu Nai felt relieved. "Then let us proceed. We can save time. And the loser can head home early for some rest." The leader laughed heartily. "Exactly. The loser can sleep early. The two groups gathered at a large table, each retrieving their phones to select characters. The leader inquired, "Are you still playing jungle, old man?" He had witnessed Wunai's skills earlier and was eager to challenge him. Thus, the suggestion to compete in advance at the restaurant was made. Wunai nodded, aware that Huang Mao also played as a jungler. If Zhang Lu were to take on the jungler role, it was uncertain whether he could surpass his opponent. At that moment, a waiter approached with the menu, inquiring, "Would you like to order more dishes?" Huang Mao lifted his head and retorted, "Scram. Can't you see we're busy?" The waiter, startled, immediately apologized profusely and turned to leave. Tao Dashi grinned silently, glancing at Zhang Lu, as if to suggest that if their opponent were to lose, they might not refrain from taking it out on them. Zhang Lu shot back a glare, asserting that they were all equally capable and unafraid. Unexpectedly, Huang Mao turned to Wu Nai, explaining, "My apologies, I got a bit tense." Wu Nai chuckled helplessly. Although their demeanor was somewhat uncivilized, they still exhibited respect for their elders and younger ones. Moreover, being so close to them, the system had not issued any alerts, indicating no misconduct had occurred. As the competition commenced, Wu Nai controlled the jungler, facing off against Huang Mao. The opponent's skills were undeniably superior, far exceeding Ma Feng's capabilities. While Wu Nai maintained his composure, the opposing team was already vocalizing their frustrations. "Damn, someone come save me. Crap, I just died again. Are you blind? Don't you know to help out?" To the uninformed observer, it might have seemed as though 5 individuals were engaged in a verbal battle instead of a gang. Occasionally, the 5 would take swigs of white liquor, leaving Zhang Lu and his companions speechless. Eventually, after a half-hour standoff, Wu Nai seized an opportunity and executed a 5-kill. Just as Zhang Lu and the others prepared to capitalize on their momentum, the opposing team abruptly set down their phones and conceded defeat. Huang Mao shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, "No way, we can't win." Despite their vocal tirades during the game, once it concluded, the opposing team was all smiles, embracing one another and pouring drinks. Wu Nai chuckled, "You all played quite well." Huang Mao rubbed his nose, replying, "But we still lost." He then turned to his 4 teammates. "Well, since we're not going this afternoon, let us drink up, brothers." The other 4 had no complaints and began to drink with renewed vigor. Following the match, Zhang Lu and his companions found their animosity towards Huang Mao and his team diminished. Wu Nai stood up, suggesting, "Let us move to another table for our meal." Huang Mao replied, "Why go to another table? We can eat together here." While he admired Huang Mao's approach to matters, he preferred not to let Zhang Lu and the others interact too closely with them. Presumably, Lu Mei shared the same sentiment. He quickly beckoned Tao Dashi to join them at another table. By the time Wu Nai and his group finished their meal, Huang Mao and his team had not yet concluded theirs. Huang Mao waved goodbye, saying, "See you next time, provincial champions." He had already surmised that since they were not participating in the competition, the provincial championship would undoubtedly be claimed by the team led by the opposing side. Upon returning to the competition venue, due to the absence of one team, a draw was conducted to determine which group would receive a bye. Zhang Lu's luck was not particularly favorable this time, as he did not draw the bye card, but it mattered little. The team members believed that even with more matches, they would still secure the championship. The rounds progressed smoothly from the top 8 to the final 4, aligning with their expectations. Upon encountering the team Wu Nai belonged to, their opponents had essentially lost all confidence in their chances of victory. Other teams have affectionately dubbed Wu Nai as the grandpa of the national server, while other seniors require assistance to cross the street. This esteemed grandpa of the national server wreaks havoc in the canyon. The online gaming community is abuzz with news about Wu Nai, complete with photos from the competitions. A fan from Fanghai commented online, "Regardless of your server, we have our own grandpa of the national server. If you dare, come and challenge us. Whether online or offline, grandpa will leave you duly humbled." As the finals approach, Wu Nai is suddenly reminded of the system notification sound. Ding! Received surprise from Shayli Li, increasing lifespan by 60 days. She also enjoys playing Honor of Kings, but often relies on her brother for help due to her lack of skill. Upon seeing the photos online, she nearly dropped her phone in astonishment. Enlarging the image confirmed it was indeed her beloved Grandpa Wu. Hastily, she pulled out her phone to call Wu Nai, who needs her brother to carry her anymore. She wants Grandpa to lead her. Chapter 59. Tao Dashi's subtle schemes. Wu Nai was pondering Shayli Li's astonishment when his phone rang. It was Shayli Li calling. "Hello?" He answered. "Grandpa, I saw you participating in a competition online. You're so skilled at Honor of Kings." Wu Nai understood why Shayli Li was so taken aback. With the competition about to commence, he had no time for idle chatter. Let's discuss this in person later, he said. Shaylee Lee, still at the sales office, called out a few times only to realize the call had already ended. Hey, this old man is quite the enigma. Meanwhile, on the competition stage, the opposing team was visibly tense. They were finally about to face the legendary grandpa of the national server. Particularly, the jungler felt an immense psychological burden facing Wu Nai. They lamented the absence of age restrictions in the competition rules. However, Zhang Lu and his teammates wore smiles, seemingly confident of their victory. Wu Nai cautioned them against arrogance, causing the four to wipe the grins off their faces. With the host's signal, the match officially commenced. The lively arena fell into a hushed anticipation. Every spectator shared a common hope that their team would triumph and that Grandpa of the national server would seize the championship. They envisioned him representing their province on a national stage, vanquishing opponents from other provinces and cities. Even the fans of the opposing team held similar sentiments. Grandpa's gameplay remained steady, achieving yet another double kill. Do you still want a grandson? I can be your grandson, a spectator sarcastically remarked, revealing their identity. 20 minutes into the match, Wu Nai's team had established an undeniable advantage. Defeat for the opposition was merely a matter of time. The crowd erupted with cheers for Wu Nai. Grandpa is amazing. Grandpa is invincible. The audience's fervor further unsettled the opponents. 3 minutes later, the team successfully destroyed the enemy's crystal. The match concluded. The host swiftly took the stage, microphone in hand, exclaiming, I trust everyone found this thrilling. Let us congratulate the team and also thank the Super Noob team for their remarkable performance. A week later, the team will represent us in the national finals. Let us eagerly anticipate their forthcoming performance. A gracious hostess approached, bearing a tray adorned with the provincial championship reward, a cash prize of 50,000 yuan. Upon sight of the money, Zhang Lu and his companions were utterly captivated. As university students, they had never encountered such a substantial sum before. Zhang Lu, as the captain, stepped forward to accept the prize. The venue erupted in fervent applause once more as both teams descended from the stage. Zhang Lu hurriedly handed the 50,000 yuan to Wu Nai. Wu, please divide this among us. The other three young men gazed at Wu Nai with excitement. Lu Mei was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated that playing games could be so lucrative, let alone that one could earn such a large amount in one go. Wu Nai contemplated the 50,000 yuan in his hands, recalling the prior agreement between both teams. All prize money would be split evenly. Zhang Lu requested him to distribute it, primarily because his contribution on stage was the most significant. The young men felt a tad embarrassed about splitting it evenly, hence their inclination to let Wu Nai handle the division. Wu Nai retained 25,000 yuan, returning the remainder to Zhang Lu. They had previously agreed, and it was prudent to adhere to their arrangement. Zhang Lu clutched the 25,000 yuan tightly. Wu, I feel quite unworthy. Our victory is entirely due to your efforts. Wu Nai rolled his eyes. Could you refrain from showing off your teeth while saying that? Zhang Lu chuckled mischievously. He divided the 25,000 yuan into 4 portions, allocating 6,000 to each person. Shall we use the remaining 1,000 to treat Wu to a meal? Wu Nai had already treated them to several lavish dinners, so the others readily agreed. Very well. Tao Dashi, upon receiving his 6,000 yuan, immediately turned and offered it to Lu Mei. Mom, please keep this. Lu Mei was taken aback, not expecting her son to give her the money right away. You should keep it for yourself. Tao Dashi replied earnestly, Mom. You have worked tirelessly to raise me. Everything I have is thanks to you, so this money must go to you. Lu Mei felt tears welling up from her son's heartfelt words, dividing the 6,000 yuan in half, keeping 3,000 for herself and giving 3,000 to her son. Dear son, I appreciate your sentiment, but we shall share this equally. The remaining friends, moved by this poignant scene, resolved to give their winnings to their mothers. However, Wu Nai discerned a glimmer of scheming satisfaction in Tao Dashi's expression. As the group made their way outside, Wu Nai called Tao Dashi aside. Seizing the moment when others were distracted, he inquired candidly, Do you truly intend to give all the money to your mother? Tao Dashi blurted, Of course not. If I don't give it to her, she would confiscate everything when we get home. This way, I still get to keep half. Wu Nai had anticipated this response. Realizing he had let slip the truth, Tao Dashi quickly covered his mouth and glanced at his mother, relieved that she was walking ahead and had not heard him. Wu, you must keep this a secret from me. Otherwise, my mother will surely kill me. Wu Nai had no interest in Tao Dashi's family affairs, merely chuckling at him. Tao Dashi panicked. Dear sir, please, you must promise not to tell my mother. As Tao Dashi's incessant chatter continued, Wunai finally interjected, "All right, enough of the rambling. I won't say anything more. You are truly wonderful, dear sir," she exclaimed, her excitement causing her voice to rise. Lu Mei, overhearing this, turned around and asked, "Dashi, what are you up to?" Tao Dashi quickly covered her mouth, terrified that her loose tongue would reveal her innermost thoughts. "It's nothing, Mom. Really, nothing at all." Lu Mei shot her a disapproving glance. "Uncle Wu has already spent an exhausting day playing with you. Do not trouble him further." The group then drove straight to a restaurant, indulging in a lavish feast. It was only after this that Wu Nai asked Lu Mei to drive them back to school. By the time Wu Nai and Lu Mei returned home, it was already past 8 in the evening. As it was time for bed, Wu Nai stifled a yawn in the car. Despite the long day, the earnings had been quite substantial. Upon arriving at their floor via the elevator, he was surprised to find Xia Lili, Yu Qian, and Bai Shui waiting outside his door. Xia Lili rushed forward and wrapped her arms around Wu Nai's, exclaiming, "Uncle Wu, you are so incredible at gaming. Why didn't you mention it before? A provincial champion. How impressive." Wu Nai felt exasperated. Xia Lili's manner of speaking lacked any semblance of femininity. He then turned to Yu Qian, asking, "You knew as well?" Yu Qian nodded with a smile. "Xia Lili told me all about it. Congratulations on your victory." When I was resigned to the fact that both Bai Shui and Xia Lili had received rewards for their gaming prowess, while Yu Qian missed out simply because Xia Lili had disclosed the news too soon. Oh dear, what a loss. Xia Lili continued to cling to Wu Nai's arm. "As a provincial champion, your prize money alone is 50,000. What do you have to complain about?" Uncle Wu isn't solely focused on money, he thought, feeling helpless. Who could have anticipated that merely participating in a match would garner such widespread attention? Chapter 60. Am I to play the fool? Wu Nai turned to the other two ladies. "Why are you both up at this hour instead of resting in your rooms? Surely it's not just to celebrate my victory?" Yu Qian chuckled. "Uncle, I merely wanted to discuss what time you'll be reporting for duty tomorrow. The team is eagerly anticipating your arrival as a consultant." Wu Nai replied, "Let us go together then." He had grown accustomed to his routine of sleeping at 8 and waking at 5, ensuring he would not oversleep. Yu Qian nodded, "Great. I'll come to pick you up in the morning." Wu Nai then turned to Bai Shui. "What about you? Do you need anything?" Bai Shui glanced at Lu Mei before responding, "I was just a bit worried when I noticed you hadn't returned yet." Wu Nai understood her concern and said to Lu Mei, "I'll head to bed as soon as I get back. You should stay over at Bai Shui's tonight. It will give you both time to chat." Lu Mei nodded in agreement. With Wu Shu's health, she wouldn't need to assist him in the evening. She just needed to rise early to prepare breakfast. Feeling exhausted, Wu Nai waved his hand dismissively. "All right, everyone should hurry back to sleep." The group dispersed, each returning to their own homes, yet Xia Lili lingered beside Wu Nai. "Uncle, may I come to your house?" Wu Nai frowned. "I'm going to sleep." "What do you intend to do at my place?" Xia Lili, taken aback, pondered the possibilities. With Wu Nai being a provincial champion, she couldn't help but wish for him to take her along for a few matches, experience the exhilaration of being uplifted. What could she possibly do for an elderly man? Wu Nai continued, "Enough with your wild imaginings. The old gentleman is not the sort you presume." "Xia Lili, I never assumed anything about you." "Nor am I that kind of person," she retorted. Wu Nai understood Xia Lili's insinuation but was reluctant to let her disturb his slumber. "All right, hurry back to sleep. We shall discuss matters tomorrow." Even as Wu Nai entered his room, Xia Lili remained rooted in place, stamping her foot in frustration. What kind of person is he? The following morning, after breakfast, Yu Qian came to find him. "Is the old gentleman ready? We are heading to work." Wu Nai donned the new attire that Xia Lili had previously purchased for him, believing it prudent to appear formal at the workplace. "Let us go," he said. Turning to Lu Mei, "You needn't prepare lunch for me." He had sampled the cafeteria at the police station and found the cuisine quite agreeable. Yu Qian added, "Indeed. Aunt Lu, no need to prepare a meal. We shall hold a welcome party for Wu Diyi at noon." Lu Mei wore a peculiar expression. She could understand dining at the cafeteria, but the notion of a welcome party for Uncle Wu was perplexing. Wu Nai and Yu Qian hailed a taxi to the police station. During the ride, Wu Nai noticed Yu Qian repeatedly silencing her phone, the caller ID consistently displaying Mom. Wu Nai had previously encountered Yu Qian's mother, who drove an extravagant car accompanied by 2 bodyguards. It seemed that after Yu Qian's last warning, her mother had ceased to pursue her. "Why not answer the phone?" Wu Nai inquired. Yu Qian sighed. "What else can she say but to demand my return?" Wu Diyi, how can parents be so unreasonable, forcing their daughters to marry someone they do not love? Wu Nai chuckled. "You mean that wealthy second-generation heir who sought you out last time? If the situation were reversed with Shaylee Li, she would undoubtedly jump at the opportunity. Wu Nai recalled Shaylee Li's inquiry about divination to attract a wealthy suitor. In this instance, however, the affluent heir pursued Yu Qian, who was unwilling. Truly, each person has their own aspirations and troubles. Yu Qian displayed a resigned expression. His interest in me is merely due to my family's status. Were he to pursue Shaylee Li, it would surely be a fleeting amusement. Yu Qian's clarity was evident, perhaps influenced by her familial environment. Such situations are frequently observed, leading to profound understanding. Before long, the taxi arrived at the police station's entrance. Wu Nai was no stranger to this precinct, having visited several times. Yu Qian guided Wu Nai through the necessary procedures before they returned to her team's office. The office housed 8 individuals, who stood to greet the captain and the elderly gentleman. Wu Nai responded with a smile and a wave. Upon entering the precinct, Yu Qian transformed back into the astute and efficient captain. Clapping her hands, she announced, "Allow me to introduce our new colleague, Wu Nai. You may call him Wu Diyi." She proceeded to introduce the 8 team members. "Wu Diyi, this is Zhang Xiaofeng." Wu Nai recognized him. "Xiao Zhang. Is that you?" Zhang Xiaofeng cheerfully greeted him. "Old gentleman, we are old partners now. I look forward to your guidance." Yu Qian completed the introductions. Yet before they could further familiarize themselves, a voice crackled through the intercom. 3 teams, gather in the conference room for an urgent meeting. 8 team members swiftly procured their pens and paper, as such meetings frequently occurred, necessitating the recording of minutes. Wu Nai, observing the others heading to the meeting, intended to find a quiet place to rest until their return. Zhang Xiaofeng remarked, "Grandpa, let's go. It's time for the meeting." Wu Nai replied, "Am I going too?" Yu Qian chuckled, "Of course, Grandpa. You are now a member of our team." Reluctantly, Wu Nai followed the 9 others to the conference room, where members of another police team were already seated. Zhang Xiaofeng whispered, "Grandpa Wu, you are truly fortunate. You arrive just as a major case unfolds." The more teams convened, the larger the case at hand. Typically, a single team sufficed for minor matters. Wu Nai nodded in silence, opting to sit in the corner as a newcomer. Soon, a leader entered without any superfluous remarks, directly presenting the case details. "According to credible sources, a group of fraudsters has infiltrated our city, specifically targeting the elderly. They are defrauding senior citizens of their pensions. Approximately 20 individuals are involved. Therefore, your teams 2 and 3 will collaborate to gather evidence and apprehend them, with a strict deadline of 5 days to dismantle this criminal organization. Understood?" Yu Qian and the captain of Team 2, Guan Honghua, rose to acknowledge the command. After the meeting adjourned, the 2 teams remained in the conference room, where Yu Qian and Guan Honghua began to deliberate the case. Guan Honghua stated, "Arresting them poses no difficulty. The challenge lies in gathering evidence. This group of criminals operates in Dongda City, and due to insufficient evidence, they have evaded capture. If we fail to bring them to justice this time, countless more elderly individuals may fall victim." Zhang Xiaofeng inquired, "Can't the deceived elderly testify?" Guan Honghua shook his head. "Their schemes are exceedingly sophisticated. Many elderly individuals do not even realize they have been swindled, thus they are reluctant to come forward." In the corner, Wu Nai pondered. Could it be that these were the con artists who deceived the elderly into disowning their own children in favor of fraudulent foster parents? The team continued their discussion, with one member suggesting, "If only we had someone who could infiltrate the scammers' ranks, gathering evidence would be much simpler." Guan Honghua frowned. "That won't work. They prey on the elderly, and the presence of a young person would undoubtedly raise suspicion." As the words left his lips, everyone turned to Wu Nai in the corner. Wu Nai furrowed his brow. "You don't expect me to feign ignorance and allow myself to be deceived, do you?" Chapter 61. Accepting the mission, everyone continued to gaze at Wu Nai. Zhang Xiaofeng blinked. "Grandpa, this is a chance to earn merit, and we will ensure your safety." Wu Nai retorted, "How will you protect me? If I end up getting hurt inside, how will you even know?" Zhang Xiaofeng chuckled. "Ah, Grandpa, you are unaware. We will equip you with listening devices, enabling us to hear everything that transpires. If anything arises, we will rush in to rescue you at the first opportunity." Yu Qian wore a concerned expression. Although Grandpa Wu was the most suitable candidate, she was apprehensive about putting him in danger. Clearing her throat, she said, "Grandpa Wu has just joined the police force and is still unfamiliar with the case handling process. Let us consider alternative strategies." Captain Guan Honghua of the second team retorted, "Since you have officially joined, you bear the obligation to assist in the case. He had heard of this elderly gentleman's remarkable deeds. Perhaps they would yield extraordinary results. Although Yu Qian sought to find excuses to dissuade Mr. Wu Nai, noticing Yu Qian's predicament, interjected, "No need for debate. It's merely a matter of going undercover. And I'll take on that task." Yu Qian responded, "Mr. Wu Nai cast a reassuring glance at Yu Qian. After all, the adversaries were merely swindling the elderly out of their money, not seeking to harm them in any grievous way. What was there to fear? Guan Hongwu promptly concluded. "Very well, the responsibility for evidence collection will be assigned to your third team. Once you have gathered the necessary evidence, our second team will take care of the arrests." Although it appeared that the second team's task of apprehending suspects was daunting, the actual challenge lay in the collection of evidence. Otherwise, the neighboring city would not be aware of these fraudsters yet remain powerless against them. With the tasks delineated, each team returned to their respective offices. Zhang Xiaofeng muttered under his breath, "Darn it, the second team is too cunning." The other team members glanced at him. "Weren't you the one who suggested that, Mr. Wu go undercover? And you spoke of eavesdropping equipment as if you were the expert." Zhang Xiaofeng recalled the conversation, scratching his head. "I was just joking. I didn't expect them to actually send Mr. Wu." As the team leader, Yu Qian had made her decision and would not dwell on the matter further. Enough bickering. We must trust Mr. Wu and also ensure his safety. Yu Qian retrieved the information regarding the fraud ring. According to the documents, the leader was a man named Wei Million, whom the gang referred to as Manager Wei. The group comprised a total of 22 individuals, 15 men and 7 women. It was conservatively estimated that their fraudulent activities had exceeded 10 million. Setting the documents aside, Yu Qian addressed Wu Nai, "Mr. Wu, they will be organizing an event at the Guamao Hotel tomorrow. I would like you to infiltrate their ranks. Is that agreeable?" Wu Nai shrugged nonchalantly. "No problem." He was somewhat familiar with their scams. They typically organized gatherings, offering free meals to the elderly, followed by meetings where fraudulent recovery patients would share their fabricated stories of healing. More affluent fraud rings might even distribute eggs, milk, and rice as bait to entice the elderly, while the less fortunate relied solely on their persuasive tongues. Given that they had already scammed millions, perhaps he could even score some free trinkets in the process. Yu Qian replied, "Very well. I'll have Xiao Zhang take you to the hotel tomorrow, but you must ensure your safety." Wu Nai reassured her, "Rest assured, this counts as an external assignment, right? Their SA meal allowance?" Yu Qian nodded emphatically, "Yes, their SA daily allowance of 50 yuan for missions." Wu Nai nodded in agreement. "Then I have no objections." The 8 team members exchanged bemused glances. This elderly gentleman seemed remarkably astute. In the afternoon, he engaged in light conversation with other team members at the police station, gaining some understanding of them. After work, he returned home with Yu Qian. Lu Mei had prepared dinner and cheerfully asked, "Uncle Wu, how was your day?" Wu Nai washed his hands and sat at the table. "Quite well. A day spent sipping tea and chatting has passed pleasantly." Lu Mei smiled. "That sounds rather relaxing." Wu Nai picked up a steamed bun and remarked, "Well, tomorrow I shall embark on an undercover mission." Lu Mei, who had been smiling cheerfully, suddenly froze. Undercover? Such matters she had only heard of in television dramas. Yet, in those portrayals, 8 out of 10 undercover agents met with dire fates. "Uncle Wu, this is not something to be taken lightly. Those villains kill without a second thought." Wu Nai glanced at the anxious Lu Mei, wondering if she believed he was infiltrating a gang or a drug trafficking ring. In truth, he was merely posing as an undercover agent among a group of fraudsters deceiving elderly men with eggs, hardly a scene of bloodshed. Nevertheless, vanity often clouds judgment. With a slight smile, Wu Nai replied, "Having weathered great storms, such trivial matters do not daunt me." Lu Mei was immediately filled with admiration. If she possessed wealth akin to Uncle Wu's, she would certainly remain homebound. "So, Uncle Wu, if I see you on the street in the future, should I pretend not to recognize you? That is how they portray it on TV." Wu Nai nodded earnestly. "Comrade Lu Mei, your awareness is commendable. We shall proceed as you suggest." Lu Mei eagerly agreed. "I will call the Shi shortly to inform them, ensuring your identity remains undisclosed." Wu Nai felt exasperated. Why was the number of those in the know increasing? Would Lu Mei spread the news of his undercover status throughout the entire neighborhood? That would utterly nullify the purpose of his mission. No need for such complications. He could simply avoid them when they crossed paths. Lu Mei let out a disappointed sound. After their meal, Yu Qian returned to discuss a few important details with him. It was not until Wu Nai was overwhelmingly fatigued that she finally took her leave. The following day, Zhang Xiaofeng arrived early at the community, first seeking out Yu Qian, and then both proceeded to find Wu Nai. Sir, for the next few days, Xiao Zhang will be impersonating your son, Yu Qian announced. Wu Nai turned to Zhang Xiaofeng and inquired, what is your name? Zhang Xiaofeng, slightly bewildered, thought. Could it be that Grandpa was suffering from dementia, forgetting even his name? Sir, my name is Zhang Xiaofeng, he replied. Yu Qian, standing beside them, was at a loss for words. Grandpa Wu's surname is Wu. As his son, how can you bear the surname Zhang? Zhang Xiaofeng was taken aback. Is this how it begins? He hastily added, Sir, please ask me again. Wu Nai turned to Yu Qian and suggested, perhaps we should consider someone else. Zhang Xiaofeng was once again perplexed. What have I done wrong? Yu Qian sighed. You've been told it has begun. Why do you still address him as Sir? Shouldn't you be calling him Dad? Zhang Xiaofeng clutched his head in frustration, realizing he had overlooked this detail. He had always perceived himself as an elite in the police force, yet here he was, having made 2 blunders in quick succession. No, he must reclaim his dignity. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Wu Nai and declared, Father, please ask me another question. I assure you, I will not err this time. Yu Qian also looked at Wu Nai, believing that Zhang Xiaofeng was the most suitable candidate for the role of son, and she did not wish to change the selection. Wu Nai said, Then let me pose a simple question. Are you prepared? Chapter 62. Old Lu, feeling awkward again, Zhang Xiaofeng inhaled deeply, refusing to believe that after years of experience, he would fail to answer a question posed by Grandpa Wu. Wu Nai asked, What is your profession? Zhang Xiaofeng instinctively opened his mouth to say he was a police officer, only to realize he could not disclose that information. If swindlers were aware that an elderly person's family member was a police officer, they would undoubtedly refrain from continuing their deceitful practices. One cannot help but marvel at how thoroughly thoughtful old Wu is, having considered even this aspect. Father, what do you think I do? I do exactly what I am. Wu Nai said, nodding with satisfaction. You are a little boss, always delighting in providing your father with funds. Zhang Xiaofeng and Yu Qian instantly grasped Wu Nai's implication. With the son acting as a boss, having no time to oversee his father, and continuously showering him with money, he became the prime target for deception. Old man, no? Father, I concede. You truly are my biological father. The 3 descended the stairs, with Yu Qian heading to the police station, while Zhang Xiaofeng offered to drive Wu Nai to an event. Observing the dilapidated Santana, Wu Nai remarked, At first glance, it appears your business is not thriving. Zhang Xiaofeng wore a bitter expression. Old man, you are aware that our compensation is modest. This vehicle is a second-hand one I managed to purchase after saving for 2 years. Wu Nai called Lu Mei, requesting her to bring down the car keys from home. Upon seeing the new vehicle, Zhang Xiaofeng felt a pang of inadequacy regarding his own car. Wu Nai tossed the keys to Zhang Xiaofeng. For the next few days, use this car to pick me up. Zhang Xiaofeng, filled with excitement, responded, Great. We have fuel subsidies for our missions, and we can have you apply for reimbursement. Wu Nai merely nodded in acknowledgement. The 2 drove directly to the Guomao Hotel. Upon arriving, they observed several elderly individuals entering. Zhang Xiaofeng handed Wu Nai a button-sized listening device, stating, Father, as long as you carry this, we will be able to hear everything said inside. If you find yourself in danger, shout, and we will rush in to rescue you. Wu Nai accepted the device, glanced at it, and placed it in his pocket. Good son, I will head in now, Wu Nai declared. Zhang Xiaofeng felt a twinge of confusion, although aware that they were merely acting. He sensed that old Wu was taking advantage of him. As Wu Nai approached the hotel entrance, he soon discovered that there were individuals confiscating mobile phones at the door. They justified their actions by claiming, confiscating phones is for everyone's benefit. This way, the experts can focus on the lecture, and when you exit, your phone will be returned. Those who surrendered their phones were subjected to a security check reminiscent of airport screenings. Those in the know understood it was merely a meeting for the elderly, while outsiders might assume it was a significant conference. The listening device in Wu Nai's pocket would certainly not evade detection, with swindlers monitoring the incoming guests. He found himself unable to turn back. Just as he contemplated slipping the device into someone else's pocket, he heard someone call his name from behind. Old Wu, you are here too? Turning around, he was surprised to see his neighbor, Old Lu. This was the same man who had been pushed into a flower bed by a murderer and had spent several days in the hospital. Having just recovered, he was now out and about. Old Lu approached with a smile. Old Wu, I knew you would come for such a profitable event. When I chuckled, Since you have come forward, do not blame me. Seizing the opportunity while Old Lu was distracted, He stealthily placed the listening device into Lu's pocket. What do you mean by profitable? Old Lu remained oblivious to Wu Nai's subtle maneuvering. Everyone who comes to learn gets 3 pounds of eggs. You cannot claim ignorance. As Wu Nai approached the detection gate, he chuckled softly. How could I not know? Lao Lu prompted. When you go in, just mention that I introduced you. This way, I can receive an extra pound of eggs. Wu Nai replied, no problem. He then deliberately added, you go ahead. I need to tie my shoelaces. He could not walk alongside someone equipped with a listening device, lest they both be expelled. Lao Lu glanced at Wu Nai's shoes, realizing that canvas shoes had no laces. Not wishing to accompany him, he decided to enter first and speak to the person in charge about introducing the newcomer. This was akin to securing an additional pound of eggs without effort. As Lao Lu passed through the detection gate, it emitted a series of urgent beeps. 3 staff members promptly surrounded him, asking, Sir, do you have any items on you? Confused, Lao Lu knew that phones were not allowed. And he hadn't even brought one, let alone anything else. The staff, feigning politeness, inquired, May we search you, sir? For the sake of 3 pounds of eggs. Lao Lu readily agreed, extending his arms. Go ahead. One staff member stepped forward, gave him a quick pat down, and revealed a small button-like object. The trio recognized it as a listening device. Lao Lu, looking at the object in their hands, asked, What is that? The staff smirked. Why do you ask? Who exactly are you? As they spoke, 2 of them began to escort Lao Lu towards the exit. Struggling fiercely, he protested, What are you doing? I haven't claimed my eggs yet. Wu Nai, hiding amidst the crowd, silently expressed his dismay for Lao Lu but felt a twinge of embarrassment. He understood that these individuals would likely place Lao Lu on a blacklist, prohibiting him from attending future events, but they would not resort to anything excessively harsh. Outside, Zhang Xiaofeng, responsible for the eavesdropping, immediately reported the situation to Yu Qian. Team leader, I have both good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Yu Qian, currently in a meeting and needing to gather other team members to assist Wu Nai, had no time for idle chatter. Spit it out. Zhang Xiaofeng replied, All right, I'll deliver both. The bad news is that the listening device was discovered. Upon hearing this, Yu Qian's heart sank. Is old Wu all right? Zhang Xiaofeng chuckled. Now for the good news. Old Wu, with quick thinking, concealed the listening device in someone else's pocket and was not apprehended. If Zhang Xiaofeng had been in front of her, Yu Qian would have been unable to resist kicking him a couple of times. Even now, he was joking about good and bad news. So old Wu entered without the listening device. Zhang Xiaofeng confirmed, Captain, should we rush in now to rescue old Wu? Yu Qian pondered carefully. Since old Wu had hidden the device on another, it indicated his intent to continue gathering intelligence. Entering now might disrupt old Wu's plan. You wait outside. Do not act rashly. We will arrive shortly. Wu Nai successfully passed through the detection and entered the event hall, where tables for 10 were set, and at least 100 people were already seated. The elderly attendees not only received eggs, but could also enjoy a complimentary lavish meal if they stayed until noon, demonstrating that this group of scammers was indeed willing to invest significantly. Wu Nai casually found an empty seat, where an elderly gentleman in his 60s was sharing his personal experiences with a few other seniors. Thanks to Manager Wei and their remarkable products, I am once again able to stand and be here with you all. Not only has it cured my paralysis, but it has also alleviated my heart disease, cerebral thrombosis, coronary heart disease, diabetes, and even cancer. Have you heard about the cancer patient at the second hospital who transitioned from late stage to mid stage? He too recovered thanks to Manager Wei's products. When I listened with furrowed brows, realizing that this charlatan was using him for advertisement. The key issue was that he hadn't even received any compensation for it. The elderly man then noticed Wu Nai, remarking, You look somewhat familiar. Have we met before? Wu Nai covered his mouth with his hand, speculating that the man might have seen his photos online. No, we haven't met, he replied. The old man responded with an O, and continued, What health issues do you have? Wu Nai replied, Cancer. Upon hearing the word, the other seniors turned their attention toward him. The old man suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Then you've come to the right place. Manager Wei's products are particularly effective against cancer. You must have heard about the cancer patient at the second hospital who improved from late stage to mid stage, right? Wu Nai thought to himself. Not only did he know, but he was also quite familiar with that individual. The old man continued to speak incessantly. It was because he consumed Manager Wei's products that he recovered. When the products go on sale, you must buy plenty. Wu Nai glanced around the circular tables, noting that each one had a similar figure passionately speaking about the products. Wu Nai, With an honest tone, asked the old man who was still trying to persuade him. How much do you earn in a day? The old man blurted out, 150. He quickly covered his mouth afterward. Wu Nai was at a loss for words. Was this man truly willing to engage in such unscrupulous behavior for just 150? The old man attempted to clarify. I meant my retirement pension, 150 a day, don't misunderstand. Aside from Wu Nai, no one at the table realized the old man was referring to the daily wage for deceiving others, thus it did not incite any uproar. Noticing that Wu Nai was not easily swayed, the old man ceased his attempts to sell the products and turned to introduce himself to another individual. As the number of attendees approached 200, the organizers closed the venue's doors. Then, 10 young men in suits took to the stage. Please welcome our chairman, Mr. Wei Million, to the podium. Following this announcement, the 10 began to applaud, and the elderly tricksters at each table joined in, encouraging others to clap as well, creating an atmosphere of lively enthusiasm. Next, a man in his 30s ascended the stage. Once settled, he bowed deeply to the audience. Dear uncles, aunts, grandfathers, and grandmothers, I am your child, Wei Million. Today, I am here to show my filial piety. Once again, the applause erupted from both the stage and the audience. Wu Nai observed the youthful Wei Million on stage, realizing how he had managed to assemble such a vast deceptive enterprise. His quick wit and eloquence were truly exceptional. Wei Million continued, our expert team has dedicated 30 years of research, and we have finally developed this miraculous capsule that I hold in my hand. Whether one is a terminally ill patient afflicted by cancer or a helpless individual tormented by chronic ailments, I assure you that after 3 courses of our capsules, mothers, fathers, grandmothers, and grandfathers will regain their health. I stand here to guarantee that if the capsules prove ineffective, you may feel free to strike me. The patrons at each table began to exclaim, Child, you are a good child. How could we bear to harm you for the sake of our health? Wei Million feigned rubbing his eyes and expressed gratitude for their trust. I am certain some of you may wonder if such a miraculous remedy comes at a hefty price, or if it might lead to financial ruin. I can unequivocally assure you that it is free. My child is offering to heal you at no cost. Many in the audience were taken aback. A considerable number had come with the intention of exploiting the opportunity, akin to old Lu, who merely sought a meal or a few pounds of eggs. Upon hearing free, their interest was piqued. Who among us, at such an age, is without their ailments? Yet, should they be asked to purchase medication, they would hesitate. However, if it is free, they are willing to sample the experience, even if it bears no effect. Wu Nai scoffed softly, pondering the old adage, there is no such thing as a free lunch. The more something is given away, the more it tends to cost. He was curious to see how Wei Million would proceed next. Instead of continuing his impassioned speech, Wei Million gestured for the staff to distribute the so-called miraculous capsules. He explained from the stage, Dear friends, due to our factory's limited capacity, we can only provide each of you with 1 course of medication at a time. After this batch is consumed, you will need to return in 2 days for the next supply. We hope for your understanding, and please note that our product requires confidentiality. Therefore, our staff will observe you while you consume it. Gradually, the staff handed capsules to the elderly, ensuring they ingested them under supervision, just as Wu Nai had surmised. The elderly seemed undeterred by the prospect of free offerings, especially with others nearby vouching for the safety of the remedy. One by one, the elders swallowed the 3 capsules, monitored closely by the staff. Wu Nai, however, was wary of consuming such dubious substances. He discreetly extracted 3 of his own vitamin capsules from his pocket and placed them in another. Soon, he would seek an opportunity to switch them out. Before long, the staff approached Wu Nai and presented him with the capsules, their gaze fixed intently upon him. The other elders at the table watched expectantly. Hurry and eat, urged the staff. Yes, do eat quickly, echoed the elderly nearby, for if Wu Nai did not partake, it would not be their turn, and if they did not eat, they would not receive their eggs. Wu Nai swiftly shoved his hand into his pocket and declared, I will take them home to consume. His actions startled the staff, who hurriedly advanced, reaching into Wu Nai's pocket to retrieve the capsules while insisting, No, you must consume them here. The staff returned the capsules to Wu Nai's hands and threatened, either eat them in my presence or forfeit your right to the miraculous capsules. And do not expect any eggs. Wu Nai smirked, realizing that the capsules presented to him were not the ones he had pocketed. They were, in fact, his own prepared vitamin capsules. Fortunately, the capsules all bear a striking resemblance to one another. I eat, is that not acceptable? Just do not deny me the eggs. Wu Nai feigned urgency. The staff exchanged a derisive chuckle, having encountered such elderly individuals frequently. The mere mention of withholding eggs would render them obedient. Observing Wu Nai consume the 3 capsules and subsequently open his mouth for inspection, the staff finally nodded in satisfaction before attending to the next individual. Once the staff departed, Wu Nai discreetly concealed the capsules within his sock. These capsules served as pivotal evidence of the crime, and he was determined to have Yu Qian analyze their contents. He sensed that the success of the scam was intricately linked to these capsules. The medication distribution lasted for an hour. Several elderly individuals, reluctant to take their medicine, were expelled and, naturally, forfeited their promised reward of 3 gene of eggs. The remaining seniors mocked those who had departed, branding them as foolish. Manager Wei ascended the stage once more, addressing the attendees. Dear fathers, mothers, grandfathers, and grandmothers, we are grateful for your trust. As he spoke, hotel staff began to serve dishes. Wu Nai glanced at the offerings. Lo and behold, 9 out of 10 were vegetarian, amounting to a mere 200 yuan for the entire table. Manager Wei euphemistically claimed that the vegetarian fare was for the health of the family. Chapter 64. The secret of the capsules. Wu Nai sampled a few bites of the herbivorous banquet. After collecting the phone numbers of the elderly, the staff finally permitted their departure. Upon exiting the venue, Wu Nai noticed Zhang Xiaofeng waiting for him in the car and approached directly. Zhang Xiaofeng, possessing some professional experience, refrained from inquiring about the situation immediately. After traveling 100 meters, Wu Nai spotted Yu Qian and 2 other team members in another vehicle. They exchanged nods and returned to the police station together. Once they confirmed their safety, Zhang Xiaofeng could no longer contain his curiosity. Sir, what transpired? I was worried sick. Wu Nai replied, the other party's fraudulent methods are quite sophisticated. They did not resort to immediate deception upon meeting. Zhang Xiaofeng furrowed his brow. What shall we do? We only have 5 days. Wu Nai adjusted his posture for comfort. Why the rush? They are organizing another event the day after tomorrow. Zhang Xiaofeng sighed in relief. The 2 vehicles entered the police station, with Yu Qian and the others keeping a close watch, unconcerned about being followed. After disembarking, Yu Qian hurried to Wu Nai's side. Sir, what is the situation? Wu Nai bent down and retrieved the 3 capsules he had smuggled from his sock. Handing them to Yu Qian, these are the universal capsules they distributed. I managed to bring them out. You should have them analyzed. Zhang Xiaofeng glanced at Wu Nai and then at the sock on his foot. Captain, won't the capsules be contaminated by being in the sock? Yu Qian shot Zhang Xiaofeng a disdainful look. Since the sir hid the medicine in his sock, it must have been done with utmost care. Why would you utter such nonsense? Zhang Xiaofeng felt aggrieved. That's not what I meant. Sir, you know that's not my intention. Noticing that the captain was ignoring him, Zhang Xiaofeng began to explain to Wu Nai. Wu Nai patted Zhang Xiaofeng's shoulder. Oh, dear child, if you wish to perform well, you must first learn to manage your words. The other team members stifled their laughter. In the afternoon, with little to occupy his time, Wu Nai continued to sip tea and engage in conversation. As the workday drew to a close, Yu Qian rushed back to the office, clutching a laboratory report. Instantly, all team members perked up, and Wu Nai too was eager to discover the contents of the so-called universal capsule. Yu Qian revealed that the primary ingredients were aminopyrine, phenacetin, caffeine, and phenobarbital. Zhang Xiaofeng furrowed his brow, questioning. They included caffeine in the capsules? Are they attempting to make those elderly individuals addicted to coffee? A medically knowledgeable team member clarified. It's not that kind of caffeine. These substances are also known as analgesics. Upon hearing the term analgesics, most individuals grasped the implication. The elderly, having consumed such a substantial dosage of painkillers, would undoubtedly experience considerable relief. In other words, they would perceive the universal capsule as effective. Zhang Xiaofeng continued, however, painkillers lose their efficacy quite rapidly. Wouldn't tea that expose the ruse? Wu Nai responded, thus, the perpetrators will distribute medication again in 2 days to solidify the universal capsules standing in the minds of the elderly. Only then will the true deception commence. Yu Qian turned to Wu Nai, saying, Sir, it appears you may need to make another visit next time. Wu Nai lifted the 3 kilograms of eggs in his hands and remarked, Iasin, tea this delightful? There's food and drink, and I have eggs to spare. Come over to my house tonight for scrambled eggs. Yu Qian smiled and nodded in agreement. Zhang Xiaofeng leaned closer to Wu Nai, asking, Father, may I join you this evening? Wu Nai replied, once work hours conclude, you are no longer my son. Find your own place to dine. Zhang Xiaofeng felt an inexplicable sense of abandonment. After work, Yu Qian drove Wunai home. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, they spotted 3 familiar figures loitering nearby. 6 eyes stealthily scanned the ebb and flow of pedestrians. Yu Qian remarked, "Sir, isn't that Zhao Guifang and her 2 sons?" Wu Nai acknowledged with a grunt, recalling how they had been imprisoned for a prolonged period due to his actions. To his surprise, they dared to return and cause trouble. Clearly, they had knocked on his door only to find no one home, prompting them to wait at the community entrance. When I declared, "I will go take a look." "You record everything from the car." Yu Qian quickly objected, "Sir, that's too dangerous. I'll go and drive them away." These persistent nuisances were not so easily dismissed. Even if they were sent away, they could return at any moment with a trick up their sleeve. The best course of action would be to have them incarcerated once more. "Just heed my advice and film from the car," Wu Nai insisted. Seeing she could not persuade him otherwise, Yu Qian reluctantly acquiesced, "Please be careful." As Wu Nai exited the car, he feigned ignorance of the 3 figures and strode toward the community with the 3 kilograms of eggs in tow. "Old Wu, stop right there." Zhao Guifang was the first to spot him, shouting out. Her 2 sons, Fei Kai and Fei Wu, hurriedly positioned themselves in front of Wu Nai, blocking his path. "Old Wu, you've caused us great suffering." Wu Nai pretended to be frightened. "What do you wish to do? There are so many witnesses here." Fei Kai scoffed, revealing their affinity for being observed. "Old Wu, we've been locked up for so many days because of you. What do you propose we do about it?" At this moment, Zhao Guifang approached, exclaiming, "Old Wu, you possess such a ruthless heart. 2 children yearn for you to assume the role of a father. Yet you have confined them for half a month." Wu Nai swiftly interrupted her, declaring, "I have no desire for these 2 sons. All they do is eat and defecate. Mere machines for excretion." Fei Kai and Fei Wu exchanged glances, seemingly scolding him. "Old man, are you seeking your own demise?" Fei Wu rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike, but Zhao Guifang hurriedly restrained him, fearful that her sons might find themselves incarcerated once more. Wu Nai furtively glanced back at the car, where Yu Qian was anxiously attempting to exit. He subtly shook his head, signaling her to remain inside. He then turned his attention back to the 3 before him. Inquiring candidly, "You claim to be mere excretion machines, and yet are displeased. Tell me, aside from eating, drinking, and defecating, what else can you do?" Fei Kai replied, "Sleep." Fei Wu added, "Play." Zhao Guifang chimed in, "Ponder your finances." Upon hearing this, the trio fell silent, puzzled as to why they had responded, particularly Zhao Guifang, who had unwittingly voiced her innermost thoughts. Wu Nai spread his hands. "See? Even you acknowledge this. You are preoccupied with my money. Yet you possess an unattractive appearance and delude yourselves with grand aspirations. You dare insult my mother." Fei Wu exclaimed, suddenly charging at Wu Nai, with Zhao Guifang unable to restrain him. Fei Kai was equally taken aback by his brother's sudden aggression. As Fei Wu lunged forward, Wu Nai shielded Yu Qian's line of sight from the car, then hurled 3 pounds of eggs at Fei Wu's face. The latter slowly sank to the ground, eventually lying flat. "Help! Everyone! Come quick! Someone is attacking." Fei Kai and Fei Wu, stunned with egg yolk dripping from their faces, were bewildered. They had not even landed a blow. So how had the other party fallen? Memories flooded back. They recalled a similar unjust moment from the past. With egg residue clinging to their faces, they turned to the bewildered Zhao Guifang. "Mom, what should we do?" Zhao Guifang, obstructed by her son's presence, had not witnessed the altercation. In her panic, she shouted, "What are you still doing? Hurry and run." The legally uninformed Zhao Guifang believed that as long as one escaped without being apprehended, they would evade imprisonment. Chapter 65. They are in cahoots. Upon hearing their mother's command, Fei Kai and Fei Wu dashed through the crowd of onlookers, disappearing from sight. Yu Qian hastily exited the car, shouting, "You are not allowed to flee." However, Fei Kai and Fei Wu paid her no heed and vanished in an instant. Yu Qian rushed to assess Wu Nai's condition, asking anxiously, "Sir, are you all right?" Wu Nai rubbed his aching back, lamenting, "Oh dear, I'm not well. Call for an ambulance." Zhao Guifang, having not fled, approached Wu Nai, asserting, "Old Wu, let me tell you, you fell on your own. Do not attempt to blame others." Wu Nai turned to Yu Qian. "Did you record all of this?" Yu Qian raised her phone, reassuringly saying, "Do not worry, sir. It was captured clearly. They cannot escape." Sensing the tide turning, Zhao Guifang advanced, attempting to snatch the phone from Yu Qian. The latter nimbly evaded Zhao Guifang's grasp, warning, If you continue to seize my property, I will report you for robbery. Zhao Guifeng halted, collapsing to the ground in a manner akin to Wu Nai. Crying out for help, she lamented, "Everyone, come and see. They conspire to bully me, a lone orphan." Yu Qian, disregarding Zhao Guifeng, hastily dialed emergency services. After hanging up, she addressed Zhao Guifeng, "I advise you to encourage those two sons to surrender. Assaulting a police officer is a grave offense if apprehended by our forces. They won't merely face a brief confinement." Wu Nai, rubbing his waist with a sigh, questioned her intentions, but surrendering would lead to a lighter sentence, he remarked. Zhao Guifeng, throwing a tantrum, retorted, "You're spouting nonsense. Even if old Wu was struck by my son, how can it be deemed assault on a police officer? My son didn't strike an officer." Yu Qian's expression turned grave. "Old Wu has officially become an auxiliary officer in our bureau. Thus, striking him constitutes assaulting a police officer." Zhao Guifeng was taken aback. "Old Wu is an auxiliary officer? Who are you trying to fool? Who would accept someone of such advanced age in that role?" As Yu Qian attempted to clarify, Wu Nai feigned distress, exclaiming, "I can't endure this. Where's the ambulance?" Yu Qian was compelled to truncate her explanation. The condition of old Wu was serious. Further discourse with Zhao Guifeng was unnecessary. The police acted swiftly. Wu Nai was hospitalized at 7 o'clock, while the Fei brothers were apprehended by 8. These two young men, lacking both money and sense, had absurdly hidden themselves in a public restroom near their home. Zhang Xiaofeng, conducting an investigation nearby, stumbled upon them while visiting the restroom, promptly capturing both. Their behavior was exceedingly suspicious. Squatting in the stalls, they seemed to be deliberately waiting for someone to enter. Yu Qian, Bai Shui, and Xia Lili arrived at the hospital, standing vigil by the bedside. Upon receiving news from Zhang Xiaofeng about the capture, Yu Qian immediately informed the others. Xia Lili exclaimed, "They deserve it. Sentence them to death." Bai Shui agreed, "Indeed, their wickedness is beyond measure." Yu Qian asserted, "Intentional injury, assaulting a police officer, and fleeing, the two of them will spend several years behind bars." Wu Nai, opening his eyes, inquired, "Will they be liable for my medical expenses?" Yu Qian replied, "If they seek your forgiveness in hopes of a reduced sentence, they will certainly compensate you. However, if they plead guilty, you shall bear the medical costs yourself." Wu Nai sat up in bed. "If it's not enforced, then I shan't remain here idly." He had originally come to the hospital to escalate the punishment for the two. However, it appeared, from Yu Qian's words, that such measures might no longer be necessary. The three women exchanged glances, having earlier found it puzzling that old Wu's medical report revealed no issues. Why then? Did he claim to be suffering from pain in his waist, buttocks, and legs? It seemed he was merely feigning. Bai Shui chuckled. "Old Wu, I shall arrange your discharge." Yu Qian added, "I will accompany you." Ultimately, only Xia Lili remained in the ward. In a show of loyalty, she declared, "Old Wu, should you encounter such matters in the future, just call me. I can handle these ruffians. Otherwise, reach out to Uncle Shunlu. Who could possibly outmatch him?" Wu Nai realized he had forgotten about Shunlu. If Shunlu were to confront the Fei brothers, they wouldn't escape without severe repercussions. However, everything was resolved. And once the two individuals entered, Zhao Guifeng ceased to cause any further disturbances. Just as Wu Naigong contemplated this, a disheveled figure burst into the hospital room. Shaili Li, startled, leapt to the other side of the bed, exclaiming, "Who on earth is that? Did someone escape from the psychiatric ward?" Zhao Guifeng rushed to the bedside, tearing at Wu Nai's hospital gown with both hands, demanding, "Return my son. Give me back my son." Wu Nai glanced at Shaili Li, who had just claimed she would handle the situation but was now cowering behind him. "What? Am I supposed to protect you?" Shaili Li scratched her forehead, realizing she had overreacted. With a loud shout, she declared, "Let go of that old man. If you dare, come for me instead." She then moved to grapple with Zhao Guifeng, just as Yu Qian and Bai Shui returned from completing the discharge process. Upon witnessing Shaili Li and Zhao Guifeng wrestling with Wu Nai weakly raised his hand and called out, "Quick, help. They are in cahoots. Shaili Li wants to have me killed." The two women rushed over and pulled Shaili Li and Zhao Guifeng off Wu Nai. Shaili Li yelled, "Why are you pulling me? Attack her." To her surprise, the elderly woman proved to be quite formidable. Even with the assistance of Yu Qian and Bai Shui, it was somewhat strenuous to restrain Zhao Guifeng. Shaili Li touched her scratched lip and thought to herself, "Thank goodness Wu Di never agreed to be with her. Otherwise, would I be subjected to domestic violence multiple times a day?" Yu Qian, finding it impossible to reason with Zhao Guifeng, promptly informed the team to take her to the station for mediation. Wu Nai, feeling his heart race, pondered, does this count as assaulting a police officer? Yu Qian shrugged. This would at most be considered creating a disturbance, not assaulting an officer. Wu Nai sighed, realizing that this woman's combat prowess surpassed that of her two sons. Not discussing feelings anymore, she seemed to have shifted to martial arts instead. Returning home from the hospital, he found no further purpose in remaining at the facility. Bai Shui had already informed Lu Mei about Wu Deyi's hospitalization due to the beating. Therefore, upon arriving home, Lu Mei inquired with concern, "Are you all right? Are you okay?" Wu Nai replied, "I want to eat some pickled plums." Lu Mei paused, "What pickled plums?" Wu Nai suddenly remembered that this product did not yet exist. He quickly said, "Never mind." Lu Mei insisted, "Wu Shu, I've prepared bone soup for you. Please drink some to replenish your strength." Xie Li, unabashed, sat at the table and said, "Hey, Lu Yi, I want some too. Serve me a bowl, and include that big bone. Wu Yi can't chew it anyway." Wu Nai rolled his eyes. "The greatest harm you've caused me this time is your presence, and you still want to gnaw on bones?" Xie Li protested. "I never expected that old woman to be so tough. Just wait until next time. I'll take my revenge." Chapter 66. Re-entering the tiger's den due to the assault. Wu Nai did not go to the police station the following day, as Yu Qian had advised him to rest at home. This suited Wu Nai perfectly, allowing him to lounge at home all day. The next morning, Zhang Xiaofeng arrived early to take him to the second event organized by the scammer. Yu Qian also came to Wu Nai's home. Zhang Xiaofeng, "Captain, why don't we ride together later? This way, you won't have to change vehicles at the bureau." Yu Qian shook her head. "No, if someone with ill intentions sees us, it will be hard to explain." Zhang Xiaofeng, "What is there to explain? Just say you're old Wu's daughter-in-law, and that should suffice." Wu Nai let out a cold chuckle, realizing that Zhang Xiaofeng's scheme was becoming painfully obvious. As the esteemed police flower of Fanghai City, Yu Qian had many admirers among her officers, and Zhang Xiaofeng was undoubtedly one of them. Yu Qian adopted a stern expression. "You certainly have an interesting idea." Zhang Xiaofeng scratched his head. "Isn't this all for work?" In the end, Yu Qian proceeded to the office alone, leaving Zhang Xiaofeng to escort Wu Nai to the venue. Upon arriving outside the venue, the scene was nearly identical to their previous visit. The elderly were queuing to enter. Zhang Xiaofeng pulled out a listening device once more. "Grandfather, would you like to wear this?" Wu Nai replied, "What's the point? Even if I wear it, they'll just find it during a search. At most, it'll get another old man kicked out." Zhang Xiaofeng shrugged in resignation. This device was one he had retrieved from an old man surnamed Lu. Wu Nai, unburdened and without even a phone, walked straight into the venue. Following the familiar procedure, they passed through security and entered the main hall. This time, the atmosphere was significantly livelier than before. Many elderly individuals were discussing the miraculous effects of the universal capsule. "Hey, you wouldn't believe it. After taking Manager Wei's universal capsule, my headache seems to have lessened considerably." Another chimed in, "A headache is nothing. My heart condition feels remarkably improved. If I continue with 2 more courses, I truly believe I can be cured. Indeed, I feel the effects too. This is truly a wonder drug." Wu Nai was at a loss for words. After consuming a few potent painkillers, they had somehow developed a delusion. The venue was filled to capacity, and the staff once again closed the doors. The familiar formula, the familiar ambience. Manager Wei reappeared, warmly exclaiming, "Moms and dads, grandpas and grandmas, I've missed you all dearly." The crowd erupted in applause without needing any encouragement. "Manager Wei, I trust everyone has experienced the miraculous effects of our universal capsules. If you complete 3 courses, all your ailments will surely be eradicated. We believe in you. Manager Wei, you are a living bodhisattva." The elderly shouted enthusiastically. Manager Wei then adopted a troubled expression. "However, dear mothers and fathers, grandpas and grandmas, you are aware of how challenging it is to produce the universal capsules. This time, we only manufactured enough for 50 individuals. The elderly began to whisper among themselves. 50 doses for a gathering of at least 150 people became a pressing concern. Who would receive the capsules and who would not was undoubtedly the greatest issue. At this moment, the cunning of the swindler became evident. It was not the scarcity that caused distress, but the inequality. When everyone lacked, they remained united, but when some could have and others could not, discord swiftly arose. The elderly ceased their conversations, all vying for the coveted 1/50th share. "Manager Wei, I believe in you. Please include my portion." "Manager Wei, you're a good child. Please give an Annie a share of the medicine. Manager Wei stood on the stage, wearing an expression of great difficulty. You are all my family, my elders. I sincerely wish for each of you to have access to medication and to remain in good health, but the circumstances simply do not allow it. Here's the deal. For these 50 doses of medicine, whoever can provide a deposit of 20,000 yuan will receive their share. Rest assured. This money will be used to enhance our production capabilities. The next batch of medicine will be sold at the price of 1,000 yuan per dose, and we will return the profits to you. For the subsequent batch, there will be no charge for the medication. After Manager Wei finished speaking, the room fell silent. An elderly person murmured that as long as one could provide 20,000 yuan, they would not only receive their medication this time, but also have the money returned and enjoy free medicine next time, which seemed exceedingly advantageous. Another elder concurred, affirming that they knew the medicine was genuine and effective. Manager Wei was not a fraudster. When I finally grasped the scheme at play, no wonder the previous victims did not report it or testify. Whenever the conmen claimed that the equipment was still being upgraded, those individuals would fantasize that their money would surely come back. If each person offered 20,000, then 50 individuals would amount to 1 million. It was yet another instance of hunger marketing and manipulation of emotions. This individual surnamed Wei was quite adept at his craft. Now, all that remained was for him to wait until the money was collected, after which he would inform his team to come in and capture the net. With both the evidence of the crime and the confessions from the perpetrators, the case would be solidified. Eager hands began to rise among the elderly, all wishing to pay the 2,000 yuan to secure their chance at receiving medication. However, most did not have that amount readily available. Wu Nai also raised his hand, seizing the opportunity to alert Yu Qian and Xiao Zhang outside. Manager Wei looked at the sea of hands with delight. They were all clamoring to give him their money. Dear family, please be patient. Let our staff tally the numbers. Rest assured, even for those who do not receive medication today, we will provide lunch. 3 jin of eggs each. Wei increased the number of eggs to 30, merely to deter the elderly from leaving to fetch money and not returning. He sought to cloud their final shreds of reason with overwhelming benefits. Wu Nai successfully registered his name. An elderly person at the same table, who also managed to register, chuckled. It seems we are the luckiest too. Wu Nai smiled wryly. If he were not an undercover agent, and were merely an ordinary old man, they would be the most unfortunate of all. Manager Wei raised his hand to glance at the time, smiling as he addressed the selected uncles and aunts. Please hurry home to fetch your money. I can only grant you 1 hour. If you exceed that time, we will have to offer the spots to others in greater need. An elderly man beside Wu Nai urged, Let us go, old friend. We must return swiftly to fetch the money before someone else takes our place. Wu Nai sighed. While fraudsters were indeed contemptible, one must wonder if these elderly individuals bore no fault themselves. There truly are far too many fools and not enough conmen. As the line of 50 exited the venue, the staff escorted everyone to the entrance. Waving goodbye, the elderly exclaimed, Please return quickly. Do not miss this great opportunity. Wu Nai approached the roadside and effortlessly entered the vehicle. Zhang Xiaofeng blinked in surprise. Father, why are we out so early today? Did you not dine inside? Wu Nai replied, I am driving. We are preparing to ensnare them soon. Chapter 67. Have all gone to the Trisolarans? The prospect of capturing them invigorated Zhang Xiaofeng, causing him to press the accelerator with greater fervor. After covering some distance, Yu Qian and the others followed in their cars, parking discreetly. Zhang Xiaofeng leaped from the vehicle, exuberantly calling out, Captain Yu, my father says we can set the trap. In just 2 days, he had fully embraced his role. Yu Qian promptly inquired, Old Wu, what is the situation inside? Wu Nai informed her, the other party has begun deceiving the elderly into handing over money. In an hour, the seniors returning home will deliver their cash to them. That will be the moment the fraudsters make their escape. Yu Qian recognized the urgency of the situation. Without seizing the moment, capturing the perpetrators would become exceedingly difficult. I will call Guanhongwa now. The 2 teams had previously agreed that the 3rd team would gather evidence and provide intelligence while the 2nd team would conduct the arrests. If the 2nd team was not informed and acted independently, it could lead to misunderstandings between the 2 teams. Guanhongwa responded, Understood. I will gather my team and head over immediately. With both teams combined, they would number 20 individuals, sufficient to confront the swindlers. When I added, First, I need 20,000 yuan. Without it, I cannot enter the venue. Although Yu Qian had several million in her account, any expenditure would alert her family. Applying to the bureau would not yield funds within an hour. She turned to her teammates. Who can procure 20,000 yuan swiftly? It will be reimbursed once the mission concludes. Several exchanged glances. Having just begun their careers, 20,000 yuan was no trivial amount for them. Wu Nai looked at Zhang Xiaofeng. Aren't you in business? Can't you come up with 20,000 yuan? Zhang Xiaofeng grimaced. Father, that is merely a facade. Perhaps my dilapidated Santana is worth that much. You could ask if they would accept it as a trade. Another team member chuckled. Why would they want your old car? It would cost them tens of thousands just to repair it. Wu Nai sighed. Very well, I will find a way to procure the money. He happened to have a bank card on him, making it easy to withdraw 20,000 yuan. Zhang Xiaofeng asked, but when will we storm in? If they acted too early, the other party would not have collected the money yet. Yu Qian replied, we will charge in half an hour after old Wu enters. Wu Nai listened to their discussion. If he entered and waited half an hour before the team rushed in, he needed to ensure he could accurately gauge the timing. It was crucial to confirm that the fraudsters had received the money and could not escape. Yu Qian turned to Wu Nai. Old sir, we are counting on you. Wu Nai cleared his throat. It seems I will not be having lunch today. The fraudsters had promised to provide lunch, but if they were arrested before noon, that meal would inevitably be forfeited. The team members chuckled at Wu Nai's words. Zhang Xiaofeng. Father, rest assured, once this case is concluded, we shall host a celebratory feast together. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaofeng accompanied Wu Nai to the bank to withdraw some funds. He then returned to the venue, where several elderly individuals who had gone home to retrieve money were gradually returning. An elderly man who had previously sat at the same table as Wu Nai approached with a cheerful smile. Old pal, you're back quite swiftly. Wu Nai glanced at him and replied, aren't you back rather quickly as well? The old man sighed. My spouse outright refused to let me give any money to Manager Wei, insisting he is a fraud. Isn't that foolish? I took it when she wasn't paying attention. Wu Nai clicked his tongue, sensing that the man seemed rather proud, which was a shame for his good spouse. The old man urged, let us hurry, or we might miss our turn. As they walked inside, Wu Nai inquired, have you purchased other therapeutic products as well? The old man sighed again. Of course I have. Space therapy mattresses, invincible cosmic hypnosis pillows, dehydrated down comforters from the three-body problem. Wu Nai was taken aback. Did the items on Earth no longer suffice for him? Why venture into the realm of the three-body? Did they work? The old man exhaled deeply. The only effect was that my money vanished while the ailment remains. However, this time I truly believe that Manager Wei is not a deceiver. Once I am cured, I shall show those who mock me for being duped that not everyone is a fraud. Wu Nai nodded. Realizing the man was likely to become a target for ridicule again, the two passed through layers of security and returned to the venue. Each time someone returned, the staff applauded in welcome. Another fortunate family was about to receive the qualification to use our universal capsules. Everyone applauded to congratulate them. Wu Nai awkwardly returned to his previous seat. He had never felt so embarrassed by the applause of others. Meanwhile, some of the elderly, upon hearing the applause, beamed with delight and waved to the audience. Wu Nai glanced at his watch. It was now 10:40. The agreed time for the team's action was 11 o'clock. As some elderly individuals had yet to return, the gathering continued to await their arrival. The elderly man beside Wu Nai seemed to have grown familiar with him, engaging him in constant chatter. Wu Nai responded with half-hearted remarks. Occasionally, enthusiastic applause erupted in the venue. Old buddy, after we finish our medication, shall we find a place to have a drink? Wu Nai grimaced. Taking painkillers and drinking alcohol seemed like a perilous endeavor. I don't drink, and I advise you against it as well. The old man dismissed the concern. At our age, what else can we do besides have a drink? We can't play anymore, and we certainly can't pursue other pleasures. When I was taken aback, didn't you just mention you have a spouse? The old man replied, I do, but what does that have to do with my pursuits? Wu Nai raised his thumb in admiration. You're quite something. No wonder you can still cover yourself with a three-body comforter. The old man beamed with pride. By 9:50, all the elderly individuals who had gone home to retrieve money had returned. This surprised Wu Nai. The success rate of this scam was alarmingly high. Manager Wei, with a beaming smile, took the stage. Let us once again congratulate our fortunate uncles and aunts. You are one step closer to bidding farewell to your ailments. Over 20 staff members erupted into enthusiastic applause. Manager Wei raised both hands, and the venue fell silent. The staff began to collect the deposits from the uncles and aunts, distributing the capsules for the second treatment. The 20 employees hastened to the elderly who had returned with their money, retrieving the 20,000 yuan and handing over 3 capsules in exchange. This time, they did not watch the elderly consume the capsules. once the money was secured. The act of ingestion was of no concern to them. At that moment, one staff member, having collected the money from an elderly man nearby, turned to Wu Nai and said, "Sir, you can hand over the money now, and you will receive the capsules." The elderly man beside him blinked his innocent eyes and urged, "Hurry up and pay. You're the last one." Wu Nai glanced at his watch. There were still 5 minutes until 11 o'clock, and he needed to stall until then. Chapter 68. The Net Titans. Wu Nai clutched the 20,000 yuan, feigning reluctance as he inquired, "When will you return this money to me? It is all my savings." The staff, fixated solely on the money, were almost ready to seize it outright. "Rest assured, sir," one replied, "as soon as we complete our expansion plan and produce the next batch of medicine, we will swiftly return your funds. Besides, is there anything more important than good health?" To prolong the encounter, Wu Nai continued to exhibit a reluctant demeanor, unwilling to relinquish the money. The elderly man beside him grew anxious. "Come on, hand over the money. Manager Wei and the others are not deceivers." Had Wu Nai not engaged in conversation with the old man before, he might have suspected him as an accomplice. How much wealth could one possibly have to be so eager to be swindled? Wu Nai ignored the elderly man and pressed the staff. "Can you provide me with a receipt?" The staff frowned. Having deceived so many elderly individuals, they had never encountered someone so obstinate. "Sir, if you choose not to proceed, we can simply allocate your spot to someone else." Wu Nai scoffed inwardly at the suggestion of passing the opportunity to another. Would they have someone else fetch money? The staff were clearly attempting to intimidate him. Had he been an ordinary elderly man, he would have succumbed to their threats. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, "Then go ahead and give my spot to someone else." The staff member froze. If Manager Wei discovered that he had lost the money, he would surely face dire consequences. His tone softened considerably. "Sir, look at all these people who have entrusted us with their money. There's no way there would be an issue." All 49 other elderly individuals had completed their transactions, leaving Wu Nai as the sole remaining holdout. Everyone's gaze shifted toward him, and Manager Wei on stage frowned in their direction. The staff grew increasingly anxious, lamenting their misfortune in encountering someone like Wu Nai. Leaning closer to Wu Nai, the staff member whispered, "Sir, if you hand over the money, I will personally ensure you receive an additional 20 pounds of eggs." "How does that sound?" Wu Nai, counting on his fingers, replied, 30 pounds plus 20 pounds equals 50 pounds of eggs. How could I possibly carry that?" The staff member cursed inwardly. If he couldn't carry them, he could simply leave them on the ground. Why was he dragging this out? With a smile still gracing his face, he reassured the elderly gentleman, "Fear not, sir. Once the meeting concludes, our team will assist you in carrying your belongings home." As long as they could extract money from Wu Nai, the other party would acquiesce to any demand, fully aware that they could vanish afterward without a trace. However, the staff's remark incited the ire of the nearby elder, who slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Why should he receive 50 pounds while we only get 30? Is it because he possesses good looks?" Wu Nai chuckled, though he had found the old man rather bothersome moments ago. He now found him increasingly agreeable and began to engage with him. The staff member felt as though his head might explode. Unable to pacify one old man, another had suddenly emerged. How could the elderly gentleman hear him when he spoke so softly? Was he not at all hard of hearing? The crux of the matter was that such a statement, once voiced, would undoubtedly create discontent among the others who had already paid. Stealing a glance at Manager Wei on stage, the staff member noticed him glaring with a deadly gaze, evidently incensed. Storming down from the stage, he shot the staff member a fierce look before forcibly pushing him aside. Turning on his heel, he donned a pleasant smile as he addressed Wu Nai. "Is there something troubling you, sir?" Before Wu Nai could respond, the nearby elder cleared his throat. "Manager Wei, I have my doubts. Why should I trust you? Why does he receive 50 pounds of eggs while I only get 30? Do you think me easy to manipulate?" Manager Wei, a cunning mastermind of deception, exhibited remarkable quickness of thought as he cheerfully replied, "Not at all. Today, I shall take charge. Every family supporting me shall receive 50 pounds of eggs." This statement finally satisfied the elderly man. Manager Wei then turned to Wu Nai. "Sir, does this arrangement meet your approval?" Wu Nai glanced at his watch. It was already 10:59. Yu Qian and her companions would soon burst in. Smiling, he handed 20,000 yuan to Manager Wei, seizing the opportunity to clasp Wei's hand. "Very well, Manager Wei. I trust you and am willing to entrust my money to you." Manager Wei attempted to withdraw his hand forcefully, only to discover that Wu Nai had no intention of releasing his grip. "Sir, what is this?" Wu Nai held on tighter. It's nothing sinister. I am simply moved. You are truly the finest person in the world. Manager Wei, sensing something amiss, tried once more to pull his hand away and turned to the staff member, who stood there dumbfounded. What are you gaping at? Hurry and come help. Suddenly, the tightly shut doors of the venue were flung open from the outside. Yu Qian, Guan Honghua, and a multitude of police officers stormed into the hall. Everyone freeze. Police. Panic immediately gripped Manager Wei. The funds from the elderly patrons had already been collected, and if the police apprehended them, it would be tantamount to being caught red-handed with stolen goods. His gaze fixed on Wu Nai, he cursed the old man before him. Had it not been for him, they would have fled their predetermined escape route minutes ago. Release me. The nearby elder stood in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. He had yet to claim his 50 pounds of eggs. Wu Nai, realizing he was on the verge of losing control of Manager Wei, inquired candidly, "Did you deceive the old man beside you?" Manager Wei instinctively glanced at the astonished elder and blurted out, "With a face like that, who else would I deceive if not him?" The elder was left speechless. Upon hearing that Manager Wei had deceived him, he angrily reproached him as a fool, rushing forward to seize Wei's clothing. "Whom do you insult? How can you, an astute person such as myself, be accused of possessing a gullible mind?" With the elderly gentleman's assistance, Wu Nai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Xiaofeng hastily rushed to Wu Nai's side, aiding in the complete subjugation of Manager Wei. "Father, you truly are remarkable." Zhang Xiaofeng couldn't help but flatter Wu Nai. Manager Wei and the surrounding individuals were left astounded. This elderly gentleman turned out to be the father of a policeman. For him to enlist his own father as an undercover agent, this young man is indeed ruthless. The entire fraud syndicate was apprehended. Yu Qian explained the situation to the elderly individuals present. Wu Nai glanced at the assisting elder, only to discover that he was surreptitiously stuffing 3 newly received capsules into his mouth. "Goodness, didn't you hear the police say they are frauds? Those pills are counterfeit." The elder stubbornly swallowed the 3 capsules. "Listen, I heard it. We cannot waste them." Wu Nai was taken aback. After Yu Qian finished speaking, she approached Wu Nai. "Grandpa Wu, you cannot rest just yet. Your assistance may be required for the interrogation." The fraud group were habitual offenders, and Yu Qian was concerned about a stalemate during the questioning. It was imperative to solidify the case against this group swiftly. Wu Nai nodded, "No problem. This is indeed part of my duties." The elder looked at Yu Qian, then at Wu Nai. "Not an old comrade. What exactly is your identity? I must clarify that the allegations regarding soliciting are unfounded. Please do not take them seriously." Chapter 69. Stubbornness. Wu Nai accompanied the main group back to the police station. As for the money defrauded from the elderly, although it had been confiscated by the police on site, the elderly would still need to retrieve it from the station. Upon arrival, some elderly individuals remained skeptical about Manager Wei being a fraud, pleading for his release. "Please let Manager Wei go. He is a good person. The pills he provided us are genuine. He is not a fraud." Yu Qian entrusted the explanation to the elderly to Zhang Xiaofeng. Zhang Xiaofeng was currently pouring tea for Wu Nai. "Captain, let someone else handle it. I cannot make sense of it to those elders." The other team members were equally reluctant. The elderly, brainwashed by the con artists, were difficult to persuade. To put it bluntly, even if their own sons were to arrive, they would not necessarily comply. Yu Qian declared, "You are the one to go. If you cannot placate those elders, you will need to work overtime at their homes," explaining it further. After stating this, Yu Qian departed. Zhang Xiaofeng, with a face of despair, looked at Wu Nai. "Father, please assist your son." Zhang Xiaofeng was clever, realizing that Wu Nai, being of a similar age to the elderly and having participated in the fraudulent activities alongside them, would likely be more effective. Wu Nai took a sip of tea and then shook his head. "I cannot assist." Zhang Xiaofeng felt like crying. "Why not, Grandpa? Can you not consider my calling you father for so many days?" "Grandpa, I will cover your tea and snacks from now on. Is that acceptable?" Wu Nai sighed, placing his hand on Zhang Xiaofeng's buzz-cut head. "All right, I suppose I will help you, seeing as I feel pity for you." Zhang Xiaofeng grinned. "If you see me as pitiable, just agree directly. It's not just for the sake of future tea and snacks." His already modest wallet seemed destined for further misfortune. Wu Nai accompanied Zhang Xiaofeng to another office, where 8 elderly individuals sat, steadfast in their belief that Manager Wei was not a fraud. They had gathered here to voice their support for him, even contemplating offering testimony in his defense. Upon seeing Wu Nai, the 8 were momentarily taken aback. Recognizing him as an undercover officer from the police force, the very individual whose actions had led to Manager Wei's arrest. Wu Nai glanced over the group, relieved to find that the elder seated beside him was not among them. Zhang Xiaofeng exchanged knowing glances with Wu Nai, signaling that he was counting on him. Wu Nai rolled his eyes and began with a statement that left Zhang Xiaofeng astonished. Did you not claim that Manager Wei is a good man? Would you like to see him now? An elder, with a hint of skepticism, inquired, can you truly arrange a meeting with Manager Wei? Do you possess such authority? Wu Nai cleared his throat. Zhang Xiaofeng quickly interjected, my father, this is Officer Wu. Of course, he has the authority to take you to see the suspect. With Zhang Xiaofeng's endorsement, the 8 were quick to believe. Excellent. Then lead us to Manager Wei, unless he explicitly admits to deceiving us. We shall remain steadfast in our belief. Wu Nai and Zhang Xiaofeng escorted the 8 elders to the interrogation room. As the principal suspect, Manager Wei was currently undergoing intense questioning by the police. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Xiaofeng gently tapped on the interrogation room door. A voice from within called out, come in. Zhang Xiaofeng poked his head inside, asking, Captain, are you busy? Yu Qian replied, weren't you supposed to be explaining things to those elders? Why have you come here? Zhang Xiaofeng chuckled, hee, I found an expert on dealing with the elderly. The expert said we need to let them see the suspect. Yu Qian frowned, an expert? When did the department acquire a specialist for dealing with the elderly? Zhang Xiaofeng opened the door wider, allowing Wu Nai to step in behind him. Ding! Receiving surprise from Yu Qian, an additional 60 days have been added to life expectancy. Yu Qian exclaimed, Wu Yi. You are the expert on dealing with the elderly? Wu Nai sighed. I'm merely a novice. It was this lad who sought my assistance. He had not anticipated that a simple task would yield unexpected rewards from Yu Qian. Yu Qian shot Zhang Xiaofeng a disapproving glance. She had initially intended to question the suspect before bringing in Wu Nai for assistance if necessary. The importance of effectively communicating with the elderly was paramount. Otherwise, they might inadvertently cause complications. Even a flawless case could be marred by imperfections. Wu Nai remarked, I shall give it a try. Meanwhile, the 8 elders continued to jostle for a better view into the interrogation room, eager to catch a glimpse of Manager Wei. When I called out, no need to crowd. Everyone can come in. One by one, the 8 entered the room, expressing their concern for Manager Wei as if he were their own child. Little Wei, are you all right? Manager Wei, they aren't mistreating you, are they? We all believe you are not a fraud. You will surely be released. Manager Wei remained silent at that moment. His predicament could not be resolved by mere words from a few elders. The elderly observed Manager Wei's silence with growing concern. Child, please speak. Have these officers bullied you? Tell us, and we will stand up for you. They urged him. Yes, Manager Wei, do tell us. Did they harm you? Yu Qian, Zhang Xiaofeng, and the remaining 2 officers furrowed their brows. It was evident that these elders had been thoroughly brainwashed by Manager Wei's deceit, unable to discern good from evil. Yu Qian whispered to Wu Nai, Sir, if it comes to worst, let us escort them outside. Their presence here is disrupting our work. Wu Nai smiled slightly. Do not worry, they will not think this way for long. Yu Qian's frown deepened as she struggled to conceive a method to make these elders see the truth. Wu Nai stepped forward. After all, to untie the knot, one must be the one who tied it. To steer these elders back to reality, it was essential for Manager Wei to speak to them directly. Wu Nai turned to the bowed head of Manager Wei. As you can see, these elders trust you. Now, tell them, are you deceiving them? Suddenly, Manager Wei lifted his head, casting a peculiar glance around at the 8 elders. Of course, I am deceiving them. Who else would I deceive if not these gullible old folks? I have tricked them, and I want them to remember my kindness, to be grateful every day, to burn incense and pray for me. Zhang Xiaofeng, brimming with excitement, remarked, here it comes again. Grandfather Wu is showcasing his persuasive talents. The last person he persuaded was executed. I wonder what will happen to this one. Yu Qian listened in disbelief beside him. Zhang Xiaofeng spoke as though anyone who was persuaded by Grandfather Wu would meet a dire fate. The 8 elders were left stunned, unable to grasp the reality of what they had just heard. I refuse to believe it. Manager Wei must have been coerced by you. They protested. Manager Wei, tell us. Were you pressured by these officers? Wu Nai, using a tone of sincerity, urged the elders to inquire of Manager Wei. Speak. Was anyone forcing you? Manager Wei replied, no. Everything I said came from my heart. You old fools deserve to be deceived. You are simply foolish. Chapter 70. The arrival of Shalili's family. Upon hearing Manager Wei's derogatory remark, the 8 elders felt as though lightning had struck them. They exchanged incredulous glances, seeking confirmation that they had not misheard. Yet, they all bore expressions of indignation. How could they, having lived more than half a century, be insulted in such a manner? I'll kill you. One elder could no longer contain his rage and lunged forward, delivering a resounding slap to Manager Wei. The others, too far away to intervene, could only watch. Wu Nai stood in the path of the oncoming elder, showing no intention of stopping him. Manager Wei, his hands cuffed to the chair, was unable to defend himself or evade the blow. He was bewildered, questioning why he had revealed his innermost thoughts. With the situation escalated, Manager Wei relinquished all restraint. He spat in the elder's face defiantly. So what if I deceived you, old man? If I weren't caught, I would have swindled you out of everything. The elder, who had previously suspected the police of assaulting Manager Wei, now turned to Yu Qian and the others to complain. Did you see him spit on me? The severity of the crime warrants a death sentence, stripping him of all rights for life. Zhang Xiaofeng was amused. The old man was quite perceptive. One moment he spoke of torture, and the next he suggested escalating the crime. Is it all up to him? Upon realizing that Manager Wei was a fraud, Yu Qian instructed Zhang Xiaofeng, please take the elderly to get some water. We must continue the interrogation here. Zhang Xiaofeng replied, certainly, esteemed elders. The elderly man, who had slapped Manager Wei, reminded Yu Qian, you must heed my warning. Do not allow him to harm others again. Yu Qian nodded repeatedly, successfully seeing the elders off. Wu Nai remained in the interrogation room. Yu Qian smiled and said, Grandpa Wu, there are a few more questions. He refuses to cooperate, and I would appreciate your assistance. The other two team members' eyes sparkled with excitement. They knew why Grandpa Wu was summoned to the police station. They were about to witness the pinnacle of rehabilitating offenders, the ultimate judge of their crimes. Grandpa Wu took the lead. Maintaining his humility, Wu Nai replied, I can only give it a try. Half an hour later, Manager Wei revealed everything in detail, leaving no stone unturned. He even confessed to stealing bicycles from his neighbor during childhood. Sitting in the chair, Manager Wei appeared devoid of spirit, completely exposed before this peculiar old man. He answered every question involuntarily. Yu Qian and the other two team members gazed at Wu Nai with admiration. Having previously witnessed Wu Nai's method of enlightening interrogation, Yu Qian knew there would be no systematic rewards this time. Ultimately, they had dismantled a fraud ring that had operated for over a month. The Bureau leadership specifically commended Teams 2 and 3. Team 2's leader, Guan Honghua, came to thank Wu Nai for his undercover efforts. That evening, both teams gathered at a nearby restaurant for a celebratory feast. Wu Nai had fully integrated into the life of the police force. After dinner, Yu Qian drove Wu Nai back to their neighborhood. The next morning, Wu Nai was awakened by the commotion in the corridor. This floor, aside from their few households, was generally peaceful, with no prior disturbances in the hallway. Frowning, Wu Nai stepped out of his room, encountering Lu Mei, who was about to head outside. Uncle Wu, stay inside, I'll see what's going on. Using his X-ray vision, Wu Nai discerned that the ruckus involved Xia Lili and two men and a woman. I should go out as well. The two exited their rooms, joined by Yu Qian and by Shui, who also came out to assess the situation. Xia Lili exclaimed, Mom and Dad, I truly have no money left. Please seek assistance elsewhere. Wu Nai blinked in surprise. Xia Lili's parents had arrived? That boy must be her brother. 6 years her junior, a 16-year-old who had dropped out of school and stayed home. Xia Lili's mother pleaded, Darling, you must find a way to gather another 20,000 yuan. If this debt remains unpaid, the creditors will truly harm your father and brother. Xia Lili clutched her head in despair. Mother, are you trying to drive me to my death? I have quit working at the bar. I am no longer an escort and cannot earn that much money. Wu Nai recalled that Xia Lili had mentioned to him that the money she borrowed last time had been used to clear her family's debts. Could it be that new debts had accrued? It had only been a month, yet how could one amass 20,000? This family certainly had a knack for it. Xia Mu was taken aback. How could she give up such a good job? Xia Lili, in despair, retorted, Mom, do you even know what a hostess does? Do you have any idea how many men take advantage of your daughter every day? How can you call that a good job? Xia Mu, with a look of indignation, replied, If it earns money, it's a good job. Now, what do you suggest we do? If I didn't believe you could earn, would your father dare to borrow so much? All the blame fell on her. Yu Qian and Bai Shui approached Wu Nai, eager to understand the situation. Yet, Wu Nai was equally perplexed. Let's ask Lily in a bit, he suggested. At that moment, Sha Fu finally spoke. Having no money isn't a problem. We can stay at your house for a while. We'll leave when you earn 20,000. Sha Lily's younger brother, Sha Bao, stealthily slipped into the house while Sha Lily was distracted. Their parents followed closely, pushing past Sha Lily to enter the room. Sha Lily stood helplessly, her eyes vacant. Bai Shui remarked, Sister Sha looks so pitiful. Even Yu Qian, who usually had a disdainful view of Sha Lily, remained silent, having discerned from the earlier exchange that her parents were not easy to deal with. Moments later, Sha Lily turned to Wu Nai and the others, offering a sorrowful smile before preparing to enter the house. Wu Nai called out, Lily, come here for a moment. Bai Shui waved and softly urged, Sister Sha, come over. However, Sha Lily gently shook her head and returned home. Bai Shui expressed her concern. Wu Yi, what should we do? They won't bully Sister Sha, will they? Wu Nai sighed. Since Lily didn't come over, she clearly doesn't want us to know about her family's issues. Let us attend to our own matters. We still have work later. Yu Qian added, Grandpa, we just solved a case yesterday. You can take a day off today. I'll call you if anything comes up. Wu Nai smiled slightly. Taking one day off after working one day meant he was effectively only working half a month for a monthly salary of 1,550, which wasn't trivial. All right, I'll rest at home. Call me if you need anything. Once home, after enjoying breakfast prepared by Lu Mei, Wu Nai lay on his bed engrossed in a game. The next match was the national finals, and he needed to practice diligently. After playing 3 rounds, there was a knock at the door. Wu Nai glanced at the clock. It was 9:40 in the morning. At this hour, the 3 women should have been at work. Could it be Zhao Guifang? Wu Nai felt a jolt and stopped Lu Mei from opening the door, opting instead to use his X-ray vision to check the situation outside. To his surprise, it was Sha Lily's mother standing there. What could she want? Wu Nai approached and opened the door himself. Sha Mu wore a forced smile, speaking with a thick accent. Hello, big brother. I am Sha Lily's mother. Wu Nai nodded. What brings you here? Sha Mu replied. It's such a waste for Sha Lily to live in such a large house. I would like to refund her rent and have her move into a basement. Chapter 71. The decision to help Wu Nai blinked. Contemplating the implications of having Shaili Li move out, wouldn't that be tantamount to jeopardizing his own well-being? He was counting on receiving rewards from Shaili Li. If she departed, how could he possibly obtain them? Moreover, the crux of the matter was that Shaili Li had faced considerable difficulty in securing her rental arrangement, which was paid monthly. It appeared that Shaili Li's mother was oblivious to this fact. Wu Nai chose not to reveal it, for should Shaili Li's mother discover that her daughter had not paid such a significant amount in rent, she might swiftly take Shaili Li away. There would be no recourse. The previously forced smile on Shaili Li's mother's face instantly hardened. With her hands on her hips and a glare in her eyes, she demanded, On what grounds do you refuse to refund the rent? I have heard from Shaili Li that the monthly rent is nearly 2,000. Why don't you go and rob someone? Lu Mei interjected, Uncle Wu's rental property is already the most affordable in the vicinity. Go and inquire elsewhere. You will find that every other place charges over 2,000. I do not care. We will not be renting your property anymore, and you must refund our rent. Shaili Li's mother insisted. Wu Nai replied, I have a contract with Shaili Li for a 1-year lease. If there are any issues, have her come speak to me directly. I will not discuss it with you. Given the other party's unpleasant demeanor, Wu Nai felt no obligation to accommodate her. It was evident that Shaili Li's mother had come to him without her daughter's knowledge to demand the rent. Fuming, Shaili Li's mother threatened, If you do not refund the rent, do you believe I want to call the police? Wu Nai responded, Oh, the police, you say? Please, wait a moment. With that, he turned and walked back inside. Shaili Li's mother assumed he was frightened and was going to fetch her the money, smirking coldly as she said to Lu Mei, I truly do not believe he would dare to withhold my rent. Lu Mei remained silent, blocking the entrance to prevent Shaili Li's mother from entering. Soon, Wu Nai reemerged. Shaili Li's mother extended her hand, demanding, Hand it over. I know there are still 7 or 8 months of rent remaining. I will not relent over a single penny. Wu Nai similarly extended his hand, but in it was not money. Rather, it was his auxiliary police identification. I am a police officer. If you wish to report something, feel free to do so directly to me. Shaili Li's mother was taken aback. While she did not comprehend the full implications of auxiliary police, she understood that he claimed to be a law enforcement officer. The brashness of her demeanor immediately waned, her tone shifting to one of timidity as she averted her gaze from Wu Nai's eyes. You are a police officer, but that does not exempt you from refunding the rent to others, she stammered. Wu Nai replied, I have already informed you. Everything will be conducted according to the contract. You are not the one who signed the lease with me. What authority do you possess to demand a rent refund? But, Shaylee Lee's mother struggled to find a counterargument. Wu Nai promptly shut the door, realizing that Shaylee Lee's parents needed to be dealt with swiftly. Should Shaylee Lee be taken away, he would suffer a significant loss. Returning to his room, Wu Nai called Shaylee Lee. "Where are you?" On the other end, Shaylee Lee's voice was hoarse, suggesting she had been crying. "Uncle, I am at the sales office." Wu Nai replied, "All right, I will come find you now." After hanging up, he informed Lu Mei and then exited. As he left, Shaylee Lee's mother stood before Shaylee Lee's door, watching him. However, upon learning of Wu Nai's auxiliary police status, she clearly no longer dared to shout. Wu Nai took a taxi to the sales office, arriving precisely at 11 o'clock. Instead of entering the office, he called Shaylee Lee to come outside. If he enters and is seen by Manager Bai, it would undoubtedly lead to a lengthy explanation. Soon after, Shaylee emerged from the sales department, clad in a black women's suit. "What brings you here, uncle?" Wu Nai noticed her swollen eyes. "Have you been crying?" Shaylee pressed her lips together. "I'm fine, uncle." Wu Nai sighed while clasping his hands behind his back. "Let us go. It's noon, time for lunch." Shaylee initially intended to offer to treat him, but suddenly remembered the money she had lost to her family the night before. Today, she had no funds even for lunch. "Uncle, perhaps another day. I'll treat you then." Wu Nai, perceiving her awkward expression, could easily guess the reason behind her words. He waved his hand dismissively. "Let us go. I'll treat you. What could be more important than a meal?" Reluctantly, Shaylee followed behind him. They headed to the nearby Western restaurant. After placing their orders, Wu Nai inquired, "So, what is going on at home?" After a brief hesitation, Shaylee divulged, "My father has a penchant for gambling. The last time he incurred debt was due to his losses. He promised me he wouldn't gamble again, and I repaid his debts, but less than a month later. He returned to gambling and owes over 20,000 now." Shaylee lowered her head after speaking. Wu Nai remained silent, his suspicions confirmed. Shaylee continued, "Uncle, I don't plan to continue working at the sales department." Wu Nai had heard from Sha's mother the previous day that being a saleswoman was a good job. Yet today, Shaylee expressed her intention to leave. Wu Nai raised his head. "Is your mother pressuring you?" Shaylee nodded. "Yes, she is." At that moment, a waiter approached with their steak, visibly shocked by the scene before him. What is happening? One is scolding someone, and the other is berating herself? Has the world gone mad? Wu Nai glanced at the bewildered waiter. "Just set it down." The waiter regained his composure, placed the steak on the table, cast one last glance at the two, and departed. Wu Nai addressed Shaylee. "Your life belongs to you. Even if your mother pressures you, do not succumb." Shaylee lowered her head, 2 tears falling. "But I'm the only one who can earn money at home. If I don't repay the debts soon, they might truly harm my family." Wu Nai was at a loss for words. "Do you consider them family? Do they regard you as family? Is it common to pressure one's daughter into such situations?" Shaylee continued to defend her family. "They treat me well most of the time. It's just that my father has fallen into gambling." Wu Nai understood that no matter what he said, it would be futile. She was firmly under her family's control. To help her regain her bearings, he realized she needed to hear, firsthand, her family's true thoughts about her, akin to the elderly in the police station. Only then could she come to terms with reality. "Let us eat. We can discuss matters later." There's no rush about resigning. Perhaps there's a better solution. Shaylee nodded, her throat choked with emotion. Wu Dage had worked hard to help her secure the supervisory position, and she did not wish to relinquish it easily. After finishing their meal, Wu Nai took a taxi home, deciding to wait for Shaylee to return from work before addressing everything. Upon returning to the residential complex by taxi, Wu Nai alighted and immediately spotted Zhao Guifang squatting at the entrance. Wu Nai cleared his throat and turned to re-enter the taxi. The driver, taken aback, inquired, "Sir, is everything all right?" Wu Nai replied, It's nothing." The driver continued to gaze at Wu Nai, silently urging him to exit the vehicle since his lingering presence hindered his ability to work. At that moment, Zhao Guifang noticed Wu Nai and swiftly approached, leaning against the taxi's hood. Her disheveled appearance startled the driver. "What the hell? How can she just jump on while parked?" "Sir, you must testify that she climbed on herself." Wu Nai reassured, "Don't worry, she isn't trying to extort money. She's here to confront me." The driver was left bewildered. Chapter 72. Setting the trap. Now cornered inside the car by Zhao Guifang, Wu Nai had no choice but to exit. Ignoring Zhao Guifang, he strode directly into the complex. Zhao Guifang hurriedly descended from the taxi and pursued him, leaving the driver dumbfounded. He hastily accelerated away, thinking, "This elderly lady is utterly mad for love. I hope she doesn't drag me into this mess again. Old Wu, stop. Old Wu, wait. Zhao Guifeng called out as she ran after him. Wu Nai halted beside a broken brick. If Zhao Guifeng dared to use violence against him, he would defend himself with the brick. What do you want? Zhao Guifeng reached Wu Nai, suddenly crouching down. Wu Nai thought to himself, is she really going to grab the brick to attack me? Just as he prepared to bend down to wrestle for the brick, he was astonished to find Zhao Guifeng kneeling before him. Old Wu, I beg you, have mercy and release my 2 sons. I implore you as a desperate woman. Wu Nai quickly stepped aside, rejecting her supplication. Your plea is futile. They have violated the law, and I cannot release them at my discretion. Zhao Guifeng sobbed. I have already consulted the police. If you forgive them, they will receive leniency. Wu Nai retorted, you were crying and begging me last time as well, promising never to trouble me again. Yet here you are with your 2 sons, seeking trouble once more. Zhao Guifeng's expression turned sour. She indeed recalled that moment. But old Wu, can't you consider my situation and let them go just this once? Wu Nai replied, you have no standing with me. He then turned and walked into the complex. As people passed by the entrance, they watched the spectacle, and Wu Nai was unwilling to endure the humiliation alongside Zhao Guifeng. However, Zhao Guifeng was undeterred. Her only recourse was to implore Wu Nai for her son's forgiveness. With neither money nor life to barter, she relied solely on her face, hoping Wu Nai would show some compassion for old times' sake. Unbeknownst to her, Wu Nai had long since transformed into someone who no longer succumbed to tears or tantrums. Before reaching the building entrance, Zhao Guifeng caught up with him once more, brandishing a half-brick. What are you planning to do? Wu Nai exclaimed. If you dare to make a move, I will ensure you end up behind bars too. Suddenly, he recalled that should this madwoman attempt to confront her sons inside, she might indeed act rashly. He added, men and women are not kept together in there. Zhao Guifeng brandished a brick menacingly, declaring, if you do not forgive my son, I shall perish at your doorstep. Wu Nai, relieved, realized that her intent was not to threaten him, but rather to intimidate herself. He inquired candidly, dare you to commit such an act? Zhao Guifeng replied, I do not dare. I merely wish to frighten you. Wu Nai regarded Zhao Guifeng with a bemused expression as she awkwardly held the brick aloft. What I said earlier was a mere fabrication. Should you refuse to pardon my son, I shall indeed die at your front door. Wu Nai then turned and entered the building. In a fit of rage, Zhao Guifeng struck the brick against the door, exclaiming, Old Wu, this is not over. Wu Nai, however, was disinclined to engage with her at that moment. He needed to address Shalili's family first. Upon ascending to the 9th floor via the elevator, he chanced upon Shalili's parents, who were in the midst of removing a refrigerator and washing machine from their apartment. Wu Nai hurried over, asking, what are you doing? Shalili's mother shot him a glare, retorting, we are not being refunded our rent. Is it not our right to sell our own belongings? Wu Nai, thinking them foolish, mused. Why not call Shalili and inquire who purchased these items? They are all mine. Shalili's father interjected, you claim they are yours. What evidence do you have? Evidence, you say? Wu Nai responded, pulling out his phone to dial Yu Qian. Yu Qian, please bring a few team members to our community. Someone is attempting to steal my belongings. Sir, could you clarify the situation? Yu Qian asked. Wu Nai succinctly summarized the events, prompting Yu Qian to agree that the other party was excessively unreasonable. I will send Xiao Zhang and Xiaoli right away. While Wu Nai's call remained connected, Shalili's parents began to return the items they had previously removed. What is yours. We can simply move everything back, Shalili's mother asserted. Indeed, her father concurred. City folk always bully us country folks. It's truly unfortunate that Lily found such a landlord as you. Wu Nai warned them. This behavior constitutes theft. Should you dare to persist, I shall have you arrested. Hello? Hello? Yu Qian remained on the line, listening intently. Wu Nai stated, there is no need to send anyone at the moment. I have resolved the matter. Yu Qian, feeling helpless, thought it unimaginable that Shalili's parents could be so shameless, lacking any moral boundaries for the sake of money. Understood, sir. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to call me. After hanging up, Wu Nai observed the family returning the items to their original places and glanced around Shalili's room. The kitchen was in utter disarray, with Shalili's blankets strewn across the floor. Clearly, the small bed could not accommodate so many, forcing them to sleep on the floor the previous night. Wu Nai declared, all the items in this room belong to me. If even one is missing, I will hold you accountable. With that, he turned and returned to his own home. Lu Mei, having heard Wu Nai's voice outside, stepped out to investigate. Once inside, she expressed her concern. This family is quite troublesome. Can Shalili manage them? Although Shalili often appeared carefree, Lu Mei could see that she was a good girl at heart. Wu Nai settled down and took a sip of water, reflecting on the incessant troubles brought by Zhao Guifeng and Shalili's parents, all converging at once. Shirley's parents are exceedingly unreasonable, all because Shirley herself is too soft-hearted, believing her parents still regard her as their beloved daughter. When she returns, it would be prudent for her to confront the harsh reality. Lu Mei sighed, remarking, "How can we make her see the truth? Our words as outsiders hold little weight." Wu Nai lightly scoffed, then let her parents speak for themselves. He instructed Lu Mei that if someone knocked on the door and it was Zhao Guifeng, she must not open it. Wu Nai then retreated to his room for an afternoon nap, sleeping until 5 in the evening when Bai Shui returned from work. Lu Mei informed Bai Shui of Shirley's parents' intention to sell the appliances in their room. Bai Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. How can they do such a thing? Those were provided by Mr. Wu for us. The two women glanced at Wu Nai, realizing that unless they addressed Shirley's parents, the 9th floor would remain tumultuous. Surprisingly, Wu Nai appeared quite intrigued. With Bai Shui's arrival as a timely opportunity, he declared, "You two should prepare several dishes. I intend to invite Shirley's family for dinner tonight." Bai Shui assumed Mr. Wu wished to mediate the situation and was not taken aback. Lu Mei, naturally, complied with Wu Nai's request. The two women cooked rapidly, soon presenting a sumptuous spread. At that moment, Yu Qian returned from work. Wu Nai had already called her, inviting her to join them for dinner. Observing the time, he noted that Shirley would be returning shortly. He beckoned to Bai Shui. "Please go to Shirley's home and invite them over. Just tell them I'm treating them to dinner." Given their opportunistic nature, Shirley's parents readily agreed, following Bai Shui to Wu Nai's residence. Lured by the enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen, Wu Nai welcomed them. "Please, take a seat. Since you are Shirley's family, let us discuss matters over dinner." Shirley's parents eyed Wu Nai with suspicion. To be frank, they were quite intimidated by the elderly gentleman. However, the allure of the food was irresistible. Without hesitation, Shirley's younger brother sat down and began to devour the food voraciously. Observing Yu Qian and the other women, he furrowed his brow. Shirley's mother explained, "There's hardly anything to eat at home. We haven't had a meal all day. If the child wishes to eat, let him indulge." Wu Nai encouraged the others to sit and enjoy the meal. Bai Shui intended to close the door, but Wu Nai stopped her, saying, "Leave it open for some fresh air." During the meal, Wu Nai discreetly employed his perceptive gaze to monitor the corridor outside. Upon spotting Shirley emerging from the elevator, he promptly inquired, using sincere intent, "Dear sister, why do you pressure your daughter so?" Everyone at the table raised their heads in unison, startled by Wu Nai's unexpected question. Shirley, standing outside, halted in her tracks, eager to hear her mother's response. Chapter 73, Shirley's heartbreak upon hearing Wu Nai's question. Shirley's mother set down her utensils. Since Lily was born a girl, she is of little value. If she doesn't earn a living, who will? In a couple of years, we'll find her a husband to sell her off, just in time to gather the funds for the eldest's wedding. After her declaration, Yu Qian and Bai Shui were left speechless, this being their first encounter with such a sentiment regarding one's own daughter. They then turned their gaze towards Shirley's father and her brother, anticipating their shock would mirror their own. The father of Sha appeared to continue his meal with an air of nonchalance, while Sha Debao wore an expression of pride. My mother was indeed correct. Anyone wishing to marry Sha Lily must present a dowry of 200,000, intended for my own wedding, or else she would remain unwed for life. Toiling at home for our benefit. Yu Qian, Bai Shui, and Lu Mei were stunned by the family's remarks, questioning whether Sha Lily was truly their biological daughter. Surely, even if she were adopted, it could not be to such an extent. Wu Nai, employing his piercing gaze, looked outside. Sha Lily stood there, expressionless. Wu Nai stoked the flames further, candidly inquiring of Sha's father, "If your family is in such dire straits, why do you dare to gamble away so much money?" Sha's father responded with a dismissive air, "What of it? With Lily around, no matter how much I owe, she will find a way to repay it for me. Otherwise, I shall sell her. After all, she is my daughter, and no one can intervene." Upon hearing such words from Sha's father, Yu Qian slammed her hand on the table. "What right do you have to sell Sha Lily? No one can intervene? Do you understand that this is called human trafficking?" The Sha family was taken aback, never having anticipated that the seemingly beautiful girl could unleash such fury. Sha's father, regretting his words, realized he had let slip his innermost thoughts. However, pride prevented him from retracting them, and he feigned a tough demeanor, stating, "Our family affairs are none of your business." Bai Shui interjected, "Uncle, auntie, don't you realize how heartbroken Sha Jia must feel? She is your own daughter." Sha's father scoffed, "Precisely because she is my daughter, we can do as we please." Sha's mother rose from her seat. "We initially thought you were kindly inviting us to dinner, but it turns out you only wish to meddle in our lives. We shall not partake in this meal any longer." With that, she spat on the food before them. "We are leaving." Sha's father and Sha Debao stood and made their way out. Before departing, Sha Debao turned and flipped his bowl onto the table. "How can you behave this way?" Bai Shui stood up, her voice raised in protest. Even the usually mild-mannered Bai Shui was visibly incensed, hinting at the turmoil brewing among the others. Yu Qian attempted to pursue the departing trio, but was suddenly restrained by Wu Nai. "Sir, do not interfere. Their behavior is utterly outrageous." Wu Nai remained silent, his gaze fixed on the door. The three figures paused mid-stride at the threshold. Sha's mother, feeling a twinge of guilt, asked, "Lily, when did you return?" Sha Lily's face was etched with sorrow as she replied, "I returned long ago. I heard everything you said." Sha's mother cleared her throat and reached for Sha Lily's arm. "Come, let us discuss this at home." Sha Lily's tears finally fell. "It is already so humiliating. What more is there to discuss outside? To you, I am merely a disposable means of earning money, am I not?" She turned to her father. "Because I am your child, you think you can sell me at will?" Sha's father was rendered speechless by her accusations and, in a fit of rage, struck her across the face. "Is this how you speak to your parents?" Sha's mother tugged at Sha Lily's arm once more. "Let us return quickly. Do not provoke your father further." Sha Debao remarked, "Indeed, sister. Do not bring shame upon our family in public." Sha Lili pointed to herself, incredulous. "Am I the one who brings shame? You all think I am the disgrace." Disappointment washed over her as she surveyed her family. She had harbored the belief that, despite their selfishness, they still regarded her as one of their own. Thus, she willingly endeavored to resolve their troubles, repaying her father's gambling debts and contributing her earnings to the household. Yet, it became painfully clear that they viewed her merely as an outsider, a means to generate income. Sha Lili turned and dashed toward the elevator. "Please, don't leave," her mother exclaimed, attempting to follow. However, a hand suddenly grasped her arm. Turning, she discovered it was the landlord, Wu Nai, with a twinkle in his eye. He smiled and said, "My dear sister, I understand your urgency, but do not rush. Chasing after her now will not resolve anything. Release my arm at once. I must pursue my daughter," Shaylee's mother insisted. Wu Nai maintained his grip on her arm firmly. "Look, you have such high-speed machinery entering the country. Remember the principle I taught you as a child? The developers of this technology were governed by hellish regimes," he rambled. Shaylee's mother was momentarily taken aback. Her husband and Sha Debao stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the old man's nonsensical chatter. Utilizing a technique from the Huanglong school, Wu Nai controlled the situation for 30 seconds, buying time for Shaylee to escape. Shaylee's father shoved Wu Nai's hand away. "What high-speed machinery? What nonsense are you spouting while holding my wife?" Sha Debao seemed to comprehend something, nudging his father. "Dad, he might have a point." Shaylee's father shot his son a disapproving glare. "Have you stuffed yourself with ribs and become foolish? What sense does that make?" It was already impossible for them to chase after Shaylee. She refused to answer her phone, leaving them no choice but to wait for her to return on her own. Once they departed, Bai Shui approached Wu Nai. "What did you mean by that just now?" Wu Nai retrieved his phone. Who knows what it means? He then dialed Shaylee's number. After a few rings, the call connected. Silence greeted him on the other end. "Where are you?" "I'm coming to find you," he urged. Suddenly, the sound of sobbing came through the phone. "Please, don't look for me anymore. Just let me die." The speakerphone was on, and Yu Qian and the others could hear. Yu Qian shouted into the phone, "Shaylee, weren't you trying to prove yourself in front of me? How can you do that if you're dead?" Bai Shui added, "Sister Shaylee, please don't do anything foolish." Lu Mei chimed in, "Child, do not be disheartened. Your family may treat you poorly, but both Wu Diyi and I care for you." The sobbing continued on the line, but she refused to disclose her location. Wu Nai had no choice but to ask straightforwardly, "Where are you?" Unsure if honesty would work over the phone, he pressed on. Fortunately, in the next moment, Shaylee replied, "I'm on the rooftop." It turned out she had taken the elevator not down, but straight to the top. They rushed to the rooftop where Shaylee sat, hugging her knees at the edge, her body trembling uncontrollably. The realization of her family's true feelings toward her had devastated her. Wu Nai understood that sometimes one must break to rebuild. Without this intervention, Shay Li might remain forever trapped in her family's grasp. In a moment where many were gathered, Wu Nai decided to allow Lu Mei to escort the other two women downstairs as he sought a private conversation with Sha Lily. The three women offered encouraging gestures to Sha Lily before obediently descending. Chapter 74. A tiger father does not raise a dog. Wu Nai approached Sha Lily and sat beside her, refraining from offering immediate words of comfort, instead choosing to sit in silent companionship. After a few minutes, Sha Lily broke down, burying her face in Wu Nai's embrace. "What should I do, dear sir?" she sobbed. Wu Nai gently patted her back, saying, "Your years of sacrifice have more than repaid their nurturing. A gambler will never find an end to their pursuits. If you do not extricate yourself promptly, you will only sink deeper into this mire. With you as a support, your father will gamble with even greater abandon." Sha Lily whimpered, "But they certainly won't let me go. They will linger at my home indefinitely." The resolution rested with Sha Lily's willingness to sever ties with her family. For the true danger lay in her willingness to be exploited in the name of so-called familial bonds. Wu Nai chuckled softly. "You should stay at a hotel for a few days. I will handle your parents." Sha Lily bit her lip. "You do not understand how difficult they are. If they do not see me, they will never leave." Wu Nai scoffed. "Do they dare to linger in my abode? Do you not trust my capabilities?" The thought of Wu Nai's past ruthless deeds brought a smile to Sha Lily's face. Wu Nai produced 5,000 yuan from his pocket, money he had withdrawn from the bank to gain the trust of a swindler. "Take this to stay at a hotel. Return it whenever you are able." Ding! Received surprise from Sha Lily, gaining 60 days of life. Hearing the system's reward chime, Wu Nai's lips curled into a smile. Grateful that his efforts had not been in vain. Rising, he dusted off his trousers. "Go to the hotel now. I must return." Sha Lily earnestly replied, "Thank you, dear sir." Wu Nai waved his hand in acknowledgement, feeling the dampness of his shirt from her tears, knowing he would have to trouble Lu Mei to wash it again. Sha Lily did not return home that night, nor did she answer her phone, causing her mother great distress, not out of fear for Sha Lily's safety, but rather dread that her daughter would vanish, leaving the family debts unpaid. Those owed would not show mercy, and the ancestral home might face destruction. The following day, Sha Lily's mother arrived early, knocking on Wu Nai's door. Wu Nai, who was waking early for his shift at the police station, opened the door to find Sha's mother standing there. Confused, he inquired, "Who are you?" Sha's mother hesitated. "Brother, I am Sha Lily's mother. We dined together yesterday." Wu Nai furrowed his brow. "Sha Lily? I do not know anyone by that name." With that, he slammed the door shut. Sha's mother stood outside, stunned for several seconds before resuming her knocking. Wu Nai, growing impatient, opened the door again. "Are you ill? I have already told you I do not know you. Why do you persist in knocking?" Sha's mother pointed to herself, her urgency palpable. "I am Sha Lily's mother. Where is your housekeeper? Surely she remembers me." Wu Nai called Lu Mei over, asking, "Do you recognize her?" Lu Mei shook her head. "No, I have never seen her." Sha's mother was at her wit's end. Initially, it was presumed that Wu Nai was suffering from dementia, unable to remember people. The nanny, of a similar age, also failed to recognize her. "May I inquire if you know where my daughter has gone?" Both individuals wore expressions of confusion. Wu Nai wondered aloud, could she have mistaken me for someone else? Lu Mei nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Perhaps you should ask someone else." With that, she closed the door once more. After shutting the door, Lu Mei could hardly suppress her laughter, feigning ignorance of the other woman, as it was a directive from Uncle Wu. The puzzled expression she had just witnessed almost caused her to lose her composure. Wu Nai hushed her, lowering her voice. "Don't let her hear us." Lu Mei quickly covered her mouth. Wu Nai continued, "Prepare an ample array of dishes for tonight. I'm hosting a dinner." Lu Mei, astonished, replied, "Uncle Wu, you're not considering inviting that family again, are you?" The previous day's incident, where Shamu spat into the food, had infuriated her. Eventually, it was Uncle Wu who ordered her to discard all the plates and bowls, replacing them with new ones. Wu Nai retorted, "Dinner? They can go eat dung." After the meal, Wu Nai, along with Yu Qian and Bai Shui, set off for work. En route, Yu Qian asked how they should proceed. Wu Nai replied, "Let us keep it cool. Tonight, I'll devise a plan to drive that family away, ensuring they never dare to seek Sha Lily again." Yu Qian appeared puzzled, but Wu Nai chose not to elaborate. With no pressing cases that day, Wu Nai spent her time in the office sipping tea and engaging in light-hearted banter with her colleagues. "Xiaoli, are you coming to my house for dinner tonight?" "Absolutely." "Uncle Wu, Xiao Zhang, how about you?" Zhang Xiaofeng responded, "Sure thing, Dad." Finally, I have the chance to enjoy a meal at your place. Wu Nai summoned all 8 members of the team. As the workday concluded, the team members prepared to change into casual attire. Wu Nai hurriedly interjected, "No need to change. You can go in your uniforms. If a case arises, you'll be ready to respond." The 8 team members looked perplexed, believing that those on duty should be responsible in such situations. However, under Wu Nai's strong insistence, they remained in uniform. Wu Nai's car, along with Zhang Xiaofeng's battered Santana, was just enough to transport everyone back home. Upon arrival, Lu Mei had prepared a lavish spread. Seeing so many in police uniforms, Lu Mei realized that Uncle Wu was hosting a gathering for colleagues. Wu Nai gestured, "Quickly, take your seats." The 8 team members and Yu Qian settled down. Wu Nai opened the door and called out, "Dinner is served." Then she closed the door and approached the dining table. The team members exchanged glances, bewildered by this custom of announcing dinner before eating. Meanwhile, at Sha Lily's home, her anxious parents, Sha father and Sha mother, upon hearing Wu Nai's call from the hallway, sprang to their feet. Sha mother exclaimed, "That old man must be hiding Lily. We must go demand her return." Sha father went to the kitchen to fetch a knife, declaring, "If that old coot doesn't hand over Lily, I'll take him down." Despite being timid and cowardly, Sha father knew he wouldn't actually harm anyone. However, he believed that brandishing a kitchen knife would intimidate Wu Nai, who was known to be childless and accompanied only by a nanny. Sha Debao, seeing his father armed, also went to the kitchen to retrieve a fruit knife. "If he doesn't hand over the person, I will stab him to death." Father Sha patted Sha Debao's shoulder. "Indeed, a tiger begets no dog. Come. Let your old man show you what it means to be a man." The trio, filled with fierce determination, headed straight to Wu Nai's residence. Using his X-ray vision, Wu Nai observed the 3 and realized they had indeed taken the bait, eager to confront him for the return of their own. Bang, bang, bang. A few seconds later, the sound of a kitchen knife striking the security door echoed outside. Those dining ceased their movements. Lu Mei attempted to open the door, but Wu Nai hastily interjected, "Let me handle this." Rising, he approached the door. The team members also paused their meal, curious to see who was knocking with such ferocity. As Wu Nai opened the door, he instinctively stepped back, confronted by Father Sha wielding a kitchen knife. "What do you intend to do?" Upon hearing Wu Nai's terrified tone and witnessing his frightened expression, Father Sha's confidence surged. Today, he was determined to show his wife and child the true mettle of a man. Raising the knife, he declared, "Old man, hand over my daughter, or I will slay you today." Wu Nai sidestepped, allowing the team members dining within to behold the armed Father Sha, while also revealing to Father Sha the nature of those present in the room. Truth be told, he had not anticipated that they would come armed. Assuming they would merely confront him without weapons, he had intended to intimidate them into retreating with the presence of his team. But the situation had escalated to a point where they were practically delivering their own heads on a platter. Yu Qian and the 8 team members, upon seeing Father Sha brandishing the knife, rushed forward to prevent any harm from befalling old Wu. Father Sha was momentarily dumbfounded, while Mother Sha stood by, utterly astonished. Only Sha Debao, in his ignorance and fearlessness, shouted from the back, "Dad, chop him. My sister must be hidden by him." Zhang Xiaofeng was the quickest, executing a grappling maneuver to seize Father Sha's knife-wielding arm, subsequently using his strength to bring Father Sha to the ground. Observing his father being overpowered, Sha Debao brandished a hidden fruit knife, intending to ambush Zhang Xiaofeng. Wu Nai, standing closest, swiftly kicked at the rushing Sha Debao, sending him flying back. The remaining team members surged forward, quickly subduing both father and son. Mother Sha clutched at the officers' uniforms. "Let go of my husband and son. Release them at once." Wu Nai, rubbing his back which had nearly been injured, remarked, "I suspect these 3 are in cahoots. Let us detain her as well." Yu Qian, understanding the situation, silently gave old Wu a thumbs up. Even when she saw him invite the team members for a meal, she had not predicted his true intentions. Approaching to restrain the shouting Mother Sha, she asserted, "You entered someone else's home armed with a knife, constituting a direct threat to their safety. We must take you back for questioning." Mother Sha cried out, "We didn't intend to harm anyone. This is a misunderstanding." Yu Qian replied, "We have numerous witnesses. Your husband and son brandished weapons intending to harm, and mere denial will not suffice." Father Sha, restrained by 2 team members, shouted, "I only wanted to scare him. I truly did not intend to hurt anyone." In a similar vein of control, Sha Daba persuaded his father, "Dad, let's not dwell on this. If you go to prison, I shall accompany you." We must embody true men who take responsibility for their actions. Sha's father turned to his rebellious son, incredulous. Are you out of your mind? Are you genuinely worried I won't be incarcerated? The three were taken away by Yu Qian and her companions. Before departing, Zhang Xiaofeng expressed his gratitude to old man Wu, stating that had it not been for Wu's timely intervention, he might have been lying on a stretcher by now. He also recalled Wu's words before his shift ended, advising them to wear their uniforms in case of any urgent tasks. Indeed, they found themselves responding to a call. After sending the others off, only Wu Nai, Bai Shui, and Lu Mei remained in the room. Wu Nai exclaimed, "Damn it, I intended to intimidate Sha Lily's parents, but now they're directly involved. How am I to explain this to Sha Lily?" Bai Shui seated herself beside Wu Nai, reassuring him, "You cannot be blamed. They were armed and intended to harm you. This was not your fault." Lu Mei concurred, "Exactly. It was quite frightening. Had there not been so many witnesses, we might have been in peril ourselves." The trio continued to finish their meal. Wu Nai refrained from informing Sha Lily about the events at home and advised Bai Shui to hold off on calling her until the situation was resolved at the precinct. Under the watchful eyes of many, the act of wielding a knife was far more serious than the troubles caused by Zhao Guifeng's two sons. It was not something one could easily escape from. The following day, upon waking, Yu Qin visited Wu Nai to relay the outcomes of the previous night's proceedings. Sha's father exhibited a cooperative demeanor and has been detained, awaiting sentencing. Sha Daba, obstinate and resistant during questioning, would be sent to a juvenile detention center due to his age of under 18. As for Sha's mother, she would not face prosecution as she had not participated in the assault. Wu Nai inquired, where has Sha Lily's mother gone? He feared that she might emulate Zhao Guifeng and confront him. Should that occur, he would have no reason to return home. Yu Qian responded, "I heard she returned to the village to seek help. It seems her family has a relative in a position of authority." Wu Nai remained skeptical, pondering how a family with influential connections could be coerced into fleeing. Yu Qian shrugged, "I cannot say. You were quite shaken yesterday. Perhaps you should rest at home today." Wu Nai had been contemplating a discussion with Sha Lily, so he readily agreed. In the morning, he took a taxi to the sales office. After calling Sha Lily and receiving no answer, he boldly entered. At a glance, he spotted Sha Lily attending to a client, which explained her unavailability to answer the phone. Wu Nai found a vacant seat, and a female sales associate promptly served him tea. "Sir, please enjoy this tea. Sister Sha will be with you shortly." Taken aback, Wu Nai asked, "Do you know me?" He initially assumed she mistook him for a client. The sales associate smiled, "How could I not recognize you, sir? You are quite the local celebrity, and we know you as the cancer-fighting star of the second hospital, the esteemed king of honor of the national server." Wu Nai wore a peculiar expression, feeling as though he had become a legend in a world he no longer inhabited. Unbeknownst to them, he was also the oldest auxiliary police officer in the city. 10 minutes later, Sha Lily approached, her expression filled with concern. "Did my parents cause you any trouble, sir?" Wu Nai cleared his throat and took a sip of tea to calm himself. "Lily, there's something I wish to discuss with you." Sha Lily nodded. "I know my family can be quite excessive in their actions. Please, just tell me directly." Wu Nai replied, "Yesterday, your father and brother came to my home brandishing a knife. Ding received surprise from Sha Lily, increasing lifespan by 60 days. Sha Lily hurriedly inspected Wu Nai's body, anxiously asking, "Did they hurt you, sir?" Wu Nai reassured the distressed Sha Lily, "Do not fret, I am unscathed. However, your father and brother have been apprehended due to this incident and will likely remain incarcerated for several years." Ding received surprise from Sha Lily, increasing lifespan by 60 days. Although Wu Nai should not have appeared overly pleased about Sha Lily's family being imprisoned, the consecutive rewards from the system made it difficult for him to suppress a smile. Fortunately, Sha Lily was still in shock and did not notice his subtle expression. Once she regained her composure, she inquired, "What about my mother, sir?" Wu Nai recounted what Yu Qian had told him. "I heard that there is a high-ranking official in your family who seems to be making inquiries." Sha Lily was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. After pondering for a while, she replied, "I understand. My cousin's mother-in-law's sister is the women's director of the neighboring village." Wu Nai counted on his fingers several times. This was indeed the proverbial relative who was as distant as could be. Chapter 76. An unexpected encounter with Lao Deng. Sha Lily worriedly asked, "Sir, do you think that relative can help rescue my father and brother?" Wu Nai hesitated. It may be quite challenging for the women's director. Even if she is a village leader, it might not suffice. He looked into Sha Lily's eyes, questioning whether she still wished for her father and brother's release, fearing that his efforts would be in vain. Sha Lily shook her head. I do not wish for that. Perhaps it is best for them to remain there. Wu Nai understood her sentiment. Her father would no longer have the opportunity to gamble while imprisoned. He said reassuringly, "Then focus on your work. I shall take my leave. You can return home tonight." Shaili Li exclaimed, "Wait a moment, sir." She hurried to the changing room and shortly returned with a stack of money, which she presented to Wu Nai with both hands, saying, "Sir, this is the 5,000 yuan I didn't use." When I asked, "Where did you sleep last night?" Shaili Li glanced at the sales office with resignation. She had indeed spent the night there. Wu Nai sighed, despite having worked as an escort. It was undeniable that Shaili Li was a good girl who simply had not come from a fortunate family. He did not take the money she offered, knowing that his own resources were depleted. The sales office did not provide meals, and it was best to wait until Shaili Li received her salary. "Keep the money. I shall take my leave," he said, departing with a graceful demeanor. As Wu Nai exited the sales office, he intended to take a stroll by the lakeside before returning home for a meal and an afternoon nap. Suddenly, he received a call from Bai Shui. "Hello? What are you up to, sir?" Wu Nai strolled by the lakeside, casually observing if there were any charming elderly ladies around. A chuckle escaped him, and Bai Shui was amused. She understood that Wu Deyi was surely jesting. "Wu Deyi, our hospital is organizing a symposium for cancer patients this afternoon. Director Zhao would like to know if you have time to come and say a few words." Wu Nai suddenly recalled that he had indeed received 300,000 yuan in advertising fees from Zhao. Since the incident with the city television station, he had declined interviews from other journalists. It would be remiss to let their money go to waste. Attending the symposium to speak briefly should not pose too much trouble. "All right, I will come after lunch." "Great, I will wait for you at the hospital," Bai Shui replied, her tone brimming with delight. This task was a direct order from Director Zhao, and she did not wish to put Wu Nai in a difficult position, hence her casual phrasing. Naturally, she was pleased to hear Wu Deyi's agreement. Since he was to visit the hospital in the afternoon, Wu Nai did not return home for lunch. Instead, he found a noodle shop to grab a quick bite. Just as he settled down after ordering, someone nearby exclaimed, "What a coincidence to see you here, old buddy." The voice sounded familiar. He turned his head and discovered it was the elderly man who had participated in the scam, now seated beside him. After retrieving his 20,000 yuan from the police station, the old man had vanished. It was unexpected to encounter him here. The old man, mistaking Wu Nai for not recognizing him, excitedly pointed to himself, "It's old Deng. Have you forgotten we were scammed together?" Wu Nai certainly remembered, but replied, "You go by old Deng?" Old Deng nodded. "Indeed, Deng as in climbing a mountain. You can call me old Deng or Ergio." Wu Nai smacked his lips. That name was quite striking. "I think I will stick with old Deng. Ergio feels a bit too intimate." Old Deng, feeling at ease, took his bowl of noodles and sat across from Wu Nai. In a lowered voice, he inquired, "What happened to Manager Wei and those scammers in the end?" To an observer, it might seem like two old men were merely chatting, but in truth, it was a clandestine conversation. Wu Nai leaned back, creating some distance. They were caught, and, naturally, faced trial and imprisonment. Old Deng scoffed dismissively. "I could tell they were frauds at first glance. I was right all along." Wu Nai stared at him in silence, remembering how enthusiastic old Deng had been, even urging him to send the money promptly. The funds he had given to the scammers were pilfered from his spouse. Now, he had transformed into someone who could see through their deceit. Noticing Wu Nai's lack of response, old Deng continued in a hushed tone, "Is there another undercover mission this time? Is it related to the cancer symposium organized by the second hospital?" Wu Nai furrowed his brows. "How do you know about the symposium?" He was merely curious. As the event should only be attended by cancer patients, how was old Deng aware of it? Old Deng misinterpreted his curiosity, believing Wu Nai was indeed going undercover for the symposium. "They have invited me too." Wu Nai scrutinized him from head to toe. "You have cancer as well?" Old Deng pursed his lips. "Stage 1 breast cancer." Wu Nai observed old Deng quietly. Truth be told, he was now somewhat perplexed about the man's gender. Old Deng remarked, "What's the matter? You don't believe me?" As he spoke, he began to lift his shirt to prove his point to Wu Nai. Wu Nai hurriedly interjected, "Stop. I still need to eat." Lao Deng, adjusting his clothes, muttered, "What are you afraid of? We're all men here." Wu Nai frowned. "What are you worried about? Are you concerned about breast cancer?" It was only after some conversation that Wu Nai learned that men can indeed develop breast cancer, and the likelihood is not insignificant. When the noodles were served, Wu Nai began to eat, while Lao Deng lost all interest in food. "Old Wu, how about we collaborate on this mission?" Wu Nai, with noodles in his mouth, replied, "Collaborate on what?" "It's just a seminar. They're not selling drugs or forcing you into the hospital. It's not a scam. Lao Deng squinted. Are you keeping secrets from me? You did that last time. We're quite familiar now. I want to uphold justice and rid the world of harm. Just give me one chance. Wu Nai found himself at a loss for words. Lao Bai Deng was adamant about him attending the seminar, convinced he was going undercover to investigate. Do you know there's someone at the second hospital who went from late-stage cancer to mid-stage? That person is. Before Wu Nai could reveal who it was, Lao Deng interrupted. I know. That person is a fraud. If I encounter him, I'll be the first to seek justice. Wu Nai was baffled. Do you even know what he looks like? How will you expose him? Lao Deng glared. I heard that guy might show up at this seminar organized by the second hospital. The moment he appears, I'll confront him. Wu Nai conceded. Fine, do as you wish. He was curious to see how Lao Bai Deng would go about exposing him. After they finished their noodles, they headed to the second hospital together. With the influence Wu Nai had created, Dean Zhao had managed to make the seminar quite grand, attracting around 500 to 600 cancer patients. By the time they arrived, the front rows were already full. Wu Nai suggested, let us go sit in the back. After all, when it was his turn to speak, Bai Shui would surely bring him to the front. However, Lao Deng refused to move to the back. No way. I need to be up front to confront the fraud later. It's not convenient from the back. Wu Nai sighed. Lao Deng was truly determined to expose him. Chapter 77. Ambiguous responses. The professional host took the stage, announcing the commencement of the seminar. Vice Dean Zhao was the first to speak, expressing gratitude for the attendees' support for the inaugural National Anti-Cancer Seminar at the second hospital. Treating cancer has always been our hospital's focus, and we have achieved remarkable accomplishments. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Most attendees had come to the seminar upon hearing of Wu Nai's deeds. Sitting beside Wu Nai, Lao Deng whispered, that fraud will definitely speak soon, and I'll expose him. Wu Nai, perplexed, asked, so many people believe he is genuine. How can you be so certain he is a fraud? Lao Deng pointed to his eyes, declaring, these eyes of mine are like fire, seeing through any deceit. Wu Nai retorted, then what about your so-called three-body cotton quilt, the universe's most powerful mattress? Lao Deng coughed violently twice. That was merely immersing myself in the game. You wouldn't understand. I engage in high-level plays. Wu Nai nodded repeatedly. Very well. I shall witness how you conquer the heavens. At that moment, Bai Shui approached Wu Nai. Sir, shall we head to the back to prepare? Lao Deng too, noticing Wu Nai rise, followed the nurse, exclaiming, hey, old buddy, wait for me to expose that fraud. And then we shall act together. He presumed Wu Nai intended to unveil the deception at hand, while Bai Shui was merely another undercover operative. Curiously, Bai Shui inquired, Sir, who is this? Wu Nai glanced at the anxious elder. This is Lao Deng. With a beaming smile, Lao Deng replied, hello, comrade. I am his partner. Bai Shui was taken aback, wondering why this seemingly derogatory term was met with such delight. Hesitating for a moment, she greeted, greetings, Elder Lao Deng. Lao Deng beamed. This young lady is quite polite. Bai Shui had never anticipated that an elder referred to as Lao Deng would commend her manners. At that juncture, Deputy Director Zhao concluded his speech, applauding. Now, let us welcome our hospital's cancer-fighting star, patient Wu Nai, to the stage. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause, their eyes scanning the room for Wu Nai's presence. Lao Deng too also half stood, muttering, where is he? Let me see what that fraud looks like. Ignoring Lao Deng, Wu Nai followed Bai Shui towards the stage. A patient shouted, he is here. I recognize him. I've seen his photo online. It's all true. Look at the vigor with which he walks. How could he possibly be a cancer patient? Indeed, it was true. Numerous media outlets had reported on him. How could it be false? I heard that some reporters attempted to malign him, but failed. Lao Deng anxiously questioned the other elderly people nearby. Who is it? Where is that person? The surrounding elders regarded Lao Deng with incredulity. He was just sitting next to you. Did you not recognize him? Shock, bewilderment, confusion. How had his old partner become an ambassador for cancer awareness? Hadn't he just claimed he would expose the individual? Moreover, had he not stated he would tear the person apart? Given that the individual also held a police identity, would there be repercussions? Contemplating this, Lao Deng shifted uneasily in his seat, yet he yearned to hear what Wu Nai would say on stage, so he remained apprehensively seated, burying his head deeper. Upon reaching the stage, Wu Nai shook hands with Director Zhao. Zhao warmly remarked, thank you, Wu Nai, for participating in our event. Wu Nai responded, it is my duty. The implication was clear. Having accepted payment, he would naturally contribute his share. However, only a select few in the audience grasped this nuance. Zhao let out a hearty laugh. Wu Nai, the stage is yours. Wu Nai took the microphone, entirely unprepared, without even a draft to guide him. What was he to say? Since he was at a loss, he decided to grant the audience the opportunity to inquire. If anyone has questions, feel free to ask. Unexpectedly, this approach proved remarkably effective, as over a dozen patients raised their hands, eager to pose questions. Wu Nai casually selected a middle-aged man. You may begin. The man, filled with excitement, stood up and inquired, what should cancer patients pay attention to in their daily lives? Without hesitation, Wu Nai replied, maintain a calm mindset. Do not perceive yourself solely as a cancer patient. You will discover that cancer need not dictate the quality of your life. The audience listened intently, finding wisdom in Wu Nai's words. Their constant worry about their conditions often marred even their moments of comfort. Wu Nai then pointed to another individual who had raised their hand, inviting them to ask a question. The person stood and asked, is it true that cancer can be treated at the second hospital? The audience leaned in, as this was a matter of great concern for them. Director Zhao and the accompanying medical staff were all alert. The answer to this question was undoubtedly significant. All their efforts culminated in this inquiry. Wu Nai responded, the second hospital possesses a comprehensive treatment system. Seeking treatment, there is undoubtedly a commendable choice. His answer, however, was ambiguous, neither confirming nor denying the efficacy of the hospital in treating cancer, rendering it a statement of little substance. Director Zhao exhaled quietly, feeling satisfied with this response, believing that the considerable expenses incurred were indeed worthwhile. Wu Nai then glanced towards a patient named Lao Deng, who was averting his gaze. Why are you looking down? Do you have a question? Lao Deng buried his head deeper, muttering, it's not me, it's not me. Unbeknownst to him, others nearby urged him, your friend is calling you. Stand up and speak. You are fortunate to be his friend. Others do not share this privilege. Embarrassed, Lao Deng finally lifted his head, responding, friend? Fortunate? I hardly feel that way. His greatest regret was not having left immediately. All eyes were upon him, compelling him to rise. Wu Nai inquired once more. Do you have a question? Lao Deng gulped nervously. I would like to ask when this discussion will conclude. I wish to go home for dinner. A profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone, patients and medical staff alike, turned to Lao Deng, puzzled as to why he was contemplating departure so early in the discussion. It was only 2 o'clock in the afternoon. What meal was there to be had? Chapter 78. Making calls to rally support. Wu Nai chose not to further press Lao Deng. He merely wished to contribute his insights and bore no fault in that. He encouraged Lao Deng to sit down and continued to address other patients' queries. However, Wu Nai refrained from suggesting any medications or treatment locations, respecting their autonomy. He exchanged a glance with Director Zhao, who promptly understood the cue. Stepping forward, he took the microphone. We extend our gratitude to Mr. Wu for sharing his cancer-fighting experiences. Let us give him a warm round of applause as he departs the stage. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, feeling that their participation in the discussion had been immensely beneficial, albeit lacking in depth. After all, despite Wu Nai's lengthy discourse, he had not imparted any substantial information. Wu Nai returned to sit beside old Deng, who seemed hesitant to meet his gaze. With a somewhat hoarse voice, he remarked, old buddy, you've kept this a secret from me. You should have mentioned you are that cancer-fighting star. Wu Nai sighed. I wish to, but you never afforded me the opportunity. Old Deng conceded. Now tell me the truth. Can cancer truly be cured? You know my struggle with breast cancer is quite harrowing. Wu Nai scratched his forehead. Each time he heard old Deng mention his breast cancer, he felt a pang of discomfort. Nevertheless, he endeavored to console him, saying, you must have faith in your doctors. If I can improve from liver cancer, surely your chest issue is manageable. If it comes to it, just have it removed. After all, you don't really need it. Old Deng's expression turned sorrowful. I've already had it removed. If you don't believe me, I can show you. He began to pull up his shirt. Wu Nai hastily interjected. No, no, no. I have no interest in a man's chest, especially since yours is no longer there. As old Deng adjusted his clothing, he replied, all right, I'll trust you and commit to my treatment. Wu Nai responded, exactly, from now on, ignore those charlatans and refrain from purchasing their nonsense. After old Deng finished arranging his attire, he took out his phone. Old buddy, let us exchange numbers so we can keep in touch. Old Deng appeared to be a decent fellow, with only a penchant for being overly clever as a notable flaw. Wu Nai pulled out his phone, ready to jot down the man's number, when he suddenly noticed 5 missed calls on the screen. Tadashi had called 3 times, and Lu Mei twice. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what the mother and son duo wanted. After recording old Deng's number, Wu Nai first returned Lu Mei's call. Lu Mei spoke anxiously. Uncle Wu, where are you? Wu Nai replied, I'm out handling some matters. Don't fret. Take your time to explain. Lu Mei continued. Zhao Guifang has brought 3 old ladies and is living in our hallway with blankets, claiming you refuse to understand her 2 sons. She insists on staying outside and says she will eat, drink, and relieve herself right there in the hallway. Wu Nai frowned. This old woman was relentless. He could understand her need for food, but to think she would dare to relieve herself in the hallway was beyond belief. Let her lie there for now. I will address it when I return. After ending the call, Wu Nai dialed Tao Dashi. Grandpa, you finally called me back, Tao Dashi exclaimed. Wu Nai inquired. What is it now? Today is Thursday, and the competition is in 2 days. They had previously agreed to depart together for Sioux City to participate in the national competition on Saturday. Tao Dashi, in a trembling voice, lamented, Grandpa, we were beaten up. Zhang has been hospitalized. Wu Nai questioned, how could that happen at school? Tao Dashi sobbed. We went out for lunch together and were attacked by a group of thugs. They threatened that if we dared to compete, they would break our hands. This was no trivial matter, and Wu Nai realized he needed to set aside the issue with Zhao Guifang in the hallway for the moment. Which hospital are you at? We're at my cousin's second hospital, Tao Dashi quickly replied. Wu Nai blinked. How fortuitous. Which ward are you in? I'll come find you. To reach the hospital room, Wu Nai exchanged a few words with old Deng, who was waiting nearby, before departing. Upon locating the designated room, he found Tao Dashi and several other team members already present. Zhang Lu lay on the hospital bed, his head wrapped in bandages. I told you it was unnecessary to inform Lord Wu about such trivial matters, he remarked. Tao Dashi replied, what if we don't inform Lord Wu? Do you think you can handle that group? I suspect it was Ma Feng who sent them. Zhang Lu countered, even if Lord Wu comes, it won't change anything. It will only cause him undue worry. Tao Dashi insisted, but he is Lord Wu. Do you not trust his capabilities? Having listened for a while, Wu Nai cleared his throat from behind. Tao Dashi abruptly turned around, exclaiming, Goodness, Lord Wu, how did you arrive so swiftly? Did you come by rocket? Wu Nai rolled his eyes. I did not take any rocket. I was just downstairs. He approached to assess Zhang Li's injuries. Zhang Lu, looking somewhat embarrassed, said, Lord Wu, I'm fine. They just stitched me up a bit. I can be discharged after finishing the 4 drip. Through their conversation, they learned that the boys, having received some rewards recently, had gone out for a meal to enjoy a little improvement in their lives. However, while they were relishing their bridge-crossing rice noodles today, a group of local delinquents had intruded and instigated a confrontation, warning them against participating in the national finals. Tao Dashi's suspicions were not unfounded. The opposing group had clearly been well informed about their identities. This conflict was no mere coincidence. Wu Nai inquired, Did you call the police? Tao Dashi, panting, responded, We did. But the police claimed they couldn't find them and told us to wait for news. Those thugs frequently bully people around our school. Many have reported them. Yet nothing seems to be done. Even if they are caught, they are released promptly after a brief punishment, and they retaliate against those who reported them. Wu Nai understood the situation. They were a band of ruffians, unyielding and impervious to the law. Do you know their names? He asked. Injured, Zhang Lu replied bitterly. I know their leader is called Brother Donkey. Wu Nai took out his phone. Tao Dashi cautioned, Lord Wu, calling the police is futile. Even if Sister Yu came in person, she wouldn't be able to handle them. Wu Nai scrolled through his contacts and said, Matters of the underworld should be resolved within the underworld. Why trouble the police? In the midst of their puzzled gazes, Wu Nai dialed the number with ease. The call was answered promptly. Wu Gu, what prompted you to call me? Shun Lu asked. Wu Nai got straight to the point. Shun Lu. A few young friends have encountered some trouble, and I need your assistance. Shun Lu replied, Come on, Wu Gu, don't be so polite. Just tell me what's going on. Wu Nai briefly recounted the situation involving Tao Dashi and the others, mentioning the so-called Brother Donkey. Zhang Lu, Tao Dashi, and the team exchanged glances. Tao Dashi whispered, The Shun Lu Lord Wu mentioned. Could it be that Shun Lu? Another teammate speculated, It can't be him, can it? If it were that big brother, wouldn't it be overkill to deal with Brother Donkey? Tao Dashi shushed him. We can ask Lord Wu later. If it truly is that Shun Lu, then this matter may escalate significantly. Chapter 79. A group of traffic lights. Wu Nai hung up the phone and observed the few young men in the hospital room, who regarded him with peculiar expressions. Assuming they were still troubled by the recent events, he He offered them reassurance. Rest assured, I've contacted someone who will handle this for you. Instantly, smiles illuminated their faces. It was Tao Dashi who spoke first. That's wonderful, Master Wu. I knew you would find a solution. Wu Nai chuckled lightly. What can I say? I am indeed your elder. Yes, Master. Please take a seat. The young men responded with exaggerated enthusiasm. Zhang Li's injuries were not severe. He merely had a small cut, and if it weren't on his head, stitches would not even be necessary. Zhang Lu inquired, by the way, Master Wu, did I hear you mention someone named Shunlu on the phone? Tao Dashi and the others also leaned in, their eyes gleaming with the same fervor as before. Wu Nai, somewhat puzzled, replied, yes, Shunlu. Why? Do you know him? The group exchanged glances, revealing expressions of unusual excitement, yet they simultaneously shook their heads. We don't know him. Wu Nai retorted, then what are you so excited about? Zhang Li chuckled, although we aren't acquainted with brother Shunlu. We have heard tales of his exploits. He is to become the future overlord of the underworld in Fong Hai, single-handedly defeating dozens of enemies. As he recounted the stories, his face radiated admiration and longing. Young men are often captivated by such legends of the underworld, idolizing figures of authority within that realm. Wu Nai laughed softly. So, you are fans of Shunlu then? The four young men nodded vigorously. Tao Dashi piped up, Master, could you possibly get him to sign something for us? Wu Nai playfully tapped Tao Dashi on the head, realizing that he had not grasped the sarcasm in his tone. You want a signature? Would you like a poster as well? The young men exchanged glances, and Tao Dashi earnestly asked, Master, do you really have posters? Wu Nai replied, yes. Once I bring the posters to your mother, you can ask her for one. Tao Dashi chuckled awkwardly, realizing they had been teased. Wu Nai did not admonish them about mingling with unsavory characters. Given their timid nature, they were unlikely to encounter such individuals. Approximately an hour later, Shunlu called back. Brother Wu, the person is right beside me now. How shall we proceed? Wu Nai was taken aback by Shunliu's efficiency, while the thugs were a secondary concern. The real issue lay with the individuals orchestrating the attack. Without instigation, the thugs would not have dared to assault Zhang Lu and his companions. Where are you? I'll come over, Wu Nai replied. Zhang Lu and Tao Dashi listened intently, excitement lighting up their faces at the thought that Shunlu had swiftly apprehended their assailants. Truly, he was worthy of their admiration, as was Master Wu. Shunlu mentioned the name of a billiards hall before hanging up. Wu Nai sighed and stood up. After you finish your injections, hurry back to school. I must pay a visit. Tao Dashi leaned closer to Wu Nai. Master, take me with you. Wu Nai frowned. Tao Dashi quickly explained, I've seen those thugs before. I want to ensure that brother Shunlu isn't mistaken in his judgment. It would be unfortunate to wrong the wrong person. Wouldn't you agree, Master? Wu Nai understood that Tao Dashi was merely eager to witness the commotion. Yet his reasoning was not entirely without merit. Very well, I shall accompany you alone. This declaration undoubtedly quashed the aspirations of others to join, as none of them shared the same closeness with Wu Yi as Tao Dashi did. They hailed a cab and arrived at the designated billiard hall. Upon entering, the dense cloud of smoke choked Wu Nai, causing him to cough violently. A young man with a bare torso, adorned with dragon and tiger tattoos, approached them. Observing this, Tao Dashi instinctively stepped in front of Wu Nai, his voice trembling with trepidation as he inquired, What do you intend to do? The young man cast a glance at Tao Dashi before turning his attention to Wu Nai. You must be Wu Yi. The boss is waiting for you inside. Wu Nai chuckled as he pulled Tao Dashi behind him, secretly appreciating the lad's courage in shielding him. Following the tattooed youth, they entered a small office enveloped in swirling smoke, crowded with a dozen individuals. Among them, 5 were kneeling on the floor, their faces bearing signs of having been beaten. Tao Dashi quickly recognized them. They are the ones Wu Yi had assaulted. The kneeling individuals averted their gazes upon recognizing Tao Dashi, not anticipating that a seemingly simple task of intimidating university students would lead them to encounter such formidable opposition, more akin to steel than mere iron. Seated comfortably on the sofa, Wu Nai displayed an air of relaxation. Now that everyone is present, what shall we do? He surveyed the kneeling figures. Their hair dyed in vibrant hues reminiscent of traffic lights. Speak up, who incited your violence? Not a single individual among the 5 responded. In the next moment, the young man who had ushered Wu Nai delivered a swift kick to the head of the yellow-haired youth. The impact echoed as his head struck the floor, causing Tao Dashi to shudder in fright. Having only witnessed such scenes on television, he was now acutely aware of their terrifying reality. The yellow-haired youth cradled his head and pleaded for mercy. Please, brother, Don't hit me anymore. I'll tell you everything. It was a man named Ma Feng who instructed us to do this. The young man retaliated with another kick. Is he your father? Just because he instructed you, you blindly obey? The yellow-haired youth felt tears welling up. Was it his hair color that provoked such wrath? Why was he the sole target of the assault? Ma Feng offered us 2,000 yuan to teach those gaming students a lesson. The tattooed youth raised his foot once more, prompting the yellow-haired youth to hastily roll into the group of his companions, attempting to divert the aggression towards someone else. The young man lowered his foot with disdain. Damn. You've soiled my new shoes. The yellow-haired youth retorted, yet you've hardly spared me your kicks. With the situation clarified, the tattooed youth inquired, Wu Ge, what are your plans? Should I send someone to apprehend this Ma Feng? Since the others were still students, allowing the tattooed youth to intervene could easily lead to complications. They were quite adept at intimidating students, so it would be fitting to let them confront Ma Feng as well. The act of bullying university students was something they were quite skilled at. Before the tattooed youth could vocalize his thoughts, the yellow-haired youth eagerly raised his head. Your idea is splendid, sir. I've always found that Ma Feng distasteful, and now that we've offended Brother Shunlu, we shall surely make him rue the day. It is evident that a few individuals genuinely fear Shunlu and are eager to seek his forgiveness. Wen Ai inquires, what will you do if you're captured? Huang Mao assures him, if we are caught, it will be us wanting to deal with him, and it has nothing to do with you. Wen Ai nods. I await your good news. The group glances at Shunlu on the sofa, hesitant to leave without his permission. Shunlu raises his chin, leave. As the office door opens, they scurry out in a flurry. Wen Ai reflects on the 4 elderly ladies lying in his corridor, pondering that if Xuanliu's gang intervened, they would surely intimidate the women into submission. However, he decides against it. Dealing with the elderly ladies is a task he can manage alone. Chapter 80. All unfilial descendants. Shunlu rises from the sofa. Wu Ge, let us go dine. The 7 or 8 younger followers silently observe the scene, having never witnessed their leader's courtesy towards anyone before. Tao Dashi's eyes gleam as he gazes at this legendary figure of ruthlessness. Wen Ai declines, perhaps another day. I will treat you to a meal at my home. Aware that Wen Ai does not drink, Shunlu does not press the matter further. Very well, Wu Ge. I shall visit your home another time. After bidding farewell to Shunlu, Wen Ai leads the starry-eyed Tao Dashi out of the billiards hall. Tao Dashi feels a tinge of regret that Wu Ge did not introduce him to Shunlu, unaware that Wen Ai deliberately omitted mentioning him. Make haste back to school. I still have matters to attend to. Tao Dashi nods eagerly, wishing to boast to Zhang Lu and others about what he just witnessed. Feeling somewhat seasoned in handling grand affairs, Wu Ge, shall we set off together this Saturday? Wen Ai nods, watching Tao Dashi hail a cab before he himself calls for one, not to return home, but to head straight to the department store. He finds a shop specializing in surveillance equipment and orders 2 sets of monitoring devices, with the shop agreeing to handle the installation. Wen Ai accompanies the technician back to the community. Upon reaching the 9th floor, they exit the elevator to find the 4 elderly ladies sprawled across the corridor. The technician is taken aback, puzzled by the situation. Upon seeing Wen Ai, Zhao Guifeng quickly scrambles to her feet, hands on her hips, declaring, I thought you wouldn't dare return. Unless you provide my 2 sons with letters of forgiveness, I shall remain here with my sisters at your doorstep. Ignoring Zhao Guifeng, Wen Ai instructs the technician, install one here and another over there. It should capture their every move. The elderly ladies are bewildered. Before long, 2 cameras are installed above them. One lady protests, on what grounds do you film us? Had the cameras not been positioned so high, the women might have attempted to pull them down. Even with their limited experience, they recognize the devices as cameras. Wen Ai responds, I am not filming you. I am filming in front of my home. Since you wish to eat, drink, and rest at my door, I will stream it all online for your sons and daughters to see. Watch as their mothers become internet celebrities. The elderly ladies, unfamiliar with the concept of internet fame, mistakenly believe Wen Ai's intent is solely to surveil them. Zhao Guifeng exclaimed, do you think we fear you? These are my dear sisters. They will stand by me until the end. The 3 elderly women nodded in agreement, asserting, indeed, do not think you can bully Sister Guifeng. Wen Ai replied, then you may as well lie down in the corridor. With that, he opened the door and entered the room. At that moment, direct mobile live streaming was not feasible. But fortunately, Wen Ai had already purchased a computer. He connected it to the surveillance equipment and initiated a live broadcast. The scene of the 4 elderly women lying in the corridor appeared in the streaming room. Wen Ai had whimsically titled the stream, Unfilial Descendants of Fahai City, Lacking Conscience, expelling their elders to the corridor. Lu Mei, observing the stream with only 7 or 8 viewers, asked, Uncle Wu, will this really have an effect? Once Wu Nai set up the stream, he ceased to pay attention, nonchalantly responding, do not rush, let the bullets fly for a while. As long as they do not leave, our broadcast will not cease. Who knows when it might go viral? Wu Nai seized a moment to take a nap in the afternoon. Upon awakening, Lu Mei excitedly announced, Uncle Wu, you've gone viral. There are already over 2,000 viewers in the stream. Wu Nai approached the computer screen and, indeed, found that the audience had surpassed 2,400, with comments continuously rolling in. These elderly individuals are truly pitiable, cast out by their own children. What kind of malicious offspring would expel their mother to live in a corridor? They are indeed worse than beasts. Such individuals deserve to face dire consequences. The authorities should be notified to apprehend those unfilial descendants and confine them to prison. Simultaneously, at a company in Fanghai City, a woman idly browsing at work opened the live streaming website, encountering the broadcast titled Unfilial Descendants of Fanghai City, Lacking Conscience, Expelling Their Elders to the Corridor. Frowning at the outrageous content, she decided to click in, eager to condemn such cruelty towards parents. However, as the live feed commenced, she was struck by the familiarity of one elderly woman on screen. The more she looked, the more recognizable she became. Ultimately, she realized it was her own mother. What? The beast is my own kin? The woman hastily dialed her home. Hello, Dad, where's Mom? Her father replied, your mother said she was going out to help someone and wouldn't be back for a few days. The woman pressed, do you know where she is? He responded, I don't know. She didn't tell me. Frantic, the woman hung up, realizing her mother did not possess a mobile phone and was thus unreachable. Watching the barrage of comments denouncing the children of the elderly, she felt a pang of anxiety. She rapidly typed on her keyboard, this isn't true. Does anyone know where this is? Yet, her message was swiftly overshadowed by others, leaving her to continue typing in desperation. Meanwhile, in a luxurious residential complex, a man returned home, calling out for his mother but receiving no reply. As a businessman who had earned some fortune, he had brought his elderly mother from the countryside to enjoy a better life in the city, assuming she had gone out to socialize with neighbors. He was taken aback when he spotted a note on the dining table stating that she would not be returning for a couple of days. Just as he pondered where she could have gone, his wife suddenly called him. You need to check the live stream online. Your mother is lying in there. The man was left bewildered. My mother? Live stream? Lying down? How are these words connected? Nevertheless, he quickly opened his computer and entered the live stream room as instructed by his wife. To his astonishment, he saw his elderly mother lying on the cold floor of the corridor, indeed live streaming. The comments flooded in, filled with words like ungrateful child and ingrate. Each remark pierced his heart. When had he ever committed such a disgraceful act? Like the previous woman, he frantically typed, inquiring among the viewers if anyone knew where they were. Wu Nai observed the viewership of the live stream surpassing 6,000, continuing to rise. The text editor below the stream displayed their neighborhood and floor number. He gently pressed enter. Mission accomplished. Don't they enjoy lying down? Let us see if they can still relax with hundreds of people watching them live. The idle woman and the male boss, who had been fixated on the live stream, immediately noted the address that appeared on the screen and hurried to the location. Countless enthusiastic netizens from Fanghaishi, upon realizing the proximity, also rushed toward Wu Nai's residence. Chapter 81. Did the old lady orchestrate this herself? The male boss was the first to arrive at Wu Nai's neighborhood in his BMW. Upon taking the elevator upstairs, he was devastated to find his mother sitting on the cold floor. Mom, what are you doing here? He exclaimed as he approached the 4 elderly women. One of Zhao Guifeng's friends was momentarily taken aback. Son, how did you find me? Didn't I leave you a note? The male boss stepped forward to assist his mother. Please get up. Don't embarrass me. Do you have any idea how many people are watching you online? They're all calling me an unfilial son. The elderly lady, bewildered, had no understanding of the internet or live streaming and was unwilling to rise. Don't worry about me. I'm helping Aunt Guifeng with something important. The male boss turned to Zhao Guifeng. Recognizing her as someone who frequently visited their home for food and drinks, clearly a troublesome old lady. Out of respect for his mother, he had not spoken out before. But today, she had dragged his mother into this shameful spectacle. Are you out of your mind? If you want to embarrass yourself, why involve my mother? Zhao Guifeng retorted. Hey, how can you talk to me like that? The boss's mother interjected. Exactly. How can you speak to Aunt Guifeng like that? She is my good friend. Frustrated, The boss replied, "Mom, you see her as a good friend, but she sees you as an easy target. Now come with me." At that moment, the elevator doors opened again. 7 or 8 people emerged, all netizens who had come to defend justice after watching the live stream, including the idol woman who spotted her mother. The idol woman rushed out, exclaiming, "Mom, what are you doing here? Dad and I have been so worried about you." Having heard the netizens cursing ungrateful children in the elevator, she instinctively sought to clear her name, proving her mother hadn't been abandoned and that her family was indeed searching for her. Another elderly lady looked at her daughter in astonishment. "Sweetheart, why are you here?" "I'm helping Aunt Zhao." The idler gazed at Zhao Guifeng and immediately recognized her as the elderly woman who frequently took advantage of her family. She had long been displeased with the woman, especially since she had seen her exchanging flirtatious glances with her father. "You old hag, it's all your fault," Zhao Guifeng exclaimed. "Oh, how could this child speak like that?" The elevator soon brought in a dozen enthusiastic onlookers, filling the corridor with 20 to 30 people. The scene and sounds were simultaneously streamed live online, with the viewership skyrocketing to 20,000. Wunai sat in front of his computer, engrossed in the live broadcast as the children of 4 elderly women hurled insults at Zhao Guifeng. Initially, the 4 sisters attempted to defend themselves, but they were quickly pulled away by their respective offspring. The truth became clear to both the live audience and the online viewers. No one was abusing their parents or persecuting the elderly. Rather, it was a self-staged performance by Zhao Guifeng, deceiving 4 kind-hearted friends into helping her intimidate others. Moreover, according to the accounts of those children, this elderly woman named Zhao Guifeng was particularly inclined to exploit others. Not only did she take what was not hers, but she also had her eyes on the partners of others. She was nothing short of a disgrace among women, a disgrace among the elderly. The outraged online spectators, who had initially intended to condemn unfilial children, redirected their ire towards the malicious elderly woman who manipulated the goodwill of others to serve her own nefarious purposes. Regardless of whom they cursed, they were determined not to have come in vain. Zhao Guifeng, bewildered, sat on the ground, exclaiming, "Why are you all cursing me? They willingly came with me. What does that have to do with me?" Suddenly, an unidentified individual in the crowd hurled 2 eggs at Zhao Guifeng, striking her squarely on the forehead. Originally intended for the ungrateful descendants, they now landed directly on Zhao Guifeng. Wunai couldn't help but laugh at the spectacle, noting the accuracy of the throw. Once the crowd dispersed, only Zhao Guifeng remained, weeping amidst a sea of discarded vegetable leaves. These onlookers had come prepared, with many armed with projectiles. Wunai clicked her tongue and remarked, "Where are your good sisters? Weren't they supposed to fight alongside you to the end?" Zhao Guifeng, seemingly forgetting her animosity towards Wunai, sobbed, "You must pull up the surveillance footage. I will sue those who attacked me." Wunai was taken aback, surprised that Zhao Guifeng knew about the possibility of reviewing the footage. "Unfortunately, my surveillance system lacks a playback function. Good luck trying to identify anyone from the recordings," she replied. Zhao Guifeng then revealed her trump card, banging her hands on the ground, her cries growing louder. "Come and see. They are bullying a widow and her orphan. My son only hit you a few times. Why should you not forgive them and provide a letter of reconciliation?" Wunai scoffed, unimpressed by this tired tactic, and turned to retreat into her room, closing the door. Zhao Guifeng wailed in the corridor for 7 or 8 minutes, her voice hoarse, yet no one acknowledged her. Eventually, she begrudgingly fell silent and lay alone in the hallway. Even if she were the only one remaining, she was determined to fight to the end, insisting that Wunai grant her sons a letter of reconciliation. Not long after, Bai Shui and Sha Lili returned from work, their brows furrowing at the sight of Zhao Guifeng, her hair drenched in egg yolk. Sha Lili vividly recalled the last time she refrained from retaliating against her adversary. With sleeves rolled up, she declared, "You audacious old woman, how dare you show your face here?" Just as she was about to take action, Wunai opened the door and interjected, "Why bother with her? Come in and have dinner." Sha Lili pointed a finger at Zhao Guifeng, warning, "You better wait for me. I'll settle this after my meal." In truth, Zhao Guifeng secretly yearned for Sha Lili to strike her, as it would afford her leverage to coerce Wu Nai into acquiescing to her demands. However, Wu Nai's intervention thwarted her plans. As Bai Shui entered, she carefully avoided the deranged elderly woman, finally stepping inside. With concern, Bai Shui inquired, "What shall we do, grandfather? We can't just let her lie in the hallway indefinitely." Wu Nai shrugged nonchalantly. "If she wishes to lie there, let her be. The hallway is common space. It's not solely ours to dictate. Bai Shui and Shalili were taken aback, sensing that such words were unexpected from Wu Nai. Shalili chuckled mischievously. Grandfather, you must have a plan, don't you? Please, enlighten me. Wu Nai smiled mysteriously. Some secrets are not meant to be divulged. This strategy not only aids others, but will also ensure that the individual outside dares not return. Intrigued by Wu Nai's words, Bai Shui and Shalili were not alone. Even Liu Mei felt a surge of curiosity about the nature of his plan. Today, Yu Qian was on duty and would not return until later, leaving everyone to dine together at Wu Nai's residence. After the meal, Wu Nai, maintaining an air of mystery, ventured out alone. Zhao Guifang cast a sidelong glance at him. Taunting, I'll just lie here, I don't believe you'll never come back. Wu Nai responded nonchalantly, lie as long as you wish, it matters not to me. With that, he descended the elevator and made his way to the footbridge beside the park, where he spotted a homeless man bundled in a tattered cotton coat, lying there. A knowing smile crept across Wu Nai's face as he approached slowly. As Wu Nai drew nearer, the homeless man remained blissfully unaware, his eyes still closed. Judging by the man's age, he appeared to be under 50, with disheveled hair strewn about him, and drool trickling from his mouth, mingled with remnants of food, a testament to the dreams he was likely experiencing. Wu Nai gently tapped him. Hey, wake up. The homeless man blinked awake, squinting. Who are you? Wu Nai replied, I'm the one who has come to treat you to a meal. Instantly, the man's demeanor shifted dramatically. He wiped his mouth and scrambled to his feet. Brother, I can see you are a kind-hearted person. Wu Nai, seeking to establish rapport, inquired. What brings you to this plight? The homeless man sighed. A failed business, a broken family, and a mountain of debt. What else could I do but wander? Wu Nai was taken aback, surprised to learn that this man had once been a businessman. He reached into his pocket and produced 300 yuan. Though the man's eyes glimmered with desire for the money, he did not exhibit overt greed. Just a bowl of noodles will suffice. I don't need that much. Wu Nai replied, since you have experience in business, you should know that there is no such thing as a free lunch. This 300 yuan is not a gift. I require your assistance with something. The homeless man furrowed his brow. What sort of task? I want to engage in anything illegal. Wu Nai chuckled. You certainly have principles. He then proceeded to recount the situation involving Zhao Guifang and her family. The elderly woman remains sprawled at my doorstep. If you come to my house tonight and manage to drive her away, the 300 yuan shall be yours. The homeless man raised an eyebrow. Intrigued by the simplicity of the task, Wu Nai handed him 100 yuan. Take this to buy yourself a meal, and after you have dined, come find me. The homeless man hesitated to accept the money. Aren't you afraid I might abscond with it and not assist you? Wu Nai, with a voice of sincerity, inquired, would you run away? The homeless man replied without hesitation, don't underestimate this mere 100 yuan. Once, 1,000,000 was entrusted to me, and I harbored no ill intentions. Wu Nai was taken aback, his curiosity about the homeless man deepening. Clearly, he had a remarkable past. Those circumstances had led him to this state. As the man finished speaking, a distant look crossed his face. He had never shared his history with anyone before. What was happening today? Accepting the 100 yuan, he introduced himself. My name is Li Jiaqing. After my meal, I shall assist you in dealing with that elderly woman. Wu Nai murmured the name Li Jiaqing, finding it quite distinguished. Very well, I shall await your return. As dusk settled, Bai Shui remained inside Wu Nai's home, engaged in conversation with Liu Mei. Upon seeing Wu Diyi return, Bai Shui anxiously inquired, where have you been, Wu Diyi? Wu Nai replied, I went to meet an intriguing individual. Soon, that person outside will depart. Liu Mei and Bai Shui exchanged glances, unable to fathom who Wu Diyi had found, so certain he was that he could drive Zhao Guifang away. They were well aware of Zhao Guifang's obstinate nature. Even the police could do little to deter her. As the clock struck 9, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Bai Shui observed the surveillance footage on the computer. Wu Diyi, why hasn't that person arrived yet? Wu Nai replied calmly, the later he arrives, the better. The trio waited another half hour. Suddenly, the elevator chimed open. Zhao Guifang lay on the ground, her eyes closed, indifferent to the comings and goings of passers-by. Amidst the sounds of footsteps, Zhao Guifang caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor. Inhaling deeply twice, the stench intensified. Just then, the footsteps ceased beside her. Startled, Zhao Guifang opened her eyes, only to find a disheveled homeless man, emanating a foul smell, seated beside her, a mere half-meter away. She quickly sat up. Who are you? Li Jiaqing, still clutching a half-full bottle of unfinished liquor, replied, "We are all children of the rivers and lakes. Must we have met before to recognize one another?" Zhao Guifang, incredulous, questioned the audacity of this homeless man to speak to her in such a manner. "What gives you the right to lie here?" Li Jiaqing leaned closer, languidly responding, "Why is it that you can lie here, but I cannot? Is this your home?" Bai Shui, astonished, watched the unfolding scene on the surveillance screen. Stammering, "Dida Yi, is this the person you found?" She could hardly believe that Wu Yi had brought a homeless man. Wu Nai, thoroughly entertained, watched the live feed. Shoo, such scenes are rarely seen on television. As Li Jiaqing inched closer, Zhao Guifang recoiled in fear. "What are you doing? Stay away from me." Li Jiaqing smirked mischievously. "I see you have a mattress and a quilt there. Why not make some room for us to share?" Zhao Guifang quickly sprang to her feet and pounded on Wu Nai's door, exclaiming, Old Wu, there's a vagrant at your doorstep. You must come out and shoo him away." Wu Nai replied from behind the door, "If I could chase people away, I would have already sent you packing. If you wish to lie down, then do so outside." When Zhao Guifang turned around, she found Li Jiaqing had burrowed himself into her bedding, leaving her a generous half to occupy. He patted the quilt, urging, "Hurry and sleep. It's getting late." Zhao Guifang protested, "Get out. Roll out of my quilt." Li Jiaqing merely turned over, muttering, "What a mad woman," shouting so loudly. Shortly thereafter, the sound of snoring filled the room. Zhao Guifang stood frozen, torn between the desire to pull him out and the fear of doing so. She dared not sit beside him, fearing that if she fell asleep, the vagrant might take liberties with her. Thus, she remained rooted in place, fixated on the man who was now fast asleep. Bai Shui stifled a laugh. It was the first time she had encountered someone who could render Zhao Guifang utterly helpless. Wu Nai remarked, "Now you understand the principle of one thing overcoming another, don't you?" She wanted to lie down. "Let us see how she can do that now." Lu Mei voiced her concern. "What if we send away one troublemaker only to have another arrive?" She worried that if Zhao Guifang left, the vagrant might refuse to depart. Wu Nai reassured her, "Don't worry. Li Jiaqing wouldn't stoop to such behavior." Li Jiaqing? Bai Shui felt an unsettling familiarity with that name, as if she had heard it before. Just then, the corridor was disrupted. Li Jiaqing suddenly sprang up, startling Zhao Guifang, who hastily recoiled. "What are you doing? I tell you, there are people in these rooms." Li Jiaqing squinted, ignoring the frightened Zhao Guifang. His hands fumbled around his waist, as if he were loosening his belt, muttering, "What is there to fear? I just need to relieve myself." Zhao Guifang's eyes widened in disbelief. "You plan to do that in the quilt?" "That is my quilt." Chapter 83. The unpredictability of life. Zhao Guifang glared furiously at Li Jiaqing, who was now unbuckling his belt, yet she felt utterly powerless. Even the thought of retaliating, whether against him urinating in her bedding or splattering her with it, was unthinkable. After all, he was a vagrant, with little to lose. Li Jiaqing seemed either inebriated or deliberately provocative, as he actually unfastened his pants and began to relieve himself onto the bedding. Zhao Guifang and Bai Shui, who had been watching videos in the room, simultaneously gasped in horror. Bai Shui covered her eyes and hurried away, unable to bear the sight. But Zhao Guifang had nowhere to escape in the corridor, left to witness her bedding being soaked. Once finished, Li Jiaqing wiped his hands on his tattered clothing and, in a drunken haze, ambled towards Zhao Guifang, asking, "Why are you still standing around at this hour?" As she observed his outstretched hand, she realized why he had wiped his hands on his clothes. "Don't come any closer. Get away from me," Zhao Guifang retorted, retreating until she reached the end of the corridor. Li Jiaqing still possesses a semblance of integrity, at most. He would merely disgust Zhao Guifang, but would never truly resort to harming another. "Since we are both individuals fallen to the corridors of despair, why do you still maintain such formalities with me? Regardless of our actions, no one will intervene or be aware of them." Zhao Guifang, "Who the hell considers you a fellow wanderer of the corridors? I have a home, thank you very much. Do you think I am as homeless as you?" This statement seemed to pierce Li Jiaqing's heart, prompting him to lunge forward and seize Zhao Guifang by her collar. "Having a home makes you superior? You possess a home, yet choose to lie in the corridor. Do you not realize that the corridor is merely shared space among households?" Zhao Guifang, feeling the tight grip around her neck and the scent emanating from Li Jiaqing's hand, found the experience more unbearable than death itself. As she noticed his other hand creeping towards her, she cried out in desperation, "Don't move. I can leave. The corridor is yours." Li Jiaqing lightly slapped Zhao Guifang's left cheek, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Remember this. The corridor is my territory from now on. No one will matter here. If I see you again, ha ha ha. Zhao Guifang swallowed hard, and as Li Jiaqing released her, she fled towards the elevator with reckless abandon, leaving behind even her damp bedding. When Zhao Guifang descended in the elevator, Wu Nai emerged from the door. Li Jiaqing sat despondently on the ground, entirely sober, reflecting. I never imagined I would find myself in such a predicament. Clearly, intimidating an elderly woman left him feeling rather undignified. Wu Nai produced the remaining 200 yuan they had agreed upon and presented it before Li Jiaqing. Life must come first, as long as one can survive. No issue is insurmountable. Li Jiaqing forced a bitter smile as he accepted the money. That is because you have not endured the trials I have faced. Oh, do share. Wu Nai encouraged, finding himself wide awake after witnessing Zhao Guifang's drama and eager for conversation. Perhaps it was the alcohol, or perhaps the rare opportunity for heartfelt dialogue that prompted Li Jiaqing to recount his tale, tilting his head back in reminiscence. I once engaged in business with my close friends. After years of hard work, our enterprise flourished, and I amassed a fortune exceeding 10 million. However, one day, my brother claimed to have found a lucrative opportunity that required us to stake our entire fortune. Initially, I was reluctant, but my wife insisted that the venture was feasible. In the end, we mortgaged everything, our house, our cars, and still fell short, borrowing an additional 5 million. At this juncture, Li Jiaqing's face was etched with helplessness as he reflected on his former wealth, now reduced to intimidating an elderly woman for a mere 300 yuan. Truly, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable and ironic. And then what happened? Wu Nai inquired. Li Jiaqing took a deep swig from the bottle of liquor. Then I was deceived. The entire scheme was orchestrated by my beloved wife and my most trusted brother. Even the borrowed 5 million was arranged by my brother through a ruse. Wu Nai began to comprehend why Li Jiaqing had become a vagrant. Given his experience and connections, it seemed implausible that he would end up destitute. Yet it appeared he had chosen this path to prevent anyone from extorting another cent from him. He has become a vagabond. Thus, the 5 million is naturally a debt he need not repay. Lu Mei and Bai Shui, having viewed the surveillance footage, overheard the conversation between the two. Bai Shui pursed her lips and remarked, "He is truly pitiful, having lost 2 of his most trusted companions simultaneously." Lu Mei nodded in agreement. But what can be done? They were well prepared to deceive him. He has no chance of redemption. Outside, Wu Nai understood this truth as well. Even if those 2 scoundrels had left a trace of evidence, Li Jiaqing would not have found himself in such dire straits. Li Jiaqing said, "Brother, do you know what the most outrageous thing they did was?" Wu Nai genuinely could not fathom what could be more heinous than swindling someone of their fortune and leaving them to wander. "Is your son theirs as well?" Li Jiaqing chuckled bitterly. "Not at all. We were still broke when the child was born, and they could never have been together." Wu Nai, fatigued from guessing, urged, "Just tell me, what despicable act have they committed?" Li Jiaqing pulled out a crumpled red invitation. "This was the wedding invitation they sent me. They actually asked me to be their witness." Wu Nai exclaimed, "And you could endure that? Are you some sort of Ninja Turtles?" Li Jiaqing grasped his hair in frustration. "It's all for the child. If I were to kill that wretched woman, the child would be left with no kin. If I were to eliminate the man, that woman would simply take their money and seek a younger companion, leaving my child with an even bleaker future." Wu Nai paused for a few seconds, surprisingly finding merit in Li Jiaqing's reasoning. If he were to harm that brother, all the money they had accumulated over the years would end up in the woman's hands. Wu Nai took the wrinkled invitation and examined it. The date was 2 years prior. The groom, Li Menqing; the bride, Zhang Jinlian. Wu Nai closed the invitation and handed it back. "Here you go, Delang. Cherish it well. To seek out a brother named Menqing and a wife named Jinlian, who would not find themselves in trouble. If you are spared, consider it a blessing of the rule of law." Li Jiaqing did not catch what Wu Nai called him. He staggered to his feet, rolling up the urine-soaked blanket he had used. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Speaking with you has lightened my heart considerably." Wu Nai observed the despondent figure of Li Jiaqing as he departed. "Today, you have aided me. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." Li Jiaqing waved his hand over his shoulder and took the elevator down. Upon returning home, Wu Nai found Bai Shui wearing a troubled expression. "Uncle, he is truly pitiful. Should we not assist him?" Wu Nai sighed. "How can we help? With so much debt, his bank accounts are surely frozen. If we do not provide cash, Any transfer will be seized immediately. Finding him a job would only result in his wages being taken as well. Thus, Li Jiaqing's current state of resignation is not unwarranted, unless we deal with that unscrupulous couple. Hearing Li Jiaqing's tale, both Bai Shui and Lu Mei felt disheartened. However, after listening to Wu Nai's analysis, they realized the futility of their efforts. At most, they could occasionally bring him food beneath the overpass. Subsequently, Bai Shui returned home to rest, while Wu Nai and Lu Mei also settled down for the night. The following day, upon awakening, Yu Qian had yet to return. With the competition scheduled for tomorrow, Wu Nai ventured to the police station alone today. The monthly salary of 1550 was not earned in vain. Upon entering the precinct, every officer he encountered greeted him with a smile, to which Wu Nai responded in kind. As he stepped into the office of Team 3, he was immediately struck by the strong aroma of instant noodles. 8 members of the team languidly consumed their bowls of noodles, greeting Wu Nai with a lack of enthusiasm. Wu Nai inquired, "Did you all work overtime last night?" With a long sigh, Zhang Xiaofeng replied, "You were fortunate for not being here. We were busy the entire night and will continue to be so shortly." Curiously, Wu Nai asked, "What case is so challenging?" Zhang Xiaofeng slumped in his chair. "A murder case stemming from an economic dispute. We spent the night apprehending suspects." Wu Nai raised an eyebrow. "Were you able to make any arrests?" Zhang Xiaofeng sighed again. "If we had, we wouldn't still be occupied today." Wu Nai casually picked up the case file from Zhang Xiaofeng's desk, being a member of Team 3. It was natural for him to review the records. As he flipped through the file, he noted photographs from various angles of the crime scene, followed by the identity of the deceased. Upon reading the name, Wu Nai frowned. Deceased, Li Minqing, male, 48 years old, general manager of Minqing Trading Company. Suspect information, Wu Song, male, 38 years old, general manager of Jingyanggang Trading Company. Caller, Zhang Jinlian, spouse of the deceased. Wu Nai exclaimed in disbelief. "What?" Zhang Xiaofeng, with an air of resignation, remarked, "We are aware of your expertise in interrogation and guiding criminals, but without apprehending the suspect, there is no one for you to interrogate." Continuing to peruse the case file, Wu Nai noted a photograph of Zhang Jinlian. Truly, she was a woman bold enough to bear the name Jinlian, nearing 50. She appeared as if she were in her 30s, with fair, radiant skin. She exuded both the maturity of an older woman and the vitality of youth. Noticing Wu Nai's fixation on the photograph, Zhang Xiaofeng jested, "What's this? Are you taken with her?" "I'd advise against such thoughts. Do you have any idea how much inheritance she stands to gain with her husband deceased?" Wu Nai casually replied, "Over 20 million, I believe." Zhang Xiaofeng was taken aback. "Where did you hear that?" According to their investigation, the deceased, Li Minqing, indeed possessed assets exceeding 20 million. Wu Nai refrained from elaborating, recalling that last night, Li Jiaqing had mentioned he had been swindled out of over 10 million. Given that they were business partners, their profits must have been comparable, leading to that figure. Zhang Jinlian truly seemed to have a fatal attraction. One husband had become a vagrant, while the second had been sent away permanently. Had it not been a knife attack, but rather poisoning, he would suspect her involvement. The case file also contained relevant information about Li Jiaqing, illustrating the thoroughness of the team's investigation from the previous night. At that moment, Yu Qian returned to the office after delivering her report. After greeting Wu Nai, she turned to Zhang Xiaofeng, saying, "Xiao Zhang, accompany me to meet the deceased's family member, Zhang Jinlian." Wu Nai set aside the folder. "I have nothing pressing at the station. I shall join you as well." Yu Qian had no objections. 3 individuals sped towards Zhang Jinlian's alternate residence in a police vehicle. With Li Minqing deceased at the original villa, Zhang Jinlian dared not return there. However, her new abode was also situated within an upscale community. Zhang Xiaofeng remarked, "Each of these houses must be worth at least 1.5 million. Being wealthy is truly splendid." Yu Qian retorted with a disdainful glance. "Could you not aspire for more? Your rented place, albeit small, is hardly impressive." Zhang Xiaofeng anticipated words of comfort from Yu Qian, only to find her remarks piercing instead. He turned to Wu Nai, seated in the back, and pleaded, "Sir, when you have another vacant property, might you consider renting me a unit at a reduced rate?" Wu Nai replied, "I do not rent to men." As the police vehicle arrived at the luxurious neighborhood, the trio ascended the stairs with ease, courtesy of Yu Qian's prior arrangements. Upon opening the door, Zhang Xiaofeng was momentarily captivated by the beauty of the individual before him. Wu Nai, however, focused intently on Zhang Jinlian's expression, hoping to discern any signs of abnormality. Zhang Jilian's eyes were slightly red, her voice hoarse. You've come. Please, step inside. As they entered the room, the opulent decor immediately signaled that this was not an ordinary household. Zhang Jilian closed the door and gestured. Help yourselves to drinks from the refrigerator. Zhang Xiaofeng took a step towards the fridge, but Yu Qian interjected. No drinks. We are merely here to gather information. He withdrew his foot sheepishly, clearing his throat. Ahem. Yes, we are just here to understand the situation, nothing to drink. Zhang Jilian turned to Wu Nai. And you, officer? Would you like something to drink? The thought of accepting anything from her was unthinkable. Wu Nai politely declined, and Zhang Jilian offered a smile. Her almond-shaped eyes narrowing into a crescent. It was evident that this officer possessed considerable experience and expertise in solving cases. Wu Nai quipped. You may simply state that I appear older. Zhang Xiaofeng nearly burst into laughter, but stifled it upon noticing Yu Qian's glare. Zhang Jilian awkwardly invited. Please, have a seat. Once settled, Zhang Xiaofeng retrieved a notebook to take notes. Yu Qian began. We are here to inquire about your husband and the matter concerning Wu Song. Zhang Jilian reverted to a fragile demeanor, pulling out a tissue to dab at her tears. You must apprehend the murderer and seek justice for my husband, she implored. Wu Nai inquired. You were married for 2 years. Was your relationship truly harmonious? The tearful Zhang Jilian paused. Though we were married for 2 years. We have known each other for over a decade. Wu Nai pressed further. Are you implying that you had feelings for him all those years ago? Zhang Jilian's expression shifted. And she lowered the tissue. I fail to see how this question relates to my husband's murder. Yu Qian interjected. We must gather all clues to expedite the capture of the suspect. She believed that Wu Nai would not pose irrelevant questions without cause. Yet she harbored a sense that Li Minqing's demise might indeed be connected to this woman. Chapter 84. A new facade upon encountering the captain, Yu Qian. With a similar demeanor, Zhang Jilian could only respond to Wu Nai's inquiry. At that time, we were merely acquaintances. It was through prolonged interaction that I realized he surpassed my ex-husband in many ways, which ultimately led to my decision to divorce my ex-husband and be with him. Wu Nai continued to probe. Oh? So you imply that your divorce from your ex-husband had nothing to do with his bankruptcy? Zhang Jilian's expression darkened as she replied. Forcing herself to maintain composure, it had no relation whatsoever. My divorce was solely due to incompatible personalities. Yu Qian and Zhang Xiaofeng silently absorbed the exchange, noting that these revelations were absent from their initial investigations. As Wu Nai pressed on with his questions, Zhang Jilian's emotions became increasingly agitated. I apologize. My husband has just passed away, and I am not in the best state of mind. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Wu Nai, employing his truth-telling ability, inquired, Whom do you prefer, Wu Song or Li Minqing? Without hesitation, Zhang Jilian exclaimed, Certainly, Wu Song. He is youthful, vigorous, and considerate, while that Li Minqing fellow only seems to fixate on me. Ding, received an astonished response from Yu Qian, lifespan extended by 60 days. Yu Qian was taken aback. She had not anticipated Wu Nai would pose such a question, nor Zhang Jilian would respond in that manner. Zhang Xiaofeng blinked with wide, curious eyes, as if he had stumbled upon a significant revelation. Following her response, Zhang Jilian's expression shifted from excitement to anxious confusion. She could not comprehend why she had answered in such a way. Wu Nai smiled subtly, having concluded that Zhang Jilian's fate was undoubtedly intertwined with Li Minqing's demise. However, he did not intend to immediately employ his truth-telling ability to elicit a confession of guilt. If he were to do so, their shared assets would likely be divided among their families, leaving little for their children, and the Li family's money would be irretrievable. Flustered, Zhang Jilian rose abruptly. I am unwell. You must leave. Despite sensing her concealment of something significant, Yu Qian chose not to linger any longer. Very well. We shall depart for now. We will contact you should anything arise. As the three exited the room, Zhang Jilian slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Yu Qian quietly asked, Wu Nai, did you perceive anything unusual? Wu Nai shook his head. No, this is my first encounter with her. What could I possibly discern? Yu Qian scrutinized Wu Nai, sensing he was withholding information from her. Yet, without his disclosure, she felt it inappropriate to pursue further inquiries. Let us return to the precinct. Wu Nai stretched lazily. I am getting older. My body is no longer as resilient. After this outing, my back aches. Perhaps I shall take a half-day leave to rest at home. Zhang Xiaofeng gazed at Wu Nai with a face of envy, his longing evident. Wu Nai is fortunate, able to take leave at will, while I, having worked all night, must continue laboring today. Yu Qian, perceiving Zhang Xiaofeng's thoughts, suggested, "Shall I grant you a half-day leave as well?" Zhang Xiaofeng's face lit up. "Is that truly possible, Captain?" Yu Qian replied, "Wu Nai is unwell. Are you not feeling the same?" In an instant, Zhang Xiaofeng, who had been reveling in joy, found himself choked with disbelief. No, Captain, I feel quite well. I can endure a few more sleepless nights," he insisted. Yu Qian, reminding Wu Nai to rest well upon returning, departed with Zhang Xiaofeng in the police car. Wu Nai lingered momentarily to glance at the system records. With the rewards he had recently acquired, he was merely 2 rewards away from unlocking the grand prize once more. Moreover, he was on the brink of rejuvenating his youth by 8 years. Hauling a taxi, he made his way to the overpass near his home. Li Jiaqing. "For your sake, I've taken a half-day off work. Once you reclaim all that belongs to you, you must express your gratitude," he mused. As the taxi pulled up beneath the overpass, he spotted Li Jiaqing lounging on his designated spot, covered with Zhao Guifang's quilt. Approaching, he discovered several empty liquor bottles strewn about. It seemed his 300 yuan had been wholly consumed by drink. "Hey, time to wake up," Wu Nai nudged him. Li Jiaqing, blinking awake and recognizing Wu Nai, sluggishly rose. "Big brother, that old lady hasn't come back, has she?" Wu Nai rolled his eyes. "What? Do you still yearn for another 300 yuan? After scaring Zhao Guifang away last night, she wouldn't dare return that swiftly." Li Jiaqing chuckled awkwardly. "Seems I should negotiate a collaboration with that old lady. She can cling to you while I drive her off, and we can split the 300. That way, I'd never have to worry about food again." Aware that Li Jiaqing was jesting, Wu Nai retorted with a laugh, "You truly are a crafty merchant." He then stood up. "Get up, I'll take you to freshen up and present yourself to the world." Li Jiaqing frowned slightly, fearing that his well-meaning big brother sought to find him employment. "Old Wu, you know my situation, working is futile. I appreciate your kindness." Wu Nai playfully kicked him. "Look at your pitiful state. Get up quickly, I'm offering you a chance." Reluctantly, Li Jiaqing complied and followed Wu Nai to a nearby 10-yuan barbershop. The establishment was run solely by a woman in her 50s. Wu Nai addressed the barber, "Give him a hairstyle that looks a bit more spirited." Recognizing Li Jiaqing as the homeless man from beneath the overpass, the barber disdainfully remarked, "He*s not worth cutting." 20, Wu Nai countered. The barber, maintaining her stern demeanor, replied, "I have my principles." Li Jiaqing sighed, contemplating urging Wu Nai to leave. He would forego the haircut. Wu Nai extended his fingers. 50. If you want cut, I'll take him elsewhere." The barber donned her apron, stating, "My principles are rooted in helping others. It's not merely about your 50 yuan." Wu Nai signaled to Li Jiaqing to remain silent and obey his lead today. Reluctantly, Li Jiaqing settled into the chair. The barber surveyed his unkempt hair. Under normal circumstances, she would have refused the job outright due to the challenging nature of her business. While a typical haircut took 20 minutes, Li Jiaqing's disheveled mane required a full hour, nearly exhausting the clippers in the process. Reluctant to endure the incessant ramblings of his boss's wife, Wu Nai hastily tossed 50 yuan onto the counter and quickly took his leave with Li Jiaqing. The two made their way on foot to the wholesale market, a decision driven by the absence of any willing drivers. This particular market had been visited by Xia Lily, who had assured him of its affordability. When I purchased a suit, shirt, and leather shoes for Li Jiaqing, totaling 200 yuan. He handed all the shopping bags to the bewildered Li Jiaqing, stating, "Including the haircut, that's 250 in total. Remember to repay me when you have the means." Clutching a large assortment of clothing, Li Jiaqing still harbored the belief that Wu Nai was merely trying to secure him a job. "Brother Wu, I appreciate your good intentions," but Wu Nai waved his hand, silencing him. With a sigh, he remarked, "Given your current state, they wouldn't even allow you into a bathhouse. Come wash up at my place."